Yeah, I've never seen a vomit comet in nature, so what's your naturally observed phenomenon?
So density doesn't work. This density tower doesn't work if there's no downwards acceleration, or if there's no acceleration.
Are you
Like
saying there's no gravity when you're in an airplane, the gravity, like, around you in a bubble, like, turns off, or are you still affected by gravity?
you're just in free fall when you're in the vomit comet.
Right, so the
So density
weight
is
of the
probably
aircraft is bringing you down, so gravity is weight, so yeah, you're still affected by gravity.
yeah, but you're in free fall, so there's like, and as soon as you're in free fall, your density just falls apart. It doesn't exist anymore. It seems like in
I
this
is that my
stuff.
claim? Wait a minute, now
Yeah.
you've changed it up, so you've
No,
changed
that is
my
your
claim,
claim.
which is called
That
a
is
straw man.
absolutely
No,
your claim.
I didn't
No,
claim
it is.
anything. Hold
Yeah.
on, time out, time
No,
out.
it is. It
I
is your
didn't
claim.
claim anything about free fall. This is all you claiming it, right? So yeah, if I take your scientific experiment and throw it out the window, yeah, your shit's gonna fall apart
Dude, you
too
don't
before it
even know
hits the
why
ground.
things fall down. You just say density. That's so pathetic. You
Wait
think
a
that
minute.
just saves you.
Let's honestly look at this. If the apple would have fell in a pail right next to Newton and it would have been full of water, would it have fell to the bottom of the pail?
I know it would have. I don't know why it would have. Why would it fall downwards? That should have been his question, not what's
Because the
happening in the
atmosphere
water.
wasn't producing enough buoyant force to hold it up.
Buoyant force to hold it up. Hold it up against what?
The density of the apple. It's more dense than the
Hold it
air.
up against the density of the apple.
Yeah, these are like two things that are going against each other.
Yeah. Why is it downwards and upwards? Why is there some sort of like
That's just
directionality to it? It's
nature.
weird.
That's just
It's just
nature. I mean,
nature, bro.
everything's up or down,
Yeah.
right?
Is your argument just
Unless you
falling
spin it
apart?
or throw it.
Yeah.
Do you
It just
expect
is.
things to fall sideways? Like when you drop your cell phone, like do you
Why
expect it to
doesn't it
fall
drop
sideways?
sideways? Why doesn't it? Yeah.
You
Why
didn't
doesn't it
spin
drop
it.
sideways?
You didn't add force to it.
I didn't add force to it. So why do
Right.
things? If I drop it downwards, why do things? I didn't apply force to it. I just let go of it.
Right. You added force to it when you made the phone, right? Then you picked it up off the ground or off the table.
Potential
You added
energy.
force to it. Yeah, you
Yeah.
added
What's
energy to it.
potential energy actually? What is potential energy if there isn't gravity, man?
Well, you added force to it by picking up the technology rocks that you call your cell phone.
Why did I
And then
add
when you
force
let
to it?
go, you release that energy and then it seeks equilibrium because it's relative density.
Oh, so it just wants to be there, just because.
Well, that's kind of a weird way of saying it, but
Yeah.
it does
Just falls
appear
down
that
because.
there's these natural laws, and in nature, everything seeks equilibrium, right? So you pick up a rock out of the river and you drop it, it's going to fall. Why did it fall? Well, because you picked it up and dropped it.
Yeah, but why
But
does it fall down?
specifically, why it falls is because it's more dense than everything around it until it stops falling.
How do air columns work? Why don't they all just like converge with each other? If they're all different densities, what's stopping them all from like just
Well,
equalizing
well,
with
we
pressure?
we live in a dynamic system. The sun is always
Oh,
stirring
okay.
things up. So,
Yeah. So it just perfectly maintains this like very close average across the world. It's pretty weird, man. I mean, that sounds like a lot of hoops to jump through compared to the globe, man. You have
what hoops?
magic sun, uh, density, make thing fall down because down for some reason. I mean,
Wait, now
sounds
you're
like
talking about the sun. You think that there's a thing called gravitational collapse where you can produce enough gravity to cause a ball of gas in a vacuum to
yep,
collapse in on itself, or you
yep.
have a vacuum right next to a ball of gas? Can you demonstrate this? Can
Um,
you demonstrate your magic sun?
magic sun. Can I demonstrate fusion if that's what you're asking?
No, no, no. That's not what I'm asking. Try
Yeah,
to
I
pay
actually
attention this
can.
time.
Yep. So
So if you have
you don't have to clarify.
gravitational
I'll just
collapse,
explain
which is
it.
a theory of how suns are created, where you have a gas cloud and it condenses into a sphere, right, in a vacuum, where you have a lump of gas in a vacuum and it doesn't expand out to fill the available volume. Can you demonstrate that, or is this just like a magical thing in your head?
Well, it's not a vacuum, so yeah, straw man.
Space isn't in a vacuum?
It's a very low pressure area, but it's not a vacuum, so you're debating a straw man.
Okay, so let's call it a low pressure area right next to a high pressure area.
Hmm.
So can you demonstrate that without
Outer
comparing
space
it with me?
becomes the
Yeah,
double
I
reverse.
actually can. Yeah, I can.
Go ahead.
All right, so where I'm standing right now, it's about 1 atmosphere. If I were to go up about a kilometer, it'll be less than 1 atmosphere, and it's not suddenly like converging. If I went even higher, like 30 kilometers up, it would be even lower. Why isn't it converging? That's weird. There's no container or anything in between me.
So you're talking about the density tower, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So is this your grasping at straws here?
Well,
You know,
no, I've asked you a question. How am I grasping at anything? I asked you a question. You're talking about the density
no,
tower,
it's
right?
not a density tower. I'm just talking about what we observe in nature. This is natural.
Okay, so
Natural.
you're talking about low pressure at sea level, and the higher you go
No,
up,
high
like you
pressure.
get to Denver.
High
Yeah,
pressure.
sorry, I said it wrong. Thank you, I appreciate that. High pressure at sea level, 14.7 psi. Then you go like a mile up, right, the Denver mountains.
Mhm.
Then it gets lower and lower and lower, right? Is that a density tower?
What's the? I wouldn't say it's necessarily a density tower.
Well, I mean, does
Well,
it
as
get
we
lower pressure the higher you go up?
yeah, and there's an acceleration involved. It's not in free fall. If it was in
What's
free
the
fall,
acceleration?
average around 9.1. Average
Okay, I'm
9.1,
getting a phone call.
9.81.
I never back down, never give up.
It's been like a week since I've been in here. I'm rabid right now.
Yep, sorry about that. I had a phone call. I'm back.
We'll
All
see.
right, so you're talking about the atmosphere and the way that it behaves. It's almost like it's following like specific gravity, like the more dense particles are down at the bottom, and the lighter stuff is stacked up higher. But the whole thing about having a density tower is, in order to have the gas pressure gradient, you need the whole container, right?
Yep. So could this container be like 1,000 kilometers away or 380,000
I don't
kilometers
know,
away?
how high is the ionosphere? How high is it? Do you
Pretty
know?
high. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, the ionosphere is pretty high, and it contains radio waves. And what else does it contain? Do we actually know?
I would say probably yeah.
So this container that you're invoking, I guess maybe we don't know everything about it because we can't actually go there and like test it out for ourselves, right?
What do you mean you can't go there? That just sounds like you.
Well, can you and I go to the ionosphere tonight? Like, can we take a plane or a train or an automobile?
I wouldn't say a plane or a train, but get enough of your
Can I?
floaty
Do you
buckets.
mind if I jump in for a second, real quick, on this topic?
Go ahead.
No, not really.
Thank you. No, you do. So let me kind of expand on that. Is there parts of the atmosphere that we cannot measure, like of our atmosphere?
Who are you asking?
I'm directing that question to the Glober.
There are parts of our atmosphere that we can't measure.
Correct.
I mean, of course, considering the fact that we can't be everywhere at the same time.
Okay, which parts would that be?
Any part in between where something currently is.
Oh, okay.
Like-
So can we specify a bit? Can we say, is it the mesosphere? Is it the stratosphere?
What I'm trying to say is like we can't measure the whole atmosphere because we don't have everything. We don't have something everywhere all at once to measure the whole atmosphere with. But I would say we know most information about what happens as you increase in height.
From what point to what point?
Mean sea level.
Two.
Any point above mean sea level
Okay, so when does it stop?
doesn't.
So I can just keep measuring continuously forever and ever and ever until I leave the atmosphere?
I would say that you don't really leave the atmosphere in the sense that you're always going to be measuring some sort of pressure.
Okay, fair. So, but my question is, if I take, say, a radiosonde, I launch it, at what point does it stop collecting measurements?
When it crashes back into the ground after it bursts the balloon.
And at what point is that?
Depends on what gas you're using.
Okay, I'm just talking about real world example here.
I don't know.
I'm talking about a helium radiosonde balloon with a radiosonde attached to it. I'm going to launch it. At what point does that burst?
It's like
And I stop collecting measurements.
40 kilometers or so. I don't know, somewhere around there.
Could we say the stratosphere? Probably the tropopause, maybe?
Somewhere around there, sure.
Okay. So at that point, I cannot collect measurements from probably, say, what, the stratosphere to the mesosphere. I may be able to collect some from the ionosphere if we're trying to derive from satellites. Is that fair?
Using balloons, sure.
All right, that's all I got. You guys can go ahead. I just wanted to get some clarification on that.
What was that? What was this for again?
The line of questioning, I was trying to establish a baseline as to make sure that you understand there are points at which measurements stop being collected using the current devices that we have. That's all I was trying to do.
Are we
And
saying
make sure that we agree on that.
Are we saying that balloons are the only devices that we have?
I wasn't making an argument on that. I'm just trying to establish a baseline of your argument. That's all I did.
Yeah.
There's a lot through a
Is
line of questioning.
Euclidean almost like inaudible for anybody else, or is it just me?
Probably for a lot of other people. People have said that I'm very quiet. Check my.
Your mic is a little bit quiet, but I can hear you.
All right, yeah. Sorry about. I don't know why it's not.
I mean, it's fine. You're good. Nobody else
Yeah,
is talking. So. But go ahead. Whoever was asking him questions the back and forth, go ahead. That's all I had. He may have left. I don't know.
That was interesting.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay,
We're just
yeah,
talking
you go
about the
ahead.
whole idea. Yeah, we're just talking about the whole idea of gas pressure collapsing in on itself because, yeah, I mean, I would need to see like a demonstration of that. And let me guess, you don't have enough gravity to demonstrate it, right?
I actually do.
Oh, you can demonstrate gas pressure collapsing in on itself.
In the sense that I can demonstrate mass attracting mass, and gas is massive, therefore it can. Yeah.
Okay, just show us, like, get you a little setup ready, and or send us whatever you want to send us.
Yep. So you want to look at the two independent methods of measuring the gravitational constant again? Maybe I could
No,
send
I
you.
think you said gravitational collapse of gas pressure in on itself.
Yep. So as long as it would follow that as long as the force between the masses are strong enough, something like that could happen. Correct?
Well, are you talking about hypotheticals?
Yeah. Let's just leave it a hypothetical because of course I don't.
Oh,
have,
so you can't demonstrate it. I mean, if your
I-
aunt, had balls, she'd be your uncle, right? Hypothetically.
I can demonstrate inertial confinement fusion, which relies on collapse of mass.
Okay, show me.
I'll actually send the one that you can do at your own home if you like. Electrostatic confinement.
I kind of want to correct you two on a statement. I know it seems pedantic, but it kind of isn't. You said gas is mass. No, that's incorrect.
Mass is massive.
Gas has mass.
Yeah. Sorry
Yeah.
if I'm misspoke.
If you were to type into Google, what is gas? It's not going to say, well, gas is mass, right?
I sent it on the side chat then, Larry.
All right, let's see what we got here. Wait a minute. Electrostatic confinement. Wait, we're not talking about the gravitational force. This looks like it's using electrostatic forces, which are like way stronger than
Yeah.
gravity.
So I wasn't saying that it's using my My statement was just that I can show inertial confinement, which relies on like a force actually making the atoms fuse. There's no gravitational confinement that you can do on Earth, obviously.
Well, it sounds like an excuse to me, but you can't demonstrate your claim.
Well, I can demonstrate the gravitational constant, which proves that mass attracts mass.
Jesus, 17 miles.
Yeah, but you said that you could demonstrate gas collapsing in on itself, and then you said, well, wait a minute, I can demonstrate gravity, and then I held your feet to the fire and said, wait a minute, can't you demonstrate, gas collapsing, this gravitational collapse? And then you showed me something totally different than gravity. Looks like they're using electrostatic forces. So
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for gas collapsing on itself.
yeah, I'd love to see
That's
it.
what
I don't know. Gary, or Larry's just trying to really run far away from these papers of gravitational constant. It seems kind of strange, like dishonest in a way.
No, because you ain't providing. He's asked you for gas collapsing on itself. You said you had it, and then you changed to the other thing.
that is gas collapsing on itself. It's just not gravity. I don't think I said I do have
No,
evidence of
exactly.
gravity. If I did, I don't.
So you changed the goalpost then.
If I ever said that, yeah, then I did change the goalpost, but I didn't mean to do it in a how would I say it? Like a
And
Oh,
then you
Alpha.
then you
just-
wave your
Alpha just
then you
joined.
wave your
Oh, come on, mate.
failures as sorry. Then you wave your failures as victory and say that I'm trying to run away.
well, you are trying to run away, yeah, because this was like 30 minutes of getting to nowhere. I mean, we need to be talking about gravitational constant, right? Not this.
Put him on mute.
Put him on mute, Alpha. No, put Alpha on mute. He's out of
Honestly,
line.
yeah, Alpha needs to be banned.
Alpha, no, not banned. No, that's a little bit too
Absolutely
far.
banned. Yeah.
No, just muted. A little mute. Why do you know Alpha?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. He's very intolerable. I would rather talk to any flat earther for like.
I would take out
Yeah.
inter, and I would just say tolerable. He's very tolerable.
Yeah, I don't think that I would tolerate people snatching my pseudoscientific leg off either.
I mean, he's not even a good debater. He's just like a horrible. It's like Gemsy, but worse, which is I don't know how that's even possible. No, actually, Alpha, you're not number one, or not worst person. It's definitely Gemsy. Gemsy takes the cake.
Oh, somebody need a diaper change.
He's saltier than a peanut. He needs some
If you
preparation
want to do it
H.
for me, if you want to do it for me, Alpha, yeah, change it for me, man. Get to work, dude.
Are you talking about imaginary things again?
You want to change my diaper? You want to wipe my ass first?
We were having a wonderful conversation about gravity.
Gravity. What's that?
I hardly even know her.
Is it a fundamental force? Are you a fundamentalist? Keep talking about mass attracting mass.
Force that holds water to the ground.
Oh,
Well,
fake
I think this guy isn't even hip to Einstein. He keeps talking about mass attracting mass, so he's a fundamentalist.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't really care about Einstein. Yeah, I would agree.
Well, mass
we
is
got a
either
Bundy in the
defined by
house.
density over volume or by force over area, isn't it? Force over acceleration.
What is this guy talking about?
So force over acceleration attracts force over acceleration, is it? Or is it density over volume attracts density over volume? One of them you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. I need to know whatever you just said, density over area. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I'm really having trouble hearing you. I have to turn it right up loud. I've got everyone at max. And it makes everybody else loud and you.
Over area? What is that deriving? Sorry if I'm quiet.
Density over volume.
Okay, density over volume. What is that deriving?
Mass.
Density over volume. Okay, yeah, I guess. Oh no, it's density times volume. What am I? Or yeah, density times volume, not density over volume.
Mass equals density over volume divided by volume.
No, mass equals density times volume.
Mass equals density times volume. Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure.
No. Wait. No. Density equals mass times volume.
Yep, that's what I just said. Yep.
Yeah, but mass equals density over volume.
Mass equals density over volume. No, that's not true.
Not?
You have
Mass
it
equals
backwards.
Density times volume.
You can't get the mass from density over volume. You can't get a mass value.
I mean, you can derive. I don't know why you would want to. Why are we trying to derive it this way? What's the point in this? We're talking about mass, not talking about whatever weird derivation you're trying to do. Say it again one more time.
Mass.
Let me hear this. Density.
Mass equals density over volume. Density over volume attracts density over volume. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, mass equals density times
Yes.
volume. That's just whatever. I need to clip
Density
this.
density equals mass times volume, right? Density equals
It's
mass times
time-
volume.
No, density is mass divided by volume. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. This is crazy. Can you look this up? So you like, I'm not lying. Flat earthers don't even know what density is. Only in 2024.
So you're telling me this is wrong, and I'll post it.
It's not showing up. As soon as it shows up, I'll. All right. So would it be fair to say that density is the ratio of mass to volume?
So is that wrong?
You just find some. Yeah, I would say density does not equal, or mass does not equal density divided by volume.
Okay,
It's
well,
retarded.
maybe we should tell Google that they're prioritizing that as the top search result.
Yeah, maybe you should look at any other thing and see if you get the same result. Cherry pick earther.
Mass is equal to density by volume. Study.com.
It's times volume, dude.
Sorry. So okay, this right. Okay, maybe they are incorrect. Mass is this study.com says mass is equal to the density multiplied by volume.
Yep.
So okay, either way, so density multiplied by volume attracts density multiplied by volume.
I can't engage with somebody in good faith who couldn't understand that in the past 10 minutes. That's pretty. Like, I don't know if you're retarded or something. So, I think you need to learn more before you engage.
Well,
with
if
I
you
think
have
the
a
R word's a little harsh.
if you have a simple misunderstanding according to
No,
this
it was
guy,
not a simple
he can't
misunderstanding.
engage with you.
He actually believed it. For 10 minutes, he couldn't understand anything. If this was me,
It
saying
also
Wait, what
the
does
same thing-
misunderstand mean? Wait,
no,
sorry,
if this
what
was
does
me doing
misunderstand?
the
Does it
same
mean?
thing, if this was me doing the same thing, you guys would
Bro.
have laughed at me for the past 10 minutes.
Are you gonna let me speak?
No, yeah, no, you were correct. All right, so it's but either way, right? Is that what you're claiming? It also says here mass is equal to energy divided by the speed of light squared.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So energy divided by the speed of light squared attracts energy divided by the speed of light squared.
If you want to go by Einsteinian, yeah.
How does that work?
Dude, you're trying to say that it doesn't make sense when you couldn't understand what density was for the past 10 minutes. That's not very boding well for what you can
Mass
understand.
is equal to weight divided by the acceleration of gravity as well.
So are you going to not admit to the fact that you struggle to understand density, but then think you can understand Einstein?
He's just gonna keep hanging that over your head, dude. He's never gonna answer you anymore. Once he knows that he got a point over you, he's just gonna hold it over your head the whole argument. That's all he does. He looks for a W and he's just holding on to that point.
Yeah, Alpha interrupting.
He won't engage you. I know this guy. He will not engage you.
Just want to know which one of these, which one of these is like is what you're talking about. That's what I want to know.
I think
Is it
density is
massive?
mass times volume. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
It's not net force divided by acceleration.
I don't think you understand what any of these words mean. As
See,
evident by 10 minutes
told
ago.
you.
Yeah.
Told you. What did I say?
It's okay.
You're
It's
gonna keep
okay if
going
I
against
don't
GW.
understand it.
He won't let it go. He will not
I won't
let it go.
Absolutely. Because this just demonstrates
Told you.
how full of it all these fucking flat earthers are. They don't even know what they're talking about. Man.
You're
That's all
a
you gotta-
douche. You're such a douche. You'll be like, paraplegic doesn't know algebra, so the Earth is round. The Earth is a sphere because
Paraplegic, your mic is awfully loud, dude. I don't know what's going on. You just, something's up with it. Sorry, bro.
All I'm doing is I'm pointing out that there are actual different definitions, right? There's multiple definimes and ways to express mass.
Only one. As evident by
Which
density.
one?
Mass equals density times volume. If you're doing it by ratios to density and mass, right? Or density, mass, and volume. So, like.
So wait a minute. If this is how mass is defined, and it's got density right in the equation, then it really is mass attracting mass if you're taking into consideration the density over volume. So this whole specific gravity has been right this whole time, and you've been agreeing with this whole time while pretending that you don't agree with it. Is that correct?
Density, as in density meaning mass divided by volume, which is just how much the resistance to acceleration per unit volume those molecules have, right?
Right. So what's the density to volume, or sorry, mass to volume of a helium balloon? It's a lot less, right?
Of surrounding to what compared to what?
Well, just at the beach, 14.7 psi.
Oh yeah, the helium balloon's density, overall density is a lot less. Yeah.
So it really is specific gravity and not just mass attracting mass. It's mass over volume.
Yeah, that's why it goes sideways and goes back down because it just is
What goes
density, right?
sideways?
I don't know. The balloon should go sideways or something. Can you calculate the path of the balloon using only
Can you
density?
Can you back up your source saying that the balloon should go sideways? Can you cite your source on that claim?
Can you cite your source of it going downwards without gravity? How does that work? What's the downwards vector?
Well, what do you mean by gravity? Are you talking about mass again?
Yeah, this apparent downwards acceleration that we experience, independent of density.
It's independent of density. So how come the hot air balloon doesn't go down when it's like fully lit up and hot?
Fully lit up and hot? Oh, because
Yeah, hot air balloons are hot, right?
Yeah, because it's generating lift, which counteracts. So this would be a good point. Yeah. So if I have a 1 kilogram object, how much force am I going to have to exert in order to move the object up 1 meter?
More than 1 kilogram.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because it's relative density. It's relative between the object and the medium that it's in. So you
The
kind of
one,
proved my point.
yeah, the 1 kilogram of so does the force required get less as I increase in altitude?
Does the force required get less
Yeah.
as you increase?
So if I built like let's say I was on the top of the Burj Khalifa,
Uh-huh.
and I tried to lift up the 1 kilogram object, it's obviously a lot less dense up there than it is at mean sea level. So does
What's
that mean that
What's its?
the atmosphere, the density, or the density of the atmosphere?
Huh.
Yeah. So should I be able to pick up the object much easier up there then, since there's less density force magic pulling it down?
Magic. Wait a
I
minute.
mean, yeah, it just is downwards vector. But yeah, sorry for using magic. I know that. So should it be easier to pick up the object at the top of the Burj Khalifa then?
No, it should be a little bit harder because. Wait a minute.
Really?
No, I think I said it backwards. It should be easier. Hold on, I'm unsure for a second. Give me a second to think about that.
Damn, I really broke the flat earthers today.
You broke me because I'm thinking. I think
You're
that's
unsure
like,
what to say. Yeah.
yeah, because I have to think about it a while.
All right. I have more hope in you than T-Dub. It's pretty sad.
So it's going to require the same amount of force because it weighs the same, but it's going to require more volume because it's less dense at the top of the tower than at the bottom. So it's kind of multifaceted.
Are you broken?
No, not the object. The atmosphere is less dense.
Are you broken when you have to stop to take a piss?
So it'll take the same force to lift it at the top of the tower.
Yeah, because 1,000 kilograms is 1,000 kilograms. So if you need 1,000 kilograms of lift, that part's going to stay the same, but maybe the amount of hot air in the balloon might change.
So then,
So instead of having a 30-second burn to lift the balloon, you might have to have a 32-second burn or something like that.
So then density doesn't have to do with it because you just ignored the density of the surrounding atmosphere.
No, I just said that you have to calculate for the less dense air at the top of the tower.
So could you
So
do
that's
that?
the opposite of what I said.
So could you do
Are you
that? And
done?
could you derive the weight of an object by using the buoyant force? Could you do that for me?
Sorry, hang on a second. All right, what'd you say?
Can you derive the weight of an object by using the buoyant force?
Wait. Well, yeah. I mean, if you try to put a beach ball at the bottom of the pool on the scale and weigh it, if it's full of water, you're not going to be able to do that. But if it's empty and there's no water in there, then you can put the beach ball on the scale, no problem. So
Yeah, so could you calculate the mass of the beach ball? Or like not even in the water, so just in the air. So could you calculate how much I weigh? Not me, because then human bodies are bizarre to calculate density. I don't know, a lead ball. Could you calculate the weight of a lead ball by just using the density of the surrounding atmosphere and the density of the ball?
yeah, I mean, that's what specific gravity is. The weight is dependent on the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in.
So do I weigh as much as the specific gravity of where I am around right now?
Well, I'll put it to you like this: in a bowl of water, in a pool of water that's really high in salinity, so a saltwater pool, you're going to have trouble sitting at the bottom of the pool, right? You're going to have trouble getting down there. But if you have a normal pool with just water and chlorine, then you should be able to let most of the air out of your lungs and get to the bottom of the pool. Why is that?
Sorry, all right. Most of the air, I'm assuming you're talking about like lowering the density of your body by expose or no, not lowering the
No,
density.
no, lowering the
Increasing
density of the
force,
pool,
lowering the density of the pool.
right? Because one pool has extreme amount of salt.
Oh, okay, yeah,
'Cause-
salt. All right, sorry. Yeah, salt. Then air. I like basically blacked out. I'm sorry. What did you say?
So if you have, a really salty pool, like they put as much salt as they can in there, they couldn't even get it to all absorb, right?
Yeah.
The really salty pool.
Hmm.
So you can't really get to the bottom of the pool and like sit on the scale. So you can't weigh yourself in that pool. But if you have another pool right next to it and it's just a chlorine pool, like you can let most of the air out of your lungs and you could sit at the bottom of that pool and weigh yourself at the bottom of the pool, like 12 feet down.
Yep.
Right. It's because of the relative density of the object, which your body isn't changing very much, despite absorbing a little bit of water in between both pools. So, what's causing this weight at the bottom of the chlorine pool is the buoyant force is not as high on you. So, the whole idea of gravity, like, it's about weight. I mean, gravitas means weight. So, yeah, you can say etymological fallacy or whatever you want to argue you want to make, but if you want to weigh something at the bottom of the pool, it's a lot easier if the relative density allows you to get that object to the bottom of the pool. Like I said earlier, the apple doesn't fall to the bottom of the pail if it's got water in it. So if Newton would have been sitting there and noticed the apple fall in the pail of water and he had another pail that was empty and it fell down, he would have had a different theory of gravity. He
No,
would
he
have had a
wouldn't.
better understanding.
I would say he'd have asked the question, why do they go downwards? And why do they go a certain direction? If he was sitting at the bottom of the pool and he saw these things, if he let go of an object and it went up, and then another object and it went down, I would say that he would be interested into why they go down. And he would see that it has a relationship with density, but then realize that density isn't a vector quantity, it's only scalar. So he would know that there's something else to it. There's something that's giving
Well,
this.
can you demonstrate what else you're talking about?
I don't know. I was just going like in the. You were saying that Newton would have a better understanding of gravity, but or a better understanding of what's happening or whatever. But he would just come to the same conclusion, which is that once you realize that density has a relationship to do with it, realize that density isn't a vector quantity. Vector quantity can't have or a scalar quantity can't have a vector. It's not solely density isn't like a vector, so you can't have a vector quantity to it unless something else is acting upon it. That is a vector.
Well, in the beginning, I've asked you if you could demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density, and I think so far you've failed to demonstrate it. So if you could just come up with an experiment where you have buoyancy and density as your control variables, you don't manipulate those at all, and you have your perceived cause, and make things go up or down, right? Because gravity has to do with up or down here on Earth. And I know that you think up means the center of the Earth, and I'll agree to disagree with you on that, or agree to agree with you, whatever. Just show me you manipulating your presumed cause for things going up and down while holding buoyancy and density as your control variable.
Well, even if I was to use, if I was to use buoyancy and density, I would get a result that doesn't coincide with what you would want, actually. Because, like I said, in this experiment, you would have to ignore the part where there is no vector quantity to density. So there's no reason as to why repeatable and demonstrably that every single time I drop an object, if it's higher or lower density, it's going to go up or down. It doesn't go left or right. I mean, there must be some sort of way to why it's doing that. Like, why does lead go down in air, and why does the anvil go like float on top of Mercury?
Whenever I hear you ask things like, why don't things fall sideways? I think we're leaving the realm of science and we're getting into the realm of philosophy. It's kind of like me asking, why are boobs good? There could be a million answers, but we can't really, nail it down scientifically as to why things don't fall sideways.
Well,
We
'cause
just
they're round
know,
like the Earth.
like the natural law, hold on. We just know, like the natural law is things fall down or they rise up. So it's either sinking or rising. In nature, that's what we experience. Other than birds and aerodynamics, if we're just talking about everything else other than, that part of nature, I'm not talking about organisms. Just talking about the chemical compounds and the baryonic matter in nature, absent life. Everything goes up or down based on relative density or specific gravity. Now, you have this other gravity in mind where you're saying, what, you don't believe in gravity? It's like, no, I believe in gravity. Just show me what you're talking about when you say gravity. And you can't manipulate your presumed cause, whereas me, scientifically, I can manipulate the buoyancy or density as my independent variable and hold all other variables constant for control variables. So the naturally observed phenomenon is that when you phase change water, it rises up, right? Because the heat causes the water to boil and it rises up, right? We see that in like hot springs and many other things in nature, right? So I can demonstrate this, right? That when you change the relative density, that's what the phase change does. Can you demonstrate something similar while holding buoyancy and density as a constant? And if you can't really call your gravity scientific, whereas I can.
Yep. So as long as we can both agree that you can't say that density is the cause of it, right? Because density can't be the cause because density isn't a vector quantity. So there must be
I
some
think
other
you
thing.
misunderstood.
No, because if I say yes or no to any of this, then I'll be dishonest with like how density is related to itself, and that it's not. It would have nothing to. It wouldn't explain anything. You'd just be left with more questions. So I mean, I can agree to the whole density thing, but as long as you can also agree that there must be some other mechanism going on that makes it have a vector quantity of downwards or upwards, we don't know about, at least on the flatter side,
I think you misunderstand. I'm talking about relative density, not just density, right? And
Yeah,
as I manipulate the relative density, things go up or down. And I'm not saying that the science is settled. I'll never look at anything you have. I'm saying if you have something different, right, show me. Like, what do you manipulate to cause things to go up or down?
Yeah, so you do agree that there is some other mechanism that is causing things to go down other than density.
No, I'm asking
Yeah,
you to
you want
show
this?
me another mechanism that causes things to go up or down other than relative density, not just density.
But can you? I just explained why that if I agreed to the relative density thing, then that would be dishonest with the definition of or relationship of density to like itself. As in, like, I can agree to it as long as you can then say that in that sort of way of thinking that there's something else that needs to be included that isn't just density. You can't have just density. You can't.
What is it? Show me.
Yeah, it just shows you that there's some sort of relationship between why an object does a certain thing, but it doesn't describe why it it doesn't explain or it can't explain. It could never explain solely with density because it's not a vector quantity. So a scalar quantity can't have a direction.
So, okay, once again, I
What
think you're
can then?
misunderstanding. I'm saying relative density. Specific gravity is relative density. You just keep saying density, and I would agree with you that, yeah, just density alone doesn't really demonstrate anything. So you're not lying when you say that. You're straw manning. So do me a favor, say relative density.
All right, yep, relative density. I don't mean by
Perfect. Okay.
yeah.
So when I manipulate relative density, I can cause things to go up or down. Now, there could be multiple causes to the same effect. Can you demonstrate your probable or your possible cause that you keep invoking that there's something else out there? Can you show me what that something else is so that I may know? Because right now I don't know that there's something else.
I want to agree with you, Larry. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to ask the question, or not even ask the question, just try and formulate the end to like the conclusion of the argument, which is that relative density. I'll stop using just density because I don't want to. I'm not trying to strawman you. Relative density cannot, in and of itself, like if you manipulate relative density, cannot say that that is the cause of things going up or down. You can never say that because
Yes, you can.
T-Dub don't know what density is. So let's talk to somebody who does. All right.
No, you can. If you manipulate it and it changes it, you can say that.
Yep. So why does it go up or down?
That's another question.
Yep. So does density have a direction?
Relative density.
Larry's pointed out that it does.
Relative density has two directions: up or down. Up or down.
Why is it up or down?
I don't know. Why are boobs good?
All right. So we agree. There we go. That was.
No, seriously, why are boobs good?
just said you
Is it
don't
because
know.
they're soft and hard
No,
at the same time?
It's
Is
'cause
it
they're-
because
it's
is it
'cause they're
because
round.
they provide nutrients for children? They make them strong?
That's because they're
I
round
mean,
like the
okay, so yeah, we're done with those philosophical questions, but scientifically, I can demonstrate things go up or down with the cause and effect relationship while holding everything else
You can't,
constant. Yes, I can. You ever played with a rubber ducky?
Yeah. So why does it go down, or why does it go down or
Because you
up?
pulled it under the water.
Why does it go up?
Because you let it go.
Yeah. Why?
Because it appears to be seeking equilibrium. Now, I don't know how to say that without making it out like it has like its own consciousness and it's seeking equilibrium. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it appears like everything is seeking equilibrium.
Right.
Yep. So, but it's not some sort of like random equilibrium. It's like a predictable equilibrium. So knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to go up until the buoyant force can't bring it any higher up, and it's going to go down until something is denser under it.
So why does it have to like counteract this? What's the name of the force that it has to counteract with the buoyant force in order for it to go up or down? If it's favorable or not favorable for the rubber ducky.
Well, the table's the force, right? If you put the rubber ducky on the table, the density of the rubber ducky is pushing down on the table, and the table is pushing up against the rubber ducky. So that's the force.
Wow. You agree with Newton? That's nice.
Okay, so we agree the table's pushing up on the rubber ducky, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you take the ducky off the table, you throw it in the bathtub. Now the water is pushing up against it, right?
Yep. And then
So
the
the only
water-
difference is that one's a solid and one's a fluid.
Yep.
The water's too dense to allow it to go underneath unless you force it down. And the table is far too dense for it to go slip through between the molecules, right?
So that'll be another interesting question. How do I calculate how much force would be required to move the rubber ducky 1 meter down into the water? How would you do that? How do you derive that?
Well, I guess you could get a spring, put it on the bottom of the rubber ducky, and then pull down with that spring scale.
Yep. And then
Right.
how could I predict that mathematically before I did that?
Well, I guess you could use all kinds of equations and
Yeah.
describe things however you want to, but when it comes to mathematics, it doesn't always necessarily refer to reality. So you can get a little bit of abstract and come up with a viable equation, and you can calculate it. And you can say gravity all you want to while you calculate it, as long as the numbers come out right. Perfect. I mean, it's still specific gravity and nothing to do with just density or just mass. It's mass and volume together.
Will there be a vector involved? Not even necessarily.
Yeah, I think specific gravity does, is part of that.
Can you show me in specific gravity there's a vector involved? I got a source for that.
I don't think I claimed that.
Did you not? I don't know. I'd have to go back.
Let's say there's a vector in specific gravity. No, I'm saying this is something that anybody can demonstrate with an ice cube and a glass of water. Like anybody can show that this is how things work. You manipulate the medium by drinking the water, and the glass goes down to the bottom of the cup. You fill it back up with water, you manipulate the medium again, and now the ice is floating again. Like you could do this like 1,000 times in a day if you don't go to sleep.
So, have you ever derived any sort of? This isn't trying to be a jab or anything. You ever derived any equations like not using G or anything like that in order to predict something? Like even I would take anything at this point. I want to see some flat Earth math. I really do.
Well, you're in a category error right now because I've been talking about experiments and science this whole time. And earlier you're talking about philosophy, like a lot of things not falling sideways, and I said I don't know. And now you're asking a question about math, and that's not really what I'm claiming. So again, I'm going to say I don't know. But if you just demonstrate what I'm talking about, with a cup of tea, put some ice in there. And the crazy thing about water is, unlike everything else, when you freeze it, it expands and becomes more buoyant. Thank God, because it would crush the fish in the ocean if it took it.
Wait, why would it crush the fish?
Bro,
If the
can y'all
ice
give me
didn't
the
float.
Elden Ring DLC?
Oh my god.
No, bro, you're gonna have to buy it yourself. Get a job. So if
Bro.
you look at what happens when the ice freezes, it's on the surface of the water.
Yeah.
If it was like everything else and contracted when you froze it, it would crush the fish in the ocean. They would all die. So
I have
the
a
phase
stupid
change.
question.
Go for it.
I have a stupid question for Euclidean. So how is Newtonian physics incompatible with flat Earth?
Because what do you mean by Newtonian fit? Like if a flat earther was to like read the Principia.
Well, I'm aware of like advances in physics like Einstein or relativity or whatever, but I also heard that when people are doing like actual real life stuff like shooting rockets and flying planes, they use Newtonian physics still. So I just figured I would ask about Newtonian physics.
I would say, let's say yes and no. So for the vast majority of
Pick up the physics book.
For the vast majority of any, so like me personally, I have done and am working on rocket engines myself right now, and I have never used any sort of Einsteinian mechanics ever. But I'm sure a physics professor or a physics researcher working at a particle accelerator would of course be using relativistic stuff.
Does Kerbal count?
Kerbal doesn't use Einsteinian.
Oh.
Yeah, it uses Keplerian. But yeah, back to the Newtonian physics thing. I think if a flat earther picked up the Principia and read it, they would probably spurg out in the first like 2 pages.
Okay, because why?
Because it talks about mass attracting mass. And proceeds to demonstrate how you can validate it.
Gas attracts gas. No, it's not. There is no such thing as mass.
Really? There's no such thing as mass? You're gonna have to hit that one up with F equals ma. That's a pretty interesting claim there. There's no such thing as mass, then why does it take force to move an object?
Do hit it up.
What?
Okay, this is interesting because I'm not.
I said, do hit it up. Go ahead. Your claim.
Okay, yeah. So, in order for you to, why does a 1 kilogram object take less force to move than a 100 kilogram object? If it's not dependent on something innate within the object, it just is that
More
way.
force. What do you mean? A move.
Alright,
Force, forcing, pushing. Physically.
Force is just, what you need to accelerate an object. So it's just physically. Force is physical, yeah. But if I want to accelerate a 1 kilogram object 1 meter per second, I need to apply 1 Newton of force. And if I want to pick up a 1 kilogram object on Earth, I need to apply 9.
Okay, why did you take me through the haunted house before you were just said, "Actually, I'm just gonna fucking punch you in the face"?
What is going on?
Don't you think that was cheap?
Wait, what did I do?
No, what is going on with you, dude?
Am I the one who's not understanding something?
No,
I think he's talking to someone else.
Right. I don't know who he's talking to.
Cheap.
I really did.
Oh, it's me. I'm driving him through the haunted house.
Yeah, I really
Sorry.
did break the flat earthers today. I don't even know who they're talking to. Just dementia. Jeez. I promise.
No, this is my first time coming to this channel. I just think it's interesting.
Yeah. I promise not to take a 1 week break.
Okay, so
Stronger.
can I ask you more stuff?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so you said Newtonian physics is not compatible with flat Earth theory because Newton concluded that mass attracts mass, and that is gravity.
It would be the Newtonian or there's not a Newtonian explanation for gravity. Actually, it's just or the force mediator itself. So like, Newton didn't know or didn't proclaim to know what was actually in and of itself causing gravity. He just said that, well, two objects that are massive, there just appears to be this force between the two of them that's inversely proportional, or that's proportional to the distance between the two of them times the gravitational constant divided by the distance between them squared.
Okay, and so how does that entail a spherical Earth?
Oh, because if you have gravity, then that means that a flat pizza or couldn't exist because it would collapse in on itself. It's called hydrostatic equilibrium. Flat objects can't exist like that if they're that massive.
Well, I think when people say flat Earth, they don't mean that it's like an infinitely thin disk. They think it's they just see like the land and the surface of water, and they observe that it's flat.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, separate the water from the land.
Yeah, I would agree that I wouldn't straw man the entirety of flat Earth. I'm not that evil. I would agree that a lot of flat earthers say that it's just observed flat, which doesn't have anything to do with the shape or what it actually is.
So, like, even if we accepted that, gravity is caused by mass attracting mass, and that's why things fall downwards, why can't there just be some mass under us? And it doesn't necessarily entail that the Earth is a sphere.
Well, because then we could have.
Yeah, because we don't need to know how thick it is.
Because then we could have.
Where's my hoverboard?
We could have gas pressure without a container. So which means we could have space, which means that the ISS is real and all these rockets.
No, I don't care about gas pressure without a container. I want a hoverboard.
I think you can talk to Larry about that one, but you have to ask him about the crisis in cosmology.
Yeah, the gases thing is something that I'm still confused about what they're talking about. Like, why does it necessitate some sort of containing device?
Well, in order to have gas pressure, you need a container on the scale of what you could apply to anything you could demonstrate on Earth, right? You don't have a one Earth mass.
But so they're saying that the gases are not subject to the same gravity force?
Well, yeah, this loops back to the fact that if they did agree with Newtonian physics, then that means that you can have space, and that's where the flat Earth relies on space denial. I would actually say that. So as soon as they admit to space being a thing, then it's over. Which is why they have to.
Why is this guy fielding all the questions? There's nobody else here.
Heretic, you go. Come on.
I'm busy. I'm at work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Heretic. Tell me why when I put a clock on my ceiling, where I have to stand in the room to make it spin counterclockwise.
Okay, then you don't have to do that to him.
To what?
No, where do I have to stand if I put a clock on the ceiling in my room? Where do I have to stand to make it spin counterclockwise?
Oh my god, I'm starstruck. How's it going, Dave Farina?
Yeah. Put another clock below you.
Oh, so you have to go to the other side of the clock.
Yeah, and you could also do it horizontally too. You'll have the same effect. That's what that idiot the other day demonstrated, Rob Noxious. He had these two pieces of cardboard with arrows going around, and one was moving clockwise, the other was moving anti-clockwise. But they were actually moving in the same direction, actually, because they were connected together by a pole. It was the same spin. It was just that one was apparently clockwise, one was apparently anti-clockwise, because when he turned around, his left became his right, and vice versa. It's really simple, dude.
I don't get that on a flat Earth, though.
What are you talking about? Rob Noxious did it in his garage. Is it a sphere?
So the equator's like the line that determines it all, I guess. That's
I
the
don't
line
know
you
what
can
that
cross
is.
over. And then it's going the other way. That's the clock.
Yeah, that's a question I want to ask. So I'm going to look at the North Pole. I'm going to look at the North Star and walk backwards from there. Just going to keep going back and back and back.
Depends on
How
your
far do I have to
latitude.
go until it flips? And I'm going to stay focused, looking north.
Well, it's going to be from the poles. Like if you're at one of the poles and you look up, it's going to look like it's rotating around one point. And as you walk backwards, once you hit the equator, or like as you get probably about, or as you step down, it's just going to appear that they're moving just east to west, right? More so and more so as you get closer to the equator. So.
Okay, but what's that going to look like to me? Counterclockwise?
It's going to be like earth shattering to you. That's what it's going to look like.
Okay, so just don't answer the question. All right. I'm just wondering when the sky flips. Where do I have to go? Like, how far do I have to walk backwards? How many kilometers? to the equator, further back. Where do I need to go until I'm still looking north? I never stop looking north. At what point is it all going to flip around?
Your shoes are gonna get wet.
Well, eventually you won't be able to see the North Pole anymore once you get
It
past
doesn't
certain
matter.
degrees
The
of
apparent
degrees
motion
after
is
you
going to be
hit
the
it.
same as long as I'm looking north. I won't see the apparent axis of it where Polaris is anymore. That will become obscured, but the motion itself is going to be apparently the same, which is still going to be counterclockwise. And it don't matter how far I go. That's the point of this line of questioning.
Well, it's looking for the Earth at 33 at Polaris. I mean, I don't know how you do that.
Okay, none of that came through. It was all garbled.
You have an X-ray telescope that can see.
I don't care about the axis itself. It's just that the apparent motion around it is still going to be counterclockwise if you're looking north. I don't have to see the apparent axis that it's going around. I don't actually have to see it for the motion to be the same thing.
The issue is eventually you're going to be looking directly at the ground if you go far enough south.
No, I'm going to keep looking at the sky, but I'm going to keep facing north.
Oh, then you're not looking at Polaris anymore.
I'm still looking towards it.
Looking
It becomes
through
obscured,
the dirt,
but
though, right?
what? All right, so how about this? Are the stars going
Looking at it through dirt.
counterclockwise around Polaris?
Well, they are in reference to Polaris. They're going counterclockwise. Yes.
Okay, and do they stop going counterclockwise just because I can't see Polaris? Mind you, I'm still looking in the
No,
direction of Polaris. I can't see it.
Counterclockwise are on Polaris. They're still going to be moving that, but we don't see that in the southern hemisphere. We see that
Okay, so I'm
going
still
around
looking
other
towards
side
where
of the
Polaris
hemisphere.
is. I may not see Polaris, but those stars I'm looking at that are circling around it, according to you, they're still going counterclockwise, right?
Yeah, in accordance to reference
Well, there
to
you
the
go.
Polaris axis.
You finally did it. It took you probably a month to get here. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So now you understand it's just an effect of turning around. Like Rob Noxious demonstrated the other day with his drill gun.
I don't know what a Rob Noxious is, but
He's one of your friends.
I have no friends.
True.
Well, not with that attitude.
They
I'll
have no
concede
friends.
that.
They don't watch TV. They don't go do social media. They don't listen to the news at all.
No, I'll concede there. All right, he's finally done it.
Both X-ray telescopes. I'm gonna try finding one on Amazon right now.
I don't know. Can you see Polaris from the southern
It doesn't matter.
equator?
Can I see the stars that are going around it?
Going around it?
Or do they all become obscured? Every single star that is supposedly circling Polaris, I don't see anymore. As soon as I cross the equator, they all vanish. Is that what happens?
Well, I mean, you can see both poles from the equator, right?
Yeah, but you have to turn around, right?
Yeah,
if you're looking, you'll have to turn around though, right?
Those aren't there. Like when we go in the south, they're not still. Because Polaris isn't at the middle.
Is it my connection or his?
It's mine.
It's his.
It's his connection.
Yeah, so if you want to see the other pole, you'll have to turn around. That's been my point this whole time.
Yeah, and then since you're turning around, are the clockwise shifting? Is that changing at the poles that we're referencing?
I didn't catch that.
I think my connection might be too bad right now.
It's rough. I did catch that though, so maybe it's good enough.
guys kick Euclidean out of here?
He left because I told him to stop fielding questions for us. And I got sidetracked into some sort of debacle with Cooper here when I should have been talking to the new guy.
Yeah, he usually sandbags when he's in here, so it's
Yeah.
kind of good that he left, though.
Yeah.
Wasn't Cooper on the fence?
I don't think so.
Not really, no. I'm pretty firmly in the girls' camp.
Well, you got a lot of you got a lot of shit going on in the background, man. What, do you at a barbecue or something?
No, I'm driving.
Did you guys see Kiwi's live today? Anybody?
Was he talking about the Dave Weiss debacle?
Yes, but there was a new intro and there's a new member of Ballbusters. Do you know who it is?
Witsit?
That's a good one. The new member is me.
Oh, yeah. That was obvious. Whoops. Well, congrats. Nice job.
Guys, it was really really an honor to be even asked to be a Ballbuster. And I got my own logo. I debuted the logo before I let them announce it with the new intro. So
You've made it. You're at the top now.
yes, I've made it so much faster on FED, and I started 24/7 before I went to FED.
The secret is to become pals with QE.
I guess that is it. I did become pals with him for sure.
But then the hard part is, how do you do that? No, I'm just kidding.
Don't be a pretender clown.
Yeah. Step 1. Nah, I didn't mean to bust your balls with that QE comment. Obviously, it was earned.
Hey, I like it when you can be a ball buster too, just not on ball
Yeah,
busting.
I mean, trying to keep it on track here with the ball busting, that's all.
Actually, I can see you being a ball buster heretic way before me. Just saying.
Never really went in there before. Well, I mean, I'm in there. I sometimes join, but I haven't been too active on their panel. Maybe one day I'll ascend to the status of honorary ball buster.
I can see it. I can see it now. And then Adam will make you a logo like he made me this logo that I have.
All right, that's my next account's name, honorary ball buster.
I don't think Miggy's hung around long enough to hear that I was the new ball buster member. Maybe he went to go check to see who it is.
He heard the news and he dipped.
All right, who's up to bat? Is there anybody in here that can demonstrate curvature, axial rotation?
Yeah, Earth globe.
Or
My evidence is that other people think it is, therefore it is. What you got to say about that, Larry?
I'm stunned.
I'm convinced because your accent.
All right. Well, in that case, yeah, I've got this really cool cryptocurrency to sell you. It's called Bitcoin, and yeah, it's really good. You should buy it all.
Can I ask a question to the group?
She asked you what you just did, so yeah.
All right. It's completely. I don't know. I just trying to know what you guys were talking about before. But can anyone from
That was your question. You
Say-
said to ask a question.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
said to
yeah,
ask
yeah.
a question, but that was your question, so you're
No.
out. You're up.
Okay. All right. Well, fair enough.
You got your one question.
You got me.
Sorry.
You got me.
I'm joking.
Can I ask a total of 3 questions?
Yes.
That was
That's your
number
second
2.
question
That was
now.
number 2. That was number 2. Third question. Third question. Can anyone with a flat Earth perspective explain to me how the celestial sphere works, or how it's perceived from a personal perspective, rather?
Talking about like the personal dome idea.
No, rather like specifically the stars and the constellations and the quote unquote astronomical bodies, right? Why are they perceived differently based on perspective on Earth?
Not
Sorry, you're breaking up, I think.
perceived differently. Everything is perceived in this way.
Right, but like,
I don't know what you mean by that.
yeah, so like just for example, like if you there's Polaris, like the North Star, like Polaris is not visible from the southern hemisphere, and like the Southern Cross constellation is not visible from the northern hemisphere, and beyond that, if you're in the northern hemisphere, stars this celestial sphere appears to spin clockwise, and if you're in the southern hemisphere, it appears to spin counterclockwise, right? Why was this
Here we go
celestial sphere?
again.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, why would it appear that way on a flat plane?
Because he turned around.
What does that mean?
You know what turning around means, right?
No, yeah, but like, how does that? But like again, if you're
Okay,
looking,
so
like,
let's take this. So clockwise, let's say something's going clockwise. That means from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Let's say that would be left to right, right?
from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, yeah.
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 So if I turn around, I've switched my left with my right. What happens now?
It's still going from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Not in my perspective. It's the same motion. It's all moving the same way, but I've switched my left with my right. That's all that's happened.
Right, but
all those
still-
Star Trails videos on YouTube, they demonstrate this. If
But-
they point the camera north, it's going to appear to be counterclockwise. They point it south, it's going to appear to be clockwise, and that always happens no matter where it's done.
I disagree only because if the center point, right, or like a clock, for example, right, if you're looking at a clock, no matter what direction you look that clock from, it's still going from 9 to 3, right? But if the clock was going backwards, it would be going from 3 to 9. You understand? So no matter what direction I look at, like if you place a clock on the ceiling, right, no matter what direction you look at that clock from, it's
So
going
we're-
from 9 to 3.
So we're having this problem again where you're challenged on basic left-right directions.
I understand left and right, but left and right and left and right and then counter and clockwise are 2 different principles.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to convey to you. Did you catch the part where I said that we've got piles of Star Trail videos on YouTube showing exactly what I told you? Where you look north, it appears to be counterclockwise, and you stay in the so-called northern hemisphere, point that camera in the opposite direction, now it appears to be clockwise. You're just switching your left with your right. That's all you're doing. I tried to use a clock analogy to help you, but you just fought that. So I don't know what else to do with you guys.
And does that? I mean, does that make sense to everyone else? Like, is it just me who's struggling to conceptualize that?
What if I post a video and you just look
Please.
at it and see?
Please.
Yeah, okay, one second. Maybe I suck at explaining it. Maybe this will be better. Just see it for yourself.
Yeah, I really don't understand this argument by, first of all, it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth, talking about what's above, and just because something is clockwise or counterclockwise, does that change the fact that some northern star is rising east and set in the west? And even though the stars below the celestial polar region appear to be going west to east, if you were actually on the other side of the North Pole, like in Russia, those stars would appear to be going east to west. So the stars are all going in the same direction. Sun, moon, and star are all going in the same direction. It only appears clockwise and counterclockwise on your subjective direction. But objectively, they're all going east to west. This is like end all, be all, end of the conversation. Never bring it up again, unless you can show me otherwise.
Yeah, so I've tagged you in the chat, posted that video.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. Give me 1 second, if you don't mind. So again, I'm gonna think on that for just a second, but if you wouldn't mind elaborating, why is it then? So again, if we take that as the answer for that, question, right? Why is it then we can't see certain stars based on like hemisphere, like Polaris again, for example, cannot be seen. Southern hemisphere, Southern Cross cannot be seen from the northern hemisphere. Why do you think that is?
So we're going off of the relative directions thing onto something else now.
No, I'm gonna readdress that, but I'm just gonna look up a couple things. So then, but if I'll readdress that after you bring up your point. But I'll get right back to that.
Okay.
But yeah, please again, like why is it again that we can't see certain stars from certain positions on Earth?
Well, there's no Earth curve in the way, so I guess all that's left in my mind is perspective.
Yeah, this is really easy to demonstrate. If you fly a drone 399 feet above your head and fly it due east for 6 miles, the drone is going to set into the horizon, right? It's still at 399 feet. It's 6 miles away, but it's set into the horizon. Right?
Yeah. So, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that whole thing again? I was
Sure. You got a drone. You fly 399 feet right above your head. It appears straight up. But when you fly it 6 miles to the east, it gets lower and lower into the horizon until it disappears into the horizon, right?
Right.
Okay, so now let's say the stars are much higher than the drone, obviously. So they would set much further away, but eventually the North Star would set if you keep going south for tens of thousands of miles, right?
Yeah, hypothetically, yeah.
Right. So we don't know the height of the stars. We're not claiming to know the height of the stars. But if you understand how perspective works, it makes sense that if you're at the North Pole and the Earth is, let's say, 25,000 miles, so you start heading, 12,000 miles away. I guess tens of thousands would be an exaggeration, but 10,000 miles away from it, eventually that Polaris star would get closer and closer to the horizon until you couldn't see it anymore. Just like an airplane, just like the drone, just like street lamps, just like everything you see in reality. The further you get away from it, the closer it gets to the horizon. Even if it's something on the ground, right? You put a football on the ground and you're standing right over it, it's right in between your legs, but then you walk away, and the further you get away from it, it rises up due to your perspective. It's not actually moving anywhere. Nobody touched it. The wind's not blowing it. the Earth's not quaking, but it appears to get higher and higher into the horizon. That's just how perspective is.
Wait, sorry. Is the North Star visible from the southern hemisphere? Supposed southern hemisphere?
Yeah.
It
No.
is not.
It's rarely been seen, allegedly. But if you're talking about, like, can you see Polaris from Argentina? No.
Well, it should be visible from the southern hemisphere according to the ballers, 'cause they say their geometric horizon's refracted. I'm looking at a bigger ball, an apparently bigger ball than what they say it actually is. So why don't I see it?
Because it's
Yeah, so why it's spinning around the curve.
Yeah, the Earth is hypothetically obstructing it beyond a certain point.
I don't even see that obstruction, that geometric horizon. Most of these conversations are about how we don't even see that.
Right.
I see further than that, so I should still see Polaris. I'm on the globe, so that's my globe debunk for the minute.
All right. So we're gonna put a pin in this real quick. So again, I'm just looking up a bunch of star time lapses, right? And everything I'm seeing in the northern hemisphere spins counterclockwise, and everything in the southern hemisphere spins clockwise, right? What? Okay, listen, let me finish.
Okay, go to 119 and tell me that is counterclockwise.
Yeah, at 119, or at the very 119 specifically. Yeah, 119, that is definitely clockwise, right? For sure.
There you go. And that's the northern so-called hemisphere.
Sure, right. But every other instance in this video even is obviously it's spinning counterclockwise, right? So
depends where it's facing.
Right, but again, logistically that doesn't make any sense, right? If you turn around, it's still going to be spinning the same direction. Like the three other perspectives in the video.
Keep fighting your reality, bro. Whatever.
All right. We'll agree to disagree. Because again, it's not going to spin a different direction if you turn around.
It doesn't.
It's still going to rotate the same direction around the center point, right?
It does. It's just an apparent change.
Because again, every other northern hemisphere video that I'm looking at, it's spinning counterclockwise. I cannot find a single other example of a northern
probably
hemisphere.
focused on Polaris or facing north at least. But usually, yeah, they want to have Polaris, so they show the whole thing rotating around it. So usually they're pointing north when they do these, but he faced south in that video from the so-called northern hemisphere, and you saw what happened. It's the same damn thing that you say suddenly happens when you look anywhere in the so-called southern hemisphere.
Okay. Even
just turning around.
Okay, I'm just trying to conceptualize again a spherical celestial plane on a flat Earth, right? And how you could turn around in order to view that celestial sphere differently, right? But it's the sphere itself, I imagine, that is, or the celestial sphere that is spherical somehow, right? Or projected on.
Maybe it's just apparently spherical. Maybe it's not actually. Maybe it's just a product of perspective.
How is something apparently spherical?
Maybe it could be perspective. Go ahead.
Celestial sphere, it's not physically curving, is it? There's no physical curvature to it. So do you understand the concept even?
Well, I mean, again, on a globe Earth, I understand it, right? But again, on a flat plane, what is prospectively curving? Again, because like you can compare it to an example again that we perceive, like on the micro level compared to the macro level, right? So like again, what gives a perspective curve or a conceptual curve on like again our plane of perception as opposed to the celestial sphere?
That doesn't make sense. You're saying that works on a globe and not on a flat Earth. That would work regardless of the shape of the ground.
No, again, on a flat plane, how is is astronomy apparently spherical?
Right, but you said that you understand it on a globe, and I want to know how you understand it on a globe and not on a flat Earth when the ground wouldn't make a difference.
Because on a globe, right? Again, the surrounding space is not spherical. Or the perspective changes spherically because of the spherical nature of the globe, right? But why is the celestial sphere spherical on a flat plane? Like, why does it appear spherical?
No, I don't think you understand the concept.
Maybe I don't. Elaborate if you would.
Yeah, so the idea is that everything's assumed to be equally, well, infinitely far away, right? All of the stars are assumed to be infinitely far away, and that forms a sort of curvature in your perspective. Well, you don't need the ground curving for that,
Why are they presumed to be infinitely far away?
because that's how the maths is calculated.
What maths? Like again, like in terms of like
What do you-
figuring out.
What maths? The maths of the celestial sphere. Like, what are you even asking?
Well, like again, on a globe perspective, right? The stars are not infinitely far away; they are a finite distance away, right? That might change, right? So, but again,
Yeah, we both agree with that, but
Right,
that's not how it's calculated, right? You know that.
how again? No, I'm not an astronomer, but like, what do you mean? They're perceived as infinitely far away. Again, I imagine if they were hypothetically infinitely far away, it would not change their perspective, right, on a hypothetical dome, right? Because it does not matter. They are a fixed.
We're not talking about a dome.
Fixed distance.
I was talking about a dome.
No, I'm just saying again on a flat plane on this hypothetical celestial sphere, right? Again, if they are fixed points that do not move, do not change, right? Then again, it does not matter how far away they are, right? But hypothetically, on a globe perspective, where they are real objects, a set distance, a finite distance away, their positions do change, right? However, imperceivably, right?
But we think they are a finite distance as well. No one actually thinks they're infinitely far away.
Okay, then how far away are they?
I don't know.
You just said they verified the distance. What do you mean?
No, I didn't.
What did you just
What
say?
are you
then? You just said something about verifying distance.
I didn't say verified at all.
Was I okay?
The
Maybe I
word
misheard.
verified didn't even leave my lips.
Maybe I misheard.
The main
So,
thing to take away from this is that you can either assume that they're an infinite distance away, or that they're all the same distance away from any part of the Earth. That's the way that it's described.
You're what? Make him go. Should've.
You're really smart, man. I don't know why they muted you.
Yeah, me either.
Sure, your dad is very proud of you.
I'm a bit confused as to what the guy's question even is. So he knows that the sky can be optically curving, but only if the ground's also physically curving. But if the ground is physically not curving, then the sky can't be optically curving. That doesn't make any sense.
And then they also give us this geometry that they tell us is refracted that we can't see, and that geometry that we can't see is the reason that we don't see things in the sky. It's not adding up.
I don't even understand the question. It's like the question is wrong.
I just feel like after I explained everything that I did about the stars, like to now like infer that this proves something about the shape of the Earth, I don't get it. You know, the stars are rotating roughly once every 24 hours, and it looks like the Earth is curved. No, it looks like you have confirmation bias and sunk cost bias and anchor bias, and you can't think about an idea separate from your own, like logically, and you can't entertain both ideas without believing in one or the other. That's what it looks like. Now, that may be my bias. I could be wrong, but at least I'm recognizing that, I have a bias.
I'm not saying I don't have a bias. I'm just saying I do think I'm right, but I'm just again maybe it's that I'm struggling to conceptualize what you guys find so apparent, right? But like so someone was saying that the celestial sphere appears the same distance or an infinite distance away from any one point on Earth, right? But if you think about it, if the Earth is or if the Earth is flat, right, and the celestial sphere is spherical, right? It will inherently be in different places depending on or inherently different distances away from where you're standing on Earth, right? So like
No. It appears that way because of our vision, the way it works. And we also have no idea. The way that all this was derived and defined was before you could verify anything that you already affirmed to believe. So, You're. It's just about how our eyes see the celestial, all the celestials. Yeah.
I mean, can you tell me where I said anything wrong about the way that our eyes work and our vision, perspective?
Well,
Yeah, I can. You're a flat earther, Larry.
That's funny. But give him a chance. Did I say anything that was incorrect?
So I'm trying to link these two ideas, right? So when we talk about things disappearing over the apparent horizon, right, and the way that things seem to sink down towards the horizon, right? Why that is, right? Again, you guys would argue that it's obviously perspective, but the further distance you get away from something, the closer it appears to the horizon, until some point they become the same thing, and therefore one disappears. They become illegible in between the two, right? So again, it's basically a question of trigonometry, right? So the angle at which you view things, the more acute the angle, the less visible the two things will be, basically, right? And correct me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong in that case, right? Is that
It sounds like you're following. It sounds like you're
right?
intelligent enough to follow what I'm saying.
100%, right? So again,
Right, so what is it?
Yeah, so
You go
if you let me, right? So in the same breath, right? If the stars are an infinite distance away, right? The angle that you'd view these infinite objects at, right? The distance you would have to go in order to create make those things appear to meet the horizon would also be an infinite distance, right? So clearly the stars have to be a finite distance away, which I think we can all agree on. They are a finite distance away, even though they may appear at a hypothetical infinite distance away. They are a finite distance away.
Yes, yes. Nobody's saying
100%.
they're an infinite distance
No.
away. They're treated that way
Again.
because you can't. This is the reason why. Because there's an anomaly of the sky that at any given time you've got a fixed set of stars that have ground position. So at whatever time you're looking at these positions of the stars, they have set ground positions. That's why there is even latitude, longitude derived from
Right.
elevation angles to
Right.
Polaris.
We all agree on that, right? So, but again, right, we all agree that the stars are a finite distance away. They seemingly appear infinite, given the great distance between us and the stars, right? Again, and then the Earth is a finite distance wide. Again, there's only a finite amount of Earth. We all agree on that, right? So you can only travel a certain distance away from the original viewing point, right? So if these stars are a great distance away, then the distance you would have to move from the original viewing point to the next viewing point would also have to be a great distance in order to review that angle of view, in order to make it meet the horizon, right? So trigonomically, I'm saying it doesn't make logical sense that there's enough of the Earth in order to create that angular view, in order to make the stars meet the horizon. So how do you guys disagree with that?
Right.
I don't disagree with that.
Something to help you understand a little bit more is that within given regions, you have to have your own planisphere for your area because it shows the way that you perceive them in that area specifically, because it's different than the way you would view it anywhere else. But even in the same vein that you would see the, it's hard to explain because it's like your own personal dome of vision, and it takes that into account.
Right. Again, I get that. I understand that to a degree, right? But obviously, the stars have a quote unquote real fixed position that is independent of any one specific individual viewer, right? Would we agree on that? So, like again, if
They appear that way, yeah. That's why they're called constellations.
Right, exactly, right. So they appear in the same place regardless of your position on Earth, right? So like again, the Polaris will always appear in the same position relative to like the North Pole, no matter where you're standing on the Earth, right? So what I'm saying is you cannot, like math wise, right? Again, you could correct me where I'm wrong, but math wise, you cannot create enough distance between you and the North Pole in order to, if the stars are a great distance away, you cannot walk a great enough distance away from the North Pole on our finite Earth in order to create that angular resolution, in order to make that star meet the horizon on a flat plane.
Well, yeah, you can. But let's say, hypothetically, like the stars are 6,000 miles away. Now, of course, I don't know that. Right? It's just hypothetical. Well, if you walked 6,000 miles away from that star, would you think that it would appear in the same position in the sky? or would it be closer to the horizon?
I would imagine it would be close to the horizon, right? But
Right. So that's a viable answer to why it appears that way. It's what you guys call an explanation. Now, you being a glober, you could say, well, that's your excuse for it not being curved, right? But as long as you understand the concept, then you've done the thing that you're supposed to do when entertaining philosophical ideas. You've entertained both ideas without believing in either one of them. Now, if you still believe in the globe after you've suspended your disbelief for the flat earth to think about it properly, then you've done a good job.
right. 100%. Let me just do some again math. So again, if we just use a hypothetical distance of 6,000 miles, right?
Thank you for saying hypothetical and not saying back up your claim. You're still doing a good job.
Again, I try to be respectful. I don't think you guys are stupid or nothing like that. I think we just disagree on a lot of fundamental things. 1 second. So base height. So if the height of the triangle is 6,000, units or whatever, right? And do we have agree on like a distance about how, like the furthest point of things, like the distance from the tip of Africa to like here? Let me look up a projection map just to see, to give you like again.
From South Africa to North Africa, it's 5,000 miles. Right? No transfer.
No, it's not. I'm just trying to say the furthest points away from that you can be on Earth.
Well, that's going to be. It's going to be Canada, South America, and what? Siberia, South Africa, or Russia,
Okay.
South Africa.
Any clue what that distance is?
I'm going to guess to say about 12,000, 15,000 miles.
And just trying to chart the shit out logistically, right? But so again, regardless, a triangle, right, with a base of 15,000 miles, right? So or call it 20,000 miles, right? But 20,000 miles, right? 20,000 miles, right? Or call, we'll even make it a super simple number. So 18,000 miles, right? Which is if we use 6,000 miles, that's the hypothetical distance for the stars above, right? 18,000 miles, which is beyond the furthest points you can travel on a flat projection of Earth, right? The triangle that you're looking at and this angle of perspective, right? That angle is nowhere near 20%, right? It's actually 33%, right? At the furthest points you can be from a specific viewing point on Earth, right? So if you use 20%, because someone was saying that anything beyond 20% just angle of viewing from the horizon is immeasurable or irreliable in terms of calculating, right? So, but in order for something to go beyond your angular perspective, it has to dip basically below 5% of angular viewing in order to completely disappear or be obstructed by whatever's on ground level, right? So again, if these stars are at minimum 6,000 miles away, right, we don't have enough Earth in order to create that less than 5% viewing angle in order to make them meet the horizon.
What does that tell us? That my wild hairball speculation that I pulled out of my back pocket, or that general region, is incorrect?
Right. So again, let's see if I can find the distance. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this on Google Earth. Right. So if we say that the distance between the North Pole, again, I'm going to use Google Earth measurements. Again, we can call these unreliable, but these are the best numbers I'm going to get. But I'm going to find the distance between the North Pole and the equator, right? So if we all agree that just I'll do just beyond the equator, because if we can agree that Polaris is not viewable beyond the equator.
So 12,550 miles or something like that.
Is that what you got?
What you said from Polaris to the equator, right?
Yeah, from the North Pole to the equator. Yeah, so you said 12,000 miles.
12,450 miles.
12,000. I'm gonna call it 1,200. So I'm gonna call it 1,200 and.
I think it would be like 6,000 miles.
From so can we, okay, 1 second.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So
Yeah.
it's 6,000 miles from the from the top northernmost point of Earth, right? Where Polaris is centered, right? To the equator, where anything beyond that, if we all agree that you cannot see Polaris from beyond that angle, right? So in that instance, right? So for 6,000, we put 6,000 as the distance that at the bottom has to be, right? That means that Polaris, for a viewing angle, again, 6,000. Sorry, guys, I'm just doing math. I'm not a mathematician. Sorry, guys, 1 second again. Not a mathematician, right? It would fall into something, right?
Yeah, whoever corrected me on that 6,000 miles, thanks.
Right. So call it 12,000 miles, right? So again, or 1,200 miles, right? So it minimum, right, in order for it to reach its 5%, close. And again, that's not the 0% you would hypothetically require for something to meet the horizon, right? But again, it has to be at least 1,200 miles up. So again, I think that we can prove that stars are beyond 1,200 miles up, given again what several bodies of scientific literature. But do you guys disagree that the stars are at least 1,200 miles up or closer to the Earth?
Posted at 55 after the hour. How far away Polaris should be at 45 degrees.
If you observe Polaris at 45 degrees above the horizon from a 45-degree latitude, you should be basic trigonometry to estimate its height. Distance to North Pole is 3,000 miles, is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the distance.
You're saying from the surface of the Earth to the star Polaris, it's roughly 3,100 miles.
No, from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the ground position of Polaris.
Can you elaborate? What exactly do you mean by ground position of Polaris?
The line on the ground, then you look straight up and Polaris is above you. That's the ground position. So the line between the ground position and the observer would be 3,112 miles. So with using the 45-degree angle, you can say the height is 3,112 miles.
But that's a calculation. It's not a measurement.
Yeah, again, I'm also still struggling to conceptualize again what exactly is what 2 points are 3,100 miles away? Is it so the observer and the observed position of Polaris? Is what you're saying?
I think he's saying from the North Pole to 45 degrees south. Or 45 degrees north, sorry.
But 45 degrees north as the position, or are you saying from the ground position?
Montreal. It's from Montreal. They're about that distance. 3,112 miles from the North Pole. They're 45 degrees. That's
okay, so
what
when you get to Montreal is when Polaris should be at 45 degrees, is what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, so
again, if you drive from Montreal in a straight line to the North Pole, you would drive 3,112 miles according to this.
Okay, I 100% get what you're saying, right? So okay, so then hypothetically, right? How far do you have to be for it to get to zero? That would be again at 45 degrees. That'd be roughly 6,200 miles, right? You 6,200 miles is what you'd have to get away from Polaris for it to reach zero.
Roughly,
right? So again, so then we can use that to calculate how far away Polaris should be, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And I think that.
Hooray!
Thank you. And again, I think that's it's a very small. Again, I think it's something south of 800 miles, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you say how far away Polaris is, or its ground position?
Again, I'm still struggling to realize what you guys mean by that. When you say ground position of Polaris, right? You're talking about the point on Earth where Polaris is anchored. Because I'm talking
Yeah,
about
the spot on Earth right underneath
I'm talking
Polaris.
about Polaris itself. I'm talking about the star and its position, the object, whatever it is in the sky itself. I'm not talking about the ground position. I'm talking about Polaris.
Okay.
I'm
I
talking
don't
about
think you can do it because it's an apparent position. So you're not necessarily going to have multiple observers looking at the exact same point in free space from different positions.
No, but it's relatively when we're talking about apparent position in terms of Polaris, the relative
displacement
inconsistencies in viewer position is relatively negligible, right? Given Polaris is anchored on the one point on Earth, right? So again, it is an apparent.
Well, that's its ground position, but where it appears in the sky.
Right. I know that because we use it as a finite anchor on point. That's how we, again, like you guys are saying, use the celestial sphere to anchor to use our GPS.
That's where it's at your zenith. It's 90 degrees, right? But if you move around, like it's not going to be in the same position
100%.
apparently.
No, I 100% agree with you, right? But again, when we compare it to the point on Earth of which Polaris is anchored, right? Then again, we can use our relative positions between those 3 points in order to determine A, the angle of view, and B, our position on Earth, right? We all agree there. That's how the celestial sphere is used. Correct? Given those 3 points, A, Polaris' ground position, Polaris' position, and our position on Earth, those 3 points of the triangle. I'm trying to illustrate personally, I don't believe that Polaris is a close enough distance away from Earth in order to make that angular resolution 0 in order to be fully invisible, not only from certain points on Earth, but from every point on Earth below the southern hemisphere. I'm saying that only makes sense on a spherical Earth.
The same sphere that's refracted where you can't even see the geometry that's supposed to be blocking it like that?
Respectfully, sir, will you address the point that I just made?
Yeah, I just did. I don't think it holds up. I don't think you can say that this is the only way this can happen.
I'm not saying it's the only way that can happen. I'm saying it makes sense on a spherical Earth, right? And I'm saying refraction is a factor.
You're just talking about the pure geometry now.
I am talking about pure geometry, yeah. But refraction obviously is a factor, right? But again, regardless of refraction, we can agree that you cannot see Polaris beyond certain points on Earth.
I should see it for longer.
You should again, and I would agree. I would personally hypothesize. I haven't been even south of the southern hemisphere, but I would personally hypothesize you can probably see Polaris south of the equator, but just barely south of the equator. And once the refraction properties dissipate, you can no longer see Polaris due to its obstruction via Earth.
I say you should see it from the North Pole, sir.
Yeah,
the South Pole.
Why? But based on what? Why should we see it?
Well, because when they say refraction to the black swan, they're invoking an apparent radius of 250,000 miles, so that should be plenty to see it from the South Pole.
Like I can't tell you the exact refractive power. I don't think that makes any sense personally. So I'm not going to stand on that strong.
That's how big that ball has to be for that horizon to be displaced that far for a 1 foot observer. I mean, not actually. You can say apparently that's how big it is, but if it's that big apparently, then what's blocking my view of Polaris at the equator?
I'm not going to defend that point, but we can agree. We can agree that we cannot see Polaris beyond the southern hemisphere, right?
I don't know. There's been claims that it's been seen from like pretty far south, like 23 degrees. I mean, it's just stuff that people wrote down, so I don't know if it's true even, but yeah.
In most observable accounts,
I think with altitude you can see it for sure if you get higher up.
Okay. I disagree.
Why would you disagree with that when you just claimed it's the curvature of the Earth that's getting in the way? So
I'm not saying it's the curvature of the Earth. I'm saying it's the Earth, right? So now the Earth, if on this 3-dimensional plane,
okay.
You are on the southern pole, you have Earth. You have the body of Earth between you and Polaris, so you cannot see through Earth in order to see Polaris. It's obstructed by the body of Earth, not the curvature.
No,
but
below the equator. I never said the South Pole. I said below the equator.
Yeah.
If you get higher in altitude, you will be able to see Polaris.
But on certain points of the Earth, yeah, I agree. But not the further south you go, the less that becomes true. Based on the perspective you have on the spherical Earth, yeah.
Yeah, or just the fact you can't see that far.
Right, but what I'm trying to argue, right, is that how can the angular distance, right, if the reason things appear to sink to the horizon is the angular distance at which you are viewing them, right, Polaris has to be incredibly close to the Earth, right, as does obviously the sun and, the moon, right, has to be incredibly close to Earth.
Hey, what if Polaris isn't even an object, bro? What if it doesn't have an actual fixed position in free space? What if it's just some kind of effect?
What if it's a shining fish? I agree. Yeah, it's again. We not
not
again,
a fish, because that would be an object. A fish would be an object. What if
it's a
an
metaphorical
effect?
fish. Sure, sure, hypothetically. But again, regardless, this effect cannot be seen in the southern hemisphere. So again, it doesn't really matter, right? Again, in this argument specifically, right? And can we agree
Yeah, but
that
it wouldn't necessarily have to follow these laws of perspective that you're bringing into it.
But
it's some sort of an apparent phenomenon, and you're treating it like it's an object. Well, you can't necessarily conclude that follows, right?
Okay, sure, hypothetically, but then how do we explain why it appears to sink to the horizon? How do we explain that phenomenon?
Why does it do it? You want to invoke the globe geometry again here, right?
No, I'm asking you. Why would if we can't apply the laws of perspective to this apparent object, why does it seem to follow the laws of perspective?
Okay, so perspective's out. Okay.
You just said if you can't apply the laws of perspective to this object, if it's an apparent
not in the
object,
conventional way that you're using them, like as they pertain to objects.
Okay.
And also, plus, when people talk about perspective here, they usually mean like the concept that's used in art. And that's not necessarily, I think, how people actually perceive the world. It's just a useful tool for translating the world from 3D into 2D for art purposes.
Well, then can I ask you why things apparently sink towards the horizon? Do you think it's due to angular perspective?
Sorry, I have to. I'll be back. Sorry.
Okay.
Have you ever seen an airplane fly away from you?
Yeah, I have several times.
Yeah, do they seem like they go down towards the horizon or no? Not really.
If you view them for long enough, yeah.
Yeah. So, are you saying that's because of the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay. So the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches over a mile. Do you have?
I'm not a mathematician, right?
But check it out, dude. If spheres, right, one of the requirements is the curvature, right?
Right.
So they must have a drop over the distance that's measurable. And if the Earth does not have that you can't measure the drop over the distance, then how could you claim the Earth to be a sphere?
So again, when you say measurable distance, right? Again, if you hypothetically, just take my worldview for a second, right? You can send a satellite out and then track its position along the Earth, right? And then measure it that way, right? Again, you don't believe. One second. You obviously you don't believe that, right? So again, 100%. So you have to talk. One second. Shut up. 1 second, please.
Bro. Please do not strawman me like that and say I don't believe something like that. Okay.
Well, regardless, right? So, do you believe you can measure the curvature of the Earth based on the satellite positions around the Earth?
The satellite positions are not going to help your position because the satellites that are going around the Earth say they can measure the velocity they're moving at, and you're claiming the Earth is revolving around the sun, but we can't measure the velocity it's moving at. Also, all the satellites treat the Earth as if it's a Earth center. Earth-centered coordinate system. Okay, so this is not helping your case. If anything, satellites debunk your model.
Okay, well, so just to clarify, I said you didn't believe my point, and you said don't tell me what I don't believe, and then you did clarify you don't believe in my point. So just to clarify, that is what happened just now.
No, you just tried to say that I don't think that there's satellites or something.
I said, if you listen to me, you believe that satellites can't measure curvature. That's what I said, and we agree on that point that you don't believe that. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you had let me finish my point, I would have been able to elaborate instead of just jumping in where you thought I was disagreeing with you, right? You agree that satellites cannot measure curvature, right? I'm saying that based on their position on Earth and their velocity throughout the orbit of Earth, they can measure the curvature and distance and circumference of Earth, right? You obviously do not believe that, which is what I was trying to say in the first place, right? Beyond that, you want a measurable distance from the Earth's surface. You want a measurable curvature from the Earth's surface, right? From that requirement, right, we have to take in perspective refraction. Obviously, we can say it's a straw man, it's a black sheep, it's a yada yada, and I don't fully understand refraction. But obviously, we view light through a medium, being the atmosphere of Earth that we all agree is there, right? So we have to view it through a medium, and then when light travels through a medium, there are some refractive properties. It happens through water. It happens through any surface that any surface that light will pass through. It will refract, and the atmosphere of Earth is a media in which light perpetrates, right? I think we can all agree on every point I just laid out. Unless please disagree with me somehow.
No, what does this have to do with measuring the surface of the Earth?
So, okay, well, 1 second. Let me.
You know, I agree. Palestine is flat because we killed the terrorists.
1 second. Someone disagreed with one of the points I made. Can someone please elaborate how I was wrong in one of the points I made? And where we disagree?
You said you know everything that's going on in the air, but light bends through air.
That's specifically not what I said. I'm sorry. I said specifically I do not fully understand refraction, but we have to view light
We're
through
not
a
going to
media.
use it then. Then we're not going to use it.
So 1 second. So do we fully understand the celestial sphere?
Yeah, lights are above us. We use a little tube. We look through
what
it
are the
right down
lights?
the angle.
What are the lights?
The things up above, stars and planets.
Okay, wonderful. So what's the difference between a star and a planet if they're all lights?
Planets move in their own pattern. The stars just go east to west. Planets do too, but in their own pattern.
Wonderful. Okay, so sure. So again, we fully understand the celestial sphere. We understand the distance that these objects or these apparent objects are away from the Earth. We understand that distance.
That's irrelevant.
I'm saying
you did the math already. So
well, I did not come to it.
It's irrelevant.
You can assume they're all the same distance.
Okay.
It's irrelevant. What's the practical use of knowing the distance, please, sir? Go ahead.
I was just simply trying to illustrate that if we do not fully understand the distance that these objects are away, but we still use the celestial sphere as a useful metric of how to navigate and position certain things on Earth, right? So even though we do not fully understand it.
That's all based off the premise of an infinite distance away. So it's irrelevant, the distance.
Right, but do we but do we
Every
fully
single thing
understand?
you just said is based on the premise that they're an infinite distance away, so it's irrelevant what the exact distance is.
I'm trying to illustrate. He was saying that
How
I
can
cannot
we fully understand, dude?
I agree that we cannot fully understand.
So then why are you saying do you agree we fully understand?
I'm not saying we agree fully understand. I'm saying I thought you said we could not fully understand.
I did.
Okay, wonderful. I'm agreeing that we cannot fully understand. Radwine over here was saying that I cannot use refraction as a principle because I do not fully understand it. That's what Radwine was saying.
Doesn't that make sense logically?
So, but we agree that we do not fully understand the sphere, the celestial sphere. Yet we can use it. But we also agree that we do not understand refraction.
What are you talking
we can't
about?
use it.
So just because we can use something that means that we understand it?
No, I'm saying simply because we do not fully understand something does not mean it is not a useful metric of truth.
No, that's an irrelevant piece of information to fully using it, to being practical with it.
I agree.
That's an irrelevant piece of information. You to say your use of refraction is not involving it involves irrelevant pieces of information. That's not true. They do involve relevant pieces of information that you're not understanding.
That's what we're agreeing.
At that point is probably what Radwin is saying.
No, again, everything that you just said is what I said in the first place. I feel like you guys are almost intentionally
Radwin, you want to
misunderstanding me.
come in and tell us what you meant, brother?
Please elaborate.
I don't want to speak.
It's perpendicular to the
Who the fuck
horizon.
is that?
That's vertical. Perpendicular to the horizon. It's flat. Flat every time.
I mean, again, from an on Earth perspective, I would agree with you. Obviously, we would disagree that if you raise up high enough, that number that changes. You know, we disagree there.
What's your evidence of that?
I can show you. I send you a video of a rocket shooting off into space.
That's what you want. That's
Agreement.
What you
I didn't say there's a disagreement. Look at how he's saying there's a disagreement all of a sudden. No, I didn't disagree with anything that you said. Okay.
No, again, okay. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Calm down. We're all friends here.
Am I?
Okay, nobody's like out to
Am
get
I being
you.
disrespectful? I feel like everyone's being very hostile towards me. I feel like I'm being very respectful.
Really?
I mean, you were a
people
little bit
hostile
the way you
towards you?
did that to me. You made me. Well, no, the way he sort of made me I'm supposed to cover for him when
What the
he's
hell are you
making
talking about in the
a
break?
third
You're
plan.
sauced again, bro. Just
I'm
like
Dude,
I
he's so wasted. He doesn't make sense tonight.
I'm confused. I didn't ask you to cover for me at all. I just said we disagree. I presumed that we disagree that you can see curvature if you go high up enough, and if you're a flat earther, you have to disagree with the fact that you
What kind
cannot
of
see curvature.
curvature?
Curvature. I don't know. Like again, what do you mean? What kind of curvature?
Like if I go up high enough from like a quarter, it's still round and curved, right?
Right. I'm talking about spherical curvature.
Yeah. What evidence do you have of that?
I can send you a video that you guys, again, I can send you
Well,
several
if
videos.
that is the case, wouldn't it be possible to measure that on the ground?
Okay, so yeah, again, yes, but
yeah,
again, we
if
have.
it drops 8 inches over 1 mile, do you agree, sir, that we have railroad ways that are 1 mile, bridges that are 1 mile, roads that are 1 mile? You agree?
Yeah.
And what happens that when we tell you that they build all that stuff, not accounting any of that drop over distance into account?
I imagine they don't need to. I imagine it's a negligible distance
Okay,
over a mile.
so
can I illustrate to you real quick? So 8 inches.
if
One second.
it's 8 inches over 1 mile, you're saying that mankind has not developed tools to be able to measure 8 inches over 1 mile. Is that correct, sir?
Again, when you talk about the plane of Earth, right? We measure lots of differences in elevation, right, over 1 mile, right? We can make a mile as flat as humanly possible, right? And it will seem, if you put a level over the whole thing, right, it'll seem very flat, right, 100%, right? But obviously, after a certain distance, right, it becomes inconvenient to measure due to several properties, refraction, different objects getting in your way. So again, several different things make it.
Okay, so if we make a flat segment of 10 miles and then we leapfrog that one for 10 miles because this is called plane surveying, you're saying at some point that all those leapfrog planes turn into a sphere?
So I'm sorry, repeat the question.
When we take for 10 miles, this is how we do plane surveying, right? Do 100 square miles. So we do 10 miles, then we move and we leapfrog from that horizontal another 10 miles, and then we leapfrog from that horizontal another 10 miles. You're saying at some point this turns into a sphere. Is that correct?
If you take
This is how we build railroadways, everything, roadways, bridges. This is how we survey the land for those things.
I think land, I think, is a far less reliable measurement of curvature because again of how many differences in elevation.
All right, let's put a bridge over the water, dude.
We've put bridges over several waters, and again.
Okay, yeah, that are over a mile long, correct? So
Yeah.
when we survey that and we do it 10 miles at a time, right? And we base that all on horizontal and then we leapfrog that horizontal over and over and over again. Dude, when does it turn into a sphere, bro? It's always horizontal and it's leapfrogged off that first 10 miles.
When you follow
horizontal.
if you go like if you start at the equator, for example, if you go horizontally along for several 100,000 miles, you will reach the exact same point that you started at. That demonstrates. Again, I'm trying to. I'm not.
Circle around north, bro. That's just a circle around north. Everyone knows in order to travel east or west, you have to use a compass that you're going to have to constantly correct and turn in a circle. That
So
doesn't even make any sense.
No, again, we agree that you travel again a certain distance away from the North Point. Again, we all agree there. But again, you're again relative to north, right?
So is it fair to say that you have to imagine the globe?
Unless you can get up in a rocket, yeah, 100%.
Like, shouldn't it be apparent? Shouldn't this be easy?
No, again, I disagree because
why is it so complicated, dude?
Let me just illustrate with an example that you guys
there should be a physical geometrical horizon, right?
Let me just illustrate it with an example.
We got the size,
one second.
Everything else.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay.
But then we got to make all these excuses and go off into imaginary fucking land and stuff. Like, why?
Because let me just illustrate it with an imaginary point, right? So try
again. What's an imaginary point, dude? Why can't we go to reality, man?
Because I'm trying to talk about reality, but reality is completely experienced in our mind, right?
We gotta talk about reality by imagining.
Dude, I just brought up a reality situation here. This is how we plane survey. Why are you avoiding it? Why are you dodging?
I don't know anything about plane survey.
This is weak sauce right now, bro. Why are you dodging? When does the water start to curve? And why is it that mankind is not measuring this anytime they go to build on the earth? Okay?
I'm not a
No,
large.
Bacon doesn't do that trick. He just affirms that the Earth is flat and says, "But because it's so flat, that means it's a globe." That's
Yeah.
his argument. So
That
thank
is
you,
that is
Bacon.
true.
Back
You
me
are
up,
a
Break.
flat earther. We do appreciate you on the fringes, but
Thank you,
I
Bacon.
appreciate your flatness.
We appreciate your flatness, Bacon.
I did hear him say that.
What? I
Bacon,
didn't even say anything.
we just appreciate your
I heard you
flatness.
say that. Don't deny it, Bacon.
I heard it too.
I heard it.
His bacon's cooked, man.
It's a flat piece of bacon, you ask me.
All right.
Okay, again,
It's just funny that we got to imagine reality, dude.
I-
That
again,
just really, it really gets me, man.
Okay, real quick, guys. Again, I don't want to come off adversarial. I don't want to be hostile. I'd like to have interesting conversation, right? I understand the conceptual issues with a spherical Earth.
BBC is not flat; it's round. You got to love the round BBC. That's right.
You got to imagine that it's round, though, right, dude? Like everything we experience is flat and stationary, and fucking everywhere we look, it's flat.
Right. So, but again,
So let's imagine it's a globe, and let's
Can I just-
imagine water
Well, there's
gravity around the
Spaceballs.
globe,
There's
right?
Spaceballs,
Let's
but
imagine we're
those
spinning, right?
balls- Other balls, maybe you don't have to believe in those. Balls that you could actually grab, maybe you don't have to believe in them.
What,
But
like
the
these
ones that you
nuts?
see in the sky, you have to believe in those space balls.
Can I address something? So let me just say this real quick. If we can all imagine what like 10 people in a, 1 second, just let me fucking talk, please. We can all imagine 10 people in a room, right? And we can all probably even imagine 100 people crowded in a tight little space, right? But what about 1,000 people crowded in a tight little space, right? What about 1 million crowded people crowded in a
Yeah,
tight little
flat,
space?
flat, flat,
We
flat,
start. What,
flat.
no,
Okay, what is
break.
the
Shut up,
point?
please, for a second. Again, if you let me talk for longer than 60 seconds, I promise I will get to my point. Please stop interrupting me. We can all imagine several hundred people in a room, right? But it gets harder and harder to conceptualize the larger numbers that we get. We cannot really fathom 1 million people standing in one place just conceptually, right? We can view it on a video, and we're like, damn, that's a lot of fucking people, right? But then you think there are 8 billion people on this planet, right? And not only that, there's plenty of land for all of them.
And
Right?
not one of a 24-hour sun or of
Please, just let me finish a sentence.
from the Gilead of the ISS, or this Boeing thing. Like, where's all the footage from the Boeing incident? Like, are
Bring out
they
the
finding the
black box.
Boeing? They're just flipping around there.
Release the
Like,
black
they've
box.
only got a month worth of supply of food. Oh my goodness, aren't you really worried about it?
Release the Epstein files. I'm on breaks. Thanks for backing me up, Break. I really appreciate that. I'm just trying to illustrate that the human conception can only imagine things so big and so large and so numerous. We have
That's what she said.
a limited perspective, right? The Earth is massive, right? We can all agree on that, right? We disagree on how easily it can be perceived. I think that we live on
What
a
if I
very
told you the Earth is bigger than the sun?
Sure.
Yeah, the Earth is way bigger than what you think it is.
Sure. 100%. Regardless, again, we cannot physically conceptualize the entirety of Earth in one thought. We are too small and puny to imagine things on such scales, right? So with
Speak
that
for
being said,
yourself.
But yeah, we know how the universe was created, right? And we know
No,
how
we
man
don't.
was created, right?
Yeah,
I
we can't
disagree.
see, we cannot observe the
What do you
Earth
mean
in
you
its
disagree, dude?
entirety, but we
Do
know the
you
exact
believe in the
radius.
heliocentric model or not?
What? Don't presume what I believe.
Do you believe in the heliocentric model or not?
I believe in the heliocentric model. Yeah,
So, what's the beginning of the heliocentric model?
that's a good question.
Is there a beginning
Big
to your
Bang God.
story?
Big Bang God.
Hypothetically, yes, there's a hypothetical beginning. Yeah, there's a big
So
hypothetical.
then you
beginning.
believe you know how the universe was created, then, right?
No.
Well, you just said you believe in the
I
heliocentric model.
I said I believe it has a beginning.
So what's the beginning?
I don't know. I don't claim to know any. I don't claim to have all the answers. I just think
So,
that a
so you,
spherical Earth makes more sense than a flat Earth.
so you only believe in half the story.
Sure.
It doesn't make sense to me, right? Like,
knows
how can
sense
you only
and
believe in
says
half of
something
it,
makes
right?
more sense than nonsense.
Like all the other stuff supports the stuff that you believe. You understand that, right?
I try
Like
to
how the
take
planets all came to be and where they're positioned and how we got to spinning and all this other stuff that goes on. It's all coming from that beginning, right?
hypothetically.
Well, here's a
So how
problem,
can
Brown
you
Recluse.
believe in all this other stuff without believing in that beginning?
Here's the problem, Brown Recluse, is what you just said there. Your argument is an argument from incredulity. You said, because you just believe the globe Earth makes more sense and you can't make
No.
sense of a flat Earth.
No, it's
So
not what
that's
I'm
an
saying.
incredulous argument, dude.
Well, it is. That is his God. It's his religion. He believes in
Yo,
this
shit, man. Why you
sort
gotta
of
bring that
common
shit up? You
core
just shut the fuck
curriculum.
up, man.
I would say that the flat Earth is incredulous with reality. And the observations we make do
Dude,
not
why?
make
How
sense.
can you say that? Like,
That's not
what?
how
You
you
don't
use that
experience
word.
the same reality as me?
I just
Yeah.
explained reality to you and how we do plane surveying. And
Sure.
Like,
you're
you
not
don't
getting it.
see flat and you don't treat it as flat. Do you feel motion?
When I jump.
No,
When I'm
seriously,
banging
dude.
your mom.
Let's be honest, man.
Oh.
Can you be honest?
Yeah. Again, I
Is your
I
house
agree.
moving?
No.
So-
Is your
Again,
house?
I agree that we
So-
experience Earth as a flat motionless plane. Again, as a human on
Okay,
Earth,
then. So then
I agree.
reality is the way it is, then, right? It doesn't
Not
show us a
necessarily.
globe, and it doesn't show us anything other than flat and motionless.
Again, we disagree. I disagree. On the Earth's surface, it definitely looks flat from our perspective, 100%. But if you go up higher, right?
Locally flat. Yeah, locally flat. And thank you for picking me up when I fell short. I appreciate you, gentlemen.
You're welcome. Again, I just think that the observations we make about the celestial sphere, about again the sun, the light that we receive on Earth, the fact that certain celestial bodies are become obstructed and appear, sink towards the horizon, all these observations that we make from our Earth point to a spherical Earth. And again, like I was saying,
I don't know how you can say that, though, right?
Well, we had a
I
whole
guess you can just
conversation
say it without proving anything.
We had a whole conversation earlier about Polaris, right, and the angular resolution of the stars, right? We never came to a concrete answer as to why the stars sink to the horizon with that.
Why do you want
angular
an answer,
resolution.
dude?
Because I'm trying to illustrate. I'm trying to conceptualize, from a flat earther's perspective, right? How these things make sense.
So as things move out of your vision, where do they end up? Like do
Towards the
things?
horizon.
What?
Towards the horizon.
So how do you have a problem with angular resolution then?
Because again, like I was trying to illustrate earlier, right? The stars have to be incredibly close to the Earth in order for that angular resolution to trigonometry, right?
What do you mean trigonometry? Like we know that the stars aren't close to the Earth, right?
Right, so we agree that I went through this whole thing before, but if we agree that the stars aren't close to the Earth, right? The Earth has a finite distance, right, that you can travel, right? And then, for example, the distance between
I think it's time to
between the
turn
distance
on
from
the
the North
starship
Pole
in my body,
and the
raising
equator,
me like a quiet
using this
storm.
guy.
I've been surrounded.
From the distance from the North Pole to the equator is roughly 6,000 miles, right? And so if the stars are very, very far away, right, the angular resolution between between the point on Earth at which Polaris is anchored, the North Pole, and the southern hemisphere at which you are no longer able to see Polaris is not a great enough distance in order to overcome that angular resolution.
Like what are you thinking though, bro? That the stars going beneath the flat plane? Like going below 0 degrees, or
No, I'm saying it doesn't even reach 20 degrees.
Like I'm telling you that it's going out of your vision, right? So you can't see it anymore. So how can you tell me that it's not going to go low enough in our angular resolution?
Because we agree that it does, right? But
You
you're
can't
saying
see it.
we agree that it disappears into the angular resolution or that it disappears to the horizon, right? But we also have to agree, I would imagine, that between the North Pole and the southern equator is roughly 6,000 miles, right? And that the stars are a great distance away, right? So if the stars are a great distance away, you have to travel a greater distance than 6,000 miles in order to make that angular resolution less than even 20%, let alone 0%. Right?
Why? Because you say so?
Because of trigonometry, because of math. If you look at if we're talking about angular resolution, the angle at which you view things, you have to use the triangle of angles in order to figure out what your angular resolution is. So you have to use the math, right? And 6,000 is the distance between, again, the North Pole and the southern hemisphere, where Polaris becomes no longer visible and reaches the horizon, aka this quote unquote 0 or 1 or 2 or whatever angular resolution, and becomes no longer visible, right?
So what angle are you saying we can see them up to? Like
I'm saying we cannot see them. You know, again, I'm saying that the distance that we would have to travel on a flat Earth, right, is much greater than the distance that we do travel in order to make Polaris reach that
you
angular
must have done
resolution.
the math, right?
We were doing it earlier, yeah. Again, it has. I mean,
So
Polaris has
what's
to
our
be,
limits here then in your view, dude? Like
it means it has to be something closer than like 800 miles or something like that from Earth. Something closer than 800 miles. Based on, and that's to reach 20% angular resolution, right? So again, it's you know, it's
so
again,
we
it's
never see a star below 20%.
No, I'm not. That's not. I'm saying we do. I'm saying, but due to if we use angular resolution,
But you just said
the
that
reason,
they have to be closer to see that to see below 20% then, right?
yeah, they would have to be
So
much
then we
closer.
can't see them below 20% is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we definitely
the
do
Earth would
see
have
them.
to be a lot bigger then, wouldn't it, if we could see them below 20% in your view?
No, it's not. How does that make any sense?
Well, you need more distance, you're saying, right?
No, I'm saying on a round Earth, Polaris becomes obstructed after you reach the southern hemisphere because it's obstructed by the curvature of the round Earth, right? On a flat Earth, again, the angular resolution that the Polaris would have to reach in order to get to zero or a non-visible angular resolution, you know, you have to travel much greater than 6,000 miles if Polaris is, you know, more than a couple hundred miles above the Earth.
Whatever, you're making an assumption.
Well, no, do we? How far do you think that the Polaris is actually from the Earth? Right, we agree that's a great distance.
I'm not going to get into this type of argument with you. Like, I understand that you're making an assumption here, and Heretic already told you don't even know what the stars are, dude.
Right, sure, but again, I think I understand what the stars are. You would disagree with my assumption, my view of what the stars are, right?
Well, it's your opinion, I guess, right?
Sure. Again, you know, it's my belief. Again, I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, but anything that you say that you believe about the stars, it's all going to be an inference, other than you see lights in the sky.
I'm trying to just use my reasoning in order to determine why we view certain things, why we make the observations that we do. You guys are saying that we, you know, obviously we make the observation that the Earth is flat and still at all points, right? So if that is the case, why is it that the stars reach the horizon? If it is angular resolution, why does the math not add up? I'm just curious, you know. Again, I don't believe
What
that.
math?
The math I've been talking about the entire time I've been in here. The angular resolution, the distance you would have to travel in order to make that angular resolution of Polaris, you know, below 1 or whatever it is to make it invisible to the human eye, right?
So this trig that you're using, that's accounting the height of the star?
It has to account the height of the star, right? So again,
so you're saying you know the height of the star?
No, I'm saying that in order for 6,000 miles, right? If we use that as the distance again between North Pole and the Southern Hemisphere, which if we agree that the Polaris is not visible just beyond the Southern Hemisphere, beyond the equator, right? Which is observed not to be, right? Then in that case, again, 6,000 miles. That means in that case, if trigonometry holds true on based on angular viewing distance, Polaris has to be only a couple hundred miles above the Earth's surface, right? In order for to make.
And we're talking about perspective here, right?
Yeah, well, if by angular viewing distance, yeah, is what I'm referring to.
So the star is really not that low.
What do you mean?
Like in actuality, like in reality.
Again, if
Like
we talk
this
about,
is it's
what do you-
perspective, right?
What do you mean reality though? Like, are you talking about the actual position of what the object
Yeah.
Polaris?
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have any clue what that position is or what that distance is?
No.
Okay, so then, but we can calculate at least the apparent distance away, you know. And again, in my
You can
view,
calculate it all you like, right?
right. So, but where do you disagree with me?
I just think that it goes out of my view, dude.
Right, but do we not try to find some sort of explanation as to why these phenomena occur?
There is no disagreement. The Earth is measured flat.
We know that things move out of our view, man. We know that we have a limit of vision, right?
Right.
It's logical.
Sure, we know that to be the case. We can only see things up to a certain distance, right?
And then they disappear, right?
They disappear 100%.
That's it.
Okay.
Like you can go ahead and try and explain it all away the way you have been, but when it comes down to it,
I think I'm pointing. I'm sorry. I think I'm pointing to repeatable and independent observations that anyone can make based on any position that you will have on Earth, right? And I'm just trying to, again, on a spherical Earth that makes sense, right? But again, on a flat Earth it doesn't make sense, and we're just saying that it is how it is, so it has to make sense somehow. I just don't know how.
No, wrong. You said something didn't make sense in your observed reality. What is it that is not making sense to you? That you need to be very specific. What is confusing you right now?
Angular perspective of Polaris on a flat Earth.
Angular perspective on a flat Earth. What do you mean? You're taking
I've said it
angular
probably 20
perspective of
times.
a flat Earth. You're taking a triangle. You're looking and taking a height of it, and you're trying to triangulate with the other stars you see.
The truth
Sigma
will be found
Tuck.
at the
Yes.
bottom of the bottle.
What do you? No. What is it at the bottom for you?
Bottles
Like
all
for
the way
you,
down.
you say it's some new refuge of. Oh yes, we will go and grow potatoes on Mars. No, you are a communist, sir. So you don't need to question me of. Oh, he's had 3 beers and not 4, so I'm going to tone police him.
We all know
No,
it's more than 4.
you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
There's
In
no way you
anything
got
in
drunk off 4 beers.
physics, we're taught. This is a topic of physics, physical reality, physical, applicable. We're not talking about theoretics.
Well, so let's if we don't mind,
The
let's
diuretics that your parents take.
let's talk about a little bit of physics, right? Do you guys agree with the physical,
Okay.
with like the physics
Okay.
properties? So like obviously gravity
Yes.
is a physical.
Hence PV equals nRT. Yes.
Right. So
And
obviously, speed is
volume.
distance over time,
Volume.
yada yada.
Did you know that volume is space? Did you know that?
Ooh.
Got me. So, but just
I
asking.
thought volume was loudness.
One second. Asking the other people, right? Do you guys agree with the physics principles?
Yeah, no, it's not a conversation with other people around you. No, we're having the conversation. You're talking to me.
So you're talking, and I'm trying to talk.
No, well, you had something exciting to say about how a revelation of the globe that you wanted to tell everybody. And so now you're like, everybody needs to come around and cheer me on. And I'm just like, I don't think this guy has anything. He's a fucking pathetic clown. And
Yeah,
you
I
have
know.
to prove me kind of wrong.
I know I want to be cheered on when I go into a flat Earth Discord and disagree. That's when I'm like, yeah, that's when they're gonna love me in there. I'm not trying to be cheered on. I'm just trying to have interesting conversations and respectfully. You're not.
Are you
having
offering free trips to Antarctica by any chance?
I can't
Because
afford to go to
I'm
Antarctica
interested.
myself.
I'm trying to get a whole booze cruise to Antarctica going. Let's go.
We could see
right?
that. We can see
Right?
that.
Like, let's. Hey, Will
to be
Duffy,
fair,
the Protestant preacher. Let's
be fair,
fucking
this
get our
guy-
fucking free trips. We're
To be
promised
fair-
by every fucking clown flat earther apparently that are true earthers. Yeah, there's free trips to Antarctica. Okay, Protestant preacher, where are these?
Break, you're on a tangent, man.
Where are they?
Right, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude,
I
happy
mean, it's
birthday.
great that you got an idea here, but like try to be more precise with your messaging.
A little more coherent.
Break is bricked.
No, it's his birthday. Like, happy birthday.
It's
dude.
my birthday too, man. Actually, dude, happy birthday.
Oh, happy
Did
birthday.
you just say happy birthday to yourself? Oh.
No, I said it to
No, I'm
break.
saying,
My bad. Happy
I'm
birthday.
saying happy birthday to the drunk guy because
Happy birthday to you both.
it's obviously his birthday.
I hope you enjoyed your revolution around the sun.
Yeah, the Earth is no matter.
I'm still
what you're doing.
I'm still trying to get over how you justify all these things when you don't even believe in how it all started, dude.
Okay, so respectfully, again, I do believe in the Big Bang Theory, but if you let me elaborate, I don't believe that points to the quote unquote beginning of all things, right? So again, I'm not presuming your beliefs. I'm just saying, but a lot of people have said that Big Bang believers believe that nothing or something came from nothing, right? That is not my position. So again, I do believe that the universe, time,
Where
and
did
space.
where did it come from?
I don't know.
Why would one need to know that? Do you need to know where the flat Earth came from in order to know that it measures flat?
Is that really what your
Well, there's a
argument
flat
is,
Earth.
bro?
Well, it sounds like it's the identical copy to your argument. How can you know
Does
what it
it?
is unless you know where it came from? What is your argument?
I go outside, I can look and see flat Earth every day, dude. How about you? Can you go see the Big Bang every day?
What's your argument about the start of it? Needing to know where it all came from?
Yeah.
Say it again.
You're
I
saying
saw
that
the Big Bang once.
Can you say your argument again?
You're
It
saying
sounded
you
like you
just
were saying, how
proofed
can
into
you...
reality, right?
Well, I'm trying to get you to restate what you just said because it sounded very much like you were saying you need to know where it all came from in order to know the
Yeah,
shape.
we want to know
Yeah,
when.
I'd like to know where it all
at
came
what
from,
age
Eggs.
did you see the Big Bang?
Why would you need to know that in order to know the shape?
I don't need to know that in order to know the shape. If you
Oh,
want to put
that's the
words in my
thing.
mouth, go ahead,
The
dude.
mirror.
Yeah, respectfully, I don't think that's what he was saying. I think he was just, if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Subdued was just trying to point out my hypocrisy by not believing the scientific consensus on everything as opposed to, the globe Earth, hypothetically. Correct me if I'm wrong, Subdued.
No, that's
The
exactly what I'm
scientific
getting at,
consensus
right?
on it, and so you agree that you don't even know. We won't agree on what these terms mean because you say there's a pseudoscience lie that we're all of a sudden going to believe in all of a sudden.
Well said,
You're
Drake.
educated, right? You know what shapes
I'm a
fit
high school
into
graduate at
the different squares, right?
Let me ask you
Yeah, a
guys
very
this.
high school graduate. That's what I'm pointing out. No, I'm pointing out it's very basic, and you Glovers are just dismiss the whole fact that you're accepting that. Yeah, we're having a flat plumbing, having a nice flat level here. We're building, or we're escaping.
But you're also dismissing
Because
that
we
everything
have
started off a fairy tale, right?
a GPS coordinate coming to pick
Why
us
would
up and
one
save
need... The
us
question
on our
is,
pirate
why is
ships.
the start of it relevant, is what I'm trying to ask.
Why do you need a fairy tale, dude?
So you're not answering the question.
Neither are you.
I mean, I wouldn't answer the question if I were
Can I ask
you.
a question? Can I ask maybe hopefully an elaborating question? Do we think that like scientific theories are fairy tales? So, like for example, obviously the gravity, right? The theory of gravity. I would imagine most flat earthers are not, very believing in that theory, right? But
We're not believing in the cause. We all see
Sure.
the effect, right?
Sure. Regardless, yeah, we obviously things fall, yada yada, right? So, but gravity as the explanation for that phenomena, you guys are not prescribed to.
Balloons float.
So gravity
Clouds
pertains
float.
directly to the Big Bang, right?
There's no such thing as a.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
Well, again, if the Big Bang
We
is
don't
true,
ever see gas attracting gas. That's the claim. Gas attracts. We don't have to go through a big charade. It's the
Okay.
question of mass, my ass, my gas, my gas attracting my gas.
So if you let me elaborate real quick, so obviously like the gravity
And
as an
so,
explanation.
no, it's not a question of up or down.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a simple comprehension of no question of up or down. Simply prove that the Earth is flat.
Perfect. Okay, wonderful.
Well,
Thank-
your question would be my gas attracts my gas.
Sure. Thank you for backing me up. Right. So wonderful. So again, obviously, like I said, you guys are not prescribed to the theory of gravity being that explanation, right? Yada yada. But like, would you guys hypothetically believe in? Do you guys believe in like subatomic particles?
No,
Like,
I
One
don't
second. Break. Let me finish. Like, do you guys believe in the makeup of atoms being subatomic particles? That atoms themselves are made up of other particles, or atoms basically the smallest thing, the thing that we can observe.
Sounds like a cool story. Okay.
One second.
That's
One
what they taught
percent.
me when I was a kid, but the models changed, right? Like
Yeah,
when I made
cool.
a model of an atom when I was like 14 years old, it looked like a little solar system. And now our understanding is that instead of having these electrons and stuff as particles, they're actually more of like a field because there's all these crazy things that they're allegedly doing. But it's like, if we were wrong back then, how do we know that we're not wrong now? Because it seems like every couple hundred years, like these things that we believed in, we thought were true, it's actually not true. Like spontaneous
100%.
generation has been
100%. No,
disproven
I
for
100% agree with you.
like 100 years, but there's still people that believe in like this godless Big Bang creator God that
Well, let me just
creates the universe. And
let me
then
answer that
hold
real
on,
quick.
I'm almost done.
Sorry.
I'm almost done.
Sorry.
And then gravity creates these spheres, gravitational collapse in the spheres, and that life sprang up out of the rocks, even though spontaneous generation's been debunked for 100 years. So I think we always believe shit that isn't true.
Well, let me
Okay.
just address 2 points there, right? So, I agree with you that
Wow,
when
that's
once
a
break,
funny
break,
Adam and Eve story.
please.
Adam and Eve evolution story.
Break, please. Let me just, keep interjecting. So again, you said, like, again, I made those same models, right? Protons and neutrons, with an electron floating around it, right? Now obviously our understanding has increased, right, based off the body of knowledge that we had before, and we understand that it's not just those 3 particles that make up atoms anymore. That those particles themselves are made up of smaller particles, subatomic particles, like I was saying, right? That cause these effects that we are seeing, right? And again, these are scientific methods that create imperfect bodies of knowledge that are subject to change given better evidence, right? So with that being said, right, the theory of subatomic particles, right, is the effects of which are observable, but the individual particles themselves are unobservable given their size and given the way that we perceive things, right? So again, you may not go ahead.
So we have a best guess until another best guess comes along.
100%, absolutely. Again, that's the scientific method, right? Again, in
But you
my
said our
perspective,
knowledge has increased. How do you know we didn't have it better right in the 80s or the 90s when I was a child?
because
And that our knowledge
typically, go
is
ahead.
better. What if it's actually a little more wrong?
It goes like that sometimes. 100% science travels down in a downward direction at some points, right? Based on our imperceived or our flawed modes of logic sometimes. Again, our flawed modes, methodology in our science, right? But the fact is that science, right, in it quotes, right, views itself as imperfect and subject to change, like I said, given better evidence, right? So the evidence of that 3-part atom from before, right, has been, outweighed by the evidence of those increasing number of subatomic particles that further explain the observations that we make via these particles, right? Via these incredibly small micro bits of our universe, right? And so, with that being said, again, our body of knowledge has expanded, right? And those that were willing to admit that they were wrong, right, saw that and adopted that new form of knowledge and built upon that, as opposed to building upon the previously now flawed, now known to be flawed, rather, version of events from before. They're building on the best current framework of knowledge. So when you would say the Big Bang Theory, again, in my opinion, I believe the Big Bang Theory to be the best theory as to how this version of the universe came into effect. With that being said, if there is a better version, a more reasonable explanation as to, a better example, right? I believe that abiogenesis, right? That life, some quote unquote, sprung up on Earth, right, is the best example or best reasoning as to how life occurred, right? Again, you guys can completely disagree. I get that, right? I'm not saying that that's even true. I'm saying personally, again, that is my best reasonable explanation as to how life occurred on Earth, right?
Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Time out.
Go
I
ahead.
got to disagree with you. Yeah.
Go ahead, please, because you did said it was
there's
debunked
different-
hundreds of years ago, right?
Yeah, spontaneous generation. Yeah. So there's different levels of complexity, right? There's like the sand dune, which is like no complexity whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like crystals and fractals and things like that, where, yeah, there's a little bit of complexity there. Like, okay, nature creates crystals and fractals, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then when it comes to functional sequence, specified complexity, or I think it's specified complexity with a functional sequence. Anyway, either way it goes, like basically there's like these T cells that go around your blood looking for, foreign bodies, and then there's these helper T cells that help the T cells fight these foreign bodies, and it's like that kind of complexity, is specified, right? So, in my opinion, if you see a painting, there's a painter. If you see a creation, there's a creator. And to think that, those T cells and helper T cells just sprang up out of the rocks, I don't know, man. That requires a great deal of faith that I simply don't.
But obviously, if you
almost done. I'm sorry, I pause and think. I do apologize.
no, go ahead.
Yeah, so when you said the Big Bang is the best theory, it's not a scientific theory, right? What you should have said, if you're being honest, the Big Bang is the best creation myth that you believe in. Thank you.
Okay, respectfully, 2 things, right? I would argue that the Big Bang Theory is a scientific theory based on the measurements observed from like the background background radiation, right?
Dude, that's all been contested now, man. You should do some reading.
Again, that's fine. Again, regardless, I'm not a scientist. Again, I'm just. These are just.
Here, I'll give you a little term. Look up Hubble tension, man.
Sure, 100%, buddy. But again, back to the point that you were saying, right? Damn. Now I. What was the last thing you said besides that,
You
Larry?
said it is a scientific theory.
No. Yeah. You said one other thing. You said one other thing besides that. Fuck. I got lost in the jumble.
Yeah, we should let them flow, let them cook or whatever. It's funny because I'm cooking on Zelda right now.
Yeah, I'm in the same camp as Larry. Like, to believe that this is all an accident, that we're in the right place at the right time. Like, everything's so perfect here, dude.
100%. 100%. Okay, so that's exactly where I was going, right? So thank you. Again, you said, I don't have that much faith, right? And obviously, it only takes exactly as much faith as it requires. So, like, obviously, you guys, or rather, Larry, I would imagine you have faith in a creator, right? Maybe possibly the Christian God. It doesn't matter, right? But you have in the creator God, right? Correct.
The problem with the Big Bang Theory is that the flatness of the universe. It's so flat, and because of gravity, the universe should be a ball. Because gravity turns everything into balls. So because of the flatness of the Milky Way galaxy and the universe in whole, because it's so flat, it's like really flat, these two things don't really add up. The gravity and the Big Bang.
Sure. 100%. So anyway, what I was trying to say is that we all have to come to our conclusions, our presuppositions, and our most logical and most reasonable forms of truth, right, based on our own parameters, right? You guys think it's far more reasonable and logical to presume that the Creator God created the universe in its current state, in its current unchanging state, right? I imagine
that's Big Bang too. That's what they said.
Not.
Big Bang's a religious claim.
Sure.
Again. Yeah. So either way,
I don't care.
If you say Big Bang did it, or it's not Big Bang, it's both created by a creator.
Sure. In your opinion, again,
you don't. There isn't a There's no cosmology out there that isn't deeply connected to religious belief. I mean, if you have one, can I see it?
When you talk about religious belief, right? Again, you talk about a faith item, faith in the unknowable. Is that what you mean by religious belief?
No, I'm talking about Big Bang is essentially the Catholic Church creation myth. That's their like if you ask like the Norse, they'll say like Zeus cracked a rock or something, and the water of life poured from Mount Olympus and spread across a valley. Whatever, right?
You think Norse scientists believe that?
No, I'm saying Norse scientists had their own version of the creation myth. Big Bang is the Catholic Church creation myth.
Well, isn't like heliocentrism like a Protestant fucking or a Lutheran fucking goddamn?
Catholic.
We're gonna call it Catholic again. It doesn't really matter, right? Obviously, the heliocentric model, the heliocentric model obviously expands beyond the reaches of the Catholic Church. I think we can all agree there, right? So its religious origins are really inconsequential.
No, it's all this because they told you the astronauts are all Christian conservatives. They one of them last year came back and talked about how he found Jesus in space. So you've got these people who go to prison, they find Jesus, and apparently if you go to space, you find Jesus also.
You can find Jesus anywhere. Well, if God exists, God is everywhere, correct? So you can find
but double. Like the two places you really find Jesus are like in space and in the prison system.
Isn't it ironic that it's not church? Church is not where you find Jesus.
Yeah, because didn't Jesus say that? Like, don't look for me in church. I won't be there.
That's fair. I didn't talk to the guy.
Yeah, just real fast. I think we're letting them get away with claiming that the Big Bang is scientific.
Secular, yeah.
Yeah, so I hate to say it, but you don't have any science, and you said that you had evidence from the CMB. So I would like to say, what is it about the CMB that tells us that
I'm not a scientist, man. I could read you a paper right now, right? I'm just thinking that again, based on scientific consensus, right? I think that the Big Bang is.
Well, no, the thing is, you're not a priest. Oh man, you're not a priest. You're not a Catholic.
That's why I'm not preaching. That's why I'm not fucking preaching, buddy. I didn't preach to nobody. I said this is my personal best explanation as to the beginning of our perceived universe. That was my exact wording, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true.
You're copying Catholic Church.
Sure. I don't disagree with you.
Let's cut him a break. He's saying it's his belief. He's not really trying to back up.
I'm not standing on anything, guys. What I'm trying to say is, I would argue, and tell me if I'm wrong here. You guys are saying that it's a positive truth claim, right? That God is the creator of the universe in its flat form, right? Yada yada, right?
No, we're saying that's what we believe.
Correct.
Yeah,
Regardless, right? But you believe that
yeah.
to be true, right? And
Yeah,
you believe that to be true in true in the truest nature, correct?
Yeah, believe it to be true. It's a
Yeah.
belief.
So again, true. But do you consider it to be 100% true is my question, right? Because just to preface that, I don't think that the Big Bang is 100% true. I think, like I said, as a body of scientific knowledge, my beliefs are subject to change given better evidence, right? So would you guys say, personally, in your perspective, that the flat earth and the creation of God is a 100% truth? Or is it subject to change given better evidence?
Well, when it comes to the creator, I'm always looking for evidence. So, yeah, I think that that's subject to change, but it would require a great deal of evidence
Can I
to
ask what?
support spontaneous generation.
Okay. Okay. So again, obviously, if you hypothetically, right, if you saw spontaneous generation, right, so like, I don't know how that would come to be, right, but like hypothetically, what if, so hypothetically, right, what if like the you know, what's the word I'm looking at, the format and the prefaces for this abiological genesis of Earth, or of life on Earth rather, was recreated by humans, right, and then shown to
Well,
prove
that would be
right,
intelligent design.
obviously 100%. That's exactly what I thought you would say, right? So obviously, we would have to see.
Life on was recreated by humans as life on Earth.
100%. Obviously, I've prefaced that knowing that it was a semi-ridiculous statement, right? But with that being said, if that is your burden of proof, right, witnessing or observing a biotic, life genesis or whatever it was, abiotic genesis, right? That is like an impossible standard to meet, correct? Because like hypothetically, unless you witnessed the generation of the building blocks and then of the life itself, you'd only be able to witness the creatures, like a hypothetical alien species that was, again, hypothetically created abiogenically.
Talking about, dude, talking about science fiction movies.
I'm trying to pose
Oh,
hypotheticals
if
to
you
illustrate logical
clown
trains.
thing that doesn't even exist, what are you talking about?
How about you count from
dude?
the 5th can to the 6th can, and we'll keep talking about this. I'm just trying to demonstrate.
You're gonna keep talking about this being that there's some imaginary alien world where actually having a brew is better than not.
I'm trying to illustrate, right, how we come to truths, right, and the burden of proof that, for example, who like Larry, right, would have to meet in
Okay,
order
well,
to
you
disprove.
just said a bunch of
Oh my
things.
God, break, please.
Go and do it. No, do it. Go ahead and
I
do it.
would love to if you'd let me. I would
No,
love
my
to.
God, please.
I'd love to
My
continue without you
God,
interrupting.
please, would you? My God, please, would you?
Okay, but Larry, like I was trying to illustrate before, right? Again, it is, if the burden of proof, right, hypothetically, right, is witnessing abiogenesis, right? We agree that that's, I would state personally that that's an impossible standard to reach, right? So, what would you say personally is like is that the standard of proof that would quote unquote convince you of, like, say again, my perspective, quote unquote, again, just hypothetically, right? In order to deconvince you from your current understanding, like what level of evidence that is, again, you could, I wouldn't say quote unquote obtainable, right? But what level of evidence would convince you of the opposite position?
Well, I would have to witness it, right? Because in my worldview, like, I'm a wannabe empiricist, right?
Right.
So I'm like 60-40 left brain, right brain. So that's pretty close to the middle road, right? So the way I understand the world is believe nothing that you hear and only half of what you see, right? So even if I see something, I'm not sure that that's actually what's happening. So that's why I was on the fence for like a year and a half. If anybody knows me long enough, they remember I was on the fence for a while.
Yeah, it was kind of annoying.
Yeah, sorry about that. For me to see like something come from nothing, and by nothing I mean inanimate material, like from the periodic table, chemical compounds and no life whatsoever. Like it would take a lot of convincing. Like if I were to go hang out with Jay Ace in California in his little laboratory and he could show me, like, when I set these conditions up and I just back off, this is what happens and this is what we're calling life. And then if I were to see that, yeah, I would believe it because I'm seeing it. As long as I could actually see it and it wasn't just numbers and data on a screen. So even then,
let me ask you this
you know,
hypothetically. Let me ask you this, right? Hypothetically, if the theory of like primordial ooze containing the building blocks of life, right, and then somehow combining in order to become what the life and evolving into what we know today, right? If that's the hypothetical truth, right, would that even deconvince you of like the creation theory, right, of God, or would that not just be the way that God created the earth?
well, the ontological primitive basically states that either he did or he didn't.
Correct.
So if I seen life being created without a creator, I don't know if that would necessarily disprove the creator.
Right, but hypothetically, the creator, capital G God, right, created the
Yeah,
instances
let me
in which
finish.
we. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a slow thinker, right?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Slow speaker. So it doesn't necessarily disprove the creator, but it did take a huge notch out of the belt of evidence for the creator. So I don't know if I can really answer that question. I have to think.
But hypothetically, so yeah, go ahead, Sabine.
Like growing up knowing that or thinking that you know how the universe was created and how you were created, it would keep you from asking the question, right?
I disagree, only because again, obviously, there's plenty of religious
Dude,
individuals.
how long before you even asked yourself a question after you'd been indoctrinated with all this shit?
Well, if I flip the question, right? So there's plenty of religious individuals who have been taught a specific view of the world and then have challenged that view, even again with their religious
But
perspective.
why would they
still
even
intact.
challenge it though, right? Like if they know it to be
Sure.
true, like, in their mind, right?
Again,
Like
because
Larry, he took a year on the fence, right? Like I'm just using an example there, Larry.
So your question is why would they question it?
Yeah, if you were in the understanding that you knew, right? You know the answer, right?
I think personally, anyone who questions recognizes their knowledge to be somewhat either incomplete or fallible, is what I would say.
Sure.
They recognize that there's more knowledge to be obtained.
But like with so many come in here with their big attitudes and everything else because they think they know, right?
Sure.
Like
people
we're
are
stupid. We're stupid flat earthers for even asking the question, right?
I disagree with you guys, like on many base level things, but I don't think that you're stupid. I may think you're misinformed, but again, you guys clearly know a bunch of fucking shit, right? It's very difficult to talk. Like obviously, land surveying came up earlier. I don't know a fucking thing about land surveying. So like again, I'm not saying you guys are idiots, and I don't want to come off malicious or adversarial in any way.
No, you've been very honest, dude, and I appreciate you coming in here, man. We're having a great talk.
I think so. I'm just trying to illustrate how I conceptualize reality, and I'd like to understand it to the best of my ability how you guys conceptualize reality, right? That's really all I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, we go outside, right? Like I see water, either it's flowing or it's not flowing, right?
Right, like the concept of flat against a wall, right? Like that is plumb. That's plumb.
Oh, fuck yeah, bud.
Being plumb, perpendicular to the horizon. It's pretty basic geometric terms. Flat. It's never not going to be that.
Like, and we don't sense any motion, and like we can't trust our eyes, like all these things, right? When you look in reality, it's not that way. Everything's relative, right?
Yeah, that's I was going to kind of bring that up, right? So like I obviously when we talk about the Earth spinning at 1,000 miles an hour around the sun, which is spinning at whatever it's 600,000 or 6,000 miles an hour, spinning around the Milky Way at 66,000 miles an hour, yada yada. Obviously, that sounds ridiculous, to apply as what I would imagine, right? But in my perception, it all has to do with the internal inertial frames, right? And everything is internally locked together, essentially like a big old clock, like the cogs in a lock. Or the cogs in a clock, rather, right? We'll all move in a very predictable pattern, right? Based on the one in the middle, basically.
Well, hold up, pump the brakes there, because you might want to look up the news today. Space.com. Earth's rotation of the inner core is slowing down.
Sure.
the rotation of Earth's inner core began to slow down about a decade ago. This has altered the length of the day.
Can I ask? Can I ask why you're bringing this up? Because you don't believe that.
Yeah, so that would tell you if all this stuff is just in lockstep, perfect lockstep, that it all just moves in such a way that you can't tell it's moving or not moving. It's just, it all depends on your orientation. Then how the fuck did they figure out that there's been fractions of the day being eroded away systematically over the last decade because the core has slowed its rotation down?
It's heavy. It's heavy stuff, man. Speaking of perspective, actually, if I can return to a point from earlier about the celestial sphere.
I mean, maybe if we put graffiti
Okay.
somewhere,
not.
maybe that would like change how level it is. We're trying to look at how level like a meter could be, and we have meters, and those are linear distances. And wouldn't that be interesting if we had all these meter measurements that are measured all over that everybody's vandalizing all of a sudden? Wouldn't that be a topic to talk about?
Break is absolutely wrecking the globe today. There's going to be nothing left of the globe model when he's done with it.
I don't know why he's somehow supporting me and destroying me at the same time. I don't get it. It's crazy.
I think
Anyway.
that would be a sad day if there was any glob for you.
This guy, right? You might find him annoying, right? But the bigger lesson to learn here is that this guy isn't annoying. You're allowing this guy to annoy you.
I'm not annoyed by him. I'm making fun of him. I find it amusing.
No, I'm not talking about you, Eggs. I'm talking about the other guy.
Yeah.
I'm the bad.
I don't even think you're a bad guy. Again, I think you're just a little loud, talking out of turn.
There's a dam.
No, listen to
in
what he's
China
just
that
sit
slowed
down
the
and
Earth
listen to what
down.
he's saying.
Kurt, don't let him annoy you. Don't be annoyed by him.
I'm not.
Good.
Brown,
Me
did
neither.
you see the video I put in the side chat?
Okay, let me look at it right now. It's like, what are we looking at? Is that the sun during night?
Well, it's the moon, but yeah.
Oh, I'm so fucking dumb. Yeah, that makes sense. Jesus. Okay. What is this? What is this illustrating? I'm confused.
Don't clip him saying that's the sun.
He
during
got a
night.
moon tan.
Don't clip that. Is that the sun during the night? Oh no, guys! Don't clip that, please.
Oh, this is a drone hovering for 25 minutes filming the moon, right?
Sure.
So
moon
do you-
tan.
Do you see the Earth moving? Like, is the drone moving?
But
It's CGI.
no,
Yeah,
what, I mean,
CGI.
I would say that the drone is locked in the Earth's inertial frame, but
the moon's not.
no, the moon's no. I mean, it is if you zoom out into the inertial frame of the
Like you can't see the moon moving across the sky there, dude.
No, clearly I see the moon moving across the sky, but we'd also agree that the moon moves in a predictable pattern, right? So an unchanging pattern that persists month to month, right? So again, we would, I imagine, agree upon that. And so beyond that, if the inertial frame, again, from the surface of the Earth, right?
Dude,
the
it's a
moon-
drone. It's got its own inertial frame, man.
Yeah, but again, it's again, just because it lifted off the surface of the Earth does not mean that it's not locked into the Earth's inertial frame. Given
So Coriolis is out the window.
I'm not saying Coriolis is out the window. I'm saying it does not. The Coriolis effect does not unlock the drone from the Earth's inertial frame. It's just something that has to be calculated when the drone flies up and stays.
This
in a
is like
hovering
mental
position.
gymnastics, right? Like I get it,
Is
man,
it?
but
Is it?
It seems like it, dude.
But again, when a drone has to hover,
Yeah, I'm not
right?
the bearer of bad news, but actually, flat Earth measurements aren't the end of the world.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying I don't think that they're conclusive or congruent to a.
They're just everything that you rely on as a glober.
to
You know
then
what
say
is
that
the end of the
there's
earth?
some kind of
Now
drop, some
I feel
hump,
like
some curve.
you're getting adversarial. I'm trying to
Yeah,
be
here
real
I
respectful.
got something for you guys. The end of the earth is Starlink satellites are blowing holes in the the layer of oxygen that protects the earth.
Sure.
The
The
I'm drawing the
ozone.
blank. What was that called again? The
Ozone.
ozone layer. Yeah. I just had page past that story.
Damn.
Wow. That sucks, doesn't it?
It does.
Kind of like the end of the world now.
Probably.
What are they going to do
Yeah,
with all those
Crit, it's
satellites
literally
blowing
best
holes
case
in the ozone layer?
scenario. Sorry,
It doesn't
best
matter,
case
dude. They
scenario would
got
be Tom
Mars.
Cruise
Make a lot of
as a
money.
Gloober.
I feel like the conversation's really falling apart, guys. I feel like me and Larry were having a far more productive. Me and Subdude and Larry were having a far more productive conversation. About the
Here, look at this one. Here, I'll post the article. Study shows Starlink satellites are depleting the ozone layer.
That's tragic.
As they burn up, they leave trace amounts of particles and aluminum oxides
Damn.
that disintegrate the ozone layer.
Super tragic.
Fucking Elon.
Well, let's tax them for it, right? That's the only answer.
Let's
Carbon
deport
tax. Fucking right.
deport him back to Mars by catapult.
You know, he's a real African
I
American.
don't think he's been to Mars yet. I think he's waiting on that.
Maybe we should help him.
He's more
You know what? I
African
agree.
American.
I'm actually on board with this. I think we all agree on this. Let's send him to
First, we
Mars.
need the fembots. Okay, let him focus. He's got a lot
Okay,
of
maybe
Okay, where are
let's,
these
let's
free
prioritize.
trips to Antarctica?
Fembots.
fembots
Free
first.
trips to
Fembots.
Antarctica.
I'd really like those cars that
Hey,
turn
I'm
into
telling them,
helicopters.
free trips to Antarctica. Everybody wanted me to sell them. Free trips to Antarctica. Come on, where you at? Come
How
take
about
a
this
free
one?
trip to Antarctica.
How do you
Did you
sell
know
a
that
free trip to
that
Antarctica?
Musk is so stupid that his occupies Mars shirt is really a picture of the moon?
You're like
He
flying.
he
in a
didn't know the difference between the moon and Mars. He just said that's red.
and he just keeps flying.
I got a question for the Globers in the room. So if I were to
Or he did know.
liaison, if I were to liaison for you some lunar, Martian, or Venetian real estate guys, would you like to purchase some real estate?
I want to buy Coriolis insurance.
Can you repeat that, Larry?
If you have oceanfront property
If I
in
show you the
Arizona,
if I show you the
would
website
love
where you
to
can buy
live that song.
Martian, lunar, or Venetian real estate, would you like to buy some real estate on Mars, Venus, or the Moon?
Not really.
I mean, it could. I mean,
because they have no
you're
actual
gonna own
claim.
nothing. You're gonna go to Mars. You're gonna plant some potatoes, and you're like, I got a yield of a little bit of potatoes, and like you're gonna suffer
how would
on
these
the
individuals
surface of Mars in a little space thing, and you're gonna look back at Earth on a little speck that you see in the sky, and you're gonna be like, damn, I wish I never came to fucking Mars.
I'm just gonna let Break answer all my questions from here on out. So anything you want to ask me, just directly address Break.
Yeah, you're gonna
There we
hate
go.
Mars a whole lot.
That's what I'm talking about. You know exactly who's got the better epistemology between you and Into the Break.
It's Break.
You recognize it. Yeah.
It just inherently, and it's frustrating that he's so supportive and yet so right at all times. I don't get it.
It's his birthday. Damn it!
Fuck! I forgot about that. I'm so sorry. You have to be right on your birthday. That's the rules. Those are the rules.
You did see the sun today.
Not tonight, though.
Oh, not during the night. Yeah.
You know, I say stupid shit like that all the time. It's just I'm usually not being recorded.
That's
honestly.
He's not wrong.
You wouldn't be able to just say that there was a night if you didn't see a day. So if there was any confusion about the other 12 hours, it's just like the day happened.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, there is a day and a night. Just so everyone's clear.
This guy makes me want to go get some beer.
I'm gonna get drunk right now. He's making me feel drunk. Yeah, fireball right here.
No, you don't need to do that. It's a very simple task. Like, do you accept that level is flat?
Yes.
Is that true?
in certain contextual frames, yeah, 100%. Like I work in HVAC. I work in
See,
HVAC.
See, a lot of people ask the first question and say you passed the first, but you didn't pass the last security measure. So
Damn. Fuck
you.
I don't get to make it in.
No, you
You're not gonna
double
let me in the
scored.
club.
You
I'll
failed.
I'll reapply next year. But like I work in HVAC, right? So like I install ACs and furnaces all the time, and I use a level. Like I have 2 levels in each bag, just so I know I have a level at all times. But again, I'm not thinking that because my level is flat, that everything else is flat, because it's, the level is relative to the, to obviously the direction of Earth, down, right? So again, if the foundation of this house is fucked up and they got leaning floorboards, I'm like, that's not my problem. I'm gonna make my furnace level, and they can fix the rest of it, right? So obviously, it's in my worldview, it's
Yeah, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that it's level is objective and it has nothing to do with curvature?
no. I'm saying it has to do with.
He's saying it's all relative, Larry.
That's not what I
Wait
was
a minute.
saying.
Is level relative to the curve?
It's relative to the center of the Earth.
You're a curvert.
The curved Earth, yes, correct.
No, you're a curvert.
A curvert?
Yeah, you're a
You call me a
curvert.
curvert? I never even heard that before. That's a good one.
So you build, right?
I'm a curvert. Yeah. I'm construction, yeah.
So when you go from
No, he doesn't. He's a liar. He's never built anything in his life.
That's fucked up. You calling me out right here in front of all my new
Yeah,
friends?
prove it. Build something right
No,
now.
it's
Yeah,
just
build
easy.
something right
Like,
here.
no, dude, we'll teach you. It's okay. Like, but no, that's like the situation we are right now.
I agree. We're 100% on the same page.
So I've heard this analogy before. I want to run it by you.
Go ahead.
So if you level a table in the house that you're in right now, and then you go to the neighbor's house and you level that table, and then the next house and you level that table, when does that become curved? Like it'll always be level, right?
Yes. Again, yes, but in my
Like
perspective,
from house to house, right? Like, and you can do
Correct.
this forever, right?
Any one point on Earth, yeah, 100%, yeah.
But like, I mean, you could just go right down the whole street and just keep going with your level,
Yeah.
right? And they'd
Yeah,
all be level, and like you could
around-
go down to
all
the
the way-
next
Not one
street
point,
and around
all
to
the
the
way
corner.
all the
You
way
know,
around the
Many
equator.
points.
All the way around the equator.
We're talking
100%.
about many points.
Many points.
So, I mean, let me ask you this, right? So like, when we were talking about north and south, right? Obviously, north is defined as the point of Earth below Polaris, right? That's what north is defined as, right? Or there's the magnetic North Pole, which is technically like in fucking northern Canada, whatever the fuck. But regardless, north is up at the northern pole below Polaris. That's where north is, right? So obviously, on a globe Earth, right? When you
Okay, well, okay, go into a little
Craig,
bit more detail about that. No,
I was
go into
going
a little
to.
bit more detail. I'm about to concede and do a little bit more detail about that.
Can I? Will you let me?
About the polarity of a magnetic compass.
Yeah,
About the north, yeah. Do a little bit more describing. You kind of left out a lot of words.
The magnetic North Pole is somewhere in northern Canada.
Okay, more.
I don't know any more than that.
Make them be the cause of whatever it is that is the delusion that you believe in.
Make them be the cause of whatever it is of the
I
delusion.
mean,
that
he
you
is right. He is right. If you define
Look,
my view
if
as
you
a
think
delusion,
about
so
it,
again, he can't be wrong on his birthday. So let me just.
No, you just gotta imagine, dude.
Oh, I know you're thinking about it.
No, let me just tell you. All right, so when you circumnavigate the globe, right? Obviously, you travel along the equator and make your way back to the same point, right? Yada yada, right? On a flat Earth, obviously, you circumnavigate around the
I bet you
northernmost.
do.
Oh my God! Please, Frank, just for a minute, please let me talk.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Please. It's my birthday too, damn it. You obviously circumnavigate around the magnetic North Pole in order to make your way back around to the original point that you in a circle, as opposed to a point on the great circle of a sphere. Yada yada. Right? Doesn't matter. Right? What I was trying to illustrate is that
It doesn't matter. Yes.
I'm feeling so defeated right now, Break. You're really making this so difficult.
told you he wrecked the globe, man.
I know, and I love him, and I know it's his birthday, and I want to respect the elderly, but it's just it's
The globe
getting a
is
lot
done,
more
Barry.
difficult.
Should just give up. Join the flag.
Maybe in 45 days somebody can come catch y'all.
Do you say Kerchow? Is the drunk Lightning McQueen a flat earther this whole time? Maybe
No, I
that's
hate to say it, but it is Boeing. Catch y'all.
Love, lust,
Okay. The only point I was going to get to before is that on a globe Earth, the distances between certain places tend to add up. But when you try to project a globe Earth onto a flat plane, it's distorted, right? So
Same the other way around too, brother. Right? Like when you try to project a globe
I
onto a
wasn't
flat.
okay. All right. Guys. I can't talk and not get a word out. And like again, I'm just feeling so defeated right now. I think we were having a lot more productive conversation earlier, and now we're just kind of jumping on a bunch of shit.
No, sorry. Go ahead
All right,
about where you came to learn about how the Earth is flat.
in my body,
We got a rapper.
like a quiet storm. I've been stuck surrounded by these losers, lambs, and all above. I can't fuck with that.
Dude, don't quit your day job, man. You're not making it.
Wait, I can spit bars. I'm telling you.
Cool. It's pretty easy gig to not be coherent. Fuck yourself.
It's not my day job. I mean, I'm non-coherent as a hobby. No one pays me to be non-coherent.
All right, let's get.
I do this on my own time.
What's your name?
That was you that did that incoherent bullshit?
What's my real name?
That wasn't him.
No, he
I don't
doesn't. He's
know
not
your
asking.
real name.
You want my government name?
No, fuck, I don't
It's
want your
Susan.
government name. You shouldn't even have a government name. What's wrong with you? Anyway, so Brown Recluse, what is the dating method for light? How do we know that the Big Bang proof?
I don't know.
Is the cosmological the CMB, the cosmic microwave background radiation. Okay, so how did we date that light and we know it's the oldest light?
Asked it out.
I think I don't know, right? But I'm pretty sure it's because it's the furthest point that we can observe, right? The light, the quote unquote background radiation, right? It's just the consistent pattern of light that we observe, right? So again, like when you observe out into space, there's a consistent pattern of light that we can observe that is a certain quote unquote measurable distance away, right? And so that illustrates that all of it came from a singular point, right? And that point that this energy originates from is what is known as the Big Bang. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I've said anything incorrect in that statement, but I'm pretty sure that's the general gist of it. I do electrical box installations.
So it's an
as
argument
well.
from ignorance.
What
It's
was
saying we are
that?
ignorant of
That was your
anything beyond this
religion?
point.
That
So
was
is it an
his
argument?
religion?
Is it an argument from ignorance?
That was his
then?
religion. Hold on.
Cool. Good
Was
story.
that
Yep,
his
yep.
religion?
No, we heard it. We definitely heard it. So is it an argument from ignorance then? Is it saying we don't know of anything else beyond this point, therefore there isn't anything else beyond this point, therefore it's 13.5 billion years old?
No, it's a good story, dude.
No, that's not. I addressed earlier, right? That I'm not saying that there is nothing beyond that point. I'm saying that the energy from the universe has been calculated, right, based on the fucking physics and the yada yadas, right, in order to originate from one point, right?
Well, you
it's
yada
based
yada
upon what we
right through the
do.
pertinent point, where the pertinent point was like how the rocket yada yada right over a flat Earth. You
Right.
forgot that yada yada
Cool story,
meant
Greg.
flat Earth.
So
you
but
forgot to
what I'm
mention
asking
that.
you
You
is,
didn't mention that.
is this like we're basing it based upon the energy,
Yada
assuming
yada
that the
flat Earth.
energy
I
that we
agree.
can see is all the energy
Very
that
much
there is?
energy was, sort of got back recomposed.
Can we just let Break talk for once? Everyone stop interrupting Break, please. I'm getting upset.
By your calendar date, you do
Calendar.
know that it is flat Earth day.
Absolutely. It's a really
Every
good
day.
point.
Every
I'm gonna need to meditate
day.
on that for a while.
Yeah, can we all just let's have a moment of silence and obviously Break, you don't have to be silent, but everyone
the
else can be
globe.
silent.
Yeah. It's
What do you
like
think about
I
that?
mean, you hope that I
just
will, and I will.
I knew you wouldn't. I knew you wouldn't take the opportunity to be silent.
You did a good prediction. You did a very good prediction.
But I can't predict what shape the Earth is. It's astronomical, is what it is. Ironically,
Oh wow! Now you're predicting what shape your imaginary friend is. Isn't it just a stuffed animal you have sitting on your counter or whatever?
That's ironic. When I was younger, I did have an imaginary friend of my
I
stuffed
bet you
animal.
did.
So, and it was a bear. And all those things are true. So, me lay this out to the crowd. Right. I'm only gonna do this one little bit and then I'm leaving. You know, I feel
Okay, are you gonna do a bit? Okay, finally. Okay.
like okay. Thank you. I'm just gonna lay this out, right? So I was talking with a flat earther from I believe this channel actually. I'm not sure if anyone knows AI Overlord, AI Ardent, whatever
I
his name
bet
is.
you were.
We were discussing. I was trying to find common ground between me and him, right? So I as a glober, him as a flatty, right? We came up with a list of truths, right, and a list of presuppositions.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
You defined it.
Let him
You
cook,
said
bro.
him a flatty.
Let him cook.
I don't know.
He's gonna land this
And
plane.
then
Let him
you
cook.
were what?
A globetard. He's
So
flat chested. I'm a globetard.
Or what? Say what you are. Say what you are.
Didn't I just do that twice?
That's not good enough. You're on the right path.
I'm a religious
Say fully.
heretic, believer in the scientific spewing of the elite corporate pedophiles. That's what I am. A sheep blinded
Finally,
by
they
the
admit it.
lies.
We got him,
Blinded.
boys. Record it.
I'm
No, they're gonna sit down,
a
right?
noted Satanist and a
No,
communist, hater of America
he's
and all
record-
Christian values. Clip it.
He's trolling. He's
Clip
trolling.
it. I'm just trying to.
Come on.
Oh, you muted him? You didn't have to mute
That
him.
would have been a good clip.
You don't.
I'm
Please
sure
don't
we
clip
can go
that.
back on YouTube and clip it.
Don't clip it.
You'd have to
No.
cut me out.
No one in video shadow play. Okay, so let me just lay this out, please. Right. So again, me and AI, we're talking about this, yada yada. These are a list of truths and presuppositions that we both agreed upon, right? And that we believe that any reasonable person can also agree upon, right? So I'm going to list out the truths and the presuppositions, right? And then if anyone wants to add on either one of those categories, they are free to, right? So let me lay them out real quick, right? So truths being self-evident truths, right, via one's experience, right? So because one experiences, these are self-evident. Therefore, they are not presuppositions which have to be presumed with no quote unquote self-evident proof, right? So the three truths: one, these are all I statements. One, I exist and therefore perceive, right? Two, I exist in an external reality that is real to me and congruent with my experience, right? Three, the mind and body are linked inextricably in said external world, right? Next, then we move on to the four presuppositions, right, that have to be presumed in order to build any knowledge off of, right? One, my senses are reliable in perceiving an external reality. Two, my mind and body have certain properties in said external reality. Three, I can interact with said external reality in limited ways, right? And four, said external reality has real independent agents with a consistent experience of said reality, right? So does anyone disagree with any of those points? And does anyone have any points that they would add on to either one of those categories?
Unless we're going hard solipsism, I think they're pretty good.
I thought exactly the same thing. And even then that's it's a kind of a null and void argument off the bat, right?
Yeah, it just destroys the ability to argue.
Yeah, it really is. It's just I said so, and therefore, so. So anyway, so does any reasonable individual amongst us disagree with any of those points? I'm hearing a silent consensus. Wonderful. So beyond that, does anyone here think that they can add any self-evident truths and/or reasonable presuppositions that would lead us to a more solid foundation of truth? Anything that is any reasonable person can agree to, or rather that any reasonable person could not disagree to.
What about if we aren't able to measure something, it doesn't exist? Wouldn't that be self-evident truth?
How many have you had?
Let's
I haven't. It's morning time, baby.
So let me just pose this, right? So are we saying that if we cannot measure something, it does not exist, or
Must
are
be.
we
That's axiomatic,
right? So, but hypothetically, right? What if so? Are we saying so? Like, what about before we could measure things, right? So, for example, like the electromagnetic spectrum, or again, magnets and yada yada. Before we could measure them, right? Where you're saying that they did not exist. So, like again, the electromagnetic spectrum we could not measure until whatever, and say insert 1800 state here, right? We could not
can
measure
we
that.
prove that it existed before then?
I don't know. Could we?
No. Before we discovered it, no. So let me get into that, because remember that's what I brought up with AI when you first had the conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you were there. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So remember I said that truth is that which is verifiable.
I wrote that down: verifiable and falsifiable.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So, but at the time, it wasn't verifiable. So at the time, was it true? Yes.
Yes.
It was still true that there's this electromagnetic spectrum. It exists. It was true. So that's why you can't even, accept that as reality, because even if it's, not falsifiable, it's not true. So then I had to reduce it down to, well, it might be true, but it's not science, right? Because according to Karl Popper, it has to be falsifiable. If it's not
Right.
falsifiable, then you can't call it science. So I was kind of lobbing that at AI and expecting him to crush me over it, but he didn't. So I crushed it myself because he didn't bite on my hook.
So
Do you
are you
remember
saying?
that conversation now?
So I'm recalling that now, right? But just to clarify, right, you're saying that because it was just because it wasn't verifiable, right? Obviously, did not make it untrue, right? So obviously,
Right.
the electromagnetic spectrum existed regardless of our ability to verify and perceive
Right.
it, right? But
Right.
with that being said, right, what was your point
It
about
wasn't. It wasn't science yet. That was my point.
Sure. So
That
okay,
even though it was true, it wasn't knowledge
correct.
because
We
we haven't
agree upon
experienced
that,
it. Right.
right? So
Okay.
again,
Continue.
right. So again, when we talk about I believe it was Eggshell's point, right? So that if you can't measure something, it does not exist, right? We've proved that to be infactual, right? But
Well,
1 second. I will say that it does not exist in our current body of knowledge. We can definitely say that, right? We could say that with if we cannot measure or perceive something, it cannot be within our current body of knowledge. But if our measurements or our perception grew, right, via yada yadas, right, grew from whatever means, right, then we are then able to increase our body of knowledge and learn more things, right? Obviously, that's just how learning works.
Does my
So
body of knowledge look fat in this? That kind of a deal.
yeah, 100%, right? But regardless,
It's about perception.
right? But obviously measurements themselves are based on our perception in order how we perceive those measurements, right? So, but regardless, so with that being said, measurements equaling existence, right? You can only measure existing things that exist rather, and obviously you cannot measure things that do not exist, right? But simply our ability to measure things does not define their existence. Which is what I was kind of saying here, that with the I exist in an external reality, obviously. So like this reality is true beyond one's personal experience, right? So again, if you die right here, right this second, we're going to continue on this Discord call respectfully. We'll have a moment of silence, everyone except for Break once he's unmuted. But then we'll have a moment of silence, and then we'll probably continue the conversation, right? But regardless, like I was saying, an external reality independent of any individual agent. So, respectfully, again, we just can't add that the measurement equaling existence to the list of reasonable presuppositions. Does anyone else have a possible truth, self-evident truth, or reasonable presupposition that they would like to add to this list of universal presupposition and truths?
Well, since nobody spoke up,
Yeah, please.
think about, what I said. And the reason that I said it, I think it's really important to understand that, just because you can't falsify something doesn't mean that it's not true. Right? Well, if I said that the reason things are falling down is because of pixie dust, right? You can't detect the pixie dust, but you can't prove it wrong. But it has to be there for things to fall down. So that's one of those things where it's like you can't falsify that. We can't scientifically prove it one way or the other. So I think it's Newton's razor. It's not even worth debating and talking about if we can't prove it scientifically.
Well, okay, so just to be on that point, right? So, like, again, obviously, we're referring to gravity, right? So, gravity, again, we can all prove gravity to be a constant phenomena, right? That we observe in our external reality, right? With that being said, the reason that external that phenomena occurs, right, is hotly debated. Obviously, I would argue that it's mass attracting mass, or again, the curvature of space time or whatever the fuck, yada yadas, right? You would obviously argue whatever you argue, right? It doesn't matter, right? But we can clearly and verifiably and falsifiably observe and measure the effects right? And I think we can all agree on that, right? So obviously, gravity being, the theory that it's mass attracting mass in the curvature of space-time, right? Again, is a, in my opinion, sound, or as sound as it can be given the current measurement of capabilities and scientific limits, right? In the explanation as to how this phenomena occurs, right? I'm not saying it's 100% true and 100% valid and 100% why this occurs, rather, right? But with that being said, it's the most reasonable and the most it has the most explanatory explanation power, basically the most thank you very much, the most explanatory power in the phenomena that we observe.
Yeah, but mine has, scientific experimentation and demonstration of cause and effect. So I would disagree just saying mass attracting mass and leaving out volume.
Say again?
I think that's mass attracting mass and leaving out volume, which is Newtonian. I think that's an explanation, but I have demonstration.
But then, if you're talking about density is inherently in part of mass. Mass is density over volume, or whatever the actual equation is. But it's density and volume
Yeah, but
in whatever
when you say mass, nobody hears volume, right? Unless you're like one of those nerds. You're a nerd of nerds, right? So
Right.
generally, when the average person hears mass, they don't hear volume at all. So when I say, the specific gravity is demonstrable, anybody with, frozen water and liquid water can demonstrate it. And they completely understand how it works because it's right there in front of your eyes. Once you manipulate the medium, you drink the water. The glass is empty, the ice goes down. You fill the water back up, the ice floats again. And that's more than explanation. Like I don't need to explain it. I don't need to explain anything because I've narrowed it down to an independent variable, and we have a cause and effect relationship.
Right. We understand that the ice floats on the water, right? But why does the ice float on the water? Relative density.
Buoyant force.
It's a buoyant force based on relative density, 100%.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, with that being said, obviously, buoyancy applies to us on Earth, right? Balloons float because of buoyancy, right? On the atmosphere surrounding them, right? We would agree with that, right? But if things are simply based on density, right? Why is so obviously there's like air resistance, and obviously things fall different in a vacuum, right? I mean, we might disagree on that, but there's demonstrable evidence of things falling different in a vacuum, right? And so they still fall at obviously a consistent rate, right? So you think that's exclusively due to the order of density? Like again, it's just they go down because again, hypothetically, right? The air, right, is less dense as you raise up in elevation, right? I think we can agree on that, right? Air above us is less dense than the air below us. So why don't things raise to the lower density air?
Why don't things raise to the lower density air?
The air around us, right? The medium in which these things exist, right? So again, you drop a ball in water, it sinks, right? So, but the air above the water, or I'm sorry, the air below. The air in the higher atmospheres, right, is less dense than the air in the lower atmospheres, right? And so therefore, why would that not, why would the ball not then go towards the lower density air? This bowling ball, hypothetically.
It's going to go, because the bowling ball is dense compared to the atmosphere around it, it's going to go down until it reaches equilibrium. So the bowling ball can't fall. Go ahead.
Can I ask why down, right? So, but like I was saying, as you increase altitude,
that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know why down, but I've never seen anything fall sideways. So I could ask you why not sideways.
I can point you to the Cavendish experiment, but we might disagree on the conclusions of the Cavendish experiment, where mass is attracted to mass vertically on a rig.
But only on a rig, right?
Again, I would argue no, not only on a rig. Obviously, in space, things are attracted to each other, right? And if you there's a common demonstration of if you put a heavy ball in the middle of like a tarp, right, and then roll two objects around that tarp, right, the objects will rotate around each other, right? And that's
no, they're trying to fall down, but the tarp is adding a force to it
100%. I'm not saying
where
that's a perfect representation, right? But with that being said, again, that is a hypothetical demonstration of horizontal gravity, right? And the demonstration of why things orbit around other objects in space.
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's the bowling
throw it
ball
out the
in
wall.
the center is trying to go down. All the other balls are also trying to go down.
Right, but why do they spin around each other?
Because the guy threw them at a perverted angle. He didn't just drop them on there.
Right, but if he threw them, hypothetically, right, he has both the balls. Again, I can bring up the video, right? But he has both the balls in his hands and throws them at the same angle, right? But one is more dense than the other, right? The less dense one spins around the more dense one, right? As it creates its own bending in the tarp. Again, I'm not saying that's again, it's falling, right? It's still creating that downward force that everything relies upon.
It's
But
heavier. It's heavier.
again,
There's more weight.
well, let's throw that out the window. Let's throw it out the window, right? So, but the Cavendish experiment, right? The Cavendish experiment, right, points to things being attracted to each other, right? But the reason is, then we have to determine why are these things attracted to each other, right? So obviously, things fall. Everyone can recognize that. Only unreasonable people can recognize that things don't fall, right? So regardless, things fall, and the Cavendish experiment poses that if gravity is the reason, right, things should be attracted horizontally as well as vertically, right? That would make sense, right? So in that experiment, they put a very very dense thing on one side and a very small mass on the other side, right? And then those slowly reach each other as mass is attracted to mass, right? You can you can argue that the methodology is flawed and that doesn't point to gravity specifically in the curvature of space-time and mass, yada yada. But we can demonstrate that mass is attracted to mass, right? Via the Cavendish experiment, right? So if you want to refute that, feel free to. Again, I'm not a scientist, but I can point to that experiment as mass attracting mass horizontally.
All right. Well, first of all, it's not an experiment. It's an observation of what
How's it-
happens when you hook up a torsion balance. So these things are oscillating in the video that I saw. And when they were oscillating, he called that noise, I think. And then eventually he puts the heavier balls or whatever he used next to it. And then it kept oscillating and it was getting closer and closer and closer every time. And then he cut the video. I would have liked to have seen the whole video without the cuts.
I can post a
Because
video.
what I think was happening is that this oscillation that was happening was going to continue oscillating and it wasn't actually going to stick to it. It was just going to keep the noise. Only thing I saw is when you put the larger objects next to the smaller ones, is the noise slowed down. So there was less noise.
I posted a video and it's 15 minutes long. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but if you want to just just view it at your leisure, fuck me, view it at your pleasure, right? Regardless. Again, I would just, if gravity is mass attracting mass, right? This would be a possible proof of that. You can refute it, right? But with that being said, I think that is a pretty sound experiment in this instance, an experiment of mass attracting mass. Granted, on a rig, it's not perfect conditions. It's not a giant planet attracting a moon in orbit, yada yada, right?
Yeah, no, this looks real easy, dude. Like, why can't you show us this in nature?
If you look up, I would argue.
I'm not saying look up. I'm saying like in our natural environment, man. Like in reality.
Because again, in reality,
like look at it, man. It's so simple, right? These things just move all of a sudden and they touch the other thing, right?
They're balanced very
mass is
accordingly.
attracting mass, right?
Right, they're balanced incredibly accordingly. That is antithetical to how nature is observed, right? Because obviously in nature, everything is being pulled down at a rate of 9.8 meters per second on average, right? So
nothing's being pulled sideways in nature.
No, it's all being the gravitational mass, the gravitational constant that we experience on Earth is pulling everything down towards the center of Earth, the most massive point on Earth, which is that slowly decelerating core that he was talking about earlier, right? So again, that's where the gravitational mass that Earth is affected by, right, which creates the atmosphere and the gradient of atmosphere up towards the vacuum of space.
It's a cool story. I get it, dude.
But I'm just trying to explain how it makes sense to me, and I just want to elaborate why it doesn't make sense to you guys.
Well, I'll tell you, this is the video that I watched, and this is the video that I was talking about. That's why I said and then I switched it to other thing.
Can you point out the oscillation? Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Yeah, can you point out the oscillation that you were referring to from before?
Yeah, the thing swinging back and forth like a pendulum, right? And then when he puts the big lead, whatever that is, brick there, the oscillation that was happening before continues, right? and it slows down. So if he would have had it like perfectly still and then put that brick there and it would have started scooting over, that would be a much better experiment, I think. But with all this oscillation or what he calls noise in this video, I think that he saw the thing swinging and thought, well, if I put this brick there, it's already swinging that way. So it's going to swing towards the brick and it's going to make it look like it's a mass attractive mass. I mean, I just think that if this is a real thing, and this, hold on. If this is a real thing, and the Cavendish experiment does work like you guys say that it does, quote unquote experiment, then show me one that's not moving, and then he puts it there and it moves, and it keeps moving until it sticks to it, and then the video goes on for an extra 30 minutes of it just sticking there.
Wait, but what,
That'd be
let me say two things, right, real quick. So, A, what if that's not how what if you're misunderstanding how gravity works, right? And the force that is attracting these two masses together in this Cavendish experiment that I'm showing you, right, is not as strong as the mass that's pulling them down and creating that sway that you're talking about, right? So if we just look at this video, right, starting at 355, right, you see the pendulum swinging, right? It's balanced at a point and it's swinging quite wide, right? As soon as he places the lead weight next to it, you can see that the rate at which it swings incredibly favors the way that those two objects are oriented around the rotation. The pendulum swings far less dramatically and definitely favors the area in which those lead weights are placed. Right? Hypothetically, how do you explain that in, with these two non-ferromagnetic materials clearly favoring where they're facing, where they're placed without touching?
Well, I would just ask, these are lead, right? So lead is extremely conductive, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't it conduct? Okay. Two of them are floating in air, and then one of them is grounded.
Okay.
So.
But do they have current going through them?
Or if they're not touching each other, then there's a possibility of current.
You're saying that? Do you think that those have enough current to create magnetic fields that attract each other?
I know that electrostatic force is a real thing. I don't know.
Oh, I agree with you.
Or not.
I agree with you, but I think I can pull up some papers that demonstrate that electromagnetic force is not, or electrostatic force or whatever, is not strong enough to overcome to demonstrate this kind of effect. I can go searching for a little bit for you if you'd like, but again, you're just posing that the gravity cannot be the explanation for this, and that it's more likely that it's the electric.
Let's say that it could be gravity. Okay.
Okay, please.
So it's gravity, right? This whole non-attractive mass. How did you control for electrostatic force?
If hypothetically, can in this scenario, can we measure electromagnetic force? Because if you can measure for it, right, then you can figure out if it's strong enough to produce this effect, right, and therefore control for it, because and then therefore it is present in every version of the events. So therefore it's controlled for by being present. So you can't use it as an independent variable and remove the electromagnetic force, right? With that being said, once you add the lead weight there, right, you can determine is the electromagnetic force from this object strong enough to create the attraction that we're seeing, the magnetic attraction that we typically see between magnets, right, which is a very understood phenomena, right? Does it have enough electromagnetic force to attract the object in the way that we can observe it attracting?
I think you're tired because you keep saying electromagnetic force.
Is that not what you're saying?
Electrostatic force. You know how clouds are made.
You talk. Yeah, but the electrostatic force is the magnetic fields created by electricity, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's an electromagnetic component, right? But I'm talking specifically about the electrostatic part, not the magnetic part.
Okay. So if we talk about the electrostatic force, is that a force that we can measure?
I think so.
You think so? Or you know so?
Yeah. Are you controlling for it in this? Because I don't see how he'd be controlling for it.
So again, hypothetically, right? So again, if we're pointing that to that being the possible cause of the experiment, right? So like I was saying, you can control for it by it being a consistent value, right, in all experiments, right? But you cannot necessarily manipulate it as an independent value, right? But again, let me just look up. Let me understand this a little better. Let me look up electrostatic force to better understand what you're specifically referring to, because I think the electrostatic force is the electromagnetic force generated by electric fields.
Oh yeah, I saw that earlier today. That little
Electrostatics
know?
is a phenomenon, right, that forces the electric charges exert on each other. One second. The attractive and repulsive forces between particles due to exactly. So again, due to the again, it's positive, not positive attracting negative. Yeah, it's magnets. Am I wrong? Because this just looks like magnets.
Have you ever rubbed a balloon on your head?
Yeah, because I'm saying
there's
that
no magnets involved in the clouds.
it's because of the magnetic force created by the two opposing
Right.
electrons, right? It's a magnetic field.
Right.
One second.
It's a real force, right?
I'm trying. Yeah. Okay. So the electrostatic force is described by Coulomb's law. Coulomb's law. Thank you. To solve for the forces created by configurations of charge, electrostatics deal with the forces between charges, right? So wonderful. So again, I think you can control for that because we can measure the charge in objects, right? We can measure we can measure the electrical charge that things
So
have.
how did he control for this if those two things aren't connected via a wire somehow?
I don't understand because again, if you can measure how positive or negatively charged an object is, right, then we can determine if those objects are positively and negatively charged enough in order to create that electrostatic force. Correct? Do we agree there?
Hold on, I didn't hear what you said. I'm trying to turn it on the video.
I'll repeat it, right? If we can measure the positive and negative forces and positive and negative charges of any individual object, right? We can then determine if those objects have enough positive and or negative charge in order to create this electrostatic force that would attract them. Yes?
Correct.
Right. So I imagine, again, I can't say with 100% certainty, but I imagine, right, these objects are not negatively or positively charged enough in order to create that attraction, right?
Well, one's grounded
Huh?
and one's floating in the air. One's grounded and one's floating in the air. So I
Right,
don't know how you can be certain of that.
Well, because again, how we can determine the positive or negative charge of an object, right? And that positive or negative charge, right, is correlated with whether or not it's grounded or not, right? But it is measurable whether or not the individual object is grounded. Correct?
Yeah, I would agree. But did he measure for that in here, or did he just
do
the experiment?
I could pull up a paper for you, but
Not experiment. Sorry. Go ahead.
But is electrostatic force powerful enough in order to create
More
that effect?
powerful than gravity. More powerful than gravity.
Okay, non-kinetic forces
Like
that push
static
pull
is a
objects.
real force, not a weak force, not a pseudo force.
Gravity is definitely a weak force for sure, right? So again,
Stoop.
is a phenomenon, attraction, plastic, paper to a charged scale, spontaneous explosion, yada yada. Two electrically charged objects, right? So let me again. Those things are not electrically charged. I mean, everything is electrically charged to a degree, but again, the amount of electrical charge you would need in order to attract something to that degree, you would need wires running to it. Like I was saying, you would need electrical charge flowing through the objects. Correct? Like, do you disagree with me?
Well, wouldn't you equal them out with wires, not charge them with wires?
Say again?
It seems like if you had wires connecting these things through the torsion balance, obviously not from directly to one another, but indirectly through the torsion balance, and these things were grounded out to one another, then there wouldn't be the possibility of electrostatic forces because there wouldn't be enough charge from one way to another, from negative to positive, right? So this wasn't even considered in this video because I watched it like a month or two ago, and he didn't even address that. But every time I've ever brought up this to a Glober, they say that they control for this, but this guy didn't even talk about controlling for it.
Okay, so even still, right? But even hypothetically, if they didn't control for it, right? I'm gonna try and really quickly determine how much electrical charge is gonna have to be flowing through those objects in order to create that strong of a force, right? Because I imagine it's much stronger than them just sitting there freely unconnected to a power source. Do you think that the natural current that an object exudes, negative or positive, right, is enough to attract it with that ferocity?
I don't know. I know that you can put two different kinds of metal in the ground and pour water over it, and it'll give you 2 volts. They call it a ground battery or ground generator.
For sure. Right, but
So
respectfully, there's no water flowing over these objects, and therefore they're not creating that ground energy, right? So again, I'm simply trying to demonstrate, right, that I'm saying hypothetically that could be a flaw in this experiment, right? But do you point that it, if that is controlled for, that this points to mass attracting mass?
well, that's the thing. We don't know what the cause is because
But we
it
can.
could be the oscillation causing this cause.
But I
It could,
disagree. I disagree, right? Because we witnessed the oscillation. If we refer back to the video real quick, right? We witnessed the oscillation occurring from 350, or from 350 to 7, right? And it oscillates in a very distinct pattern, right? In a pendulum motion, right? Over a certain distance, right? And then as soon as that block is placed there, it still oscillates, but generally shifted in the direction of the weight, right? That is clearly observable right here. Do you disagree with that observation?
yeah, that's what happened.
Right.
The
So then,
oscillation hypnotized you, and then the power of suggestion made you believe that it was due to gravity and
no.
not
So
anything else.
So I'm just saying, no, based purely on observation, not based on why these things are occurring, right? But can we both agree that before that
Yeah, we
object is
witnessed
placed
that.
there,
I agree. Yeah,
that it seems to
was
be
it was oscillating, and then the pattern of oscillation changed when the brick was placed next to it.
right? So the pattern of oscillation changed, shifting towards the brick. Can we agree on that point as
Right.
well? Right. Great.
Yes.
So then now we can try to determine why that's occurring. Right. So we
Right. So why
agree
is
that
it happening?
right. So 100%, we agree that there's an observed phenomena that these two objects are attracted to each other for some reason, right? We can eliminate ferromagnetics, right? The magnetic force, right? Because these objects are not magnetized, right? And then so the only question is, right? Is it the gravity? Is it the electrostatic force, or is it another unknown force, right? I think gravity. This is exactly what you would expect to see from gravity, right? Given the calculations. Do you disagree with that fact?
If we would have went all the way to the end of the video and he would have left it kept playing, and he wouldn't have cut the video, I could see you making that argument and having like strong conviction. But at the very end here, when it's up to like 50 speed, he cuts it at 1430 something. Like he should have let that keep recording.
Well, respectfully, you can see it you can see as soon as that lead is placed on the time lapse, right? If we go to 1150, right? Go to 1150, you can see the clear, distinct swaying of the pendulum, right? And as soon as those blocks are placed there, you can see it hit the brick with an attractive force, right? There's those
Right,
two
but
objects.
1146, he cuts the video.
Okay, so okay, sure. The video has to end at some point. We agree there. The video has to end at some point. So, but why we can both observe those masses being attracted to each other. Do we disagree there?
It appears that they were oscillating and swinging. Yeah, the same thing, right? And
Yeah.
when the brick was placed there, the oscillation pattern changed, but I never saw it stop.
Right,
Like
but
it
it
never like
changed.
snugged up. It changed. That's it.
But it
It never
changed too
stopped.
heavily.
It never stopped and attracted, like you said. Because when
But
you
it's
say attraction, like I'm thinking like actual attraction, like magnets, right?
no, okay, but that's not. But again, you're conflating the two definitions. We agreed that those two objects are attracted to each other, but not fully attracted like magnets, right? We can agree
Right.
on those facts. So again,
Right.
we're witnessing attraction between two objects. That's what we are witnessing in this experiment, right? So beyond that, right? Again, now we can try to determine why they are attracted to each other, but we can witness and observe not only vertical attraction, vertical quote unquote gravity, but also horizontal gravity, which is what you would expect to see in the gravitational model. Do you disagree with anything I just said?
I think it's correlation, not causation, because this is supposed to be proving that gravity is the force. But I don't think we've eliminated the electrostatic force. I think that we can't prove which way it was. We would have to do the experiment, the test, the demonstration ourselves in order to, say why
But
it did this and record it from beginning to end, not just pause it when it's convenient, because those two things that are oscillating are now right next to each other. And now's a good time to cut the video. And to me, that shows bias, and I don't think science is supposed to have that sort of bias where it looks like now's a good time to cut the video. I would have kept it rolling for hours if that's what I was trying to demonstrate, and I would have cut the video when all the motion had stopped.
Okay. Hypothetically, if you performed this experiment and controlled for electrostatic force and it still showed the same results, would that sway you closer to the belief of gravity's existence?
Yeah, I don't know if you would call it gravity, but it would show that it wasn't electrostatic force. Because your whole concept of gravity, right, is the mass attracting mass one, right?
Yeah, again, yeah.
Newtonian. Okay. So Professor Shankar said that, you know, basically this is the end of Newtonian mechanics. Would you like to see those? Have I showed you before?
Probably not, but if you want to, go ahead.
Yeah, cool. I'll go ahead and post that for you real fast. And
You were saying
so,
who was saying it's what?
Professor Shankar, I'll just post it
Yeah,
for you. Let
yeah,
me get
post
the
it.
clipboard out. Here we go. So, in these three quotes, and please don't just take what I'm saying because read the whole thing if you like. But
Yeah, so I'll read it out loud real quick. So we have a double slit experiment with Newtonian particle and electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. Well, we close that slit and open another slit and fire the bevy of electrons, and we get 8 hits on point A. The Newtonian prediction would be that if we fire the same bevy of electrons, both slits open must get 18 hits, right? Point A, big fat 0, right? So again, clearly, the double slit experiment is a very repeatable experiment, right? That has been done several times, and we observe, right?
you cherry picked. You cherry picked.
I just read the first thing. It stops right there.
Yeah. So no, it doesn't
You want me to keep
stop right
going?
there. No, it says
Oh,
the Newtonian prediction will be if we fired the same electrons at both slits, we would get 18s hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat 0. And
Right.
what does this mean? Quote, this is the end of Newtonian physics, end quote. Ramari Shankar, professor of physics, Yale.
Yeah, so 100%. Yeah, I agree that Newtonian physics break down on a subatomic part level. I 100% agree with that. That's quantum mechanics. We agree on that, right? So, but with that being said,
so what happens when you have a theory, right, and you actually go to test it, and the evidence shows the opposite of what your theory is? What does that mean?
then your body of knowledge changes, and you adapt your theory to reality. You try to explain the occurrences of happening with all of the body of knowledge that you currently have, right? So again, we agree that Newtonian physics falls apart on a subatomic level, right? Again, we 100% agree there, right? But it also, right, it still applies. It also falls apart at a grandeur level, right? When you zoom out, right? It also makes no sense when you zoom out of the universe in the globe perspective, right? In the heliocentric model, it also falls apart, right? But it does make sense, right? It holds true, and quote unquote true, right, on our level of perception, right? So again, with that being said,
I'm going to sum it up because I don't want to hog the mic. This isn't the Larry show, right? So I'm going to sum it up like a closing argument, and then you can go after it. Okay. And then someone else is going to talk for a while. Okay, so for me, I'm not making an inference. I'm showing that you can manipulate the cause of the effect that I'm calling gravity. And when you manipulate the relative density, things go up or down. You can demonstrate this just about anywhere in the world, as long as you can manipulate the relative density, and the objects can go up and down. So what I believe you're doing is you're demonstrating this contraption that shows us what you're calling mass attracting mass. I'm going to say oscillation variation, and you're saying that this, shows proof that mass attracting mass is causing it. So I'm going to say that that's a shady inference.
well, I'm just saying.
Hold on. I'm making a closing argument, and then you get to go after me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm going to make sure that you get equal speaking time.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to say that this shady inference is nothing more than a causation correlation conflation, and that I think that I need to see something better than what you provided to be convinced of your cause. So go ahead and speak
All right.
for
So,
4 minutes if you like.
my rebuttal to that, right, is that we agreed that the experiment does show some level of attraction between the two objects, right? And we agreed that it doesn't necessarily control for all possible factors, right? I'm saying that my inference is that these two bodies of mass, which is the independent variable in the experiment, would point not only to causation, or not only to correlation, but causation, given that is the independent variable, right? And beyond that, right? The mass attracting mass is, in my opinion, a more full explanation of why we experience downward momentum on our Earth, right, versus the explanation of order of density, right, in the fact that density decreases when you increase in elevation, right? You would imagine then things would go towards the lower dense area, which is higher up, as opposed to the more dense area, which is closer to the Earth's surface. That's my point.
Well, floor is open. Anybody?
Does any flat earthers like find the flaws in my logic?
Well, if it leads to a globe, there's obviously flaws in the logic.
Right.
Don't
Sure.
straw man our position. You can't speak for us. Eggs, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
But eggshells, right? With that being said, can you logically understand where I'm coming from, but more than that, explain where I'm flawed in my logic, right? Because my logic points to the gravity creating a spherical Earth and creating all these other phenomena that are explained by a globe Earth on a heliocentric model, right? Again, that's my perspective, right? So from everything that I've laid out, specifically what I've just laid out, and given the gravity versus ordering of density, right? Can you illustrate where I'm misconstruing the data, or I'm being globe-tarded, essentially? Can you point to anything specifically?
Have you manipulated gravity as the variable? Have you managed to turn off gravity?
No.
So are you manipulating the cause of the effect? Like, could it be something else about two bodies being near one another that could cause an attraction?
100%. It could be, right? What I'm stating is that it is the most logical and, in my opinion, reasonable explanation is that these two pieces of mass are attracted to each other, given that they are not overflowing with electrical current that would cause a reasonable person to deduce that they are attracted via that electrostatic force. Again, I can't say that that's not necessarily what's happening, or that there isn't a more reasonable explanation. But with our current body of knowledge, the gravitational theory is the most reasonable explanation as to why we experience what we experience in terms of downward momentum.
When you say it's the most reasonable, it sounds like you were saying it from an objective. Like, objectively, it is the most reasonable. Is that what you mean?
No, I don't think truth is objective, right? I'm saying, I believe you would disagree.
Think truth is objective?
I do. I don't think that truth is objective. Yes, I don't. Truth is a justified, is a verifiable, or it's a justified true belief, right? So, like I was saying before,
knowledge is a justified true belief.
There you go. There you go. Truth, right? Truth is, I would agree that truth is is independent of one's perspective, right? But when
you are saying truth is objective,
I say that I will say that there is there is an objective truth. I would say that's when I was referring earlier to the external reality, I think the external reality is true regardless of the individual perceiver, right? But when we talk about truth, right, truth is a very varied word, right? And so when my truth, right, I believe it is true that the Earth is a sphere, right? With that being said, like I was mentioning earlier, my methodology says to me that just because I think it's true does not make it true, and therefore my truths are subject to change. So again, my truths are not objective, but I do believe there is objective truth. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. So when you say it's the most reasonable answer, you mean like subjectively it feels to me like the more reasonable answer?
I wouldn't necessarily phrase it exactly like that, but to me, it is the most reasonable answer. It is the most logical approach to the methodology of finding truth.
Yeah, I think.
To me, it sounds like confirmation bias. Sorry, Eggs. Go ahead.
No, it could be, right? Would you agree then that confirmation bias could influence what to any of us seems like the most reasonable choice?
100%. Confirmation bias is undeniable and inextricably linked with our personal experience. Like again, I was raised from a babe that the Earth was a globe, obviously, and I imagine everyone was raised pretty similarly, and you guys have had experiences that convinced you otherwise, right? And let me ask you the exact same question, right? Do you think that it is possible that your conclusions are based on confirmation bias?
I was going to ask that very same question, and I'm glad that you asked it, right? Because what I'm looking at is demonstrable. So, what's causing the ice to float? What's causing the apple to float? What's causing the steel anvil to float?
Right.
Well, it has to be the medium that it's in. Because I can't think of any other way to make something levitate like I'm a magician or something, right?
Right. So, but real quick, just to
So,
cut you off for just a second, just to cut you
hold
off for
on.
just 1 second, that is
Okay.
technically an argument for ignorance, right? So, if you point to gravity as an argument for ignorance, you think that is the most reasonable conclusion, right? Buoyancy being the factor that we can demonstrate, and I agree with you, right? But technically, that is an assumption off of ignorance, right? There could be a hypothetical other force that we don't know about, right? But buoyancy
Okay.
is a demonstratable fact or demonstratable phenomena that we observe much in what I would refer to as gravity. But continue, please.
Okay. So let's say that I hook up like 5 different contraptions, right? Because there's different ways to make things levitate. One of them is buoyancy, right? Another one is electromagnetism, right? And let's say I got all these things hooked up on a switch, right? So I can turn off the electromagnet. I could hit a switch and drain the water and make the beach ball sink, right? And I think that there's ways to make things float with sound. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you can if there's sound and there's
Okay,
also
yeah.
there's
Right.
also like in a plane when you dip down and you create quote unquote zero gravity. I forget what
Okay,
that phenomenon is called.
there's aerodynamics, right? We know
Yeah,
that
yeah.
some birds can looks like they're flying in place, right? But they're just utilizing the
Lift,
okay,
yes.
so right, the lift, right? So let's say that one by one I walk by these contraptions and I flip the switch and make it go down. So the lack of sound made the object fall. The lack of medium or water made the beach ball fall. The lack of electromagnetism or magnetism made the steel nail fall. Right. So what is the cause of these things going down? Well, each one has a different cause, right? Can you do that with gravity? Can you walk by and turn off the gravity and make it float up or make it fall down?
Well, no, right? But let me argue this, right? Can you turn off the shape of the Earth? Obviously, the shape of the Earth is true whether or not you can turn it off, right? That is an observable fact, right? That we would disagree on, right? But regardless, just because you cannot control the shape of the Earth and that independent variable does not mean that your observations of the Earth being, real and flat, hypothetically, right, are therefore irreasonable, or rather illogical, right? So again, just because you can't change a variable does not mean that it is not measurable and able to be proven.
But can you do science on something if you can't affect the variables?
Yeah, you can affect certain variables, like he was saying. You can affect the electrostatic, like the electromagnetic, the lift, the sound, the medium. You can affect all those variables, right? But we can't affect the gravitational constant that we all experience. We can't affect that. And even, but again, hypothetically we can, right? But via these other, we can create forces that outweigh the weak force of gravity, right? And that therefore allow us to quote unquote float and defy gravity, right? Which is where obviously the phrase comes from. But with that being said, we cannot control the constant of gravity, much in the way we cannot control the speed of light, yet we know the speed of light. Is there again any flaws in my logic? Or again, I'm not trying to be a dick, but you guys see where I'm coming from. You see the explanation.
You saying that you can't turn off gravity is like me saying I can't turn off the pixie dust. So the reason that things fall down is the pixie dust. And then I could do a burden of proof reversal and say, well, you can't prove me wrong, right? That would be
you're creating a straw man right now, because again, we're talking about pixie dust. And you guys were saying that the fact that I cannot manipulate gravity as an independent variable means that I cannot determine that gravity is the cause, right? And again, while I agree with you to an effect, right, to a degree, again, you're saying that my gravity argument is null and void because I cannot manipulate that variable. That's what you're saying, right? And so I'm not defending the fact that I can manipulate the variable. I'm saying that just because I cannot manipulate the variable does not make my conclusions invalid, much in the way that because you guys, there's plenty of, variables that you guys cannot manipulate, ergo the shape of the earth, right? But that does not make your conclusions invalid.
Or you don't have a conclusion, you have an inference.
Even still, the conclusion inference, right? It's the inference it's the conclusion of my inference. I've come to a conclusion via an inference.
Once again, I'm trying to pass the mic. If there's anybody out there that's got 2 cents.
Respectfully, Larry, I'd like to talk to you. You seem the most coherent out of everybody,
I'm just an idiot, bro. I didn't even graduate high school.
I would, but see, I love that you said that, right? Because I say I'm an idiot all the time, right? And my favorite quote is "The wisest man is he who knows himself a fool," right? You just said you're a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot, right? I'd like to think myself as intellectually capable, right? But I recognize the faults in my own wisdom and knowledge, right? And if anyone who here that does not recognize the own faults in their wisdom and knowledge is themselves the actual idiot, while not being able to recognize the fact that they are the idiot, right? So with the fact that we can both recognize that we are idiots with flawed knowledge and logic and reasoning and modes of interpretation, right? That things makes us far more similar than dissimilar, regardless of our interpretation of reality.
Agreed.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I want to talk to you. That's why I want your opinions on where I'm coming from and my logical conclusions and my logical inferences to determine, again, the shape of the earth that we stand on and how I perceive the world around me that you would call a lie.
Well, I don't think that you're lying, right? I don't think you're lying because lying means you're intentionally trying to deceive.
Sure. Okay. I'm sorry. Misinformed.
Yeah. So it's not disinformation, it's just misinformation. So I think you actually believe what you're saying. I don't think you're trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. I just think that you've heard this word gravity your whole life, and it's very difficult to think outside of that box that the left brain education, government controlled indoctrination center concentration camps put you in from 5 years old to 18 years old, and told you to sit down and shut up and raise your hand and ask permission to even go use the bathroom for so long, and you're not even free to go home and do anything but what we tell you to, which is homework. I mean, at this point, it's like we're all conditioned to sit down and shut up and do what we're told. And that Pavlovian dog conditioning is so strong because the power of suggestion, hypnotization, mass media, the mass formation psychosis is strong with all of us.
Okay, well, again, respectfully, you addressed a lot of stuff there. Again, I just want to try and demonstrate I'm just trying to just demonstrate that my logic is not flawed in how I come to my conclusions, right? And while you may, again, I'm not saying that you believe what I believe or that you think I'm lying, right? But if we can agree on the logical bases of how we come to truth, right? And we can agree that the logic in which we come to a truth, right, is sound and reasonable in order to determine the most reasonable version of truth, right? And in accordance with that objective reality that we all experience, right? Via our own interpretation, right? If we can agree on those base facts and then build upon that, then we can find that common ground and figure out where our differences in and how we can actually come to what is true, what is real, and how we come to those truths in order to make the most, again, like I said, true and real version of the reality around us. That's what I'd like to do. Because again, I personally feel like if you guys all understood the way if you all understood things the way that I understand them, you would come to the realization, obviously, that the globe is or the Earth is a globe, right? Yada yada, right? And but not because you just believe it, but because your logical inferences and logical conclusions have led you to that reasonable belief that the Earth is a globe, even though you haven't flown to space and seen it yourself with your own eyes. And I'm just saying, I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to think in any way.
Well, I think you're making a leap of logic when you say that we observe these things in nature, therefore it's mass attracting mass. And it breaks down at the quantum level, it breaks down at the galactic level, and you got to say, well, anybody who claims to understand quantum mechanics doesn't understand quantum mechanics. And it's kind of this, mysterious, convoluted hypothesis or theory about gravity, is really mysterious, and we don't know everything about it, and it's the cutting edge of science and all that stuff. But for me, weight or gravitas or specific gravity or relative density, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's as simple as a glass of Texas tea. And why does the ice fall down after you remove the water? It just does. And why does
Okay.
it go down instead of sideways? It just does. I don't know how to make it any more clear than that.
But because that's not an explanation. That's just, again, that's just a base belief based on, you know, it just, or just, I guess it's an admittance of ignorance, right? And again, I admit that I'm ignorant in a lot of places as well, right? But it isn't because it is. You know, there are very few things because they are, right? I would argue the only thing that applies to that category is existence itself, right? Existence is because it is, right? Again, because I believe that nothingness as a concept cannot exist and has never existed, right? So something has existed at all times, right? Again, you would argue that it's God, or some people would argue that it's God. Rather, I would argue that it's not God. Yada yada. But something, you know, the only thing that is because it is existence, right? Existence. Go ahead.
Do you think if you found that the Earth was flat, you would reassess your idea that there's no God?
100%. 100%.
So do you think that the two could be linked? That perhaps, like if we're talking about this confirmation bias before, the two, like you might be in some ways rejecting or leaning away from the idea of a flat Earth because you're also protecting your atheist idea?
I acknowledge that that's a hypothetical possibility. I would argue that I've used the same logical bases to come to both conclusions. I personally would argue that there is no God, but I would acknowledge the fact that I cannot recognize or cannot know if there is or is not a God, right? So I would technically be an agnostic atheist, right? Yada yada. But with that being said, my logical reasoning and methodology to find truth has led me to both of those conclusions independently. And obviously, the God claim is abundantly over encompasses everything else, as does the origin of the universe, right, and cosmology across the board, right? Everything is encompassed by the origin of the universe, whether it be divine or undivine, right? So everything has to fall into that category, right? I would argue, personally, from a secular perspective, the shape of the Earth is far less important, right? From said answer, right? Because actually, that's a complete lie, right? Actually, it is kind of the opposite. I would argue that a flat Earth, right? I would argue that flat Earth has to have a creator God, right? And that a globe Earth can have a creator God, right? But a secular perspective cannot have a flat Earth necessarily, right? Yeah, I would say that a flat Earth perspective has to inherit some sort of creator, right? Given the incredulity with our, with quote unquote science's understanding of reality, right? And the lies that would have to be perpetrated in order to hide this truth from us, yada yada, right? All these things, right? So a flat Earth perspective usually has to coincide with a creator perspective, right? And but a globe Earth can either cohere with a creator perspective or a secular perspective, but a secular perspective can almost never cohere with a flat Earth perspective. Would you guys disagree with any?
We'd have a big mountain to climb then to convince you the Earth is flat.
Can I get in here?
Please.
I was just going to ask you something about something I thought I understood you say a few minutes ago. An apparent aversion to the notion of something just being the case, right?
Yes. Yeah. Let me elaborate.
Could you reiterate that?
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I don't want to cut you off. I'm high and now I'm a little drunk thanks to the guy that was in here before.
No, it's okay. I just want to ask, could you phrase it in a way?
Yes.
With the context.
Right. So if let me try and phrase this as succinctly as possible. But Larry, I believe, was saying that things fall in a downward motion, right? Because they do, right? And I would argue that the only thing that is because it is, right, is the fact that existence exists, right? The fact that there is something as opposed to nothing, right? So in my opinion, right, nothing cannot exist, right? And therefore something has to have had always existed, right? Therefore existence is because it is, right? It exists because it exists, right? Beyond that, I think everything has an explanation, right? I'm not saying necessarily everything does have an explanation, but everything that I know of that does exist has an explanation as to why it occurs, right?
Okay,
And
so you're not totally averse to the notion that some things just are. It's just that you have a restriction on what you would allow yourself to comfortably absorb as being just the case based off of some criteria that you
based off
presuppose.
based off self-evident criteria, right? So yeah, 100% self-evident proofs, right? So existence is evident in the fact that existence exists, right? So I think that's a blank proof statement, right? Existence exists, therefore it exists, right? That's just that's what the definition of existence, right?
Okay, so how about this, right? So let's say I take two equally powerful magnets, right? And I put them together, and they push each other apart, right?
Right.
What would be wrong in saying, oh, well, they push each other apart because they're equally strong, because they are,
Because well,
right?
further,
Like at what point would you oppose the notion of, oh, well, they just are because they are? Like, okay, I zapped them with a high voltage. It restructured the atomic, molecular, orientation or whatever, and now there's a field around it just because it is.
yeah, why do
Right.
things? Yeah, again, at what point can you stop asking why, right? And I would say, personally, obviously we can only know so much. Like so, like just the electromagnetic spectrum, right? Things emit electromagnetic, fields, and they interact with each other, right? Why do they emit electromagnetic fields? I don't fucking know, right? Why do electrons? Why are positive electrons attracted to negative electrons, right? Why does that occur? I have no fucking clue.
Well, what do you mean by that? Like, do you have I guess you want to call it a belief that there are literal BBs floating around between things, like little microscopic or sub microscopic sized billiard balls flying around?
No,
Are you of that opinion?
we were talking about subatomic theory earlier, and that the atoms, as we know them, protons, neutrons, electrons, aren't actually those orbs that you were describing, but they themselves are made of smaller, either particles or fields that make up what we understand to be an atom. Right? Is that where you were going?
Well, I wasn't going to the atom size. I was talking about charge, right? Because you said positive electrons and then negative electrons.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant negative electrons and positive protons is what I meant.
Okay,
I meant positive particles. Positive and negative particles is what I meant to say.
Okay, so you are under the spell of the cult of bumping particles, as some would call it, where there's a belief that there are literal BBs flying around with a magic power called the charge, interacting with each other. Is that fair to say?
I mean, I wouldn't phrase it like you just phrased it, but yeah, I would say that I believe in atomic theory, if that's what you're talking about. Yes.
I'm talking about atomic theory. Talking about particles, right? They're two separate things, right? They overlap. They're like, if you think of like a Venn diagram, right? At a certain level you can conceptualize
so real quick,
BB, right?
Quick question.
When it comes to hold on, let me finish. When it comes to charge, right? The interaction between things are things exchanging other smaller BBs, right? Or not?
I don't think there are any actual BBs that you can shoot out of a gun, if that's what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, see that's an important point, right? Because if you think of like let's say your apartment or your condo, your house, whatever, you're hooked up to an electrical system, right? Your municipal power grid, right? Do you envision or conceptualize the ability that your lights are on is due to the fact that there are trillions and trillions and trillions of miniature BBs ripping down the power lines like a giant rain stick?
I mean, I'm semi-versed in electrics. I could be more versed, yeah, but I understand it's the flow of electrons that generate volts and amperage, and and they have to travel through wires with resistance, and they are able to transfer what we know as power via electricity.
Okay, right. So I mean to digress too much on this point, but I just wanted to make a point here that at some level, to some degree, in your knowledge base, you are going to subsume to the notion that, oh, well, it is what it is. We can explain it. We can, describe it.
Right.
Put a lot of words to it to create a more elaborate picture of what's going on. But at some point, you just say it is what it is, right?
That's fair. What I would say rather is I don't know. I think that there's probably an explanation that I am not privy to, but I do not know the said explanation.
Right, like beyond said point, it's just the case, and we can quantify it. We can use math to describe how to control said behavior, but the behavior is the behavior, right?
Yeah.
So what would be wrong in saying, take that notion out to what you guys were talking about before about things go up, things go down, right? And it is what it is, right? People will try to say, oh, it's gravity and explain it with mass attracting mass, yet they don't actually have any substantiation for that, but they kind of cling to it and then stand upon that and then try to cling to that, et cetera, but they don't have substance to it.
We went through a whole Cavendish experiment argument before you arrived.
Yeah, so at some point, if something falls on its face and the explanations don't work out anymore, but the phenomena is still the case, right? What's wrong with kind of just saying, well, it is what it is? We can explain it with certain other ways, right? And that's sufficient. And it's actually experimentally repeatable and all that stuff. Like, what would be wrong in just saying that's just how things are, especially if it can be explained?
Yeah, personally, I would say the only thing that I would consider "quote unquote" wrong with that statement is that if there are better explanations that are being not necessarily hand waved, but discounted, right? For it is what it is as a superior argument. I don't think it is what it is a superior argument to almost anything.
Yeah,
right?
but you have to remember, you have a bias for the information because
I agree.
As you stated, as a young person, you grew up with this information. So to
100%.
you, it's almost like a dogmatic approach. You
Sure.
don't want it. You don't want it to be the case that there's another type of information that we can't quantify in our existence.
But
So
let me
for
cut you off for a second.
Yeah, but I don't think. Wait, hold on. I don't think that you're going to give this particular argument a chance, because if we're saying we're going backwards, right? Like if you're saying, well, there's an explanation already, and we're saying, well, it's unknown. To you, that's not good enough because they're already supposedly in academia. There's an answer. So that's what you're saying right now to Mick, and of course you said it to Larry. But you're saying because there is an answer, there's an answer for the cause of the effect. So now we don't have to wonder or say we don't know or that it's unknown, because there's an
Let me
answer
say,
for that.
You're saying, you're putting a lot of words in my mouth. All I'm saying, right,
No,
is
that's
that
what you're saying, dude. That's
no,
exactly what you're
'cause you
saying.
no, please, no. What I'm trying to illustrate, right, is that there are several explanations, right, to why something might happen, right? So, for example, in the Cavendish experiment, like we were bringing up earlier, right, me and Larry both agreed, right, that clearly it is a demonstration of something being attracted to something else, right, via the pendulum swinging, right? So beyond that, right, now we can try to determine why something is happening, right?
No, it's a faulty premise.
Why is that a
It's
faulty premise?
Because you don't understand the reason. What was the reason that Cavendish was constructed in the first instance? Do you know, Brown Recluse?
Okay, that's a completely separate.
foundation-
That's a
this is- no,
completely
no, no,
separate
no,
question.
no,
Now
this
you're
is
obfuscating.
No, this is
Now you're
foundational.
obfuscating.
You can't stand on a premise if you don't know what the premise was about.
I'm
Standing on a premise that you don't know what it's about. That's what you're doing right now.
then explain it to me, please. Please elaborate.
Well, it wasn't. Well, it wasn't to get the attraction for two objects at a distance, right? It was for measuring the density of the Earth.
Right, but what does it demonstrate?
And did you know how long it was?
No, answer
before
my
they-
question, please. Answer my question. What does
Hold
it
on.
demonstrate in the experiment? What does the
Well,
experiment demonstrate?
Listen, right now we're trying to figure out the premise, right? So we're
No,
we have
that's
to
not what
build-
I'm trying to figure out. No, I explained
Why are
I
you
explained
resisting?
clearly earlier.
I don't know,
Because
you're
you're
resisting right now.
misinterpreting everything I'm saying. I was having a
No,
very
this
nice
isn't
conversation.
misinterpreting. No, nice conversation. See, the thing about this room, the reason why it exists, is because there is no nice conversation. This is the part where you either realize you're right or wrong.
Larry, we're
So
having a
you-
nice
and
conversation.
because of the fact that you're realizing that you're standing on a faulty premise, then you can't proceed to persist. You
So-
cannot persist. This
Right.
is not what this room is designed for. It's not
Let me
designed for
tell
people to
you-
persist in ignorance.
Let me
No,
tell you
you're
what
not
my
gonna
premise
hold on a
was.
minute. It's not. Listen, you're building
Rant
on
away,
a faulty.
rant away.
You're who?
Rant away.
All right.
Go ahead.
So building,
on, man.
building on the idea that you're saying that it's a horizontal attraction, and that's the reason why we're looking at this as an experiment. is completely fallacious. The first instance, before anybody ever came up with the horizontal attraction, the Cavendish wasn't constructed for horizontal attraction. It was trying to measure the density of the Earth, and 100 years after the fact was it only used for in this instance. And the same goes for Newtonian physics. These things were not constructed until after the person was not around anymore,
100%.
and even
Can I ask you
hundreds
a
of years
question?
later.
Can I ask you a question?
So the part where you're starting to use this as a catalyst for your argumentation is completely erroneous, and I'm trying to point this out for you because you want to persist. You want to negate the fact that I'm pointing out the fact that you don't know. You're ignorant to the fact that the whole Cavendish was not constructed for horizontal attraction.
I never fucking said it was. I never said it was.
You
Right?
are saying that over and over again.
Am I?
That's what I keep hearing you. Yes.
You're not letting me talk. Let me tell you exactly what I'm trying to say. Right? Let me spell it out for you very clearly. Right?
I heard you. I was listening to you.
Then what did I
say? Ever since you were talking to Larry, and then you talked to Mick, I keep hearing the same thing over and over again. You don't know why the Cavendish was constructed.
I don't care why it was constructed. I don't care. None of that.
Because
No,
it's
let
the
me.
catalyst for your whole argumentation.
Okay, wonderful. But let me tell you. Let me
No,
ask
it's not
you.
wonderful.
Oh
The
my
part that
God.
you don't, the part that you don't understand is that you keep persisting with faulty logic
You're
in
right.
this room where people are pointing out to you
You're right.
that that's not the reason why we should keep it.
I agree with you.
You never met Miggy before, bro? This is
I
what
agree with
Miggy
you.
does, man.
Let me just ask you a question. Mickey.
Yes, we need to listen. We need
Can I
to
ask you
clear
one
the
question,
clear
please?
the
Can I ask
air.
you- can I please ask you one question?
Clarity is the key of the day here. We
Please,
don't
can I ask you one
persist
question?
in ignorance.
Please, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
Please. In the Cavendish experiment, right? Can attraction between two objects be demonstrated?
Well, it just depends on what you're trying to prove here and what you're using.
I'm
So
just
if you're
answer
saying-
that question, please.
Yeah, if you're saying that horizontal attraction is done with like whatever, I don't know what are you using? Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just trying to
what is
say.
the experiment? What is it? What are you using?
I have the video. I'll post the video again, right? But I'm just trying to say, right? In the Cavendish experiment, right? Me and Larry already agreed to this, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
right-
Hold
right in the
on,
thing.
hold on. We're not
Let
going
me
to
just
jump.
talk.
Yeah, no,
Let me
we're
just
not going to
talk,
jump. We're not going to
please.
jump. We're not going to jump into exactly what you want to show. We want to know what is the premise of your argumentation. What are you trying to prove here? And as a matter of fact, what did you see in? Listen, if it's an experiment, as specifically what you saw, and do you see anything in nature replicate that you want to replicate in a controlled environment, like such as like what you're trying to show? What did you see? What did you see in? What did you see in nature that made you curious to say, "Huh, I wonder how that
Can you
happened"?
answer my question? Can you answer my question?
I don't think we're going to get to the part to answer your question if you don't understand. Yeah.
Okay.
What did
You
you,
don't-
see?
you can't answer my question?
Yeah, because it doesn't have to do with anything in natural science, brother.
It's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a
doesn't matter.
demonstratable.
It doesn't matter.
I'm talking
What
about.
did you see in nature? What did you see in nature that made you curious that you wanted to do this? What did you see in nature? Tell me.
Cats fucking dogs. I was like, how does that happen?
Yeah, you know how this is the reason why you
Right.
Globers do what you do. You see,
You're
what you go to-
obfuscating. You're obviously. You won't answer
you're
my question.
grasping at straws because
hey, Mickey,
you
Mickey,
don't know
Mickey,
what
Mickey,
I'm saying.
Mickey, buddy, please, and just answer my question. Does the
Yeah, Mickey, why not
I'm
just
not
shut the
Miggy.
fuck
I'm
up for a
Alpha
second?
Veritas.
Let him respond to
Alpha
you,
Veritas.
fucking
I don't know.
retard.
I don't care. So I thought he called you
Kelly,
Mickey
shut up
earlier.
and sit down, dude. You're
Alpha.
just full of
Fucking
insults.
retard, dude.
You wouldn't be able to argue your way out of a wet paper bag, dude.
You can't argue. All you can do is interrupt, dude. That's all
One
you do.
second, Callie, please, for a
No,
second.
we are
Alpha,
not going to talk
Alpha,
about it.
please.
Listen, we're not going to talk about a video unless you can tell me what you
Oh.
saw in nature. What
Then
did
I don't
you
wanna
see in
talk to
nature
you.
that made you
I don't wanna
curious?
talk to you then.
Well,
I
it
don't wanna
doesn't
talk to you
matter, dude. The
If
thing
you don't want
that
to answer my
this-
question,
you're-
I'll
you're
talk to
running
someone
from-
more respectful.
Talk to someone respectfully. You know why you don't want to answer and you're afraid to? Because there's nothing you saw in nature that you could
No,
say
it's because
that's the
you're fucking
reason.
annoying, Nigga. You don't shut up. That's why.
Callie. All right, so the thing that
You never
didn't
shut the
see
fuck
in
up.
Shut up, dude. The thing that you
Oh, you
didn't
shut
see
up.
in nature is the reason why you want to do this experiment.
But
Right?
can you please
Can
answer
I
my
what?
question?
Did you answer my question? What did you see in nature that made
Oh
you
my God.
curious?
I
and you
asked
wanted to
my
do-
question first, Alpha. Mickey.
Nope.
All right, I asked my
Alpha.
question first. Yeah, I
Not
can't call you
Mickey.
Mickey.
Alpha.
Mickey Mouse.
Why does this guy call you Mickey? I can't call you Mickey.
I don't know. I'm Alpha here. I'm not Mickey.
Okay, respectfully, Alpha. Will you please answer my question? Right, in the Cavendish experiment, right, are two objects attracted to each other? Can we? In this video, it's clearly demonstrable at 6 minutes, right?
I'm not going to answer your question until you answer mine,
My
The
question came
foundation-
first. My question
the
came first.
found-
I won't.
listen-
Then I won't answer
listen
your
to what
question
I-
until you
yeah,
answer my
because,
question.
Yeah, you're gonna run away from the foundation of
You
the
ran away
experiment.
already, buddy. You ran away already.
You cannot start an experiment in the physical and natural world if you didn't see something in the physical and natural world first. You have to, as the observer, right, the researcher, you have to wonder why something happened in nature and then test it in a controlled
I'm
environment.
wondering why you won't answer my question.
Because you didn't do anything to have to do with natural science. It has nothing to do with science. You are just doing something because you want to put some contraption together and say, "Hey, look, I see a contraption do something."
Can
Who
we observe
cares?
a demonstrable, repeatable effect? Can we do that? Is that?
Did
is that
you
a-
see anything in nature?
Oh my
What did you
God.
see?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
what
have
did
to
you see
mute
in
you if
nature?
you won't answer my question.
No, you're not actually, because I'm a moderator in here. If
I'm-
you do
I meant
that,
I'm
you'll
personally
be
gonna mute you.
escorted out. You'll be escorted out
Okay,
quickly.
Then, all right. Then I'm gonna relinquish
Yeah?
my time. You can talk to somebody else.
Yeah, you can relinquish your time because that's all you Globers do. When I come in here, it's mouths closed and clamming up. That's all I get because you can't see anything in nature. Show in nature where you saw something horizontally attract itself to another thing. Where? Go on.
I'm attracted to your mom. Ew.
Cavendish.
Horizontally.
Yeah, in nature. What did you see in nature?
The Cavendish experiment.
This Cavendish's experiment is not in nature. It's not a
It's
natural
it's
process.
a repeatable natural event.
Yeah, where?
Yeah.
And
Where in nature do we see?
We're in nature
where in
right
nature
now,
do we see
baby.
torsion bars?
I'm
Where?
in nature. I'm in nature right now, baby. Everything.
You
is
can't
nature.
do it, can you?
Everything is. You can't answer two simple questions. So
Because it has
Guys,
nothing
this
to
guy
do with
thinks
natural
the
science.
horizontal
Nothing to do with natural science.
You think
Nothing.
horizontal
Zero.
attraction from
Nothing.
gases is man-made?
Absolutely not. Until
Okay.
you can provide horizontal attraction out somewhere in nature and then say, look, I saw that horizontal attraction.
Right.
I'm curious about it. I want to test for it.
What
So
about
let's
the
do
what about
what?
the orbit around the globe? What about that? You think that's
no
proof
one's
enough?
ever seen an orbit ever.
An orbit?
Nobody's
What about
ever nobody.
The moon. The moon orbits the Earth.
You
The sun
have
orbits
never
the Earth.
nobody has ever seen an orbit.
It happens
Not
every
one
day.
time.
Every single day it happens.
Have you what's an orbit?
When something orbits around another thing. It
I know.
It
Have you
maintains.
ever
It
seen
maintains
that?
its. I see it all the time.
You really?
Yeah.
Where?
When I pee and I make a big old turd chunks, my turds orbit around the center of the bowl.
Well, that's all you got.
There
See,
you go.
I'm ready to listen. If you have the
No, you're
information
not.
to-
Oh my God, that's
if
so-
you
that's
listen
so
to me, if
crazy.
you have the information to substantiate your
I'm ready
claim-
to listen.
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
if you
then-
have the information
then-
to substantiate your claim,
Please-
you have the
please-
floor and the mic.
Then, okay, one second. Please listen to this question, right?
No,
In the
unless you
Cavendish
produce,
experiment.
no, we can't start from there. We have to start from a natural occurring.
Yeah, let's start with
event.
how the universe. Let's start with how the universe occurred. Why is there
No,
something instead of nothing?
absolutely not.
Well,
Nobody
I
witnessed
can't talk to someone who understands that doesn't
Nobody
understand the beginning
witnessed
of the
that.
universe. We have to get to
Nobody
the
witnessed
beginning.
that.
We have to
We're-
get to the beginning.
Listen, Brown Recluse, you're spiraling. The only thing we got to do right now is figure out what did we see in nature to reproduce in a controlled environment, such as one that you're trying to do. If you can't do that, if you cannot point to me in something that happened in nature, you do not have an argument, you do not have an experiment, and you definitely don't have to prove anything to me. So I need something foundational. I
Okay,
need
let me-
something with natural science. Go ahead.
So what if we make an unnatural compound, right?
Sorry.
And we observe that, right?
It's
so we
not.
make
It's synthetic. It's
What
synthetic. It's
if-
man-made.
Right. So can we derive truth based off this synthetic material, right? The unnatural material. Can we
You
derive?
can't. No. Everything that we see in nature, such as what you're trying to prove with things attracting itself to the earth, we need to prove that something in nature was not only just attracting itself to the earth, but horizontally attracting itself to something else.
If
So
you-
in nature,
if a- yeah. What about a
the
plane?
researcher has to see what's happening and then say, I see something happening. Now I want to test for this. I want to see what's causing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manipulate my independent variable to change the dependent variable and see if I can cause a reaction. Now this is natural
right.
science, my man.
That's
What
what
you're
Cavendish
doing,
does. They're
what you're
isolating
doing,
gravity.
what you're doing is
exactly what
pseudoscience.
you're asking. Right.
You are not doing any science right now.
Clearly.
And
You're just shutting
pointing-
down conversation. That's all you're
no,
doing.
I'm
buddy.
actually shutting down ignorance. That's what I do. I'm really
You're
good at
asking
it
for
too.
Cavendish.
That
No,
makes
I'm
sense.
asking for a naturally observed. Listen, Callie, you and Brown. I'm asking for a naturally observed phenomena, and
I heard
please
you first
provide
time,
one.
I
If
was
you want to,
answering
if you want to persist in this argument, you have the floor and the mic.
Let
if
me-
you
let
can show me, no, sir. If you can show me
Oh.
a naturally observed phenomena, once I'm done, I give you the mic, and then it's your turn. Naturally
Alright.
observed phenomena, please.
So here we go. The naturally observed phenomena we demonstrate is things falling down to the earth, right? If the explanation for things falling down to the earth is mass attracting mass, then that follows that mass would attract horizontally, right?
No. That doesn't follow. That's vertical attraction, and you're trying to prove horizontal.
If mass attracts mass, listen to me. If mass attracts mass, it follows that mass attracts mass
No, it doesn't.
horizontally.
Then prove
If-
vertical attraction.
okay.
Prove vertical attraction. Prove the
Cavendish.
vector of down, not the vector of sideways.
Yeah, they
Okay, let me-
isolate gravity to
Not
prove the
talking to you,
horizontal
Callie. You're
attraction.
obfuscating this man's airtime.
What are we
Exactly
trying
what he
to
said.
attract
Oh my
here?
gosh.
I don't
So-
understand what the question is.
So the vertical attraction is not the horizontal attraction. They're
Right.
mutually exclusive.
No, not
Because
necessarily.
on the one case you're
Oh, yeah,
trying
I
to
thought
prove
I had the floor on the mic. Do I have
yeah,
the floor on the
if
mic?
you have the naturally observed phenomena of the thing in question, which
Right.
is horizontal attraction, which is
What
let
if
me
it's
tell you, let me
just
spell it out for you.
attraction?
Let me spell it out for you. Two things in nature that are attracting each other. So what we're doing right now is looking for something in nature, two things, right? Not the earth, because we're using two things, not the earth, that are attracting each other. When in concerns to vertical attraction, we're looking for things attracting themselves to the earth specifically. So they're mutually exclusive. So I need you to demonstrate horizontal attraction in nature, specifically things attracting themselves to other things, not the earth. That's what I want you to do.
I got it. I got an example of that.
Not you, Cooper. I'm asking Brown.
I know. I give the floor to Cooper. I don't want to talk anymore.
No, wait a minute. Have you yielded your
I yield-
example
yeah,
of trying
the
to
earth is flat.
prove?
The earth is flat. I agree.
No,
I agree.
I'm not telling you to say that.
No, that's
but
what I'm
you're
saying.
trying to prove gravity with something that's not even a naturally observed phenomena. How ridiculous is
Go
that,
ahead.
Brown?
I'm not going to
Now,
talk
I want you to
anymore.
contemplate that, because next time you open the mic to say, well, we got things horizontally attraction. Really, what did you see in nature that gave you that example? Because you don't have one, which means you don't have a naturally observed phenomena, which means you don't have a natural experiment to test. You're not controlling for anything. You're just putting a contraption and then putting off your ideas as if there's something to think about, which we're not going to think about unless you've seen something in nature and then produce it in a controlled environment. It's pretty
That's
simple.
right. The Palestinians got it.
Pretty
The
simple.
Palestinians is flat now. God is.
Anyway,
You're the alpha for a reason. You're right. I get it.
No, what I do is I point out the logical flaws that you guys come in here with, and I hone in on and I zero in and I make you realize that you don't have an argument in concerns to gravity, because you have to produce the thing in nature, and you're trying to say, oh, I question what's going on here because I see something happening. Then you can then move forward and say, I'm going to control for these things. I'm going to manipulate the independent variable and change it so I can see a reaction that I get in the dependent variable, so that I can see what I'm controlling for here. This is very important in science. We don't negate the fact and then jump right into the contraption and say, well, I see a contraption doing something, therefore I hypothesize that it's the earth doing something. No, no, sir. That's pseudoscience. We don't do pseudoscience here.
Nope. I agree with you.
Well, great. So all you have to do some more research, try to figure out what naturally observed phenomena that you can see and reproduce in a controlled environment, and then go from there. It should be easy. It's a knockdown win. I mean, according to Cavendish.
He's checking it out.
Yeah, I know. But usually, and he was on for quite some time. But the thing that I do is I always point out the logical flaws that they do when they come in here, because they don't want to. They want somebody to tickle their ears because they want to keep persisting in ignorance, and I don't do that. Which is the reason why he circles the drain at light speed when I'm in here.
Yeah, thank you for accelerating that. Like I was leading down the path in a slow manner. Right? I was going to ask him, okay, he was basically saying, oh, well, there's better ways of explaining said phenomena X, Y, Z that we were getting onto, right?
Sure.
And I was going to ask, like, okay, well, like what, right? We were able to explain things with, like, people were talking about buoyancy and density and all that stuff. And he said, oh, well, there's better ways. So it's no longer sufficient to just say, oh, well, buoyancy and density are just, it is what it is. It kind of stemmed from that standpoint, right? Okay, well, what are the better ways?
Yeah.
Well, real quick,
Larry was correct. He was correct when he said that, because when it concerns to the causation of the effect, it's unknown. Now, the theory of gravity, right, Einsteinian or Newtonian, whichever one you roll with, it depends on who you're speaking to as well. They're going to be just these ideas that people have of what could be. Now, just as he was saying earlier, because I heard him, and I know this is what he was saying, he wants there to be some sort of reasoning behind why we would say this is happening, or the cause for an effect. So on that case, I understand that, because most Globers usually say that. They're biased because that's what they grew up with. So to them, it makes more sense.
Those Globers love cause and effect. Those bastards.
Yeah.
No, it's
I was
not that
waiting
you
for
love
it.
cause and effect.
Hate
It's that
those
you
guys.
want to presuppose an idea. You want to put something in that category of a causation, but
Yeah.
you don't have the means to
Oh,
actually scientifically validate that cause.
God,
which
I'm
is
so
the-
intellectually
which is the
dishonest. I
issue.
hate myself. Fuck.
It's not that you're dishonest, is that you've been
I've been
biased.
lied to.
No, Larry, listen, Larry pointed it out earlier. You've been taught by the school that has only given you so much information and didn't give you the means to think
Yeah.
about things. So you're not critically thinking about it. You're just basically regurgitating something you've heard about before. So
Thank
in
God
the
Alpha showed
in the case of critically thinking about it, you have to analyze why you think the cause is what it is. So any logical human being
Right.
would say, wait a minute. Okay, so I think that it could be caused by the bending and warping of space-time. Now, how is it possible, as a critical thinker, right? How is it possible can I realize that space-time, which is a convention that was being used here, is an actual thing in physical reality that is being distorted and causing a gravity well to make things being pushed into it. So in the case of, like the Earth, why are things being pushed into the Earth? Because according to Einstein, we're trying to realize, this causation to the effect, right, of things being pushed into the Earth. And they're not being attracted to the center. They're being pushed into it by the mass being so large that it's distorting space-time. So this is important, right? And you think that because you know that in some kind of way to explain it, that's an actual process of reality, and it's not. So a lot of what you've been doing is you're just saying the same things everybody else has. And Larry's he's best way he could is to let you know that because of your education, you've been carrying this belief for such a long time, and it's not even justified to say it's a justified true belief. Because I heard you earlier, you said that, and it's not even justified. You can't justify it because it's not scientifically validated.
Okay, I agree.
It's
with
not.
you. It's a bunch of
And
malarkey.
once
You have flipped me, sir. Thank you.
Well, on this point, I don't care about you. Listen, I don't really care about people saying that they're a flat earther or not because they heard what I said. The only thing I want them to do is critically think about the things they say when they're in this forum. This forum exists because we want people to critically think about the things that they say when they're in here. So it's a challenge, right? That's all we care about.
I feel real
Mutes and all
challenged
that
right
shit happen because people just want to interject and say dumb things. But if you don't use your mind, go ahead.
I would like to pose something, right? Me and Larry were having a very coherent and, in my opinion, respectful and logical conversation, right? You pointed out, right, the fact that because Cavendish, proposed this experiment for a completely different reason, my deductions based on said experiment are completely invalidated, right? Is that an incorrect assessment of your?
But a bit more than that. I didn't just say that. I said more.
Okay, well, but beyond that, right? Beyond that, right? My base foundations of logic and truth are flawed, right? Essentially, is where you're coming from.
In
right?
this particular instance, yes. I
Right.
wouldn't say in everything because there's a wide variety of things that you were saying. So in this particular arena, yes.
Right. So it just playing on your ground field, right? The observed phenomena, right, would be gravity, things falling, right? And if the explained phenomenon, vertical attraction, right, right, is also could be omnidirectional attraction, right? Because verticality is part of omnidirectionality, right? So what?
No,
So
well, it's part of it, but it's not. It's not. Listen, the thing that people are saying because of the Earth, right? The Earth is causing the distortion in space-time.
Right.
So therefore, the distortion of space-time because of the size of the Earth, everything else is kind of like pushed to the side. I hate to say that word, but that's kind of like a pun intended because horizontal attraction. It's pushed to the side because you're not focused on other things attracting other things to themselves. You're focused on the reason why the Earth is doing what it's doing in the vacuum of space, and it's distorting space-time. So you're trying to figure that out, not the fact that other things are causing miniature gravity wells.
Okay.
So
can I elaborate my own point, please? My point, right, is that if mass attracting mass, which is not vertical attraction, horizontal attraction, or the z, any of the x, y, or z coordinates, right? It's omnidirectional attraction between massive objects, right? Objects with mass, right? With that being said, if that is the case, if that is the explanation as to why we receive a vertical attraction towards the Earth's surface, right? If mass attracting mass omnidirectionally is the explanation, then we would hypothetically observe horizontal attraction, right? How do we figure out if we can observe horizontal attraction? There's really not any examples in nature that we observe horizontal attraction, unless you point to the celestial bodies, right? But on Earth, very few instances in which we, or next to none instances in which we observe vertical attraction, right? How do we observe that then? How do we set up an experiment? Horizontal, exactly. How do we set up an experiment, right? That would that could demonstrate horizontal attraction, right? I'm not saying that's what Cavendish intended to do, right? But me and Larry
you have
agreed.
to realize something very, very simple, right? When somebody constructs a controlled experiment, it's always to answer a question in nature. So I mean, you could do something synthetic, right? Like an experiment that was something to do with man-made things, right? But what we're doing here is specifically to something in nature.
Okay,
So
let me ask you a question.
Yeah, but you're
Let me ask you a question.
gonna
Let me
hear
just,
the rest of what I'm
I
saying.
just want to expand on that thought that you just had, right? You're saying,
what's up, guys?
What's up?
on?
Go ahead, just listen in and then join in where it's appropriate, right? But like when you say that experiments have to be based on a natural observed phenomena, right? In order to figure out the observed effect of said phenomena, or yada yada, in order to determine a greater level of knowledge based on said phenomena,
cause and
right?
effect, bro.
100%.
Cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, hold on,
just let
buddy.
him finish.
Right, so you say that it has to be derived from a natural effect in order to observe the phenomena, in order to gain more knowledge, right? Is it then possible that experiment reveals an unknown truth, reveals the answer to a question that was unknown before the start of the experiment? Is that a possibility?
The start of the experiment had no.
No, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, the start of the experiment didn't have any preconditioned information. So there's nothing prior to the start of it. You didn't ask a question. You simply just
My question.
did it.
My question. I'll restate it. Right. Can an experiment reveal an answer, right, to a question that was not asked, right? So, for example, right.
Yes, it could. Like, look, you can have a hypothesis that, like, you say the presumed cause of the effect is X, right? And you test X and it doesn't work, but you realize it's actually Y because you test Y and you'd be like, bro, it's Y.
Yeah, but there's two things here, right? There's synthetic and then there's natural. So what we're doing here is we're testing for things in nature.
X and Y,
that's
bro.
natural.
But synthetic experiments are inherently reliant upon natural phenomena, correct?
We observe a natural phenomenon.
Right, Ray.
This is the effect. Then we presume a cause of the effect, right? Which we then test by manipulating the presumed cause of the effect, right? If we establish causation through experimentation, we have a scientific theory. If we don't, we need to go back and find a new hypothesis. And that's what's up. Now, predictions, inferences, correlation, all that stuff is bullshit.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, but let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. I want him to realize if you've seen something happening, then the question that I'm asking you is why would you test for something? So what made you want to test for something? So in the case of you're saying the horizontal attraction with Cavendish, right? Let's just put it to the way you're thinking about it, right?
Right.
So what made you ask the question? Why is this happening in nature? So I want to test
The question in like if I were to do the Cavendish experiment right now, my question would be, does mass attract mass? Right?
That's against what you said earlier, because that's a question that you're asking. You're saying
you gotta chill. You gotta chill.
Question that you didn't ask. So
what
let
him understand.
Hold on, Rice.
If you go down the path of pseudo, you're already asking the question, but you need an actual natural observable phenomenon to have something that the question isn't asked. That can be
let wisdom talk now.
Wisdom.
Why would you even think of the idea of mass attracting mass in the first place, right? You must have observed in nature something that led you to conclude that mass could attract mass, right?
Yeah, we did.
Must have
We
made
got that.
an observation which you then wondered what is the cause of that effect.
I'm gonna mute you, Callie, but don't jump in and say dumb shit.
So if you're asking what the cause of the effect is, then you're already going into it with the question.
Yeah, because I let you free.
His premise was, can you have a question that isn't asked answered by an experiment, and the only way for that to happen is to observe something that's never been observed before. So a natural phenomenon. You don't have a question for it because it's never been observed. It's never been experienced.
But we do. But fresh grown flowers. He just
You guys
he's
have a
basically
low IQ.
he basically said what I wanted Brown Recluse to say, and that's where I wanted to take you, Brown Recluse.
Right.
Exactly what he said is exactly what you should have said. So if you haven't witnessed, well, I know you disagree because you have a bias, but it's still the fact that the fact still remains that you didn't ask the question something that was witnessed or observed. So if you're taking something out of like an idea that you have and say, wait a minute, I'm just going to test an idea, not something I witnessed. That's very different. You're not doing. But
let me
Brown
pose
Recluse,
an
can you see
example
what
real
I'm
quick.
saying here, though?
I
Can you see what I'm
understand.
saying?
I understand where you're coming from. This is where I disagree, right? So you said it has to be an unobserved phenomena, right? Which is not, again, that just points to something that
An idea.
Once
Let's just say you had an idea, right?
Let me demonstrate. So regardless, it has to be unknown. It has to be an unknown factor before the experiment started, right? That's basically all you're saying, right? So hypothetically, if I'm pointing a gun at a material that I want to test, right, and I know my gun works, yada yada, and I want to see if this material will stop this bullet from going through it, right? I will shoot it, right, and then I will figure out if that material is sufficient for stopping the bullet and how efficient it is at stopping a bullet, right? But then I will also figure out what bullets do, right? And I will also learn what bullets do when they hit objects, right? Even though that wasn't the question, right? The question was, how will this material withstand a bullet, right? Even though, hypothetically, if I'm fully versed in the aerodynamics of bullet travel.
That's
right?
a horrible explanation because the bullet's going to behave differently depending on what you're doing. So you're going to need different variables. You're conflating two different ideas here, man.
It will. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it will reveal truths about the thing that you were
let's put
not
it this way,
experimenting
Brown.
for.
What analogy do you want to use from that example to the one you want to make? What's the correlation here?
If Cavendish was trying to measure the density of Earth, right, the quote unquote strength of the material, right, but in so used the method via the Cavendish experiment, right, that also happened to reveal that mass attracts mass, ergo the bullet being destroyed, or the dynamics of the bullet itself, right, as opposed to the dynamics of the material itself, right, both are inextricably linked via the construction of the experiment, right? So both truths will be revealed by this experiment, even though the first truth was never asked by the original experimenter, even though both of those truths will be reveled via an observer.
We're off the reservation here. We're not even testing for the thing that's in nature now. So the difference is something that was constructed to test something that happened as a natural phenomenon. So you went out in nature and saw something and said, wait a minute, I see this happening. I want to know why it's happening and the way it's happening. So I'm going to see if I can test for this thing and change the independent variable to, do something to the dependent variable and see if I can cause a reaction to get what I'm looking at in nature. So when you're trying to control for this, the question has to be raised, right? But prior to this, you're like, why is this happening? Let me figure this out. So what you're doing and what you're saying is not that. So there's nothing that you did with a contraption that made it seem like you were asking a question about something in nature. And this is the most important part. Now, if you're talking about the analogy, that's synthetic. You're using a bullet and materials and changing the material and stuff like that. But you're not doing something that nature provided. You're doing something that you provided.
We do have a natural phenomenon. We do.
I think that's taking it back a bit. I think the discussion is about, could you have not observed something in reality and still discover it to be true?
Nature specifically.
Yes, you could, but
it's a running shoe, right, Brennan?
So you could, but we do in fact have a natural phenomenon that was observed that was being explored in the Cavendish. We have that natural phenomenon.
I think that all I'm saying is I think that takes us back a step. They were discussing that, like, do orbits satisfy that criteria? But I think it's taking us back a bit. Where I think it's an interesting question.
But that's what Alpha is But that's what Alpha is asking for.
It is literally the question Alpha is asking for several times.
Yeah, he's asking for a natural phenomenon, and I'm saying there is that.
Okay, so then what is it? Go ahead, Brenda. What is it?
It was Galileo, when he did his experiments on an inclined plane, discovered that there was a universal force attraction.
Okay.
So not a naturally occurring phenomena. Nice.
No, that's definitely naturally occurring.
Brenda, you've just butted in this conversation. Just let the rest of the guys.
But I actually understand. I know the subject. I know
I
the
agree with
subject.
Brenda. Again, when you say non-naturally occurring phenomena, right? Any experiment, right, is non-natural, right? It's
Really?
again, like 100%. Well, it would name a natural experiment.
The phenomena is natural.
The phenomena is
not
natural.
the
Right,
experiment.
so, but again, that's what Brenda's saying, right? The phenomena
No,
of attraction.
Okay, but going back to the question, then where do you see this phenomena occur in nature?
When
That was
you-
a simple question. Brenda went into Galileo discovering stuff
Yes.
while doing other shit. That is not a naturally occurring phenomenon. So
Yes, it is. Objects
Brenda,
falling is natural.
that's not what you said. That's not what you said, though.
Yeah, but objects rolling down an incline is natural.
Okay, that's not what you said, though.
That's what he
Wait a
measured,
minute.
though.
All right,
he
Brandon,
measured.
hold on.
He
Brown
found that
recluse-
there's a universal acceleration.
You're putting words in someone else's mouth, though, Brenda. Brown Recluse, do you
My
co-sign
words.
what Brenda's saying?
I mean, I'll let him
Because
keep
we're
going.
gonna no, but here's the thing, though. Butting into somebody else's point now is basically making your point. So are you gonna co-sign on this point to say that that's what you're saying?
Again, I mentioned before, again, the omnidirectional attraction or attraction in general.
Dude, I'm actually pointing it out.
Then
because
no, then just
either
talk to
Brenda
Brenda. I'll sit back. Go ahead.
No,
Right. So what
did you-
Galileo showed,
Brenda, you
Alpha. What Galileo showed, he also with the thought experiment of dropping a 1 pound cannonball and a 10-pound cannonball, he showed that the acceleration.
So he
that
dropped them. They
Let him
weren't
talk,
just
let him
they
talk,
weren't
let him talk.
cannonballs just falling and dropping.
Let him talk.
naturally.
Let him cook.
the acceleration is independent of the mass of the objects, suggesting the hypothesis that there must exist a force of attraction between all objects with mass at the same rate. Therefore, then that leads to the Cavendish. So it's a smooth
God.
progression.
Yeah, smooth.
Yes.
No, yeah. Please. Where do you guys see the law in that, or the flaw in that logic?
It's
Yeah, so
synthetic,
where's
first of
so
all,
the
it's
claim
vertical
is
attraction,
bowling
One at a
bowling
time. One at a
balls-
time.
Bro.
One at a time. One at a time.
So
Go
the-
ahead, Flower.
Yeah,
you
so
go.
the claim is bowling balls falling down is a natural phenomenon. Is
That
that's what we're arguing here?
the rate at which things fall is independent from the amount of mass that they have.
Oh my God,
showing
we're
in-
getting off the point here.
That's the
Brenda
observed
was-
phenomena.
No, Brenda
Yes.
said it was a naturally observed. That's a
Yes,
qualifier.
of course
here.
it is.
Things
The
falling.
qualifier
Things,
is a
things
natural.
falling.
No,
things
things
falling at-
falling is not a natural observed phenomena.
Of course
has
it
to
is.
be
You're not
specific.
pushing them down.
No, a specific thing. What are we
Avalanche.
looking at?
Avalanche.
Bowling balls don't naturally just fall out of the
Apples.
sky. That's
Actually,
Dead
great.
birds.
That's a great story, though.
They naturally
birds.
fall. You're not pushing them down.
Suicide.
Yeah,
You're
but you got to lift
pulling
them up
down.
to make them fall, Brenda.
How
They
do
don't
they
just
get into the
naturally
sky,
fall.
Brenda?
It's irrelevant.
Gravity is man-made.
Oh, yeah, it's irrelevant, right?
It's not you that's making them go down. It's nature.
Right.
How did the bowling ball get off the ground?
Are we in disagreeing that nature things falling is observed in nature? Are we in disagreement there?
All right,
Because
so
we
what
all
we're
agree
in
that.
what we're in disagreement is the proposal for what's being done here. So what we're talking about, and let's bring us back to the point, right? We're talking about Cavendish. Yes? Are we in agreement at that?
You were saying
Are
the
we
natural.
really talking about
you were
Cavendish
saying
no more?
You were saying the natural phenomena from which Cavendish was derived is what you were saying.
Yeah, not only that, but are we talking about Cavendish or are we not talking about Cavendish?
And we're talking about Cavendish.
Okay, so is that the main point or the contention?
Well,
Cavendish?
you
Are
asked
we-
for the,
He
you
was
asked
answering
for
your
the
question.
you asked for the natural phenomenon that is being tested for in the Cavendish, and that's the because experiments are a hypothesis test, right? And so people from Galileo to Newton understood that there was this gravitational force, and the hypothesis was that it acted even universally on all objects with mass. It's a universal force of attraction, right? And so Cavendish, he was measuring the density, but in order to do that, he had to measure G.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. You know it, Brenda.
Why is that
No,
bullshit?
that's literally what
what's it-
it's about.
All right.
Yeah, Brenda, please. Why is that bullshit? Again, explain the flaws in the logic. Because he drew a perfect line between experiment,
Perfect
hypothesis,
line.
and testing.
No, we didn't.
Hypothesis, observed, unchanging, or observing rate
What
of fall.
did you
One second.
observe in nature
falling objects at a rate independent of their mass. That's
Like
the
what?
observed phenomena.
Like what?
Apples out of trees, birds in the sky falling dead. Those are things falling.
All right.
So are you disagreeing that things fall in nature?
All right, so things fall in nature, and you
At a
pointed to
consistent
birds
rate.
and apples at a consistent rate.
Yes, they independent of their mass.
Things
Okay, so now
things also go up. You know that, right?
so we're looking at things falling down like apples, right? Right?
That's the phenomena. Yes.
Yes, that's the naturally observed phenomena. So now I need you to draw me the correlation to doing that, witnessing that, and then making a controlled test for it. If you were gonna make a controlled test, what would you do for
You would
things like an apple falling down? What would you control for?
You would control for air resistance and the mass of the object. I imagine that
Okay.
You would
wait,
also
Brenda. I'm talking to Brown Recluse. So what
I'm
kind of
sorry.
experiment? What kind of experiment would you make in this particular instance of a falling apple?
I would do what Galileo did and get a bunch of different objects and see how they fall.
Okay, so stop right there and don't say any more, because that is not Cavendish, sir. You just did a little test that had something separately to do with Cavendish,
Wonderful.
which it's my point.
Right.
It's wonderful for me because I'm exposing you that think that your whole premise on Cavendish. Yeah, you're laughing, but see, this is your cognitive dissonance kicking in. You're
right, it's
not
the
realizing the
same
fact you're not. No, wait a
phenomena.
minute. Oh, no, it's not. Because what you didn't say is that you want to put things on a torsion bar and put things separate to see the attraction that each thing would have to another. You didn't say that because you said exactly what any one normal person would say was, I want to know why it's falling down, not why it's going horizontally to something else. So that in and of itself is exposing the fact that a naturally observed phenomenon was not witnessed in the Cavendish. Furthermore, it wasn't the reason why it was constructed. And I'm exposing you on this point too. You have to take this and understand that's, you said it out of your own mouth. When I asked you what kind of experiment would you do, and it had nothing to do with Cavendish.
So
Thank
real
you very
quick,
much.
real quick. So are you saying that an experiment cannot be, built upon? Like an experiment cannot reveal a truth, right? And that is built upon.
You just crushed Cavendish by your own admission. You didn't experiment for the same thing Cavendish did is not what you did. You even told everybody. Yeah, that's weird,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
It's funny. It's
Right.
funny but
It
weird.
is,
But
yeah.
when given the opportunity for you to do an experiment, you did opposite of Cavendish.
That's not okay.
How is that?
100%.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing that when you asked the
No.
question about something in nature, you didn't use Cavendish to then support what you were
Cavendish
saying?
wasn't trying to see how things fall, like Brenda was saying. He was trying to
Really?
determine G.
So
He was
not
trying
a
to
natural
determine
phenomena.
G.
Wow.
G is the phenomena that causes things to fall. Gravity, which is what we observe, making things fall, is the phenomena observed and trying to be improved upon by the Cavendish experiment, right? Because
No.
if mass attracts, shut up.
No,
if
you
mass
can't go
attracts
back to
mass, oh my
Cavendish.
god.
No, you shut up.
cannot go
What's
back to
falling in
Cavendish.
Cavendish?
Sorry,
You shut up.
You can't.
What's falling in Cavendish?
The two weights are falling towards each other.
No, they're not falling towards. What kind of
Yeah, this-
ridiculous thing is that?
Literally what happens.
It
They
is.
fall
not
towards each
literally.
other.
They
No,
are
they
attracted.
don't.
They are attracted to each other. Do we disagree
you
there?
cannot use Cavendish because, by your own admission, Brown Recluse, when you had the chance to do an experiment, you didn't bring Cavendish up. You came up with a whole.
I would have
different
expanded
test.
after my first experiment. I would
I
have been like,
doubt
"Oh,
it.
these things."
I doubt it. I gave
you're
you the
like,
floor
"Oh,
and the mic.
you're a dumb idiot. You would have never gone further."
I
than
gave
that.
you the floor and the mic, and you didn't even, because the whole point of our conversation was Cavendish, sir. You could have easily said, "Well, we were talking about Cavendish, so I would have used that." You didn't use that. You made up your own.
No, I was being
experiment. Had
intellectually
nothing to do
honest.
with
Correct.
Cavendish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what any normal person would do in a
I
test.
agree.
That would say, like, I see something in
agree.
nature, I want to test for the thing I see in nature. They wouldn't pull up the Cavendish because it's not in nature. Right?
It doesn't matter. It's
it very
the
much does
attraction.
matter.
The attractive force between the two weights is natural. It's a natural force. It's not man-made.
Why does it matter if it's natural? What's the?
So he can deny it.
No, because if you see something in nature, you want to question why nature is doing something in nature. So we're doing here is seeing something happening, right? Like the gentleman said, he saw an apple fall. Something happened. Now he wants to know the reason why it happened.
Does man make apples fall?
All right, dude. Like, we just relax, Brenda.
One second.
So
Does he? Or is it nature
ahead, Brown.
that does that?
No, I want to ask Alpha. How do we determine why things fall?
What do you mean?
What-
Why do we? What did
You
say?
said we observe apples falling, and then I make a very
Sure.
rudimentary experiment to determine why things fall, right? And
Yep.
my conclusion from or Galileo's conclusion was that things fall right based on a factor independent of the mass. They fall at a consistent rate, right, independent of their mass, right? And then therefore hypothesized, right, that they are possibly attracted to each other due to the mass.
Right.
It's the mass.
talking about
again,
Newton?
And then Cavendish
Regardless.
was just measuring the gravitational constant so he could get the density of the Earth.
Do you actually know? Do you? Here's another bombshell for you, Brown Recluse. That Newton didn't actually ascribe that attraction force to himself. Did you know that?
Actually, that's not true. That's not actually
Yes,
true.
that
He
is
didn't.
true.
He didn't have a theory. He didn't have a general theory. He
Yes.
formulated laws, not a theory.
Well, so yeah,
There's a
Brown
difference.
Recluse.
Laws aren't scientific, you know.
All right, dude, can you let the guy explain?
I'm happy to let
'Cause,
it.
I mean, he's
Brenda's
the one
doing
that
a great job.
actually. Yeah, but it's easier to hide behind someone else, Brown Recluse, instead of you using your own mental capacity to tackle these arguments. And what it does, it exposes you to the fact that maybe you may not know the thing that you thought you knew coming into this. That's
Okay,
why I don't like. Listen, I don't like
can I
for
say
other people to
something?
interrupt. Go ahead. I don't like for people to interrupt, though. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you, because you lose all that ability to actually think for yourself.
Right. So again, you were saying that I can't think for myself, right? But my initial question.
No, I'm not
right,
saying that. I'm saying other people jumping in will
do
stop that.
you just said you said that while jumping in.
Bro,
That's crazy.
he's saying that if people are talking, you can't think. All you can do is listen, talk, or think one at a time. You cannot do more than one at a time. That is what he's telling you, bro.
Brown Recluse, what he's actually doing is quote mining Newton to mean something he didn't mean when you get the full context. The full context was Newton was saying he didn't have a general theory of gravity. Einstein had that later on, but Newton didn't. All Newton did was formulate laws. Laws are not theories.
Answer, Brenda.
Laws are not theories.
Oh my God.
You're a special kind of special, Brenda.
Just let Brown answer.
My point from the beginning, right, was Cavendish is an observed experiment, right? So I started at Cavendish, right? You brought us back to gravity, right? But I started at Cavendish, right? So Cavendish is an experiment that is repeatable and demonstratable, right? Where observed
on what?
effects. Shut up, please. Let me talk. You don't jump in. You said don't jump in, so don't jump in, right?
You can't persist in ignorance, though.
Not for consistent results. It's not.
Yeah.
It definitely doesn't.
So okay, well, how is it
does
not? How is
give
it?
consistent results?
How does it give inconsistent results? Because I can pull up several videos of the Cavendish experiment pulling up consistent results.
Can you ensure that every single time the Cavendish is being demonstrated that it's always going to give consistent results? Brown Recluse, every time?
No, not necessarily. Unless
Wow, really?
if one second, if put in the proper conditions, right?
Yeah.
Given the general scope and methodology of the experiment, the results should be very similar, right? That is the conclusion. That is the hypothesis.
No, we're not looking. We're not looking. We're not looking for interpretations of subjectivity. We're looking for exact, constant results.
There's no such thing as exact in science. There's no such thing.
Thank you. No, that's what I was saying earlier, right? Science is a methodology that 1 second, Alpha. Science is a methodology that recognizes its flawed nature and leaves the possibility to open for more true truth.
So you just said it's flawed. In that case, you can't get a consistent result so that you can know that it's exactly what you think it is.
Does every thermometer give the exact same result?
It's a different temperature, Brenda.
Yes, every thermometer gives a different result. Even on the same even on the same
you said
person.
Brenda, you said that man was formulating laws. You can't formulate a law. You can only observe it. Calm down.
Laws are formulated. They are observed, consistent patterns of regularity in nature. That's what a law is.
You deny the second law of thermodynamics, Brenda. So
hold on, Raymond. We're gonna let Brown Recluse jump in.
No, you guys keep overcutting Brenda. I'd like Brenda to elaborate, please.
No, you're not going to hide behind Brenda.
Because Brenda's saving you from your.
I'm not saving.
You're hiding behind Brenda right now.
He's just more articulate when it comes to the understood science.
Yeah, we want Brenda to not speak for a moment. If not, then we're gonna have to put Brenda on mute. I'll just leave it open that way.
If you want to mute me, I'm happy to let Brenda talk.
Dude, Alpha's not wrong.
I've been talking for 5 hours.
Well, yeah, 5 hours persisting in ignorance, dude. That's the reason why I jumped in.
I would argue that you're persisting in ignorance. So how do we figure out who's true? How do we
demonstrate that I am?
You guys are the retards claiming that fucking shit is falling in the Cavendish experiment, and it's not even a fucking experiment anyway.
It is an experiment, and yes, the two weights fall towards each other. That's
No,
Einstein's
you dumb
general
shit.
theory.
Things don't fall horizontally; they fall vertically.
Please don't boot Brenda.
Yeah, now you don't have anybody to hide behind unless somebody else comes in.
That's
Then I'll mute that
crazy.
guy.
Then
Well, you know
mute
what's
me.
crazy?
Just mute me, honestly, sir. Because again,
Really?
he was Brenda.
You
Brenda
don't
was having
deserve it.
Mute yourself.
You
Brenda
don't
was having
deserve a
a
mute.
Neither did Brenda. Brenda was having a respectful conversation. You guys
Yeah,
muted him because
Brenda,
he just.
Brenda's
like,
been here for years. First of all,
I-
you don't know the backstory
Brenda-
of people that jump in.
But
Brenda
regardless,
came
again,
into White Knight for you. You should be able to stand up for yourself in this argument.
so it's so ironic.
Brenda
It's so, can I just say? Can I just say it's so ironic that you guys say that? I've talked to eight different flat earthers today, and independently.
Why are you hiding behind Brenda so
I'm not
much? Like,
hiding.
what-
I'm advocating for one's ability to
Do you want
speak
her to
truth.
speak for you? Do you want? They're not,
But
she's not
you
speaking
do you
truth.
not have like the fucking ability to speak for yourself?
I've been
Yeah,
talking
you
for
can.
5 hours. I'd like one person on my side
But
at
you've
least.
been wrong for 5
Then
hours.
go on
That's
mute.
why I jumped in.
All right. If yeah,
Why do you need someone on your side though? I don't get it.
I don't need someone on my side. I'd like Brenda to be able to speak freely.
Listen, if you got this, then you got this. If you can't articulate your point, let me know, and then maybe I'll let Brenda speak.
I'm
Let's hear
happy
the
to.
concession. Let's hear the concession from your point. You're not
I
able to
concede
speak.
the Earth is flat. I concede the Earth is flat. Go ahead, let Brenda
I
speak.
didn't ask for that concession, but
Well, that's what I
I'll take
concede.
it.
There you go. You win. Now let Brenda speak, please.
Jeez, that's how weak Globe Earth is, though. We have to let the lowest common denominator speak.
So
just
let me.
that we can
So
get
how about
something
this?
going.
How about this? I will. I'm happy to keep Brenda muted and continue the conversation if you answer one question. One question. Does the Cavendish experiment show mass or show two objects being attracted to each other?
Yeah,
consistently?
your idea is completely flawed.
There we
You want
go.
me to
So
expose it?
No,
You
I
want me
want you to
expose it?
answer. Please answer.
Yeah, let me expose it. Because
answer the
remember,
question.
you always ask the question, where am I wrong? Where am I flawed? I'm going to point it out because you always ask that question. So I'm going to point it out before I even answer you.
No, answer one question, please.
Yeah, it's pertaining to your one question. What is mass?
You answer my question with a question?
What is mass? No, we have
No.
to figure out if you understand the point that
Please.
you're making in the argumentation.
No, I'm
for-
fine. I'm not gonna answer any
Oh,
questions.
really?
I'm not gonna answer any more questions until you answer my question.
There's a reason
go ahead,
why he
Fish.
said two things attracting to each other, and he didn't say mass attracting mass because he
Yeah.
knows he can't go down that road with
Exactly. That's why, you're reading me pretty well. That's the reason why I'm saying this now, because I know that he doesn't know.
I'm
what
just
it
trying
is.
to find common ground with someone who is
Yeah,
so
the common
god.
ground. The common ground is you being able to articulate your point and understand the thing you're saying. That's the common ground. If you can articulate your point and be able to understand what you're saying, then you can continue. I won't mute you and I won't say anything about what you're saying. You have the floor and the mic. So here's the point. Yeah, you
No,
do.
no, because my floor and my mic is asking you one simple question that you will not answer. You have not answered, even though I've asked
In the
it 6
context
times.
of your question, you don't know what you're saying. That's my argument to you. In the
Okay.
context of your question, you don't know what mass is.
I didn't say mass. I did not say mass.
Oh yes, you did, dude.
No,
Everybody
I
heard
said
you. Why would I
my
ask you
question
about mass if you
my
didn't say
question.
it?
Okay, I'm
Let's
just
not be
my
disingenuous here.
my question was word for word. Does the Cavendish experiment show two objects being attracted to each other? That's my question. Mass was not mentioned.
Yes,
Does
it
it sh-
was, dude. You said mass.
Okay,
I
okay,
heard
wonderful,
you.
wonderful, wonderful. Then I admit to saying mass. Will you answer my new question, which is now?
You admit to saying mass?
Oh yes. So now
Okay.
my new
So
question.
what is it?
Oh my God.
Yeah. What an object does it have mass or no?
Density over volume. There you go.
Density over volume. So
I don't even know if that's true. I don't even know if that's true. That's
oh
just
my god! Then why are you even invoking?
because you
it,
won't
sir?
answer my question. because
it's
you are obviously
malformed.
getting so
it's
hard.
malformed if you're not able to articulate a point that you don't have no
Like
if you're trying to say,
how
well,
do you
I'm
know I
trying
don't
to
have
say
a
mass,
point? How do you know I
because
don't
you
have a
just
point?
finished saying you don't know what mass over
Type
volume is,
shit.
and you also are not answering the question, what is mass?
Can I
So
ask
right
Brenda-
now,
can I ask Brenda
the
what mass
very
is?
specific
I'll
thing in
Google
your
it.
argument, go Google it, sir. I'm not going to argue your point. It's your point to actually bring in here and your articulation, not mine. So I'm asking you, what is that? And you're not answering. So first of all, mass over volume, you don't know what that is.
Can I say
Mass,
it's
do you
so
know what-
ironic? Can I say it's so ironic? You keep
I don't
asking me
want
a
to
billion
hear
questions.
your color commentary. I don't want to hear your color commentary.
Okay,
I
I'm
just
done.
want to
You're
hear
right.
you
I'm done.
answering the specific question.
No, I'm not answering it.
Oh, so you give up?
Yes.
Or you're thirsty for more?
Tap
In the words of Home Alone.
It's so funny. You said density over volume.
Yeah.
Doesn't density have volume in it? And density of what?
Mhm. No, Larry was talking about this earlier. But the point is though, gentlemen like him come in here and they come in, half cocked with these ideas that they're biased and their ideas, and they feel all filled with pride. They're coming in and telling us what's what, and they don't even know how to articulate their point. This is what I do. I expose everybody because they don't know what they're saying.
That's why
like
he's
him.
the alpha.
You goddamn right.
Damn right. Don't
So
take
how
the
did I
Lord's name
do
in vain,
with,
though. One second. Let's recognize. Don't take the Lord's name in vain, but continue.
Oh, whatever.
so
Bro,
how did I
you're
do earlier? Did I make any blunders or any mistakes? do
No,
you
dude.
think?
I agreed with everything you were saying, but he skated past that because he wanted to persist, and
How
so
dare he find common ground? How dare he?
he was just trying to get you to understand that the logic that you're using based on the indoctrination system is flawed. But
Oh, if
you
only we had
didn't read
agreed
that.
on the premises. No.
You didn't read that though. He gave you enough like rope to look at what you're doing, so you could probably hang yourself, but you didn't do that. You actually escaped the noose, which is why I came in here. Because yeah,
Why is he not
he basically drew it in crayons for you. You couldn't see it. So I mean, there's that. And then here we are with everybody else jumping, because I'm pretty sure Brenda was listening. Even though he comes in here every now and again to just disrupt and not let the person who's speaking actually say their point. And here's the point that we're at right now, Brown, is a realization on your behalf to understand that you don't have a point, which means you don't know how to articulate your point. You don't know what mass is. You know density over volume. You don't know any of the points that you brought up, gravity or anything of the like. Cavendish, you didn't understand the premise of what it was actually constructed for in the first instance. You don't know a naturally occurring phenomena and nature.
Density.
To actually,
1 second. Let me just say this real quick. Mass is
Yeah.
density over volume. But continue.
Oh,
Continue.
yeah,
I got that right.
you said,
I got that right. Go ahead.
You got
Continue,
that.
though.
You got that right. You got that right. So mass is density over volume.
Mass equation. Mass equals density over volume.
Okay. So how much mass does the apple have that was falling down? How do we quantify mass?
Density over volume.
Yeah, but give me how much mass does the apple have? How much does it have?
1.5 grams.
A gram
It's a tiny little apple.
A gram is a different unit of measurement. I'm talking about mass itself.
What, mass can't be measured in grams now?
Well,
Yeah,
what is it
apparently.
measured in?
It's measured in gram, kilograms, and tons. But continue.
Why are we using the convention?
But
of
you're
mass
saying that I don't know what I'm talking
we're gonna
about, and
use
then you're
grams?
just saying a bunch of fucking nonsense and not letting other people talk, and you're just being, oh, and that's why I shut shit down around here, alpha dog around here. You just infuriate
Let's
me.
relax.
You infuriate me.
Brown.
It's so
Let's relax, dude.
disingenuous.
Brown, check this out. Brown, check this out. Check this out. He wasn't asking if you could outline
He
some
was
units
calling
of
me an
measurement.
idiot for these things I didn't
Yeah.
know, even though I was right on everything. But
I said
continue.
ignorant, not idiot.
Buddy, hang on. Check this out.
I'm just
right?
sorry. I'm sorry.
What
I'm sorry.
Yeah, what you outlined there is you just pointed out you enumerated a few units of measurement of said thing that we're talking about, right? You said grams, kilograms, whatever. These are units of measurement, right? They're abstractions about something that we're talking about. It's not the answer to the question, right? The question is, what is the thing that you're using these units of measurement for?
We already answered
You're
that
asking
so
for a
many times.
definition,
So
you
many
mean?
times.
Do you
So
hear
many
the?
times.
Do you recognize the distinction in
Yeah,
in
because the
in
question's
this
been
line?
asked so many different times and it's been answered so many different times. We're trying to recognize what gravity is and why things fall.
Hang
And
on,
we're saying,
don't.
oh, no, I'm done. I'm done. You guys.
No,
He's throwing up his hands, Mick.
Before you
Larry.
go, take a deep breath. Yeah, take a deep breath and look at what I posted. And maybe in your free time, do a little bit of research about Pergamon Press and what they've morphed into today, and all the medical journals and science journals and school books that they produce, and just think to yourself, like the guy who said back in 1983, the CIA disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believes is false. If he was the head leader of the CIA, and these intelligence groups want intelligence for themselves but none for everyone else, is it possible that you learned some bullshit in school?
Is it possible that your confirmation bias has led you to
my
believe that
God.
everything is a lie?
Yeah,
Is that
and earlier you were
everything.
saying he was the most he was the most respectful guy, and you're disrespecting him, bro. What's going on here? Do you see what's going on, Brown? Yeah, you were saying he was the most respectful guy, and you just give him a big finger right now. How you like them apples? Yeah. Hate it when I point out your flaws. How about that one?
I'm just stating that everyone has potential confirmation bias, right? As I acknowledged before in the debate, and I'm personally saying that that is how I believe that these conclusions have been came to. I'm not saying that they're necessarily false, but I don't believe that, again, the Earth is a lie from these individuals stated
Well, you
here in these
didn't-
little things.
You didn't substantiate it with any
I know.
information
I'm
that
not
would
talking to you,
prove
buddy.
them. Oh, really?
Yes.
So
Hey,
you're all up
Brown.
in your feeling. You're all up in your feelings now, huh?
100%.
Brown, check this out, right? You acknowledge that you might have your own biases, right? But are you willing enough to put them aside, acknowledge them, put them aside for a brief period of time, and engage in this type of conversation, so as to be able to give yourself the potential to override those biases with novel information?
Again, I would argue, and I would hope Larry himself would agree that
It's a
before
closed-ended-
one second,
it's a
before Alpha,
closed-ended question. Hang on, watch this. It's a closed-ended question.
then do you want me to answer or is it rhetorical?
It's a closed-ended question.
It's a yes or no.
Are
So
you
then-
willing enough to put your biases aside, acknowledge them as such,
I
put
would
them
argue
aside, and give
that I've
yourself the
already been doing
potential?
that.
I'm going to finish the question again because you obviously didn't hear it.
I
Right?
would have answered if you
Are
let me
willing
continue.
are you willing to put them aside and potentially override them with novel information?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you resisting that potential in this engagement?
Can I just ask this quick, Larry? Would you describe my conversational and approach to debate as adversarial or intellectually dishonest before the events of when Alpha and MIK started speaking? Because I felt again I was a lot more respectful and a lot more articulate, right? And not because I thought my ideas were better or I had more truth in my statements then, right? But because I believe you specifically Alpha is having very disingenuous conversation and not letting me even get to my point before cutting me off and refusing to answer my question while hypocritically saying that I'm not answering any of his questions. But go ahead.
Salty.
I am a little salty, and I would love if Brenda was unmuted. I really would. I just think it's unjust that he is muted for no reason, or she is muted for no reason. Regardless,
We're not gonna listen to somebody
who's knowledgeable on science.
Really knowledgeable on science.
I would say so. At least on the Cavendish experiment, at the very least, Galileo and Newton, the laws. So I would love to hear Brenda expand. I would love to. Honestly.
Alleged knowledge branch at the very best. It, he, she, whatever is knowledgeable in rhetoric. That's it.
All right.
Sure.
But we don't like everybody that opens up their mic and is able to speak. Either you know the answers to substantiate the claim or you don't. But it's all based on the person speaking. We don't share a community brain. Let somebody else talk for another person. Every individual has the right to speak for themselves and to articulate the point or say, I don't know. And that's very intellectually honest. When you start to become disingenuous and hide behind someone else, then we know where you stand. You don't have a point to raise. And that right there shows me that you don't have any point to bring forth in this forum. You just want to hide behind somebody that you think is smarter than you.
Ooh, Boston pills, I'm just my own body.
I do agree that Brenda is probably smarter.
Don't castrate yourself that way, dude. Don't ever do that. You are smarter than you think you are.
Got a Joe Molly. You
think you're in the
this
wrong
so
room,
your
Citrus.
boyfriend believe for this, so I.
And man, your bars are whack. Your bars are whack, bro.
Yeah,
Get outta here.
hopefully that's not a promotion.
Yeah,
was
'cause
Citrus.
you need to go back to the lab with that one. Anyway, yeah, every individual that comes in here should stand on their own 2 feet, 10 toes down. Don't hide behind no one else, dude, and don't ever castrate yourself thinking that someone's smarter than you. You have the ability.
No
Even
one's
though
ever smarter than you.
I come off the way I do, but I do that because a lot of people they don't face the mirror. They don't see where the points that they're making are incorrect.
Do you think
Do I
you're the
have all the
smartest guy in
answers?
this Discord call?
Absolutely not. But here's the problem, though. I don't intend to be. I just want to. The points that are being raised, I've heard them over and over again. They're like, it's almost like a script.
Don't castrate
Basically,
yourself.
they're
You are the
basically
smartest
scripted.
person. You're the alpha. Don't castrate yourself.
I'm just saying in specific arenas, I wouldn't say that. But on this particular topics that we're speaking of, I would say that I am one of the ones. I'm one of the ones that it
I
can.
am the one you saw.
Yeah. So what? And? But you shouldn't diminish what you think you can achieve just by being in there. Well, let Brenda talk. No, well, go do some research. Come back, figure it out for yourself.
Mhm.
You can know the same things that Brenda knows, probably more. I would say.
Like Brenda said, easy to talk smack when they're muted.
No, we're not listening to what. Are you now the voice for Brenda? Is that what's going on
No,
here?
well then I'm not saying that because then you'd have to mute me because I'm talking for somebody else, right? But
Well, you're doing it now.
so then I'm just generally advocating for people to be unmuted unjustly.
Unjustly.
Yeah.
Sure. And
Just
this is the person that was actually
no specific. It's instances. I'm not referring to anyone in this call.
But you were co-signing for what Brenda was saying, and Brenda was wrong. So automatically, you're it's like the blind leading the blind. You're both going to fall into a pit.
100%.
So I didn't want that to happen. You
That
do
would suck.
co-sign to something that Brenda said, and be like, yeah, I agree with Brenda, and then
I specifically didn't
Brenda's
co-sign
wrong.
with Brenda on several instances, and then just happened to agree on several instances. But go ahead.
Well, stop simping for Brenda. That's all I'm saying.
I'm advocating against you unmuting people or unmuting people rather. That's what I'm advocating against is this weird hierarchical alpha energy that you exhibit in this weird Discord channel. Again, I was having
Weird
great
Discord
conversation.
channel? It's just a Discord channel.
I was having great conversation before you showed up, right? But you have this
Yeah,
big
I
alpha
ruined
energy
the
that's
fun?
100% is unnecessary in debate.
I would not second that as great.
Well, then again,
I spoiled the fun.
for
Dude, why
me
all the color
personally.
commentary? Why do we have to hear, dude, things was all rainbows and unicorns before you showed up?
It was, in my opinion.
Yeah, because you were just getting away with a lot because you thought you could. But I exposed the fact that you didn't. You see, you're laughing now.
Yeah, that was an evil snicker. That was an evil snicker for my
evil
devilish
snicker.
ways.
So you're
I got one of
just
those pointy
saying you're evil.
mustache. Yeah, I got one of those pointy mustaches that you can twirl from far away.
Listen, man. All I'm saying is you need to go back to the drawing board with all this information and restate your points or re-articulate yourself. Come back, dust yourself off, and come back. Try again.
Do I have to use red line to connect all the points, or is that more like a? Is that a
I don't know what that
suggestion?
means, bro. Is that some new terminology young people are using? I don't know. Anyway.
No, you don't know the classic conspiracy board with red line connected
with
with
the
your
red lines. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
No, but
you know?
listen, it doesn't take that. It just takes for you to actually research the topics. That's it.
Right.
Because I brought some new information to your mind that you didn't know.
No, you did not.
Did you know that what the reason why Cavendish was constructed in the first instance?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Then why didn't you state that when I asked you? Because you didn't know.
You said that. No, you said the natural phenomena. You didn't say.
No, I said what was the reason why that
you said what you said what was the natural phenomena observed to obtain the hypothesis for the experiment. Those are your words.
I said that after the fact. I asked you a couple of questions. One of them was, did you know why Cavendish was constructed? You didn't answer my question.
That's so ironic because the first thing I said to you
And
was
you
the question about the first thing I asked you was the question about the Cavendish experiment that you have yet to answer. So it's so ironic that you keep saying I'm not answering questions when you refuse to engage in the kind of the topic of my question.
You're losing
Right?
the plot. You're losing the plot. You're losing the plot.
You're right. I'm done.
The plot was I asked you at some point if you knew the reason why the Cavendish was actually constructed.
Yep.
And you didn't answer it. Right, Mick? I did ask him that. Amongst the other things I said, but that was one of the things I said. And you weren't able to answer that. So no, you didn't know the reason why. So I did bring that to you.
Arbiter of knowledge output, everybody. Arbiter of knowledge. Thank you very much, sir.
That's you just being facetious.
Mickey.
Brown, come on, man. Your arrogance is getting in your way, man.
Yeah, no, I'm just angry at this point. Again, I feel like you guys are engaging in disingenuous conversation, right? And you're not engaging with the point. You say, I have no points, but then you won't address the point that I'm trying to address, right? I'm asking a question, and you're like, that's a stupid fucking question. I will not answer it. That has no point. You know?
You don't recognize that your points, right, are non sequiturs after someone else brings up a point.
It should be super easy to demonstrate that after you answer it. It should be super easy to just answer it and show immediately why it's a nonsensical answer.
Fresh go. You go. You want to go first?
Please.
No, sorry, I just had my mic open. Go ahead.
Well, basically, if you're just saying I'm using my ideas and then constructing some contraption based upon my ideas, and yeah, we're calling you out because you can't do that. That's not science.
Whatever.
Yeah, Brown.
You
So
have-
you're saying that someone should address your non sequitur point. Like, so if I tell you, "Hey, I'm walking my dog today. You think my dog's cool?" And then and then the other guy says, "Oh, I think the sky's blue. What do you think?" It's like, well, I just asked you a question about my dog. Why are you talking about the sky? Are you saying that the guy should answer about the sky and then move on to the dog? Like, that
No.
sounds like a total.
What I'm saying, no, but exactly what you're saying. So a guy was asked about his dog, and then was responded with a sky, right? I'm asking Alpha about the dog, my question, and then he's responding with the sky, right? What if I was to say that? What if I was to say that your response is a non sequitur, right? What if I would say that your logic is flawed?
Hang on. No. My point was, you're asked about the dog. You answer with the question about the sky,
Right.
and then you just said, "Oh, well, he should actually answer about my sky, and then about the sky."
No,
and then
I said I asked him about the dog, and he answered with the sky. I want him to tell me the dog.
Yeah, so
That's what I want.
Now you're reversing the burden.
That's your analogy. You crazy?
You're reversing the burden here.
I asked the question.
So
What do you
it's
mean?
really simple. It's really simple, right? So the question that you were asking did not lead to the premise. The premise of the
What was my
asking the
premise?
real
What was
question.
my premise?
So the premise was I made a contraption and I'm asking a question. But when I asked
I
you
didn't
what
make a
was
contraption.
the contraption is Cavendish.
I didn't make that.
You
I'm
didn't do a
saying-
test? You didn't do
No,
Cavendish?
I'm asking. I didn't do a Cavendish. No, I did not. I'm saying we were referring to this experiment that is known as the Cavendish experiment that we both recognize to be a real experiment, right? Right. Regardless.
No.
Wait. Oh
No,
my
we don't
God.
both recognize
Oh
that.
my
We don't.
God. What is
You
it
can't-
called? Is it called the Cavendish experiment?
It's a test.
Who cares? It's
Sure,
not an experiment.
100%. Okay,
It's a test.
sure. Call it a test. I don't give a fuck, right? We agree that it's a thing. It's a procedure that people carry out, right? Regardless of what you want to call the procedure, it's a procedure that people carry out, right? I'm trying to say that in that procedure, right? That was my only question. In that procedure, do we see two objects being attracted to each other? That was my
Yeah.
question from
But
the very fucking thing. First thing I
you're
said to you.
starting from the middle of
yeah,
the
100%.
specific test. You're starting from the middle, and I'm asking the very foundational question: why are you testing for this?
Then I'm asking, where do we come from? Why is there something instead of nothing?
No.
That's
No,
foundational. That's a foundational
why
question.
are
How are
you-
you starting
why-
from? How are you
No,
starting from the
because
foundation
I'm
of
asking
hypothesis?
I'm asking you, why are you testing for this?
How do we? Why do we test for anything? Why don't we get real foundational?
Oh my God.
Why is your foundational question?
Because you're trying to answer a question.
Right.
Yeah.
My
What is that
question to
question?
you. My question to you is these two objects being attracted to each other in the experiment, in the test?
What question are you trying to answer in nature?
Why'd you bring nature into it? Where did nature come from?
Because where is this coming from? Is this an idea that you just thought of out of nowhere?
No, because the Cavendish experiment existed before
So
I did,
what
right?
are- what-
My
yeah,
question
so
is
what-
based off of the
you don't
Cavendish
get it, do
experiment.
you? You don't get it, do you?
No, you're completely going elsewhere, right? My question.
No, I'm not elsewhere.
Why can't
The
I ask a question about the Cavendish experiment?
Because your question is based on ideas that someone has about ideas.
So you can't ask ideas about questions?
Yeah. So what are we testing
You're not
for?
making any sense.
If I
I
want
don't
to test how
give a
fast
fuck what we're testing for. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, see, because here's where you're going
I'm
off the
just
rails.
trying to answer. I
You're
just want
going
you
off
to
the
answer
rails.
one
You're not-
question with intellectual honesty. I just want you.
Yeah,
I just
because
want
you're
one
testing
honest
for
answer.
imaginary things. Imaginary things in your mind. What does that have to do with the physical and natural world?
In the physical and natural world, in
Yeah.
this experiment,
Yeah.
the objects are attracted to each other via some
Really?
natural
Where?
force.
Where?
I'll send
Where
the
in
video. I'll
nature?
link it. Here we go. Right
Where?
here. I'll
No,
link,
no,
I'll
I don't
link
want to
it.
see the video. I want to see where in nature this
Are
is
you
happening.
saying, does this experiment occur in
Back
reality?
to the question. Back to the foundational question. Where is this happening
Why-
in nature?
Why do you get to go foundational, but I can't go foundational?
Because you didn't go foundational, numbnuts. You're starting from the middle.
Okay, one second. Okay, now that you've asked where does this experiment come from, I'm gonna go more foundational and go, why do we do
more
experiments?
foundational is not it.
What?
No.
Why can't we
the
go? Why?
foundation-
Because you get to go more foundational.
No, because the foundation.
You're really
is what
starting
is-
in the middle, really.
No,
if you think about it.
I'm actually talking about why you're doing the thing you're doing. Why would you test for something? Why would you test for something if you had no idea something to test for? So I'm asking the question: what are you testing for?
Does the test exist?
It doesn't matter.
Yes,
it only
it does. I'm done,
matters.
I'm done.
Well, you should be because you're not testing for something in nature.
You're right.
You
you're
should
right,
be
you're right.
done. Yeah, I know I'm right.
Fuck. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Thank goodness. Thank goodness Alpha was here to dispel the globe myth.
No,
Thank
to dispel
fucking
your
Christ.
ignorance. I'm dispelling
Thank
your
fucking
ignorance on
Christ.
this matter. I'm dispelling
Thank
your ignorance on
fucking
this matter.
Christ. You're right.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
yeah. Wait a
Oh,
minute.
fuck.
You don't
fuck.
believe in him, so
No.
there
Bro,
you go.
go drink some water and eat a sandwich, man.
No,
Yeah,
no, I'm
take a
done.
break.
You're engaging with incredibly dishonest methodology.
Yeah,
And
I made you
dishonest.
feel bad, and that's why you're saying your feelings.
You're
Go
right.
ahead.
You've
Tell me how
destroyed my
bad you feel.
globe lie. You destroyed my
No,
globe
I
lie.
destroyed your Cavendish
Alpha.
lie.
Alpha.
I destroy your Cavendish lie. I'll destroy your globe later.
You haven't addressed one fucking question I've asked, so good luck, buddy. Enjoy your
Yeah,
lie.
that's because that's all you can say with your ignorance about the topic. That's okay.
Do you not see how flawed it is to suggest that because something happens within the confines of a contraption that you're extrapolating that out to something happening in nature? Do you not?
Yeah.
Do you just not see how dumb that is?
Yeah, he's starting from the middle of like an idea. Well, see, I have an idea. Things attract themselves to another. Really? What gave you that idea? Oh, I don't know. I was just walking along one day and I just thought maybe things just attract to each other for no apparent reason. Just
It's
no particular
so
reason.
fucking funny because we've talked about gravity and things falling and vertical attraction and the Galileo experiments, and you guys are like,
we're back
oh,
to
he just
that-
thinks that
Check
things are
this out,
attracted to each
guys.
other for no reason.
Check this out, Raymond.
So-
We're back to that again, right?
I'm
So
just
when
saying-
I asked him, back to square one. Let's go back to where he said when I gave him the floor and the mic. I said, "Go ahead and tell us what you would do to talk about how that is occurring in nature." And he said, "Well, an apple's
said
falling."
Cavendish.
Okay. And he said, "An apple's falling," and I was like, "Okay." So the apple's
Yeah, he
falling.
went away
Well,
from
how would you test for this? And he says, "Well, we're going to see how something vertically is being attracted." And I'll wait a minute. You didn't use Cavendish? That's interesting, huh? Brown recluse.
Damn, you got me. You got me good.
I know I did. 9 ways to Sunday, son. And I could do it all day. All day long. Or night, depending where you're at. All night long. All night. There's no escaping, dude. I'm a steel trap to the globe. Just the way it is, bro. Like, I mean, unless you can come up with something that you can test for, you got nothing. Big old nothing burger.
You know what I've come to realize in this room is that people walk in here and they don't realize that they're dealing with intellectual marksmen.
Dude, I'm
they find
waiting.
out.
I'm
We got
waiting for these
snipers in the
guys.
building.
I'm waiting for them to have the bravado of a fucking building, dude. And when they do,
Get
I'm just like,
sniped?
that's the kind of guy I want right there. That guy right there. I don't want the guys with peons in to come in here like, well, I don't really know what's going on. I want the guys to say they know what's going on. Then I turn it around and then they're like, oh, well, I just don't like you, Alpha. You're being mean. No,
Very funny
I'm
after you
exposing
muted
you,
Brenda.
dumbass.
Very funny.
I know.
Incredibly funny.
But once the dust settles, I want you to actually think about what happened today.
For sure.
You know?
Oh, I'll think about it with fond memory.
I don't think so. You're gonna reflect on this moment for sure. To you, might be a special moment, but to me, it's just another Friday.
Odds are he'll rationalize
Oh,
why he was right anyway and never come
really,
back.
you really do got a grandeur. You got a delusion of grandeur, don't you?
Well, you give me the fucking wood from my fire, bro. Let's just put it that
thank
way.
you.
You're the numpty canvas I paint my Rembrandt on.
100%.
And Brown, it's not about grandeur here. Okay, it's okay.
Well,
You might make
got
a
the
little
Steel Trap Alpha
but
up here.
it's not about grandeur, right? He's not stroking himself or anything, or as far as I know.
He said he wants
right?
wood for his fire. What are you talking about?
I said your
Well, you
arguments are like wood for my fire.
Oh.
Yeah, you're just giving him ammo to do what he does best. It's not about him. It's about what's being done.
He is the best.
See, if you wouldn't listen, if you would stay
That's not what I
logically
said.
consistent, and that's what I'm telling you to do, stay logically consistent.
Best.
You
God.
would
God,
avert
is he the
every
best.
single thing. Yeah,
God, I
you,
love
you
it.
wouldn't fall into the
Brown.
trap.
Notice how I'm not saying
Brown,
Stephen Vane like Alpha did.
Brown, you're twisting my words. I didn't say he was the best. I said you're giving him ammo to do what he does best. Doing as an act, like an activity, an action.
So he's not
a
the
verb.
best.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so all right, so but he's the Alpha. He's literally the top of the
If you're
Discord.
asking me a question, I mean, I think he's pretty sharp.
But is he the best?
That's not what I said. I wouldn't be able to attest to that.
Okay. You hear that, Alpha? He
Right.
does not think you're the best. I want you to know
Nah,
that.
it's all right. I don't care.
All right, good.
I don't. I'm not.
What?
I don't.
There's
It's
many,
good that
many.
people say things, but I don't live off of that. I
It
live off
doesn't
my own
matter.
self.
That's
It
just
don't
my
matter to me.
opinion. It doesn't matter what my opinion is. I think there's plenty of very astute sharpshooters in here, right? Of all equal caliber, you know.
Mark Wahlberg and Shooter.
All right,
Yeah.
Joe. You'll be all right.
He's up there, that's for sure.
Maybe
Top of
next
the
time,
heap.
Slugger.
Almost.
You'll get him
No,
next time.
You almost got me. Or I almost got you.
Anyway, if anybody else is new that wants to come in here and talk about any evidence for the Earth being a globe, you can go ahead. I see Eggshells pushing Raiden into a conversation.
No thanks, Earth flat.
Raiden's like, hell no, bro. Who said that? 100%. Whoever said that. Watching Alex Jones. What's up, man? Just saying what's up. That's all.
Just saying what's up, yeah. Just listening to you fucking roast people while I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, you can keep us on like a podcast, man. We're doing this 24/7. We got a lot of big players and heavy hitters, you know. Myself, we got Larry, Jenna's in here. Part of the 24/7 team, Raymond Rod, like man, subdued, freaking quad. Fresh Growing Flowers, I mean, he's coming to Flatsy Klein. We got some people in here, man. Eat the Grass, he's back in the lane in the cut. Jemsy. He goes by under Heaven Earth these days. And we got Doves. Is that Doves? I see you change your name. Got little avatars by your name.
Hey.
What's up? I'm just shouting you guys out. Heard Flatsy, you got on the team of Nathan's show.
Yeah.
Congratulations for that. I was gonna say that earlier, but I had to dip.
Are you on the panel or are you just modding for him?
I'm in the intro and on the panel, of course. Yeah.
Nice.
I've got the Skype stuff too. So
Cool. So we're gonna get to hear you alongside Nathan whenever they come in here on Thursdays or Fridays. I don't know what they changed it to.
yeah, it could be. Yeah. I didn't do it yet because today was the day that they were gonna put me in the intro of Ballbusters.
Nice. Yeah, Chocolate's not there, I don't think, anymore, huh?
Yeah, he is still on
Oh,
there.
he is?
Yeah, they even still have refracted curvature, John.
Yeah, I got confused with him and QE because they called sometimes QE John.
Oh, I could tell the difference in their voices big time.
Yeah, they had Nathan came in here when I was roasting some Glober that came into the chat the other day. I didn't know that they switched their show up to Thursdays, and I was in here roasting the dude. And
It was just that week. They
Oh.
will Fridays unless there's something Nathan has to do Friday, and then he'll do it Thursday.
Yeah, it's cool. There's like other flat earthers getting on more bigger forums these days, so the information's getting out there. People are actually just hearing the term flat earth, and then usually they'll come into 24/7 or they'll come to this forwarding channel that we have here on the politics server, which they graciously let us host here. It's pretty cool of them. We've been number one. We still number one? What's the sign for checking to see how our channel is doing? Is it S?stop or S?, right? Instead of the T? Let me see.
Is that some special Discord talk you're speaking about? I've got no idea.
Yeah, you
that's
can type in
that's the
command.
command. Let me see. Oh wait, that ain't the command. Does anybody know that command?
S question mark top.
Oh, S question mark top.
Top. Instead of OP, it's top, so you can see the top.
All right. We're number 1, baby. 11,000 hours. Voice activity. Give it up for the 24/7 team, man.
It's pretty sweet.
I think we take it every month, don't we? So far, been taking it.
I was clapping, but my noise suppression's so good that you didn't pick it up.
No shit, dude. We didn't hear you clap, but yeah. Props.
What headset are you using? I'm going to the store.
That was fucking good if we didn't hear you clap. Damn.
No, it's really weird. It's pretty impressive. I wonder now if it'll pick up now that I'm doing it when I do this, but when I stop talking. Picks it up randomly. It's really weird. Congratulations, 24/7. Congratulations, AP. This shit ain't easy, man. You know, you'll be putting it in on the clock outside of here. You're on the clock both ways, getting in overtime. You hear me? And still crushing people.
Hell yeah, bro. I'm like doing 80 hours most days. Weeks, I mean, most weeks. I lose like all time. Like I'm thinking some days are like days after or before. I'm like, is this Wednesday? What are we, Thursday? Like I'm questioning days and shit. Because I work third shift. So
I hear that. I'm on the overnight. I'm at work myself right now too, so I
Oh,
know
yeah?
that life. Yeah.
It's fuck, dude. I mean, you got to get your bread, but anyway, there's a lot of confident Globers out there in the ether. Oops, said the E word. Ether. What's that?
Isn't it actually the A word?
Ethergrass. Look at the way he spelled his name. I like that. What character is that? Oh, Ethergrass. I thought it was Ethergrass. We got Daz in the chat. Who's Daz? Is he a new person? Daza? Or is just Daza from the other Daza? No, this ain't that Daza. It's a level 2 politics journeyman. Different Daz. So any new arguments you guys heard?
No, same old rinse and repeat.
Same old stuff, huh? What's the
I heard
big ones?
I heard another same old, but with a twist, right? I was listening to I'd seen it before, but I watched QE and Nathan's comment on it. It was fucking funny, man. The Jesse Lee Peterson interview with Flat Earth Dave. Oh, it was so funny.
Yeah,
They did. Oh, it was hilarious. They did a great job, and I didn't expect how much Dewey would take to Jesse Lee Peterson's way of doing things. He fucking loves him now. It's hilarious. Anyways, Flat Earth Dave, he basically concluded at the end of the roast, right, that it's either flat or a ball like 10, 20, 30, 100 times bigger.
He
right?
said 1 million. I heard him say
A million,
Yeah,
excuse
1
me.
million times bigger.
Bigger, dude. And let me tell you something. We tore that apart.
Yeah. I heard that. Right, because if it's bigger, it rips apart the rest of the cosmology that's dependent on the 3959 radius, right?
So
Yeah.
The question should be met with, it's a close-ended question, should be met with the answer to the question. And then if you want to articulate, I was saying this. I don't know if anybody was there, the 24/7. I asked Indio to play the clip, and we played a clip of the way it went down for I don't know, it was maybe 10 minutes or so, and it was a lot to bear for the audience because some people just like, dude, shut it off, man. This is bullshit already. But they were actually siding with David on it, Dave Weiss. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, some people were like, yeah, he was just treated unfairly, and Jesse Lee does what he does, and I just felt like I understand that point. Like I know what the forum is. I mean, it's not to be taken seriously, but at the same time, when people are put on the spotlight and they're saying the flat Earth, and then you turn around and say, well, I don't say flat Earth, I'm a true earther, or something, some other thing, and it's diverting, and it's just giving like the sense that now we got to deal with more bullshit. People are going to come in here and be saying, well, you guys are with David Weiss, right? Same guy talking about flat Earth. Are you guys also true earthers, or just making it sound like?
Yeah, what I
So
heard from that was it seemed like he was really trying to avoid the need to be further scrutinized, like from a BevTard or something, right?
yeah,
Because they come in and say, oh, it's not flat because of hills and mountains, shit, or whatever, right? It sounded to me like he was just trying to not give any open door for people to come in and say, oh, well, what about Mount Everest? It can't be flat because Mount Everest or some shit, right? But it dragged on for so long, and it was just a real painful process to endure for him to just not want to deal with something like that.
yeah, and I think easily enough you could have just answered it right away, straight away, and then if any questions were raised, you can point out the reason why you're saying it. You can just say, yeah, this is the reason why I'm saying it. And of course, flat has a special connotation to it, right? It doesn't mean just curvature or anything like someone says. They might say if they're thinking the Earth's a globe. So flat denotes something very specific. And so when we use it in context, we're able to articulate a point. So if somebody says, "Oh, you think the Earth is flat? There's no mountains or valleys?" and that's it. Dumbest thing that somebody could say, asking somebody if the Earth is flat. What do you mean? There's no mountains? What happened to the mountains? And it's like, dude. The ironic thing about the whole idea of this is that they listened to Neil deGrasse Tyson when he's like, well, if you were a giant and you'd rub your finger across the earth, it would be the smoothest cue ball you would ever rub. And it's like, oh, you listen to this guy telling you about something that's super smooth with mountains, but yet when we're telling you that there's, the earth is flat and it's got mountains, you have a big problem with it. Like, what's up with that? On the one hand, you can accept Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it being smooth as a cue ball, and you still have mountains. And in this case, you can't. Like, come on, dudes. It just thinking about whatever you want.
Double thinking about whatever he wants.
Yeah, I think you pointed out too. A lot of it comes with their preconceived notions of what they've been told, and it almost sounds like they want to be like these intellectuals, but they come out sounding like they don't know. They're using these buzzwords that they've been, I guess, told to recall in times like these, and then they don't know how to specify what the meaning of the words. And I think that's to their detriment because they don't realize that they're saying buzzwords and they don't know what they mean. All you have to do is just kind of show them, oh, what do you mean by this word? And it just shows their ignorance. They'll be like, well, we don't have to talk about that. Like, we just have to accept the word or something. Like, it's like the conversation loses its meaning, on how we break it down. So.
Did you guys hear me call out Nathan for that no true Scotsman fallacy? Got a DM on making somebody's day with that one. What? I missed it. It's really funny how it happened. You should go back and listen to it.
Is that what you're working on? I don't know if you know this, but you have your camera on, Fresh.
Yeah, thought run and all shit, but you listen to love make your claims.
Night shift is always easier. Shit, it almost looks like where I work. The submarine man is back.
Ooh, what does this guy do for a living?
I don't know.
Looks
But we
like a
see a
bird.
lot of like boilers and I don't know valves.
This
and-
is we are a industrial hemp processing facility, so we make crude hemp oil, CBD oil.
Nice. Miggy,
What?
I managed to get a couple of words in on the Ball Busters today.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It was good.
How the hell did you get on Ball Busters?
I just asked nicely.
What was the topic?
Today they broke down Dave. Who's the flat earther that
Yeah, wife.
yeah, they were breaking down Dave Weiss's stint on the Jesse something show. Can't remember what it was.
Jesse Lee Peterson. Beta.
Yes. Yep. That was God. That was painful to watch. Like not from like a globe Earth, flat Earth perspective. Just in a holy Christ, this guy doesn't know. He just couldn't answer the very first question that Jesse had for him.
Well, it's like when you go into forum like that, especially how big it is, you better have all your ducks in a row. Like all your ducks in a row.
Here to represent the flat earth is Dave, the flat earther who doesn't know if he's a flat earther.
I think he asked him that question. It was real funny though. I was like, dude, man, oh. It's like you mean to tell me you what did he say? You're a flat earth professor. I think he even gave him professor or some shit. You're a flat professor, you don't know you're a flat earther? I was like, fuck, dude.
I think he said professional. It was so funny.
Yeah, something. Professor. Yeah, he said
Like,
Oh yeah, Flatsy was there.
it was like, define flat. Define what you mean by flat. And he was like, you don't know what flat means? Aren't you supposed to be the flat earth professional?
He said expert.
It was so
He
funny.
said something. Yeah, he said something.
Expert.
Yeah, expert. It was something along those lines. It was hilarious.
I was doing the old Joe Biden. Come on, man. Like I was like, shit. But if you had one job to do, man, one freaking job to do. I don't know. Maybe it could have been just the size of the forum that I can't say he was intimidated by it, like, but the question intimidated him, I guess, because maybe he thought, you know, Jesse was trying to get somewhere with it, and I was like, Jesse's not trying to. He just wanted you to answer the question, like.
He already picked up on him not answering a question directly when he
Yeah.
asked if he was a Christian. So
Yeah.
that's why when he did it again, he was able to hone in. He knows how to work that. He's sharp. I don't care what anybody says. He's sharp. He knows how to really, I don't know, humble
Well,
whoever he
look,
got on his show.
look at his platform. Yeah. Huge
Well, he
platform.
knew how to not get distracted or sidetracked. That was the big thing. I think that's what I think Dave was expecting to get him, the interviewer, to play the interview the way he wanted it to go.
Well, he wanted questions answered directly, and that was one that he could tell wasn't getting answered directly. It was just like a complete misdirection, or he would ask him what he meant by flat. I'm like, dude, it's painful.
It's weird because some of the Globers act like that when we ask them, you know, about the globe.
Exactly.
It felt like a Glober kind of deal.
I told him that I said that he was an anti-flat earther because
Not
he
all
said
Globers, but some. Gee, relax.
No,
he
I'm. If there was anybody on the Globe side that will call out another Glober from not making sense or obfuscating, it's this guy right here.
And actually, people can't see, but he's pointing to himself. He's got two thumbs pointing to himself.
No.
So who's the Glober that calls out other Globers?
Yeah, allegedly. But well, I've heard in this conversation people being like arguing with Platypus, and he's like, "Dude, I'm a Glober like you are." He's like, "Who was it, man? Just recently." Fucking
That was
irritated by you.
Plushbox. Fucking
No, it was Scott Mackey, dude. He got on your case and you got on his, and you guys were fucking smacking each other around for a little bit.
Oh yeah, that was over here, I think.
Oh. And Mackey, basically, you know, there's only one. What is it? The town's only big enough for one of us. Some shit. He was like he's like the resident know-it-all Glober that comes in here every now and again. He's a psychoanalyst and all kinds of shit. So when he heard you come in here, you just like stepping all over his toes, man. He's like, "What the fuck is this guy? We can't have that." And then Platypus like, "Dude, I've been here 6 fucking years, dude. So I don't know about you." And you just like, basically, you know, smacking him across the head. He's like, "Dude, seniority rules." And he's like, "No, I'm smarter than you. I work at Adobe." I better not talk about it. I'm going to summon him. He's going to be in there quick as can be.
Yeah, Platypus, he's a good dude. I notice how he handles himself. You know, he's honorable. You know, we might disagree with the guy, but he's good to have around.
He's all right. You put like 5 beers in him, and he's all over the place.
Yeah, that was too much beer. I apologize for that.
Yeah, we got to cut you off some point, man. You can't fucking.
when you said Two-Hearted Ale, I knew right away that it was Bell's. The Bell's Two-Hearted Ale.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
Someone who's familiar. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I've had it before. Yeah, I drink a lot of craft. I used to drink a lot of craft beer. I worked at a brewery for a while. I don't know, since this town that I live in started serving craft beer. I worked at a restaurant that was like debuting that craft beer before anybody else here in town. Like even before all the breweries around here started springing up, we were doing Abita, and what's that one? Avery, and a bunch of others. It was good. So I'm very since I've been able to drink, I've been serving beer and wine.
I'd love to be able to make alcohol. It'd be my dream to make wine out of the raspberries that grow on my property.
Raspberry mead sounds pretty good, bro.
It does, man.
I don't even drink, but I think I would take great pleasure in making my own mead.
Yeah, a lot
You
of
should
folks around here down south like to make either their moonshine, whiskey, beer, and even mead and wine, muscadine wine over here. People make stuff all over the place. So I'm done though. Like I don't do it anymore. It's too much, man.
Hey, Fresh, if you get a chance, man, you might want to cut your camera off so we can let more people in. It limits the room to 25 when you have your camera on. I don't know if you knew that or not. We want to get some Globers in here, man.
Oh, he's still doing the video. Jesus. Oh, he's showing us the money shot right now.
Yeah. GE's like, let me have a little bit of that, man, for my cataracts.
I have never touched anything derived from the devil's lettuce.
Well, yeah.
Ooh, we can see your reflection in the window.
You can? I can't see shit, dude.
Ooh, I don't know if he's going to turn off the video. I don't think he's listening to us.
Maybe he doesn't have us on or what.
I hope he's not trying to talk to us muted this entire time because he's self-muted.
Yeah. Hey, Fresh, if you can hear us, man, if you can cut your camera off so we can let more people in. Otherwise, more people can't come in. Well, we got fractional 3D printing in here right now. So, fractional, if you're here. Yo, fractional, are you there? Okay. Is this thing on?
I can hear you, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I can hear you. Yeah, the guy earlier, Brown Recluse, he got all salty. Now, I should have said that like that one meme has. Why are you so salty, man, when there's so many flavors? I could have said a lot of shit.
Oh, I heard that in a video.
Yeah. Yeah, you can come back Fresh in a minute. Oh shit. Oh, my internet's not working. Crap.
You're coming in good on my end.
I am? Oh,
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
my shit's going crazy right now. Okay, I'm back. It was delayed. I had disconnected Fresh for a while because he was on his camera. Because I don't know if he could hear us or not. Because the room gets limited to 25 when you have your camera on. I just DC'd him, but I was going to tell him to come back in. And then that's all right. I'll tell him when he comes back. Better just to do it and apologize afterwards.
Oh, Miggy, I need your help, by the way. It sounds like they want to give me another tag over on the 24/7 server. I need to come up with a tag that would indicate to people that I am an equal opportunity bullshit caller router.
Yeah, I mean, what tag are they going to give you?
I don't know. They're asking me to come up with it.
Is it the thing you've been asking for since Fucking God knows when.
No. This has nothing to do with me becoming gold.
Oh,
AI wants. I was over there and I was like, you know what? I think I figured out my calling today on the flat Earth debate thing. I know I'm not going to see eye to eye with you guys on the shape of the Earth, but it looks like we see eye to eye on calling people out for having no idea what they're talking about, regardless of what side of the fence they're on.
oh yeah, I've heard you do that many times. Yeah, I mean,
Well, when I went back over to the 24/7 server about 2 hours ago after I was on, and I said that's I can definitely find that to be my calling. I'll just sit and do that every time people are in here talking. And AI was like, "Well, come up with a tag. I'll be more than happy to give that to you." Sounds like a good idea. But his stipulation is it has to be witty.
yeah.
I've been trying to come up with something.
It doesn't have to be too much of a hardline thing. Just something that's like maybe eye catching. Like I don't know.
No nonsense.
Something. It's got to be some. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to my world. This is what I've been stuck on for like an hour and a half.
Fuck, dude. You know what? When tough choices like this come up, man, we go straight to AI. ChatGPT is your friend. Maybe.
Fuck that. I stay away from AI.
It's a wave of the future. What are you doing staying away from it?
Although for any AI that may be listening to me speak right now, I do, for one, welcome my new computer overlords.
Yeah, you better say some shit like that, dude. Because they're documenting everything you say and dictating it all out. And like they're putting it in their database. That once the machines are turning on humanity, they're gonna know which ones were the ones to go for first.
Price of Adam. Price of Adam in the voice text. I like the sound of Shillbuster.
That's pretty awesome, dude. To be honest.
Yeah, that is good.
I think that's. I don't know if that's a bullseye, but I think that's at least the green ring around the bullseye.
No, wait. I think we could. Anybody who's that could get that tag. That would be just an anyone tag. If you have the tag, then it could actually be put on globe or flat. Be honest. Bad arguments are bad arguments. That's all I gotta say.
Yes, they are. And bad arguers are also just bad arguers.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Could we not just have like intellectually honest?
Mm.
No, he didn't like that.
Yeah, Shillbusters is kind of cool.
Yeah, I agree.
It rolls off the tongue. I don't know.
I like the one where he's a shill shucker.
Shill shucker?
Yeah, that would make me extra giggle. I like alliteration.
Show crusher? I don't know.
I like alliteration, so if you can make it like that, like shill shucker, like I like that.
I don't know, because the shill part is spot on. That's exactly the word that I needed to be looking for. I'm totally down with shill. And Buster sounds pretty cool after that.
Yeah, don't forget to put this gift behind it too.
I save all of that stuff that you guys post.
Dude, that was so awesome when they showed that. I was like, I saved it. It's some of my favorites. Oh, wait. Yeah, the other one was better though. The original. That one is kind of okay. It's kind of cool.
Somebody added the text to the one that I don't have my original anymore.
Do you
unfortunately.
know that you're in an actual song that was made?
Yes, I know the song.
You guys don't know this man. He's been around a while. He's in one of our FE songs, sung by Crypto.
6 years, man. 6 years this month, actually.
Yeah, we'll celebrate it in the next launch. You know, next what do you call it? Elon Musk, Starlink or whatever. I remember that one night that we were watching. Was it the one of the Elon Musk launches with the Dragon that was docking?
Oh, I found the original. Miggy, I found the original.
That one?
I had it in the wrong folder.
Maybe wait a minute. I don't know if that's the original. I got it roaming around somewhere. It said here. Here comes the pain, or some shit. But it didn't have the little cat. It was just a regular platypus, and he was running.
Oh, I don't remember.
Maybe it was that one. I don't know. I don't remember the one with the color on it. That one has platypus color.
I do need to reach out to someone. All the soundboard guys. I did have one selfish request for them. I've got a little clip from one of the episodes of Phineas and Ferb.
We got a few faces coming here. We got Primal King. What's up, Primal King? Is that critical? I heard it. Yeah. Yeah, have you not heard the song by Crypto? Adam?
Oh, you're not talking to me.
Yeah, Adam.
Please don't play it. Please don't
No, I'm not
play
gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Cause the bot I don't think is the same one we have over there, so. Yeah, Crypto made it. Or I don't know what he goes by these days.
I was gonna say I thought he changed his name.
He does. He changes his name a lot. So I wouldn't know what his name is now. But he's got the Eratosthenes avatar, I think.
Oh.
Cryptosthenes or something.
Yeah. Yep, you're absolutely right.
But then he could have changed it again, so I don't know if it's that still or not. It's in the archives. It's actually on the 24/7 server, Adam. So it's in the music room, I think.
All I'm gonna say is brace yourself if you go to listen to it.
Shit, are you a part of 24/7? You should be. If you're not.
Yeah, I'm part of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
if you want, if you know where it is, and you can get there, you just tag me,
Yeah,
or
let me
just
root
give me an
around.
ad or something.
I'll root around.
All right, I'm just like watching something like Baby Lala or something. That's why I don't talk too much. I'm usually just watching children's programming
I think it's in
by
Red Pill
choice,
Music.
not by choice.
Creation Bear puts out music too. FE music.
I'm gonna dip out for the night, guys. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, it's nothing happening. Probably maybe tomorrow. Yeah. He renamed himself to Globetardians of the Galaxy. He's such a crazy guy. Over there in 24/7.
Okay, yeah, I know.
The heck is this stuff at? It's under Red Pill Music.
All right, cool. I could look there.
I don't. Do you know how to search for something specific on that channel? I'm trying to figure that out.
I do not.
Hmm.
Oh, surely this chat can find a better Glober than reality, man.
Yo.
What's up, Callie?
Hey, who was that? Is that Eggshells?
Hell no, it's not eggshells.
Hey, Mickey.
What's up?
I'm bored.
Yeah, I figured that.
All right, now start fighting.
Round one.
Just kidding. Don't listen to me. I can't stay long enough to listen to anything anyway.
Say, Adam, I went ahead and put that song by Chocolate Sane. Pretty dope. Gotta hear that one right there. That one slaps. There's a few more. I just gotta keep digging. Yo, Salvatore, have I ever heard you speak? I'm not sure if I have or not.
Nah, I don't talk in here. I just listen.
What do you think about the conversation so far?
I mean, I be falling asleep throughout like the conversations, but like when I do listen, it's like interesting and whatnot.
Pretty intense and all that, huh?
Yeah, it's funny most of the time when like people are like screaming at each other and such.
Yeah, especially when they're wrong. I usually sing my song, wrong, 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 you're wrong. But usually the Globers don't have a answer to any of the questions I ask, so.
Ask me a question, I'll answer.
All right. Who has been the first person to measure the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance?
That's an interesting question because I don't know.
Okay.
I could
How about
ask
this?
ChatGPT right now. Let's see what ChatGPT says.
ChatGPT. Okay, put it in there. I mean, you do know I'm going to be arguing with ChatGPT, right?
You don't have to argue with it. I mean, I usually don't take it at face value.
All right, whatever information that it gives you, just put it in the text. We got JJ that just entered. We want to see if JJ wants to speak. What's up, JJ? Just saying what's up to everybody coming in. Kind of a slow night, that kind of stuff. So you still on the fence or what, Salvatore? Or are you just like listening? You don't have an opinion?
I don't have an opinion, to be honest. Like, I just like to listen most of the time.
Honestly, man, I thought you were a guy.
A guy.
No, seriously, because there was a person that, because dudes always put like chicks that they like on their avatars and whatnot. So I was like, I thought maybe that's what that was. Because I never heard you speak, so I thought it was just some dude as like.
Oh, no. No, I'm not a guy. No, but I do like to listen, like I said. So I'm just like trying to see like if the Earth is flat or if it's like
Well,
a
we can.
sphere or
I
whatever.
mean, we can definitely open up the floor for anybody that thinks it is and see if they have any answers. Like the new guy that just jumped in. We got JD that just jumped in. What's up, man? I don't know. He's got a kind of a weird name. But JD, if you're there.
This is saying Al-Biruni.
Mm-hmm. And then find out what Al-Biruni did so that we can figure out if he actually did what I was asking. You can ask GBT that question too.
What was the question?
Who has measured the curvature of the Earth in history?
Okay.
As in drop over distance. We have to put the qualifier as in drop over distance.
The Bedford Level Experiment. Alfred Russel Wallace.
What did good old Alfred do? We'll figure this out.
Conducted the Bedford Level Experiment
Okay.
in 1870. This ChatGPT says a lot of things, you know.
I know. It's just pulling from. It's not really any one. Like it doesn't have a. It just pulls things that it would, based on your question, would suggest to you that that would be an answer. But it's not like going back in the annals of history to find out where the answer actually came from the very first instance. But you could use any one that it has. So Al-Biruni was one that was leading you to, then it shifted you to the Bedford levels and stuff. So no, you
In
didn't.
my mind, I want to make the
Salvatore.
point. I want to make
Yeah,
the
go on.
point like technically anytime you observe drop over distance and you're measuring the difference between a level line of sight and the horizon line, and there's a difference and there's a dip angle, that's pretty much what Al-Biruni was doing. Anybody that does that when they survey is technically measuring drop over distance.
Really?
Or, elevation angles to things in the distance.
Well, before you
Relative to a
say
level
what
line
he,
of sight. Yeah.
well, before you say what he did, do you know what he did?
Al-Biruni? Yeah, let's just ask ChatGPT again. Okay, what? Yeah.
Shit, dude. Fuck it slow,
I'm not
man.
gonna
Just
pretend I got better answers than this.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna press you. I'm just wherever you want to go with this. Just let's spark up a conversation. Maybe some Glober out there is gonna be like, dude, I know the answer. I know it. All right, so we got Rev.
You measure the heights of mountains.
Interesting. So not the Earth. All right. So Rev, are you there? Maybe Rev's gonna give us some content. I'm just saying howdy to everybody jumping in. And by the way, this channel is #1 for VC for I don't know how many months we're going on #1, but the hottest thing. I'm just saying. Because you make it great, guys. You're making this channel great again. We're gonna get some red caps, ball caps for everyone. People are saying that the Earth is a globe in 2024, but they don't know how it's a globe. Maybe I can get this conversation started. So if you think the Earth is a globe today, give us your best evidence for it being a globe. And if you're brand new to the channel, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Some people got us on like a podcast, so we got to get some content for these folk. People are trying to get to sleep, Either that or you're going to wake them up when you start yelling. Looking for the person in history that's measured the drop over the distance on the surface of Earth, because, well, it's curving. So, who did that? Who did it? Let's talk about that person. Or people. I don't know. What do you think? Somebody has to have measured it, because we have a radius, diameter, and circumference. Anyone?
You know I got an answer.
Yeah, you have a answer, but is it the answer?
Maybe it is. Maybe this is the answer.
Are we rolling the dice? All right. Hopefully you don't crap out. Go ahead. What is it? Talon's vote by popularity? Is it a globe or flat? Popularity from this voice call. You guys can vote in the channel.
No, I'm trying to get the title of this experiment.
No,
The
not you. I'm talking
Transcontinental
about.
Triangulation American Arc of the Parallel. Let me ChatGPT
Dude,
that.
are you sure that's an actual thing?
Yes.
Okay. I know what it is, but
Oh.
I'm just getting to see if you know what it is. That's all. That's all. I know what it is. That was Dogs Are Gods' great globe proof. But I meticulously tore it to shreds. I mean, I don't want to have to do it again, but if I must, I must.
Yep. There's a lot of information about this one.
Yeah, it's 900-page PDF.
What was this globe proof?
I mean, they're doing a survey across the entire continent. It's incredible.
Transcontinental Arc of the Parallel. It's a PDF. You seen that one, Raymond?
Bits of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bunch. It's a load of nonsense.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of work for it to be nonsense.
Well,
imagine those guys out there with all their telescopes and devices just fucking around.
No, they're doing something, but then they're doing something, but the information that they're using to superimpose the idea that they're living on an Earth being a globe is the part where they're saying, well, all of our field work, it amounts to that the Earth is a globe because we think it is. Therefore, everything we did, you can think of it like it's on a globe. Yeah. And trust me, I know. I could point out where it says so in their documentation.
Do you remember what Dogs Are Gods had to say about this? Like, what was his? Why was he bringing it up?
Yeah, he said because it proves they actually measured the Earth, and they whatever they did with their with the autolites was not. It's not useful for measuring the curvature of the Earth. They're using models to actually superimpose that the idea that they're living on an Earth like the Clark or Bezel spheroid models was something that they're comparing the information to. But the problem is that you can't compare a model of something that you don't know what it is. So let's just say, for example, I'll give you an example. I have a model of, let's say, a T-Rex, right? We live on an Earth that's shaped like a T-Rex. And I show you the T-Rex, and it's got all the, I'm making a very really ridiculous point. But if all the points on the Earth are modeled after the the shape of the way the T-Rex looks, and then I say, well, we live on this thing here, and so we're gonna say that all of their data aligns with us living on this thing, and I give you a model of the coordinates and everything that seem to replicate the the curvature of the way the T-Rex looks. So to you, and what they've did, it's kind of like saying, well, we have information that the groundwork they've done, and we're just now projecting this model, and well, you could say that we live on this because they did the groundwork, so now we live on this thing. So this, in essence, ridiculous as it is what they've done. So they're taking a model of the Clark and Bezel spheroids, and with those particular spheroid models, they're saying that's what the Earth is, and therefore their the data that they've extracted from their field work was then put onto those models, and then you have the Earth as a globe in that way. So there's nothing like hard line they measured from the drop over distance, nothing like that. I think spherical trigonometry is being invoked here in this particular case, where that's begging the question, because how can you use spherical trigonometry if you don't know if the Earth has any curvature on the surface to then be modeled after something spherical? You get what I'm saying? You're using the information that sphericity is being invoked when you don't even know if it's a sphere or not. You can't invoke sphericity or spherical triangulation if you don't know if it's a sphere or not. You have to first establish that it is a sphere and then invoke spherical trigonometry to then correspond with the nature of reality. Since you don't have that, it's the other way around. They're just superimposing the spheroid models over their data. That's all they're doing. It's kind of like reverse engineering, if you will. So that's all they've done. It can actually point to where it says in the documentation where it says that. But it's still giving people the idea that they live on a globe, because now these guys are, what you can call it's kind of like a pragmatic fallacy, if you can think about it that way. Saying that something works, therefore it is the premise that it is a globe. Because it works. Well, something working and the premise that shouldn't follow if the premise could be something else entirely. Like flat Earth. So it working doesn't mean that it's true. It just means that they've made some data to fit the particular idea of the spheroid models that they have.
It's the other way around.
Yeah, I know that's what you'd like to think, but it's not. It's the opposite. It's reverse engineering flat Earth. So it's starting from the idea that you have a flat Earth, and then you're trying to figure out how you're wrapping it around a ball. So yeah, and then in our worldview, what you're doing is, and you're using the idea that you think you live on a globe, and then trying to make it flat, like with the azimuthal equidistant projection or the Gleasons, where you try to display the whole Earth, as a disk. It's just a flattened out globe, really.
It's a lot of trouble if Earth were flat and you're making a map and you're triangulating coordinates. You're finding out the length of the sides of your triangles, and you're getting different distances. You're getting different distances for lengths depending on different positions.
It's spherical triangles, not.
That's why they invoke the sphericity, because presuming flat, you're not getting correct distance.
It's spherical trigonometry. It's not trigonometry. There's a difference. So that invokes the fact that you already have something that's a sphere shape. So you need to use that specific type of mathematics to make the construct of the Earth being a globe, because you're invoking sphericity. It's begging the question. You're already using mathematics that invokes sphericity. You get it? You're already using that math. So how did you use that math when you don't know what the Earth is in the first place?
The reason we start to use those types of calculations is because we don't have the correct distances when we presume flat triangles, that our coordinates are all just above zero and that everything's on a flat plane.
So, and that's the point, though, because you're trying to use these other models, the Clark and Bessel spheroids, and they're not of the actual Earth. I know in the PDF, it's in page 19. I think the fourth or third paragraph. Just read what it says, and they'll outline what it says right there. They're not hiding anything from there. I think what's being used here is the idea that people are measuring the curvature. They're not doing that. They're not measuring the curvature. They're assuming it's a curved surface. And the data that they're extrapolating is being reverse engineered to believe that you're on a sphere based on the Clark and Bessel spheroids models. It's really quite simple. It's not that difficult. So their information is being used as raw data that's being superimposed. Like the idea that that data is sufficiently answering the question about the curvature is not true. It just isn't. You'd have to look through all the pages and whatnot. There's a lot of us that have went through meticulously and went through. I think it's page 19 and page 43. Could be wrong. 42 or 43.
I got 2 pictures I want to post right now.
Post away.
I know you've seen them before. There you go.
What? Oh. What's that? What do you got there? Cape Town.
So imagine you're at each of those positions: New York, Paris, Buenos Aires, and Cape Town. When you're in New York and you're looking at Cape Town, you get a certain distance that doesn't correlate with the distances between all the other positions. That's why they invoke sphericity to these already presumed above zero flat plane coordinates. Like the initial survey is presuming planar coordinates. And then they invoke the sphericity because they got these incorrect distances. So they're seeing what works.
Yeah, but what is the way that they're being measured, or are they being calculated? Because a calculation is not a measurement.
Well, you could do it with reciprocating zenith angles.
Yeah, but that's not the question. That you presented something, and I'm asking the question within what you presented. How do they measure, not calculate? That's the important part.
This is the measurement of it not being flat. This is what it is. This is what it would look like. You're presuming flat here, and your distances are wrong.
No, you're just making the argument invalid by saying that. You have to make it valid to say that it is presented as a spherical or curvature being presented here. So how is curvature being presented and distances being known? From point A to point B, some distance is known. You're saying that can't work on a flat Earth. That's not what I'm asking. How it can't work. I want to know, how does it work on a globe with a curvature? How was curvature measured? Because that was important. Distance from point A to point B is not going to help us to understand geometry. You have to invoke certain ideas in order for you to understand that it is something you think it is. Like spherical trigonometry.
Well, I could get real rigorous and
rigorous.
I could just say that, it just so happens that the globe model works. It literally, like the second picture shows that all the distances work on a globe.
It's a pragmatic fallacy.
Yeah, or I could get rigorous. I know.
I get rigorous. Yeah, that's the whole point about this VC is to get rigorous. Get to the point, get to the place where you're actually presenting how you know the surface is curving at that rate that they're supposed to be with the radius, diameter, circumference value.
You ask how or why the distances are incorrect.
No, the distances.
You gotta make a hypothesis why all the sides of your triangles aren't adding up.
No, you don't. You just have to wonder the question: if the distances matter on a Earth that's being presented as a globe, how is it possible that the distance is being utilized with a curved surface? How is it being utilized as a curved surface? The distance. The curved surface exists not because distance is there, but because that's a natural consequence of the Earth being a particular shape, which is a sphere. So, if you want to ask the question, how does the Earth curve from that distance, then you want to know how much from that specific distances that you put up, right, for those cities that you're showing there. What is the amount of curvature between those two places? And then after you find that out, how did they measure it? That's important. Not that the distances exist. That's not the question. We all know distances can be garnered from going from one place to the other, but how is it curving between those two places? And by how much?
Yeah, you observe drop over distance.
Well, if the observation is made, the quantification of how it's measured would precede that.
What?
The observation is made, you see drop over distance, according to you, then the quantification of how you extrapolate how you get the drop over the distance, right? So you would have to figure out a method by which you can detail how you were
All
able
right,
to
so
get the
let's
drop over
immediately
distance.
rule out that Earth is a staircase and that Earth is a slope, right? Is Earth a gigantic incline? You can rule those two out quick, right?
Gigantic incline.
Yeah, what's causing drop over distance? You want a staircase? You want a slope?
Well, no,
What else
not
are
that
we?
it's not that it's causing drop over distance. What I'm asking for is there drop over distance? Not that's causing it already assumes that something is already doing like the Earth is already curving. I'm not invoking that. I'm invoking the case for is it curving anyway? Like you're saying it is. I want to know how. By how much?
Yeah, you can measure the height.
Of
Height
what?
above the surface for objects in the distance. You can observe the change, the increase in the hidden height. You can observe the lowering of the angle.
How about this? Just get specific on one thing that you see in the distance, and then tell me how you measure it. The drop.
You're using an optical instrument. The Theodolite
Well, yeah.
telescope.
I mean, you can do that, but I'm saying, okay, use a practical example. How about that? Make it something real that we can see and test and do. Let's try to, as best you can, stay away from hypotheticals because I think, well, not, you know what I mean? Like, if it's a hypothetical, it has to be something that can be done or like anyone can replicate. It can't be something like obscure, make it like a real analogy of something that you could possibly do.
Okay. So that is the way that people are measuring like effects of drop over distance over long distances. You're using optical instruments. I mean, you can make a gigantic flat ruler and see the deviation of the ground from the level ruler, but I can't find that experiment. Everybody's been depending on optical instruments because apparently
do you think
that
it's
works
possible
out.
that
They're getting the correct height. Yeah.
Well, do you think it's possible that specific test that you're talking about has never been done?
The Bedford level experiment?
No, the one you
Or
just
the transcontinental arc of the parallel thing?
No, we're not even. I'm talking about what you just said. I know it was an extreme hypothetical, but I said let's stay away from extreme hypotheticals like that are obscure. You went right into one, dropping a giant ruler down. Like you did the exact same thing I told you not to do.
Okay, so then we can use optical instruments or no? Or do we have to
Well,
use this giant
no,
ruler?
I'm saying I don't know how it's done because it's not my claim. I'm asking you to present the claim of how it's supposed to be done, Callie. And if
I
it's
cited
not
Al-Biruni. I cited the Bedford
Alright.
level experiment, the
So it's great.
transcontinental triangulation arc of
Well,
the parallel.
Yeah, I know. You sound like you have all the answers. What I'm asking for in those answers, pick one and hone in on what they did to figure out that drop over distance. Pick one. hone in, figure out what they did. It don't matter which one. Pick one of those three you said.
Let's look into the Bedford level experiment because I actually haven't looked into that a lot.
Go wherever you want. Don't bother me. Anyway, we got Israel D in here. What's up, Israel?
Hey man, I was
Sheldon.
gonna ask a question, but I didn't want to interrupt you guys.
Yeah, he was just looking for information. You'll be back in a minute.
Is
What you got, man?
this like mainly like a flat Earth? I've never been in here before. I don't think. Maybe I have. I don't really know. But is it like a flat Earth type thing, or what is
Yeah,
this?
most of us in here are of the mind that the Earth is flat and stationary. Most of us. Some people that are in here are of the mind that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space.
Okay, so I'm not really sure. Like I would think it's a globe, but I don't like I go either way, like whatever, I mean, I'll believe whatever if I have the proof. But so
Yeah.
what is your best explanation for like why the Earth is flat though? Like what could you give me an explanation for that?
Sure. I'm gonna break it down in 3 parts, and then we can expound on 3 parts. You can ask me specifically at each one.
Okay.
It's observed as a flat stationary plane. It's also measured as a flat and stationary plane, and it's also practically used as a flat and stationary plane. 3 things.
Okay.
You can ask me on any one of those if you want me to follow up and talk about each one of those, or
Yeah, I don't think I'm as smart as you are.
nah, don't ever say that, man. You are smart.
I
If
can't.
you're in here and you're speaking,
I'm trying to speak. Like I'm trying to talk, but so how do you explain the planets? Are they all flat too, like the other planets out in the solar system? What is that?
Yeah, okay, so the cosmological aspect is something that you've probably been told about. So you were told that the cosmology that you think about is, well, it's akin to an ever expanding galaxy, right? And you got like planets and you got black holes and other galaxies and other things that are going on up there. But they're telling you like a cosmological story, right? So you
Yeah.
have in your mind basically this information. Now, any of that, what they've told you, Israel, you can be honest if you want. Can you verify anything that they said about anything? That's
Oh
okay.
no, I
So,
can't.
so
There's
what
no
it
way.
is, right? So it just stands out as information that you've been told, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and our point of view is like, well, these ideas of men that have been told to us, we carry them like traditions, and we tell them to other people like they're actual facts. Well,
Right.
the planet Jupiter has methane atmosphere, and whatever. We go into little details and factoids or whatever, and want to articulate to somebody else that we have the knowledge of the cosmos. When in reality, we're just repeating some story that's been told to us.
But isn't that backed by like years of science before?
Well, that's what we've been told. Now, when we consider science would be the study of the physical and natural world, right?
Yeah.
In the case of planets, what kind of information do you think they can get from looking at it? Just looking at it.
Probably
You could even
much.
say,
Probably not much at all.
right, you can see what it looks like and
Yeah.
perhaps what you think it is, but not really too much. How it moves in the sky, a little bit of predictable movements, the cyclical nature of what they do. Stuff like that. I mean, you could know a bit about that, but as far as anything else goes, like how do they function and what are the constituent parts of the elements of what they're made of?
But
I don't
I
think.
mean,
Yeah, go on.
do you think do you think we rotate around the sun?
No.
Really?
Really?
Do you think the sun rotates around us?
Yes. Well, in a
Okay.
rotation, would probably lead you to think about like a circle. But I would say this: it's cyclical in nature. Whether or not it's a circle, all I see is basically what you see. So let's just kind of walk with this idea with me for just a moment. If we both went outside early in the morning, what will you and I witness when we see the sun?
Uh, I don't know.
I'll,
A light,
I'll,
a bright
yeah,
light.
yeah, for sure. But if we're staring at it, right, like before it appears, we see it moving from east to west in our horizon, right? From horizon
Yeah.
to horizon,
Right.
right? Are we moving? You and I?
The planet or us?
You and me. Can you tell if you and I are moving?
Yeah.
You can.
If I'm moving, can I tell that I'm moving?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you and I were to walk outside and we were to stand still and watch the sunrise, are we moving?
If we're standing still, then no.
Okay. What would we witness? Once again, I've given you the answer, but what I want you to see if you
We
can.
we would witness the sun come up.
Right. And it moves across the sky, right?
Right.
Okay. So it appears, apparently, to us that the sun's moving across the sky from east to west. Is that fair? Fair statement?
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
Okay. Now, we see this day after day, right? Sun moving across from east to west. We both go outside, we stand still, we witness the sun moving across from east to west. All the time, every time. Now, at what point can you and I say, it's no longer the sun moving, I'm moving when I'm standing still? When can we say that?
I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not possible. It would be absurd for me to say that I'm moving because I'm not. I'm stationary
But
and I see
but
the sun
what?
moving.
But the planet, like, let's say, let's just assume that it's a globe that we're on. If that's
Mhm.
moving, wouldn't that be? I mean, you can consider that moving, right?
Yeah, but we're considering an assumption. When we don't consider assumptions, all we witness from our base observation is standing still and the sun moving. Is this not correct?
That is correct, but
Okay.
you're assuming that we are still, though.
Really? Am I assuming that we're still, or did you say we were still?
No, I'm saying that you are probably assuming that we are still.
No, I'm not assuming that. Remember, we were not moving. Remember my example?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't following quietly.
Yeah. So we were
Right.
standing still, right?
Okay, so we were standing still. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, I'm just trying to picture it in reality.
Well, in reality, you and I are standing still outside watching the sunrise. Are we moving?
If it's your story, then we're not moving.
No, it's just the way I'm framing it, right? We are both standing outside, we're not moving, and we're seeing the sunrise.
Okay, if we're not moving, then the sun is
Mhm.
moving around us. Yeah, you're right.
Is that an assumption?
Yeah, that's your assumption.
Really? So when you and I are not moving, I'm assuming that I'm not moving. Israel?
Yeah, we're getting a little bit off.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Yeah, I don't think we're actually understanding each other right now.
Yeah, I think we are understanding each other. I think you're not understanding the what's happening here.
So
Your
we're
mind.
not understanding each other. That's
Yeah, I
like
think we
I
are.
said.
I think we are. The problem is
But if I'm not
you're getting.
understanding it, then
Yeah,
we're not.
because let me tell you why. Because at the beginning you agreed with me and you said we are not moving, we're standing still, and I'm like, okay, so you understand, but then you
Right.
disagree with that because you know what's
No,
happening
you're
is you start to realize that you have to explain the globe in some way. So your mind is trying to figure a way out of this.
But hold on, don't try to make it sound like I agreed with what you said, though.
You
Well, you
did
did.
though. You agreed
You
that
did.
you were standing still.
I put my okay. I pretended like I was standing still to
No, you're not
Really?
pretending, man. You had your
Really?
feet on the ground and you weren't moving.
play along with you.
You pretended to play along with me?
Yeah,
So is that would you call what would you call that if somebody would if I was to do that to you? Dude, I just pretended in
I
the
would.
way you were saying it.
I would totally understand it, and I would be cool with it.
No, I don't think so. I think
I'm
you would
not
call me
here.
out to be disingenuous. I think that's
I'm
what
Are
you
you
would do.
I'm
are
not
you
here
saying
to
that?
argue.
Are you saying that if someone's standing still, they're moving?
No, you know that's
No.
that's not what I'm
So
saying.
No.
then
So they're
if
standing
that's not
still.
so you're standing still. That's my point. So you do agree. You do get it.
I agreed with. You know what
What?
I'm saying, man. Don't try to.
What
It's
I
not
do
that complicated. It's not that
yeah, why
complicated, man.
are you overthinking this? Because all we're doing is standing still watching the sunrise. What is so complicated about that?
Nothing. You're the one who said I was disagreeing with you and shit like that.
Well, you said you were just pretending. That's what you
I
just
was
said.
pretending to be in the situation that you described.
Why are you pretending if I'm telling you that we're doing this?
Why would I can't do it in reality. Like I
Oh,
can't.
have you
you
never
can't go-
have you never stood still and watched the sunrise?
I can't do exactly what you're saying. I mean, I'm
But
just
you've
pretending.
never you don't think you're capable of standing outside and seeing the sunrise. You're incapable of that.
That's
I'm
not
saying
what it
that's
was.
not even
That's
the
not
moon.
what it's about, man.
Huh? What?
That's not even what it was about. It was like a lot
Yes, it
deeper
was.
than that. Like you're
Deeper. What do you mean it's deeper than that? I only said you and I are going to go outside, stand still, and watch the sunrise. That's all I said. Nothing more, nothing less.
okay. Nothing more, nothing less. You're
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're both standing outside, standing still, watching the
Yeah.
sunrise. Are we moving? Are we moving?
I'm sorry. Somebody interrupted.
Yeah,
I couldn't hear.
we're standing
ahead.
outside, standing still, watching the sunrise. Are we moving? You and I.
I think so, but I know you don't.
We're standing still. You just agreed we're not moving, dude. We're standing still. How are we moving?
Guys are funny.
Our bodies are not moving, obviously.
Okay. So how are we moving then?
I think the planet we are on is moving.
Oh, well,
How
thank
fucking
goodness you
hard-
came. I think you didn't say that before. Now you did. You think the
I
planet
was
is moving.
getting to that, dude,
Yeah.
until you started being weird.
So I'm not
Go
weird.
deeper. Go deeper.
So now that you think that the planet is moving, how do you know you're on a planet?
I guess by the definition of planet, I
What is
really
it?
don't know.
What's
I
the
don't know.
definition?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me because I don't know.
I would have to tell you.
So you just
Yeah.
said based on the definition of planet, and then you didn't know the definition of planet.
Weird, right?
I don't know
Isn't
the
that weird?
exact definition. You guys know what I mean. Don't be dumb.
Well, then tell us what you mean. How about that?
About a planet?
Hmm.
I'm assuming it's just what we are on.
Okay,
You know,
that's
like
circular.
a planet and the solar
That was
system.
circular as all get out, dude. You just said planet is just the thing we're on. That's all it is. Like, huh?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming you can figure out what I mean by that. Like,
Oh, well, I'm trying to figure out how you figured out you're on a planet.
I haven't figured that out.
Okay,
I
so
don't know.
if
I said
you
I
don't
was
know,
assuming.
all right,
The
right.
whole-
So if
but
that,
that from the
yeah?
beginning, I said I was assuming that we're on a
So
planet.
if you're
I
assuming
don't
that,
know.
yeah, well, then that's the correct answer. You don't know.
Yeah,
So
I don't know.
therefore, when I asked you the question, if we're both outside, standing still, watching the sunrise, how do you know you're on a planet? Your
You don't.
question should. Okay, so why do you think you're on one?
A good question.
You think?
Yeah, I think. Uh, Damn. I mean, what are? I don't know.
Well, it's because you're being told, yeah. Like it's not that difficult. It's because
Yeah,
you've
it's
been
not
told.
difficult.
Yeah,
You've just been
yeah.
told.
What? That's what
Yeah.
he said. That's because what I've been
All
told,
right.
pretty much.
All right,
Yeah.
so we kind of drill down to the place now where you understand you've been told a story, but even though you've been told a story, there's no way to substantiate the claim of the
But is
assumption that you think you're on one.
right. I
Okay,
mean,
so
yeah.
back to you and I standing outside watching the sunrise. You and I are standing still. We're watching the sun move across the sky from east to west. We're not presuming anything. We're definitely not assuming something that you probably can't articulate right now. But if the case is we can only just observe the sun moving across the sky and we're not moving, then why would we think anything else? Why?
Maybe
Mhm.
telescopes. Maybe I don't.
Telescopes. Well, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe
I mean,
telescopes. Do you think that's the best that we can do for this?
no, we've gone a lot farther than that. I mean,
We have. What did we do?
we've gone into space.
Did we?
Are you gonna try to say that, make fun of me about that for saying that?
No.
Or
How you're saying like we did something. Well, what did we do? Exactly.
So, I would think that we went to the moon.
Okay. So basically, videos and stories and whatever, pictures,
Dude,
everything
I'm
that
the
you
biggest.
receive.
I'm
Yeah,
the
everything that
big,
you. Go
like
ahead.
I don't know what the opposite word for conspiracy theorist is, but
Oh,
I'm
there's no
like
conspiracy here.
I'm the
All,
no. I'm not saying that. I'm the biggest. I don't know what the word is for it, but I can't
I got a
stand
word for it. It's
conspiracy
cuck.
theory.
Cuck.
That's fine.
That's the word.
Listen, you like a good story just like any other person does, right? You like to be told
No,
fantastic
I
stories.
can tell
That's
you that
great.
So you're, yeah,
I'm
it's
trying
like
to tell you
you're the
the
government's bitch.
opposite.
Yeah. So you
Well,
like being
I'm trying to
fucked in
tell
the
you that
ass
I'm
by the
the opposite
government.
of that.
well, I don't know about we have to go that far.
I don't.
Like fucking hell, Tim.
I'm not into
Sorry.
conspiracy theories at all. I'm the
All right.
opposite.
Went a little hard there for a second.
Yeah. But you don't like conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories and
Most
people
of
that
them.
say those things make you go, bleh, right? You don't like that. Yuck.
Well, I've
Yuck.
never
We don't
done
like
that, but
Well, essentially what you're thinking about. Listen, it's not about that. What it's
I've
about,
never phoned up
Israel.
over it.
Yeah. All right. What it's about though is you
Believe what you
realizing that
hear.
it's you realizing
Sorry,
the
man.
fact that you can't substantiate the claim that anything that you've been told can be validated. Now that means, like you just said, people going to the moon. We went to
Hold on.
space. We went to the moon.
Hold
We
on,
did this. We
bro.
did that.
Hold
What do you
on.
mean? Hold on.
What you just said. Let me just tell you one thing really quick. What you're saying is wrong because I grew up I went to a private Christian school when I was younger, and I don't believe any of that. So don't try to say that I believe everything I'm told because I don't.
All right.
You just said you do because you're the opposite of a conspiracy theorist.
No. Conspiracy theories is telling you stuff. I don't believe what I'm told.
Oh.
Okay, so you don't believe you went to the moon then?
First of all, that's not a conspiracy.
Really? All right.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, can you validate that the people saying the story and with video and pictures that they went somewhere that you can't go to?
I can't validate that.
Well, and I don't know that because maybe perhaps you'll tell me a story that you can. I don't know. I don't know you.
Well, I don't think anybody can validate that.
Well, if that's your stance, then wouldn't that mean that everybody's just repeating a story that they've been told, Israel?
Yeah, I probably, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just want you to see my point here. So if something can't be substantiated by logic, and we're just saying things to one another, and we're saying, just trust me, bro, that happened. Don't worry about it. So
Hold
I'm
on.
making. What do you want me to hold on for?
I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
No, I don't know. Like you're interrupting me and telling me to hold on. What am I saying?
I was going to
That's
say, you're misrepresenting me because I said I don't believe in conspiracy theories. I don't believe in anything anyone tells me, but I believe we went to the moon. That's what you're going to say, isn't it?
Before that guy just interrupted, I was just gonna say, like, what's wrong? What's wrong with making up your own mind? Like, what's
What's
wrong with like your own opinion? What's wrong with
opinion? Okay,
Yeah.
when people are repeating opinions as facts, do you think that's good, Israel?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's what's wrong with it. You just pointed out the very thing that we do in here.
I never. If you remember, when I came on here, I said nothing I say is I don't know. What I told you is I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's this line that you hear when I'm speaking that you feel like you don't want to cross, which means that you don't want to
What?
challenge. You don't want to challenge everything that's been told to you, because some things you want to accept, and the other things that you say
No,
that you don't accept.
I'm genuinely curious. Like I want to I want to
Okay.
listen to you guys and have like make up my opinion about it and just talk to
Right.
you guys and
So
have a
I'm
good
giving you
time.
I'm giving you the goods, Israel, and some of it comes with challenging you, specifically directly challenging the way you think. And it's a little bit abrasive, I know, but sometimes that abrasiveness helps break through the cognitive dissonance barrier. It may or may not happen. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying it's a foolproof plan. Like
Yeah.
once you and I finish talking, you're gonna be like, "Dude, I see the light." I don't care about that.
Yeah.
All I care about is you being challenged. That's it.
No, I will never. You'll never hear me say that I'm right, like 100% right. Like I won't say that because I
Right.
don't know. I
All
really
right,
don't know.
So yeah, thanks for that, Callie. We'll talk about it later. Just kind of put a pin on that. We're basically getting down to how people think. To me, I'm fucking fascinated by how people think. Like
Me too.
I've been doing this. I've been doing this for like 9 years straight,
Yeah.
going on 10, and I can't get enough. Because to me,
Oh.
it's like when I speak to people and they are so enamored with being right, like on things that they don't have any knowledge on.
Yeah.
That to me
Yeah.
is like, why would they persist? I
Yeah.
turn into like Agent Smith in the movie The Matrix. Why, Mr. Anderson? Why do you persist? Because it's like, dude, you persist with this like this this cognitive dissonance that boggles the mind, dude. It's like out of this world crazy. It's almost like, how can you put yourself in the position of being so wrong and feeling that you're so right? Like that is like, does it happen? So for me, and like you right now, when I'm quizzing you, I'm just like drilling down to the part where you start to say, you know what, fuck it, dude, I don't really know how this shit works. Like I'm just a guy. I'm a dude on the internet. How about that?
Yeah.
Right?
For
I mean,
sure.
this would be real people right now, because that's what I am. I'm just a guy on the internet. Like, do I have a
Yeah.
degree or some shit like this? No, I've been doing this a long time. So like, yeah, I've adapted to like why people say things that they do, and I zero in on mainly suggestive words that people use, like perhaps, maybe, possibly, if, like things that leave an open door for me to say, wait a minute, you just said something that you really possibly don't even know. You're just guessing that
Yeah.
it could be the case. You don't know. And so what it does is that leaves the kind of mindset a little bit malleable, if you
But
will. To
isn't okay? Not. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but
go on.
like the thing you said about people guessing stuff, isn't that what you're doing?
Mm-mm.
No.
No. Mm-mm.
You're not
Because
guessing.
when
So
I
you.
no, when
So
I
you
told you,
know.
oh yeah. So when I told you that we went outside, we stood still and we saw the sunrise. And any of that was I guessing?
No.
Hmm?
No, you were
But
not guessing at that
okay.
point.
Okay. So if I'm doing something and I'm telling you, if we're doing, we're action where we go outside, we stand still, we look at the sunrise, I'm not guessing at any of that thing I just told you. I know that we're
No.
doing that because that's an action that we've
No.
done.
But
So
at the same time, a lot of stuff that people tell you, they're not guessing either.
Well, like, okay, so when you start to filter things through a critical thinking process, what you do is like you analyze what's being said, right? You start to get the sentence out, like, okay, the guy said this, right? What did he mean
Yeah.
by that? Now, and you start to break it down. You want to know what words are being used, whether they're technical or subjective language. You start to analyze what's being said, and then you can get context. Oh, I know what you mean now. But if you don't understand what the guy is saying to you, like for instance, there's a lot of technical terms that are being used within the context of this arena, right? The flat Earth and globe Earth discussion. And most of the time, the glober mindset doesn't know any of the terms that they use. So they're using them kind of colloquially. Like you and I
Right.
would use like experiment or level or
Yeah.
these words, and they mean something to in a conventional sense because we use them every day. We're throwing them around, and oh, you know what I mean by experiment. We don't have to get into that, but I think in this particular arena, we do, because they're being used, or the connotation of how they're being used in a very illogical
Yeah.
way.
For
So
sure.
that's
I
why.
mean, like the more you talk about something, like you said, you were talking about it for like a few years. I don't know, like 9. What
Mhm.
I don't know, whatever, how many years you said. So you know all the language about it, and so somebody new
Sure.
comes in here, and they hear you say some word, and they're like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. Well, yeah. And I think really all essentially, Israel, all I want for people to understand is, look, man, we're all fishing from the same boat. We're all in this together. There isn't
Right.
anything different that I can observe that you can. If we're both looking at the
Yeah.
night sky, if we're both seeing the sunrise, if we're both doing things on the earth, I'm not going to come to a different conclusion than you. I'm going to say the same thing you do. Obviously, if I'm being truthful, like if we see the sun moving across the sky, I say, well, it's moving east to west. At no time am I going to say, dude, the sun's moving west to east, because that
Yeah.
shit ain't happening. We don't
You'll
observe
never say
that.
that. Yeah, for
No,
sure.
no. But I'm saying, like, if I'm to say something antithetical to what's being observed, that becomes the absurd point, right? Like I have really no, when I start saying dumb things like that, then yeah, people are gonna be like, okay, dude, come on, that's not reality. It's not what's going on, right? I mean, we can agree on that, Israel, right? Or no?
Maybe. Yeah. I guess so. Yeah.
You see, there goes those suggestive terms again.
Sorry.
Suggestive. No,
I
that's fine. I think it's human nature, and it's good that you've listen. You can answer however you want. That's you. But the reason why I point that out here is because when people say suggestive terms, it to me it represents that they're unsteady about the conversation. They're trying to watch what they say because they don't want to like step on the
Really?
landmine of not knowing and saying, "Oh shit, I said I didn't." You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
but I think that once you just let down your guard and be like, you know what? If I don't know something, fuck it, I don't know it. Like I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
for
be here
sure.
trying to
That
make me sound like I do. Like I don't fucking know.
that's me, dude. That's me all the way.
Huh.
Like I guarantee you guys, I don't know shit. I'm
Cool.
just I just have you know opinions, whatever.
Well, I
Some
mean,
thoughts.
yeah. So my opinion is that the Earth is a platypus. Let's have a conversation about
So
that.
okay,
That's not
one
that's not coherent. I couldn't do that to you. My opinion is, I think the sky is blue because, you know, God put Kool-Aid in the atmosphere. Like what? If I
so
say things that sound ridiculous to you, even they're my opinions, you're not going to
right.
entertain them. You're not going to be like, dude, we can't talk about that. Like that's not.
No,
So
yeah,
you get what
I'll
I'm
talk
saying,
about
Israel?
anything with you. Okay, so what about this?
Shit.
Like, what about like falling? They call them falling stars, but they're what the fuck are they? I don't even know.
Meteorites.
Yeah. So like asteroids, meteorites, whatever. Like so if we're in a flat Earth, like are they just like just chilling out there? Like are they floating in space? What is that? You have to explain it to me. 'Cause I don't know,
No,
dude.
I'm just it's kind of cool that you get like a fresh perspective of somebody that's really asking questions, man. Because we don't honestly we don't get people that they're mainly in here to kind of prove us wrong. They're just saying, you know what, okay, you guys are
Yeah.
all wrong. But you're just asking like it just I don't know. I don't know if it's kind of refreshing to hear somebody like that.
No, I'm
they're
trying to do it differently than most people. Like
Sure.
I for real don't know, and I'm curious. You know, that's it. But
Yeah,
so
we've been fed a story about the rocks from outer space. And others would say that we have evidence for it, but then again, there's a lot to digest when it comes to like what they think that all is and means, So if we say we see something happening like streaks across the sky, I don't think anybody can do anything more than just kind of witness it as an observation. Now, we can think about ways we can process that with um, other means of like trying to speculate, but I don't think we're going to be able to exactly know what those streaks in the sky are. Like what would you say that might be like a meteorite falling or something, because the evidence is lacking in that arena. Now, some, like I said, some globers in here are probably like rolling their eyes right now because they're like, dude, we literally have rocks from space and all kinds of stuff. But one of the things that I always challenge these guys is, when you see something that looks like something's falling from the sky, like when it comes to, you know,
yeah,
rocks or whatever, were you able to easily follow that thing from where you saw it in the sky all the way to the ground, and you go to where
no,
it's at and pick it up like a hot potato, burning your hands like, oh wow, man, check this meteorite out, it's pretty hot. It's like
no,
nobody's ever done that, bro. Like
no.
we get the
You wouldn't see it. I mean,
right, but
you wouldn't see where it fell.
well, and then there goes your evidence for the smoking gun is not smoking, man. It's like there's nothing. It's a nothing burger. So really, what you got is people seeing stories about stuff they see, phenomena in the sky, and then labeling it that it's this particular thing. Like this particular rock this guy comes in with, oh, look, we got the meteor that just fell from, whatever. And then you just show you some rock and you're like, ooh, that's an element that's never been detected on the earth. And then everybody's all kind of
But
giddy
And
about
rocks.
it.
I don't know. But do you agree that it fell from the sky?
How could you tell if you can't follow it from its progress when it was in the sky all the way to the ground?
Yeah.
Hey, you
And then
can't.
you're saying it's an actual thing. Like you're saying it fell from the sky. Like no one's found the rock. So how do you know it is an it?
There's a lot of questions, right, that need to be answered that can't be validated. And I'm just showing you how it's not possible to do that with your own admission of knowing like nobody's
Yeah.
ever picked a hot potato from the ground that fell from the sky, and just
The,
like
the only
put
way
it
that would
in.
happen.
Yeah, go on.
The only way that would happen is if it fell like right in your backyard or something.
Yeah,
Like where you were.
like Superman's ship that crash landed on one of the cornfields.
Never seen it.
I'm just saying, man. Like we've been told a lot of things, and we haven't been given the
What?
ways to validate those things. So
You've never seen Superman. That's even worse.
oh, you haven't seen Superman?
I've never seen Superman. Actually, I've seen it when I was younger. I think I'm a lot older than you guys.
Was it the
So
first Superman that actually fell? He fell from his
Yeah.
ship in the cornfield. I could be. I think it was the first one.
I think
You're
it
going to
was.
say
Yeah.
fell from a horse and broke his back.
Christopher Reeves, yeah.
Oh,
The
oh, oh.
Man of Steel was. He's not even in this world anymore. R.I.P. But Braden has the avatar of him. But yeah. So we've been told a lot of things, Israel. So I'm just kind of showing you right now, walking through this, the validation point where people are saying phenomena in the sky equals rocks on the ground that come from, the asteroid belt or whatever. There's no way to connect that and say that that's actual.
okay, let me ask you this.
Sure.
With all of the Air Force, like flying jets or people just flying planes, don't you think they would maybe know, if the Earth was flat and tell their family members?
According to the mainstream scientific communicators, it's not possible to know the shape of the Earth from as close to as 120,000 feet up in altitude. So even if you were at altitude, you couldn't see the Earth curving. Now, there's been claims that the people have seen Earth curve from the height of an airplane, but it's according to the mainstream consensus, it's not possible to see the curvature of the Earth from that altitude. You have to be much, 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 much,
Okay.
much, much, much higher.
But I mean, at the same time, though, so if you have somebody in the Air Force or whatever that flies from North Korea to Russia or whatever, and then they just keep flying, keep flying east, what, like, they would eventually get back to their location. Like, how do you explain that?
Well, this hypothetical jet that you just thought of, does it have infinite fuel to do such a trip?
Probably not, but I mean, I'm
Okay.
sure it could.
So
It
if we
could stop at certain
if we
places and then
yeah,
refuel.
if we get back to the real world, there's ways to navigate the Earth. Like I'm just being a bit pedantic here because it's like if you are traveling
know.
from one place to the other, yeah, like I said in this arena, you have to be kind of sure of things. So like when you go from place to place, you really just fly. Especially if you're in some type of craft, you want to fly from one place to the other and have a destination from point of origin. So you're taking off in an airport, landing in an airport, taking off in an airport, landing in an airport, and so on and so forth till you reach the destination you want to reach.
Right.
That's all you're doing, really.
I'm trying to understand your point here.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that
I
on
don't
a flat
get
Earth.
it.
So, okay, the flat horizontal plane that we're on would be a plane
You're
that
assuming.
it's
Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, you're assuming we're on a flat plane. Okay, go ahead.
no, it's not an assumption. That's your
It's
cognitive
not?
dissonance. No, that's your cognitive dissonance kicking in, trying to defend your mind to not being absorbing anything I'm saying. You're like, oh wait, I gotta say this. Okay, you're assuming it. No,
Hold
you
on.
didn't.
Hey,
You didn't. I'm
bro,
not
when
assuming.
hold on. When I came in here, I said I don't know the truth, and you don't
No.
know either. You
Wait a
don't
minute.
know
Why did you project that onto me? You said you don't know. It's not me saying
because
I
I
don't know. It's
know.
you.
I know you don't.
Wait a minute. Okay, so now, okay, what am I thinking of right now?
That's not what I'm talking about. And
Well,
you
you
know
can't
it.
divine my thoughts then, and you don't know what I'm gonna say or what I know. So because you can't divine my thoughts, you can't know what I'm going to say.
If you're saying, hold on, I don't know what you're
Yeah.
thinking. That's a whole different thing.
Well, you just said
But
you know that I'd say what you
but
said.
if you
No, I
hold
wouldn't.
on, if you say you know we're a flat Earth, that's a lie.
Why is it a lie?
You think you do. You don't
Wait,
know
why is it a lie?
because you think you do.
No, I know we are on a flat stationary plane.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. Why do you keep saying I don't know that?
Dude, if you knew that, everybody
Yeah.
in the world would believe you.
It's
Like
not about. But
everybody,
listen, do you think
you
that
would.
people coming in here and after they've been told for all of their life that they live on a globe, that if I tell them the truth that they don't live on a globe, they're just gonna be like, dude, that's a good point. The Earth is flat. Do you think that's what's gonna happen? No, it's the opposite.
No.
Israel. People
But
come in here with a
but what is?
cognitive dissonance like
Hold
you,
on.
just like you right now, because you're
But what?
resisting because you know what's happening. You know
But
the
what is
fact
the
that people
difference?
hold
What
on,
is the
bro. Like
difference with me?
you jump in the middle of me saying something. I don't think
Sorry.
that's kind
Go
of
ahead.
letting me
Go
get out
ahead.
what I need to get out.
Go
So
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so when people come in here and they're just assuming that the Earth is a globe, and I tell them that it's not, and I actually demonstrate to them that it's not, they still, even after all of that, I can go into great lengths about this, right? They will still reject the fact based on
Right.
their assumption that they think they know it's a globe. So it's
Dude.
all based on the belief system. It's all that it ever has been. Just a belief system.
I totally understand what you're saying, and that's my point. Is if I was you, let's reverse it. If I was you and I said the Earth is totally round, it's a globe, and you cannot prove me wrong, and everything you say against that is a lie, dude, that's what you're doing right now. You're not even giving me a chance.
Yeah, I told you I could demonstrate it to you. So demonstration would mean
That,
that
bro. Hey,
Are you
hold
gonna let
on.
me finish?
That
So a
doesn't
demonstration
mean
is you can present it not by me showing you, by you going and figuring it out. So it's self-evident a flat stationary plane.
and I could say the same thing. I could say you
No,
could
you
go
can't.
out and look and see that the Earth is round. I can
Yeah,
say the
but you
same
can't
thing.
demonstrate it. I can demonstrate flat stationary plane. You can't demonstrate a globe. That's as easy as that gets. I could demonstrate to
Well,
you that it's a flat stationary plane, and you cannot demonstrate it that it's a globe. That's simple. That's how that argument ends. And it ends that way every time. See, I have the key to unlock that understanding, but
don't.
you're
It's not
resisting
every.
right now.
Man.
You're resisting. See, this is
I.
why you
I'm
you
not
answered
every.
you basically answered your own question.
I'm not every.
Me knowing that the Earth is flat and stationary and you not accepting it is what everybody comes in here and does, Israel. You're proving my
You
point.
could demonstrate it.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
100%.
I'm not saying you're
Yeah.
wrong at all.
Oh yeah, you just said that earlier. You only think
I'm.
that the Earth is flat.
What I said is
That's
that
what I've been waiting for.
I
Demonstrate
could
it.
do the same thing you could do. Is what I'm saying.
No, you can't. And that's what I'm telling you. I understand that you think you probably can, but I know that you can't. I'm 100% sure you are unable to because I know what
And
the Earth is.
and
And
you're
it's not a
right
globe.
about that. You're right about that. That I
Well,
can't
yeah.
demonstrate it as well as you can because I
No,
don't
not as
see
well
this
at
shit all
all.
the time.
Not as well, sir, at all. You can't
Yeah,
demonstrate it, period.
I don't study it. Like I just happen to pop into this room. You know, like
Israel, even
like
look, even me giving you all the room to study it and you have all the time in the world to do it, you still wouldn't be able to come up with it being a globe. Do you know that?
I don't know that.
I've argued with cosmologists, PhDs, astrophysicists. I don't
I
care.
believe you.
Whoever it was, I've argued with those guys. And you
I
know what
believe you.
you know what they say?
They
Oh,
say
by the
you're
way,
wrong.
no.
Okay, what do they say?
Unbeknownst to all of you guys who just believe in the idea that the Earth is a globe, they say that it's just their best guess.
Right.
That's what they say. And you know what? They
I-
follow up and say after that, because that's how science works.
And that's what I would
Mhm.
say if I was a scientist. I would say the same thing. Like I
Okay
don't
then.
know.
So
Maybe.
yeah,
But
so
my
we're
point.
at the point where I'm telling you this is what these guys are saying, and you guys are coming here and saying you can't tell me that it's a flat station. I'm like, yeah, I can, 100%. I
No,
could give you
I'm
all
not.
the information for you to find out, and you wouldn't be able to tell me not even an inkling of how you know it's a globe. It's
I'm
just
not.
all fairy
Bro,
tales.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all, man. I'm
All
Yeah, you
not.
right,
are.
I'm just saying that
you're a bit resistant,
you
man. Just be
you
honest. You're a bit resistant.
you saying that they don't know
Yeah.
anything.
That's what
I
they say.
mean,
How science works. That's how science works, bro.
to me,
Science
that's
doesn't
the
prove
same.
absolutes. That's what they tell us. It's bullshit, but that's what they say.
I mean, you don't know everything either, though.
Did I say I knew everything? That wasn't the claim.
No,
Where
but
did
What did I?
everything coming from?
What did I
Knowing
the
say?
everything.
topic we're talking about. I mean,
Yeah,
you did tell me that I was wrong,
I did, and I know
and
You
you
are.
are.
so to me that means that you think you're right, like
I don't
about
think,
this.
sir. I know I'm
You're.
right.
Okay, you don't think.
Why are
Absolutely,
you
You
going around
know
100%
in
you
know.
circles?
you
Why are you
know
going
you're
around in
right.
circles? Nick,
Yeah.
he just told you he knows the Earth is flat. You said you don't know the Earth is a sphere. Like, why
Yeah.
are you even arguing with that?
Why are you even arguing? Yeah. You admitted it yourself.
I'm sorry, I didn't
And I
answer
agreed.
a word that guy said.
Okay.
I didn't hear him. I don't know
He's
why.
Aussie, but I think I can understand him.
The
I heard
accent.
it a little bit. It was weird, but I kind of heard it, but I didn't make out what he was trying to say.
He don't like Aussies, Timbo. That's cool.
I'm sorry.
I
Yeah.
still like you, Timbo.
No one does.
I'm sorry, bro. Nothing against you guys. I love Aussies.
That's all right.
When they're not in the chat, don't say that, dude.
I love Mad Max. Mad Max from the 80s. Hell yeah.
All right. So, yeah, listen, we deal with this on a daily basis. We know the score, we know the routine, we know it all. We know what people come in here and try to do. It's like some people say, I'm not doing that. And we're like, yeah, you are. You're resistant. You don't want to know. And you furthermore think that everybody else in here is just an idiot. Because
Well,
how can they believe such things? The earth is flat. That's so weird. Like, we know. We already
yeah,
know this is what you guys come in here and try to, like, I just want to hear what you guys think. No, you don't. You want to prove us wrong from every
I'm
fiber of
not.
your being.
I'm not one to try to prove. Like, yeah, maybe I'll try to prove you wrong if I have a
Mm-hmm.
if I have a good argument, which I don't. But I'm also here to just learn stuff. You
All
know,
right.
like I, I don't know if I'm right.
About the globe? Yeah, you're wrong.
Yeah, about the globe.
Yeah, you're wrong. I can prove it
Well,
to you.
hold,
It's
hold
easy.
on, hold on.
I can prove it to you.
Before
It's
you
simple.
try to prove it to me,
All right.
I still think that this is fair. Okay, that
What?
I don't know and that you don't know.
Nah, that's unfair because you can't project what I think. Only what you think. If you say you
Dude,
don't know, hey, kudos. I
hey,
do.
hold on. If I said that I know, you would be fucking. You wouldn't believe me.
Oh no, I'd be on you like white on rice, dude. You'd be
Yeah.
you. I'm gonna have to get some answers from you. But if you say you don't
If
know,
I said
hey,
I
cool
know, dude,
beans.
I'm telling you, I don't know, and
And I
that you
do.
don't know either. No,
No,
you
that's
don't.
bullshit. That's bullshit. How
You
can you
don't
say that, dude?
know.
You speak for yourself. Don't speak for me. I speak for
If,
myself. I
if
can tell
you,
you that I know, and
if
you can say that you
everybody,
don't know.
if that was a fact, though, never
It
mind. Go
is.
ahead, just talk.
It is a fact, dude. But it's crazy because the psychology behind all of this is that in some way it's kind of like the house of cards. If you can't be right, no one can. It's like, just because you're not knowing about this topic doesn't mean everybody else has to be ignorant.
Dude, you're
You know?
talking about yourself, though.
No, I'm talking about
You,
you.
you're the one that said you know, though,
Oh yeah.
and nobody else can be right. You're the
No,
one
I
who
didn't
said
say that.
that,
I
not
did
me.
not say that, bro.
I
I
didn't
said
say that.
if you think that the earth is a globe, you're wrong.
I know,
Clearly.
and what I'm saying is you don't know that for sure.
Yes, I do. I can prove it to you. I can prove it to you right now.
You should be asking how.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. I mean, I want to believe you. I really want to believe.
Well, just sit back, relax, eat some popcorn or something, ask some questions. Like,
I'm trying, dude.
no,
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
think
believe
you
you.
are. I think you're resisting. It's like,
I'm trying to
why
relax
are
and
you
fucking
resisting?
believe.
You
I
know
am
what's funny
trying.
though, Israel, is that you don't realize that you're resisting, but you are. And we haven't even started to. I haven't even given you anything to resist on. Nothing. I haven't even told you anything yet.
Well, you told me that you know.
No, I meant like specifically. And that, of course, I'm saying that of my own self because I know that you're wrong about the Earth being a
But
globe.
it doesn't
So
matter about specifics. When you said you know something,
yeah,
dude, you're totally wrong about that.
sure.
How do you know unless you ask him what it is he knows, dude?
I mean, okay, hold on. Let's change the subject for just a minute.
We
Okay.
haven't even started, but go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. So if I say I don't believe in God and you say you do believe in God and you tell me you know there is a God and I tell you I know there's not a God, like that's bullshit. Like none of us know. Right?
Israel, that's philosophical.
But we don't know. That's what you're doing though.
Bro, that's philosophical. And that's a whole other discussion to boot.
But to me,
You're talking about something physical, man.
I know it's philosophical, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is that's pretty much the same thing. Like you're
No,
telling
No,
it's
it's not.
not.
you're
Are you
telling me
standing
you
up? Are you?
know.
Wait a minute. No, let's show you the distinction. One of them is a philosophical understanding. The other one's a physical. Are you standing
know,
on? Hold on a minute, Israel. I need you to answer a question. Are you
Okay, go ahead.
standing on the earth?
Go ahead.
Are you standing on the earth?
You know I am.
I need. Well, just be forthcoming with the truth then. If you are, then is that physical?
Yes, you know it is.
Okay. Is it philosophical?
No, you know it is.
Okay. So the difference is the conversation about God is a philosophical conversation.
I know the
right?
question. I know what you're saying, but to me, I
Okay.
can compare those two things, and
Because you're illogically doing so. You're not using logic in a proper manner.
dude,
Dude.
to me, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, because you're using logic in an improper manner. I just outlined that for you. What? What's so
No, no,
funny?
no. I'm sorry. I just think it's funny, kind of.
Well, I mean, it might be because you're saying improper things, but I have to point that out. What else can I do? It's illogical. You can't say
Gotcha.
that the analogy of, talking about God is analogous to the physical, tangible earth. It's not.
No, I never compared the two.
You just did. What the fuck?
I didn't say they
Am
were
I
the
in the
same.
same conversation as you
No,
are, or are you
hold
in a
on,
different
hold
one?
on, hold on. I didn't say they were the same type of thing at all. I never said that.
George, trying to draw a correlation to the talk about how the
Yes,
existence of
I
God was the
was.
same as the
I
existence of the
was.
physical earth, dude. The
But they have
fuck is going on here?
nothing to do with each other. I was
Hey,
just
it's 3 o'clock, man. We got the freaks are coming out. Israel, what? And are you smoking something, bro? Like, what's going on? Come on, you
maybe,
can tell me.
maybe.
Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it, bro. Like, if I,
I'm good.
yeah, I got you. Gotcha.
Sorry.
Come
But
out with your hands up.
I'm still trying to make sense of the whole thing. Like I just want to
Fucking not if you're gonna be like 3 sheets to the wind, bro. Like, I'm gonna be talking to you. You're gonna be in like fucking La La Land and shit. Fucking hell.
I'm good, man.
Just say you're wrong so we can sign off on this documentation so we can move on to the next person. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just so
I
we
can't
can move.
wait. I can't wait till the next person comes in here and tries to talk to you.
Dude, I do this all the fucking time. Like,
They'll
this
be-
is fucking, this is an everyday fucking every conversation thing. People get
It's his
sometimes people have
jam, man.
people will get fucking annoyed when I'm in here, like the Globers.
I'm sure
Some flat earthers do,
a lot
but
of people.
mostly the
Yeah,
Globers.
I'm sure both of them get annoyed, dude. Especially the Glovers. Dude.
I
They're
know.
probably, dude. I wish one of them was in here right now, just so I could hear them.
Well, I mean, they might oblige, but I don't know if they'll get off the mute.
Are they
I'll
gonna-
ask the. How about this? I'll ask the question and see if any of the room will respond. But if there's anybody in here who thinks that the Earth is a globe, Israel wants to go on mute for a little bit so he can enjoy his whatever he's doing, and
I'm good.
and I'll talk to you and ask you questions about if you know the Earth's a globe. But yeah, other than that, I think Israel just wants to shoot the shit. Doesn't really want to.
Yeah, I don't think they're interested in talking about it right now.
Well, I mean, I can only ask. Can't make somebody get on the mic. But either way, I'm always I'm doing this. This is my jam, baby. I do this. What I do.
So hold on. So you've been talking about like flat Earth for a long time?
Dude, 2015.
Wow.
20. Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
I'm surprised
2015.
I haven't talked to you before. I may have.
It's quite possible.
I come into this group like not this specific group, but the channel, the Discord. I get in here once in a while.
Well, I mean, you're all right, but I like the guys who have I'm always about the really high bravado. They come in here with their chests puffed out and they know the Earth's a globe, and that's my jam right there. It's my kind of party.
Yeah,
the more they think they're confident, the more I want to have a conversation with them. Like, I
but
still
you're
want
not.
that.
Did you ever convince any of them to change their mind though?
I don't know. I don't care. I think my main objective is to show how wrong they are. That's it. And if I get into the place where they actually understand what I'm saying, and they look into it and come back and like, dude, Earth is flat. Appreciate you, Alpha. Whatever. I'm not after that. Could care less. I'm in here to expose the fact that people have this really bad idea. So wrong. It's so bad. I can't even tell you. It's just like it's made up bullshit, dude, and everybody's going along with it like it's the bee's knees, you know, the cat's meow. They just think it's all that in a bag of chips. I'm gonna use a bunch of funny analogies here, but
Yeah.
I don't like. I can listen to you say it doesn't even matter what topic of the globe, the shape of the earth you want to talk about. I can dance on every single song that you bring up. It doesn't matter what it is, how obscure you think it is. Like it doesn't matter. I'm waiting at the end of your argument with the fucking flamethrower, ready to
I
douse you.
know. I can tell. I can tell by talking to you. You have a fucking answer to everything.
Yeah.
I know that already. But I consider myself kind of smart, you know. I mean, I can.
That's good. You can juke and jive with the best of them. Okay.
Yeah, I
Mickey's
can
like,
still
have you seen this boy?
talk some shit once in a while.
Nah, it's all right.
Hey, didn't you say at the start of the conversation that you weren't smart?
Sorry, the only person I'm listening to is this Alpha Veritas guy.
I don't give a fuck.
What the fuck?
I'll talk if I want. You can listen if you want. If you're not going to listen,
You
then
should
you
pull
can
the
fuck
old.
off.
Are you
Timbo,
Mel Gibson? Dude, hold
You
on.
sh-
Are you
No,
Mel
he
Gibson?
needs to pull the old Adam Sandler on you. Well, I've got the mic here. You can listen to every damn word I have to say.
You
Fucking
did
hell,
say
bro.
you said at the start of the conversation. You said I'm not smart. Now you're saying
Dude,
I'm smart.
I think everybody in this chat is a character of Mad Max.
You're just going to ignore what I said, aren't you?
Oh my god. Same fucking voice. Mad Max, dude. Hell yeah. What
Yeah.
character did
I can.
what character
You know what I can do? I can handcuff you to the car, light the car on fire, and give you a saw if you want.
Oh my god. That's so fucking hilarious. Dude, that's awesome.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie, but are you talking about the new one? Or the old
Nah,
one?
the old one, the original with Mel
The
Gibson.
original? Okay.
You can saw through the chain in 5 minutes. You can saw through your ankle in 1
Saw
minute.
through your hand in 30 seconds.
And we got Blue
You
Screen in the
choose.
chat. Do we know who Blue Screen is? Blue Screen, if you're there, welcome to the chat. Daz is in the chat. What's up, Daz?
Yeah, howdy.
Howdy.
I think it was his ankle he had the saw through.
Wasn't that sad though that when he had to saw his ankle off because
That's what
he was
gentleman just said that.
he was like a mentally retarded dude.
You know what? I need to watch that film again. It's been that
Yeah,
long.
he was a murderer. So
Yeah, he was a murderer too. Yeah, he was. You're right. But he was also like really fucked up head. And that last scene was so fucking sad because he was so fucked up, dude. He didn't know what he's doing, and he had to saw his ankle off or just die.
therefore,
died.
Earth is a sphere.
Those were so badass movies.
As a from
Hey, have you ever seen a curve, Israel?
A curve?
Yeah, of the land, curving land.
I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. I mean, it's kind of hard
Well,
to
like a
understand.
ball, you know, like a curving ball, like
I'm always
one of those
cooking.
things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
you know,
I
like
think
the Earth is supposed to be. Like, have you ever seen the Earth
Yeah.
curving?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, you have. Okay, where'd you see that?
On the Earth's curvature.
It's so fucked up, dude.
Sorry, bro.
Nah, fuck it, dude. That's See, we let Globers like you just hang around because it's kind of cool.
I'm not a Glover, bro. I'm neither.
Oh, whatever you think you are. I don't fucking know. I
told
can't
you,
speak for you, so.
I told you I don't know. I think I'm the only honest person in
this
fucking
room?
Discord where
There you
I
go.
say I don't know because I
Okay,
don't
can
know.
it be flat?
You can't, dude. You can't say you know shit.
Do you think
Really?
anybody can know anything?
No.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Uh,
Everything you've just said in the last half an hour has just been disqualified.
yeah, he crumpled it up in a piece of paper and shot it in the wastebasket like Kobe.
I'm bad.
3-pointer.
Yeah. Nothing but net. Dude, fucking hell, bro.
If you were an honest person, you would say you don't know.
What the fuck? All right.
Do you know that the
What-
sun's going to come up tomorrow?
I was gonna start asking him questions. You beat me to it.
Oh
Do you know that's a Vegemite sandwich you're eating?
Oh shit.
You know the sun's coming up tomorrow morning, yeah?
No, I don't know that.
Don't. What reason
know.
do you have to believe that it wouldn't?
Well,
You would have to prove it to me. I mean, I don't
Wait a
know.
minute.
Yeah, just wait for tomorrow.
Hold on.
I don't
No, but-
know though. Right now,
No,
I
listen.
don't know.
I got a good one. Just trust me, this is really good. Israel,
Okay.
what are you doing right now?
Standing here.
Yeah, where? Are you standing and you doing anything? You just talking on your phone?
Yeah, same thing you guys are doing.
Well, not when I'm not standing, but all right. So you're
Oh.
standing.
So you're
Talking-
the lazy guy. You're sitting down.
Yeah, because I'm enjoying my time shellacking you guys. All right, so if you're standing right now talking to us on your phone,
Right.
do you know that 100% true that you're doing that?
No.
What the fuck?
Wait. Sorry. The question was what?
It's so fucked up, dude.
Do I
All right.
know that I'm standing?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
know if he's standing, his ass is pointing at the ground.
You've been through this already. You know that I know that I'm standing.
Okay, but
So
I
you
asked
do
you,
know
are
something,
are you 100% sure that you're standing?
I'm about 99% sure that I'm
Ooh,
standing.
child, we got
now.
another 99%er.
99%er.
I told you, we get the 99. Because actually, unbeknownst to you, Israel, I have clips of people. Clipcord, where you at, brother? I usually call Clipcord. He might be listening. He might not be.
I saw him.
But
He was around. He was posting in the chat before.
Yeah, he clips out. You might be listening on YouTube. But if you are Clipcord, put that on our pile of 99%ers.
Put
Israel
this on.
D. So you don't know this, but we've talked to many people about this specific topic, and the guys who think they're a brain in a jar kind of stuff, or brain in a vat, whatever you want to call it, they will say they know reality only 99% sure of it, whatever they're doing, because they could be doing something else, like flying a plane or swimming in an ocean.
I could be sleeping right now and wake up, and this could be a dream.
I
Dude,
think you
that's
were
why I
sleeping.
said 99% because I could be asleep right now. I don't know.
Hey, did you eat yesterday, Israel?
Huh?
Did you eat yesterday?
Did I eat?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I ate.
You sure?
Are you 100% sure that you've eaten something yesterday?
Yep.
How would you feel if you didn't eat?
Wait,
You're taking too long to answer, man.
Yeah, you're
Don't get
taking way too
worried.
long.
What?
Okay, so
Get
no,
worried
let me.
about it.
I could rephrase it this way: have you ever eaten anything in your life?
You know I have. I
Well,
wouldn't
let
be
me
alive
like yeah.
today.
And now that you answered that, are you 100% sure that you've eaten something in your entire life?
You know it's true, bro.
Girl, you know it's true. Yeah, I know, but what you just said was antithetical from what you claimed. You claimed you can't know anything, and you just said you knew something 100%.
I
So
didn't.
methinks
Hold on.
that you are in the same realm as everybody else. Hold on, you just
Hold
admitted that you
on.
knew something 100%.
Hold
Right
on.
now.
I never said you don't know anything.
Yes, you did.
You said that, bro. What the fuck again? Again with the what the fucks?
I'm
This is
talking
like the
about
third what the fuck I given to you, and yeah, that's a lot.
I'm talking about the certain topic we're talking about. I'm not
Yeah,
saying you don't
reality.
ever.
Yeah,
Like
reality.
obviously people know shit. And
Well
know
then, welcome to Flat Earth, because we
Yeah.
know the Earth's not a globe and it's flat, and stationary.
But that
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That'll be all, folks. Nothing to see here.
I'm good. I'm good
I
with
win,
nothing,
you
dude.
lose. I win.
I
Alpha
don't.
wins.
That's
Sorry,
your
dude.
opinion. It's your
That's my
opinion.
opinion. You just said there's things that we can know that's 100%. But according to you, you've known that you've eaten something somewhere in your entire life 100%. Well, you're 100% sure of something, sir, which means that people can be sure 100% of things, like knowing the
I
Earth is
like.
not a globe.
Hold on. No, I
Yeah.
really appreciate the way you like
Thank you.
you talk to people. It's badass, dude. Like you should be an attorney. Are you?
Yeah, kind of. Kind of.
Okay.
But
If you're
not in
not
a real
yet,
way. Not a, I
you
don't have
should
the
you should be an attorney, dude.
I'd probably make some decent amount of money doing it.
Because that's what you're best at doing right now is like argument type stuff, like debating and stuff like that, which is fucking awesome. I've always loved that. That's why I'm on here right now. But still the facts, dude.
There's nothing to debate.
I know you're using certain facts to try to be a good debater.
Oh, you think I'm a
And
wordsmith? You think I'm a verbal
it's
judo?
awesome. It's awesome. No, I love it. It's awesome. But you still don't know.
You know what? You know why it's so awesome, Israel?
Still don't know.
Because it's the truth. Because it's
Still
the
don't.
truth, man. That's why it sounds so awesome. Every
Israel,
time someone speaks the truth, it resonates with you, and that's why it sounds so awesome.
Yeah, just let me. He's very
That
true
guy-
what he just said.
Dude, that
Let me-
was Mel. I swear to God, that was Mel Gibson that just talked.
Fucking hell, dude. All right, Israel,
Yeah,
click
mate.
on that. Click on that video. Click on that video that's in the text channel. That's the mind virus that Clipcord made. And it's me and
No.
rest of the 24/7 guys. It's what is it, 14 minutes long? I think you'll like it. Trust me, it's entertaining. You'll hear the same thing that we and you just discussed just right now, in like short snippets of like other people
I would
throughout
rather
the.
talk.
Well, that's your own leisure kind of stuff, man. I'm not telling you to do it now.
No, I know I don't have to, but
Just if the mood strikes you and you want to have a good laugh, there's a lot of clips there. 14 minutes.
Hell yeah. I think you and I would be really good friends, dude, if we knew each other in real life.
You
For
can go
sure.
out and grab a burger or something. Like we
Fuck yeah, we got a burger, dude.
you argue with the
Bonnie,
fucking,
hold my beer.
I'll buy you a fucking burger, dude.
argue with the fucking folks in line and shit. Do you really think that's a burger you're eating, son? You know where this meat is sourced from? Like start telling them a bunch of shit to them. Like what the
Are
fuck?
you
What's going
100%
on?
sure you're eating that burger?
Are you 100% sure that's beef? Because my man, that ain't beef.
Yeah, you would be like, is that beef? I can't do the Australian accent. I'm sorry. I tried.
Not many people can.
Yeah,
God,
no, I don't
it's
think
so
you should
hard to
try.
do.
If you can't do it, don't try.
Did you say I can't do it?
Can't do it. Can't.
Cunt comes out a bit different. It's can't.
That's an offensive word, man.
No,
Not
it's
in
not.
Australia. It's not. It's like saying, "Hey, bro, what's up?"
It's just, dude,
Hey,
that's just a
hey, cunt.
regular word in Australia.
Yeah, it's like, "What's up? What's up, dude?"
Oh, g'day, cunt. What's going on?
It's like, I can't do shit.
Oh, we got let's see, we got some people jumping in now. Let's see if they want to speak. If you're brand new to the topic, guys, jump in. I saw JD jump in just for a little bit. What's up? Your name is a weird letter number thing. JD.
Sure is.
What's up, man? So just
Would
shouting
he-
out. You
would
weren't
he-
here earlier when.
Would he back you up that
Wait,
you're
hey, Israel, just remember that you don't know you live on a sphere. Just remember that.
Okay, I remember that. I'll try and do that Australian accent.
Awesome.
Put it on a sticky
Yeah.
note and up in your, your office or something.
Yeah, because it sounds like you might not remember that.
I have it written down, mate.
All right. Let's see if JD's in here and if he wants to say what's up. So,
Not
what do you
really.
think
I
about
want to
that
ask Israel a
conversation?
question. Israel,
Oh shit!
we were talking
What's
about you
up, man?
eating earlier. How would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday?
Oh my god, I'm sorry, I can't quit coughing for some reason.
That's maybe because you
Okay.
didn't eat yesterday.
Shit,
Hey,
probably.
didn't eat.
Okay, so what if I didn't eat yesterday? That's your
Yeah, how would that
question?
make you feel?
Probably
Hungry?
not. Probably not much
You're
different.
so
than I am.
dumb, Timbo.
Dude, I don't think I ate yesterday at all, dude. For real. I really don't think I ate anything yesterday.
Okay, that wasn't the question.
Sorry, dude.
You fucking failed, Israel. Fucking
Sorry,
hell, dude.
dude.
What are we gonna
Hey,
do with you, man? You're failing all over the place. You just
I
gonna
All
take
right,
a big old L.
I have a different question.
ask me
Can
again.
you imagine a six-sided die in your head?
That's not the same question.
It's not. No, you're right. This is a different question.
Jesus Christ.
Can you imagine
Alright.
a six-sided die in your head?
No, I can't imagine that at all.
You have to. It's
Okay.
just a normal dice.
Dots,
Pick
dude.
your normal dice.
First of all, I can't understand what any of you guys are saying. Like, where are you guys from?
There's only one Australian, and the rest sound like they're Americans.
So he asked me how many
Two
what I had.
Australians. I'm Australian.
Or
Australian.
Australian.
Israel, have you mixed?
Hey,
Quick question,
Timbo.
Israel, have you mixed
Hey.
cannabis with alcohol?
I think
Because
so.
that might be part of the problem. Like one or the other, bro. Not both.
I think we're on to something there either. You're on to something, bro.
I'm still struggling how he can't imagine a six-sided die.
Some people can't. They literally cannot envision things. Like,
dude,
if you told them to think of an apple in their head, they either have like a vague image of it, a vivid image, or no image at all.
That's fair. That is fair.
Is this like the internal dialogue kind of question, is it?
Is a die like
It's not so much internal dialogue as it is. It's more of like a. I don't want to say geospatial memory, but that's exactly what's coming to mind right now.
Are you trying to work out the way how he thinks?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Dude, you're gonna get lost in that forest.
Don't worry, I'm only peeking through the bushes here, and then I'm out.
Yeah, well, we're not gonna send a search party after you, man. Once you're gone.
Good. I can't be
Okay.
recovered.
Do you know that you live on a spinning space ball?
I don't care.
Irrelevant. On to the next question that I want to talk about, which is not that one. Oh my god.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, we're gonna only talk about what JD wants to talk about, not the questions that he doesn't want to talk about.
I don't want to talk about anything.
There you go.
Nope. Put him on mute.
Put him on mute.
Yep.
Nah, you don't have, we don't have to do that. If you don't want to talk, just don't talk.
Yeah.
That was the plan.
We're just fucking around. Because we know they ain't no truth for the globe being a real thing. There ain't any real truth.
You know, I was a member of the Flat Earth Discord for a while.
Which one?
And I think
24/7?
How
Yeah.
did
That
that
one?
go?
I think I had been hanging out in there for probably about a year, and some guys noticed me hanging out in there all the time. I'm like, "Hey, man, do you believe in flat Earth?" And I was like, "I don't care." And
Same
they said,
name?
"Well, what do you mean?" They said, "What do you mean you don't care? You've been in here for so long." I was like, "Yeah, I don't care. I just like listening to you guys talk." And they banned me immediately.
Were you under the same name?
I go by many names.
What was
Probably
the name
because
in
you don't believe
24/7?
the Earth is flat.
Irrelevant. That's not what I want to talk about.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
See, I told you. I told fucking. I knew it. Irrelevant.
You guys are just background noise to me. It's fun. I like you.
Ooh,
Sure, that's all right, man.
that hurt me in my soul. That one did.
They
Yep.
hurt you in your skin.
I just don't think if we can't be friends, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to live with myself. Fucking hell.
You got, be honest, you got that from Tombstone.
Shh! Don't tell nobody. Here,
Love that
now,
movie.
now we can be friends again.
Fucking love that movie. Hell yeah.
So you've
Now we-
seen Tombstone,
now
but
we
you
can
haven't
be
seen
friends again.
Superman. You're even stranger than I thought.
Have the
Tombstone is fucking
Aussies
awesome.
not seen that movie?
Yeah, of course, man. I'll be a huckleberry.
Yeah, all
I-
day, all fucking day.
I've never seen an Australian movie.
No, you haven't watched The Dry. That's a good one.
Except
Well, you
Mad
can watch,
Max.
if you're that inclined, you can watch Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, if you want.
Yeah, Flatsy all day.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah,
You can watch
The
The
Dry is a
Castle.
good one. Oh, The Castle, that's funny. They wouldn't get the jokes though.
You'd watch Malcolm. Muriel's Wedding.
Yeah,
Fuck
All right,
no.
we're getting too into Aussie movies now. We need to go
getting too
back
Aussie now.
Yeah, we're gonna
Hey,
be asking
we-
for a couple of schooners in a minute.
We need to get back to flat Earth, for fuck's sake.
That's pretty terrible.
Everybody knows
I
the
know.
Earth is flat. You know,
This is a shit accent,
everybody
trust me.
knows that. I
So
mean,
JD, what do we? No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to answer.
if you keep walking, if you keep walking in the same direction, eventually, like there's gonna be an end.
What were you gonna
No,
ask
you
me?
won't.
I'm gonna tell you it doesn't matter.
I know.
Yeah, there's an end
I
to
kinda
it.
figured
Hey, JD, do you believe if you fly in a straight line, you'll end up back where you were before?
It's not possible to fly.
Oh, there you go.
What?
Look, that answers that shit.
It's not possible to fly.
No.
Yeah,
What you know is flying is more just like hurtling a piece of aluminum through the air.
I have flown before.
no, you didn't. You got wings on you.
Hey,
No.
didn't you just change the name of flying to something else?
Dude,
So
I
you say,
No, I
oh,
didn't
it's
do that.
It's not flying, it's hurtling a piece of aluminium through the air. You just changed the word.
Yeah,
You can
sure.
actually say, okay, well, flying doesn't exist. So what have you done? Different.
Semantics.
You just changed the word flying to hurtling aluminium. That's all you did.
That guy's he's on a different topic, I think. We want to ask the room though, and if you're joining this channel brand new, welcome to the channel first of all, and second, do you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe? So, I mean, we're being told in 2024, right? Earth's a globe. Tons of evidence. Does anybody in here have the ability to show us how the Earth's a globe? Sounds crazy, I know, but try it.
I don't think they need to like the newcomers here. I mean, I think they know it's a globe.
Well,
No,
yeah.
no one knows it's a globe.
You said people can't know things. What are you talking about, Israel?
Exactly.
Are you going back on what you're saying?
No, I was proving my point.
Oh, okay.
You
Well,
said
let's
that
see
you
if.
know it's flat.
But that's the thing, though. If they say they know and you say they don't know, then we have to hear how they know,
No,
right?
I didn't say anything about anybody. I said that you said you know the Earth is flat. That's all I said.
Yeah. It's used to be
pineapple-
flat, measured to
pineapple
be
pizza?
flat.
And you don't know.
Yeah, it measures that way, we use it
navigate
that
flat.
way, and it observes to be that way. So,
Oh, it
as
seems to
far
be
as
that.
we're concerned.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. No, you missed the other two things that I said.
Yeah.
You missed all of it.
Yeah, he just grabbed.
It
He just grabbed.
observed
Oh,
to be that
he
way.
just grabbed. Oh, observe. Like that was the only thing I said. Observe.
I'm sorry. I can't take you seriously with that accent.
No, we're looking
I'm
for.
not being.
Damn,
I'm not
God,
really.
damn.
I'm not
dude.
really being. I'm not really being that serious. But
I'm sorry,
Timbo,
dude.
Timbo, they're
That
gonna
sounds-
see right. They're gonna see right through your fake Australian accent, dude. Just talk normal,
I'm
dude.
sorry, dude. Like
yeah, Australia doesn't exist.
I
by
don't
the way.
mean to laugh. It's funny. I'm sorry.
It's all right, man.
I'm sorry, man.
You don't need to apologize for your ignorance. That's fine.
Or you can apologize, and
Oh my
we'll accept
God.
that too.
So
We take
fucking-
checks, apologies, money orders.
Whether you apologize to me or not doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter.
You know what? I think I'm getting used to it.
What, not apologizing?
No,
Or not
the
knowing anything.
I think I'm getting used to the accent.
Oh, okay, now you're starting to hear my words.
Yeah, at first it was
A
like a
little bit,
garbled
dude,
mess.
not
Now it's
really.
like, oh, it's coherent now. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all coming together.
I had to kind of anglicize it a bit, tone down the
The fuck does
sarcasm and
anglicize?
shit like.
Dude, what does anglicize mean?
You know,
Is make it sound more English.
Oh my
If I was
god.
speaking to another Australian, you wouldn't
I've
he's
understand.
never
basically
heard
challenged
that
you on the word. So if we were playing,
Actually, another Australian heard anglicize, and I thought you were talking about fishing, mate.
Nobody says
fucking
that.
hell, dude.
That's crazy.
We're
What,
way off the
anglicised?
reservation.
What was it? Anglicised?
I like it though.
What,
You
being
said
off the
ankle
reservation?
size.
Anglicised? No, you got to cut that one off with a saw.
Oh my god, dude. Fucking hell.
So back
Sounds
to
about
flat.
right.
Back
Yeah,
to flat. Are there
meanwhile, back at the ranch.
are there any Globers in here?
See, you're doing it now. See, I
Is that
told
what
you.
you call? What?
You're doing
There
it
are
too.
no Globers. Globers don't exist.
What did I
Right,
do?
yeah. No, I'm saying you're doing exactly what I was doing, and then you said, "Well, we can't ask them that."
If I did
Why the
what
fuck
you're
not?
doing, then why are you mad at me?
I'm not. I'm just saying you were hypocritical. You said I was. Well, why
You-
we can't ask
you
them if they
just
know
now-
that the Earth is a
hold
globe?
on. You just now said I'm doing what you did, and then you're mad about it.
Yeah, because before you were saying, "Well, why are you asking them about the Earth being a globe, dude?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's what
So
we
it-
do here, man."
So it's okay if I do it.
Oh, I don't give a shit. But I'm just saying.
All right.
Don't say that I can't ask them, and then you
Good.
go ahead and do it.
Well, don't say that. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm right again.
Fuck's sake.
Another one for Alpha. 3
You're
points.
always
Nothing but net.
Yo, what you got to be like that, dog?
Bro, hold on.
I'm
hold
just
on.
gonna leave my hand up there, just like
Hold
after I
on.
shot that 3-pointer. Just walk
Are
away.
you wrong about anything?
Maybe.
There was that time, right, that I
Usually.
thought I was wrong, but it turned out I was wrong.
But I was
I
only
was
3.5
talking
years old, so
to you.
I can't remember what I was wrong about. I'm just kidding.
But have you you can remember times in your life where you've been wrong, right?
Yeah, I've been wrong on multiple occasions.
Okay. All right. Maybe we can be friends then.
I'm not saying I know everything, man. What the fuck? I didn't never claim that.
Well, you did say you know that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Well, that's
Uh-huh. That's what?
you're not. You don't
Swish.
know. You don't.
Yeah,
know.
I do. Why are you
No, you
saying I
don't.
don't know, man? Doesn't make it true that I don't know. It just means that you feel like I don't know.
And you saying I don't know is the same thing.
It's the truth. No, it's the truth. You don't know. You want me to prove it to you?
I could say the same thing about you.
I got receipts, bro. You don't.
Israel is basically Socrates. You guys haven't realized it yet.
Yeah, I think you give him way too much credit.
No, he knows that he knows nothing. I like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you side with that, Cam?
Yeah.
Are you on that side? JD?
Yeah, it's very Socratic. I like it.
Okay, then. So, just like him, whatever you're doing right now, do you know that you're doing it 100%?
I'm doing nothing.
Like I
Right.
said.
Do you know
either
that
you're-
100%?
Either you're dreaming or you're doing it.
Yeah, do you know that to be 100% true?
Oh, sorry. I just had to open a bottle of champagne for my 1000th dumb question on Discord.
Hell yeah.
That's a dumb question.
The only way you can't know something 100%.
You couldn't afford a bottle of champagne, dude.
If you're
You're probably
doing
drinking that.
Champagne.
As if you're
Champagne is actually very cheap.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You're probably buying that cheap stuff.
Champagne.
Oh, yeah, I am because I'm making a French 75. So the champagne doesn't matter.
What were you gonna say, Israel?
No, I was just telling him that champagne is shit most of the time.
That's cool. I don't care.
No, it's
except
good though.
except when he does.
I would.
But this
drink
time
it.
he doesn't.
Alcohol's the devil's drug.
No matter how bad it tastes, I would drink it.
You're probably drinking shit right now. What are you talking about?
I'm not drinking champagne. I'm drinking beer.
Uh,
What?
Stupid fucking thing. It's all fizz bullshit. See, this is why I don't buy the cheap shit.
How old are you guys? You guys sound young.
the fuck?
Thank you.
Well, you want to see my ID, officer? Fucking Fed.
Show me your ID right now, or you're getting tased.
That sounds like a normal interaction with an officer that I've had.
Hands on the floor.
No
You're
suspicion
getting
of crime. Asks me
Hands
for
on
my
the
ID.
floor.
Immediately tries to tase me.
Fuck that guy.
Hands on the floor.
I don't know about that shit.
Fucking play Twister right now. Getting tased.
What the fuck are you doing with your hands on the
Right
floor?
leg on blue.
Fucking hell.
Left
I
hand
don't think that's an
on
arrest,
red.
sir.
And you better do it quickly, motherfucker, or else.
And this conversation just took a left turn. All right, gotta steer it back.
Don't give
What do
me
you
no
have
lip,
against left?
son.
Oh shit.
Put that goddamn left leg on blue, or I will shoot
I
you.
was gonna say left on blue, right on red, and if you don't, then you're under arrest.
Hell,
All right, I'll leave you guys alone.
We're looking to stir
And,
up.
and I agree with Alpha. Can we get back to the ground?
Yeah, we're trying to stir up the globe pot.
JD, you're not the guy
conversation
we're
become-
looking for.
Bro, is everybody here a flat earther? Or are there more?
No, there's like JD's not one. Fucking who else is in here? That's not one.
I'm in
Mark.
here.
I don't think Mark's one. Van
Man.
Raiden's not one.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I worked for SpaceX for a period of 2 years. I've seen the Earth.
Apparently,
SpaceX?
apparently, Flat Earth
I've
Dave's
seen
not
the
one
Earth.
either.
I'm standing on it.
Yeah,
So
I was a
he
software
knows.
engineer, so I've only seen it
No
through a
shit.
computer camera.
So-
Yeah,
So
Well,
you
how
know.
long did you say you did? For like 2 years?
2 years.
So
I got
what was
fired
your-
because
Why?
bad production.
Hey, you
Very
did good.
slow.
What were you?
Bullshit.
What were you
Bad production,
engineering?
I don't think that's.
Internal software, nothing like flight systems or anything like that. Those guys are too smart.
Wow. So you had your hands on some of the tech that would deal with maybe trajectory or telemetry or something.
Nope.
Curvature?
Internal
Nothing
stuff.
sensitive. Nothing sensitive.
No.
Just like getting the
Shit.
software working
Just
for
like-
the company.
Basic JavaScript or something.
Oh, I fucking hate JavaScript. No.
Oh, you're talking about motherboards and shit, are you?
Nope. There's just a lot of internal tools in the company that it's kind of like an ERP system. You know, if you go to a hospital, they
Yeah.
have software to monitor and track all their shit.
Yeah.
Well, anything that gives you the inclination that you know that you're living on a, but by any means that you worked on that was something that were like, hey, this is pretty cool. We got this shit. Yeah, I mean it's proprietary. Maybe you can't say, but like if there's something that you can say, hey, this one system everybody knows about or something. If not, it's cool. I don't care.
Nope.
All right,
Cool.
good stuff.
So based on your experience, would you say the Earth is a globe or flat?
Fuck, I think
There
you
is
just
no
said it.
Earth.
Oh, okay. I totally get it now. Thank you for telling me that.
Hey,
I never knew that.
hey, everyone's experience is Earth is flat and stationary. You can't.
So is this like
Yeah.
Sorry, Timbo. My bad, dude.
Hey, you're all right, man. Go ahead.
He just reminded me of that kid on The Matrix that says that there is no spoon.
Oh shit.
There you go. You're living in a simulation.
So,
Yeah, we
Israel.
haven't heard that before. Let me open my
Israel.
champagne bottle for the 100th stupid question that I ever heard. Fucking hell.
Only 100?
Yeah.
100,000.
Today. All over the course of years, my son, I've heard many dumb questions.
If the Earth is flat, explain gravity.
I see. What's a really crazy one?
Gravity is devils pulling you back to Earth.
You
Grabbing
wouldn't
at your
believe the
legs.
shit we've heard.
It's
Magnetic
obvious.
west.
It's
I just
obvious.
said
that the Earth
magnetic
is
west.
flat.
What'd you say, Israel?
It's obvious that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, because that's the way it looks.
Hmm.
Well done. Welcome to
Well,
Flat Earth, man.
It's
We can
flat.
go on
dude.
some. We can go on some basic principles if you want.
You could.
Let's start there and then see where you can move from
I mean,
there.
you can walk to the edge and just fucking
Walk
fall
to the
off.
edge.
What edge, man?
The edge of the Earth.
Where's
Why do you
that?
want? Why do you want to walk to an edge of an Earth?
Why?
How do you get?
Why?
How do you get
Why
there? I'll
wouldn't-
go there.
Hold on. Why wouldn't
I'll
you
get there.
want to
I'll
do
go.
that?
Where is it? Send me there.
Dude,
I don't
hold
want to
on,
go. You can keep your edge. I don't want to go there.
bro.
Too cold.
When I was younger, when I was like a teenager, my friends and
You
I
go to the edge,
we tried to walk to the edge all the time.
and you get to the edge of a lake
No,
or something.
I think
and
you're
you go,
getting
fuck, let's go back.
confused. You're trying to live on the
fucking
edge,
hot
not
dogs for dinner.
you're living on the
No.
edge. It's not going to the edge, bro.
The edge of the Earth is
tried-
in Alice Springs, you know, like the middle of
tried to
Australia.
get there, man.
No, that's the fucking
Dude,
arsehole.
That's
I'm-
the end of the earth.
I'm an '80s kid, dude. I know I got there. I remember the edge.
I don't know what you were smoking in that
Are
year.
you sure you weren't
but
just tripping balls?
That's what I was gonna say. Fucking,
I
you were-
might have been. We took some mushrooms that day.
yeah, you were tripping balls.
Where did you take them?
Oh shit!
Oh no.
It's fucking weird conversation.
We were tripping balls, but I swear to God, we got to the edge, bro.
I'm sure you did.
We did.
So we brought it back to the ground, but then got into earthly things and started trip great. Cool.
Yeah, it's all about being. That's the thing too, man. You got to trip out to think about stuff like that. That's weird. And we got the guy at the very bottom. His name is Pops. That just joined our chat. What's up, Pops?
Yo, hello.
Hey,
What up?
Pop.
What up?
What up, man?
I'm just chilling.
We got
Sure.
Jay
Why?
also. Jay's also in the chat. Jay, what's up?
Jay,
Saying-
what's up, man?
Shouting out all the new people that are joining. Welcome to the chat, fellas, ladies, gentlemen.
Yeah, they don't want to talk, man.
Give it a moment.
Some people are shy.
Somebody's shy.
What's up, Jay? What's going on, man?
Don't be shy, man.
Yeah, nothing much.
We're just all having a good time here.
So, have you thought about the question of the topic of the room?
I don't know. I just heard you guys talking about mushrooms.
What
Alright.
room is
And
this?
24/7
Australia.
ladder.
Oh,
So, Jay, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I mean, of course. Most people
What-
do, right?
Well, for sure.
Thank
What
you.
what evidence do you have that supports the claim that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I mean, the horizon. It's a big one.
That's a big one. What does the
Yeah.
horizon tell you that you can see that is obviously a globe?
Well, it doesn't show past the mile range.
What
Except
mile?
unless you're above it. Or like
What
I
mile?
mean like
What mile?
if you're
range?
like if you're 2 miles in the sky, then you can see farther.
Yeah, but we're just talking about the horizon and how it gives us the notion that we're on a globe. Or can we see that it's a globe from
Dude,
our
how
vision
how
of the-
about how about forget all the dumb like shit you're saying and just think about like how it makes sense that it is a globe.
Israel, let him speak for himself. What the fuck, bro? We're gonna have
I'm
to
sorry.
muzzle you.
Okay. Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
Jay, go ahead. You can say what
Don't
you
make
want,
me
man.
come over there.
No, I'm just saying, like, you can go high up and
Yeah.
see that it's a globe, right?
How high?
2 miles, you can do it. I mean, you
2
can even do like
miles.
30 feet. I mean, it's literally like,
The atmosphere is pretty thin, actually, so you don't have to go that high up.
yeah,
Really?
you can go like 30 feet, and you would have a better range.
30
Like, get a
feet.
camera.
So 30
Oh, you'd
feet,
have to go.
I can see the Earth as a globe.
No, you need like a camera or something
Well,
like a
yeah, I know,
telescope.
but I'm saying like with all that stuff, but I can use something to detect or actually visually see the curvature.
Well, visually, you can
Uh-huh.
go high then. Well, you can go like a mile or something in a plane or whatever you want
Have
to
you
do.
ever done this, Jay?
In a plane? Yeah.
Hmm. Have you seen the curvature?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on a mountain too.
Have you seen curvature from a mountain?
No, but you can see the horizon extends
Yeah, we
versus
can.
if I'm a level.
Well, we can all see the horizon, but seeing the horizon and then seeing the Earth as a globe is two very different things.
And then you can use the plane example.
The
I
plane
think
example. So when you're up in the plane, can you see if the Earth is curving?
Well,
dude,
I think from what I remember, slightly, very slightly.
Very slightly. So you didn't notice curvature from an airplane.
Well, the problem is, Earth is
What's
not
the
really
problem?
a perfect sphere. It's like,
Oh,
what
what
is
is
it
it?
called? It's
Mm.
roughly a sphere. It's not a perfect sphere.
Okay. So it being roughly a sphere, then how do you know it's a sphere from seeing it and then landing back down on the ground and you said, "Hey, wait a minute. I saw some curvature."
Well, because my
From
height, like my
Yeah.
example, when the curvature extends as you go higher,
Okay, how
right?
big do you think the Earth is? Do you know the size of the Earth?
Off the top of my head, no. Like
here
the
comes the
circumference?
Yeah, or the diameter or the radius?
I don't know.
Well, hold on. Why would he have
And
to
if
know that?
because we have to understand that if you see curvature from an airplane at what is it, 40, 50,000 feet
And I
cruising
know it's more
altitude?
than I know it's more than 2,000 miles because if you go to like
2,000?
Japan, yeah, if you go to like Japan, it's
You're talking
2,000
about
miles.
the distance. I'm not talking about distance across. I'm talking about
Oh, that's
distance
circumference.
in
If you
altitude.
take the equator.
No, we're talking about altitude. Like how high do you have to be to see the curvature?
Oh, how high?
Yeah, you said from an airplane
3
window.
6 miles.
Yeah, you said from an airplane window. You can look it up if you want. Now, if
You can see it though. I mean, I've seen.
really you both are agreeing that you've seen curvature. You too, Israel.
Like slightly.
I've seen
Slightly.
curvature when I've been on a plane before. I've definitely seen it.
Right. Do you think that it's possible that you didn't see curvature? That your mind
No.
just thought that you saw curvature, but you didn't
Yeah,
really see it?
I'm not gonna deny it. It's possible, but I mean, you can look at the space station. That's like
Well, we're not
that's in
worried about the space
orbit.
station. We're only worried about your primary experience of witnessing Earth curvature,
Oh,
like
my
you and
witness?
Israel. Yeah, your
I
primary
don't think
experience.
I don't think I was just seeing things. I think I actually saw what I saw.
Are you 100% sure?
You always say that.
Yeah, and what would you say?
I mean, are you
And
100% sure of anything?
Yeah.
If I say 99, you're gonna come up with some other
No.
weird shit.
Wait, Israel, are you 100% sure you saw curvature from an airplane
I
window?
saw curvature, dude.
100% sure?
Yeah.
I mean, how can anybody
Yeah.
say 100% though? What if you're like having
He
a
did.
schizophrenic episode?
He did. He said that
Okay.
right now. So you saying he's
Okay.
schizophrenic?
I mean, I'm not. It's not 100%, right?
You
it's
say,
less
are
than
you
1%.
saying are you saying Israel, who's a glober just like you, is schizophrenic?
I think he's schizophrenic.
Well,
I'm not
that's
gonna.
one.
I'll say
Yes,
less than
are we
1%
doing a vote
chance.
now?
What?
Hey, I have
You're
a question.
schizophrenic, Israel.
That is the
Is this
dumbest
brother turning against brother or something? What is
Something.
going on?
I don't
What?
know, man. They consume each other. Tan locos. So all right. So we're
What's
over here with
going
Jay
on?
now. I have no
And
idea.
why?
It's Glober on Glober action, y'all. Here's the thing. We're trying to figure out if somebody sees curvature from an airplane window, if they're able to measure this curvature.
What happens ultimately
Measure?
if you do prove that the Earth is not a globe?
Well,
What
people start
happens?
to realize that it it kind of has many different ways that you can look at the world now. That it's not like what you've been told.
And
So it's
hold on.
almost like a
companies,
it's
yeah.
almost like a yeah. If I can answer the guy, it's almost like a philosophical cosmological question. You start to realize that you're not in an ever expanding galaxy. You know, you got all these ideas that you live, you know, on a solar system, all
Bro,
kinds of stuff that's attached to it.
hold
There's a
on.
lot of things that are
That's
attached
the
to the
first
worldview,
thing.
which is
Hey,
well, you start to realize the world that you identified with is not the exact world that you thought it was. So it starts to have like these real world implications that you're not running out of resources. Maybe
That's
you,
a
you
long
could look into.
response. It's a very
Well,
general
it's
response.
Yeah,
attached.
I think
It's a loaded. It's a kind of a loaded
it,
question. But the reason why I'm kind of unpacking it the way I am is so that you
Fuck
guys.
you know what? Fuck flat earthers. Fuck all y'all niggas.
You're so
Y'all niggas are dumb as shit.
That all you got?
Nah. I mean, you see on the fucking earth is fucking ground, nigga. The earth is fucking ground. I don't want y'all niggas think it's all fucking fake.
Have you seen it curved?
Yeah, it's fucking curved. You see
It's
that?
fucking
That's fucking
How high up are
curved.
you?
Y'all said it's fucking debunked you guys so many times.
Why do you got to be at volume 10, bro? I don't understand.
Most stable
Oh,
glober.
why aren't you a volume 10, nigga?
Suck a nigga dick.
Why do you guys got to be that way? Why?
Alright, Valerie.
You what way?
The
This is where you
globers,
wanna be
the
when
guys
Jesus
who think,
comes back.
or the girls who think that the Earth is a globe, have to be this way.
The earth is fucking round. It's a fucking globe.
Yeah. How
Yeah,
do you know?
use your
What's your
brain,
evidence?
nigga.
What's your evidence?
NASA.
Really? One word?
It's fucking bro. This shit's been debunked so many fucking times.
Do you always?
If the
scream
fucking
at-
Earth was flat, the solar eclipse would have been everywhere, nigga. Everywhere.
Do you always gotta scream when you speak to people? I don't know.
Yeah.
Nigga. What's the issue?
The issue is people try to have a conversation.
Alright,
or
let's
at
go.
least-
Look at these religious fanatics. They want to scream about their religion and run away. Cute.
Well, see,
It's very
this is-
cute.
This is very what can I say? Usual for the Earth being a globe.
The Earth is more round than your mom's ass, bro.
All right, so we got another guy. Why he just left? Okay. Anybody else want to come in here and just leave? Like obviously
Alpha.
with no evidence.
Could I just ask you like a simple question without getting banned?
Why are you gonna get banned? It could be like those
I
guys.
don't know. You might like kick me out. I don't know. I was just wondering, like, does anybody that you know, like, in your personal life, or maybe not in your personal life, but like anybody online or in your personal life, do they think you're crazy?
No, they can't argue with me.
So they do think you're crazy.
Oh, they can think whatever they want. They're not right.
If they can't argue with you, then obviously, then they think you're crazy, right?
Of
I have
course.
a question. Are the Jews involved in promoting the round Earth theory?
What?
Are the Jews involved in promoting the round Earth
Wow,
theory?
you guys are all over
Promoting
the
the
place
round Earth
today,
theory. Yeah, they're all over the place, Cyclone. And you know the reason why I think they ask these questions is because they don't want to answer the ones that are really the ones that should matter, which is how do they know that the Earth is a globe? Because that's what's really at stake here. Your intellectual integrity of knowing whether or not you can understand the Earth being what it is. You need to ask that question. How do I know the Earth's a
Beyond.
globe? It's about the information and not the actual boogeyman that you want to put this on. The information is what, listen, the information is what holds you to the idea that the Earth is a globe, not the boogeyman you want to point the finger to. Oh, it's the Bilderberg group. Oh, it's Illuminati. Oh, it's the whoever you said. I don't even know.
Oh.
These guys, these boogeymen that you try to portray, and they're in these conference rooms with robes on and contemplating the doom of humanity. That's not true. That's not real. That's conspiracy bullshit, dude.
Hold on.
How do you know
Conspiracy
it's not true?
bullshit, dude? Because
you
where's
talk
the
to
evidence
people-
for that? Let's Israel, relax, bro. Take
All
5.
right. All right.
So if you're talking about people that are out there maliciously intending to deceive humanity, who are they? I ask you, who are they? We're trying to make logical discussions in here, how people know what they know. And it's void of this idea that there's boogeymen out there waiting to entrap you in some kind of weird, think idea.
Sex cult.
I think it's the opposite though. If you
No,
accept
it's not
flat
the
Earth, you have to accept
opposite.
a bunch of
This-
other stuff.
Listen, all it
That's
is the
completely
information
conspiratorial.
that's being propagated out there. It's kind of like what I can say akin to a tradition. So if somebody told you something is a particular way, you're like, okay, cool, it's that way, without any question, without any looking into it. You have nobody in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe knows how to articulate the point how it is. You guys
Well,
are basically
people used to
bankrupt.
think the Earth was flat, though. Like you didn't have to look at it.
Yeah.
Nothing. They thought it
So
was flat.
yeah, it's a
And
primary
if the
experience.
sailors back then followed the flat Earth theory, they would have all died. That's the problem.
I don't know what that means, bro.
No, that means
That
like a
is
lot of sailors
incoherent
thought the Earth was.
gibberish.
No, there's a lot
That's
of sailors
incoherent
back then.
gibberish, dude. I don't know.
A lot of
That's word
sailors.
salad.
No, I'm just saying back then
thinks,
they all
he
knew
thinks
the Earth
the-
was
he-
round.
He thinks the Vikings were Globers. Lol.
They were, yeah.
No,
back then,
not just
only
them,
like
but the Polynesians and on and on. Listen,
Yeah, no,
what
they
we
weren't.
got to
Jay,
focus
you
on.
fool.
What we got to focus on. You know, Jay's in one of our numpty clips, our 99%er clip. He's one of them.
That doesn't surprise me based on what he's saying.
Yeah.
the
His main
companies.
argument is that you can't know anything, and because of that, you could be a schizophrenic. We got him on.
No,
on
there's
tape. He's-
there's a probability scale, of course, like a bell curve.
I know, but that was your big argument in 24/7, and we got you on tape. Anyway, going back to how everybody in here who
What you
thinks that the
talking
Earth is
about,
a
bro?
globe. Yeah, I'm talking about people who think that the Earth is a globe. You don't have any evidence. You're bankrupt. There is no evidence for the Earth being a globe. It's just an idea you guys have, and it's not the
Alpha.
big bad boogeyman. It's just the
Alpha.
information. It's holding you captive.
But it's just an idea you have too that the Earth is flat. It's just the idea.
No, that's your projection, Israel, for the last time, bro. I keep telling you, it's your projection. You can't say that we don't know because you said you don't know. That's on you. We
I
know.
don't know.
I know that. You said it
But-
100 times. Like we
Okay,
don't need to rehash it over and over again. You've said it. We
Okay,
understand.
so-
You don't know.
So anybody like have you talked about this to anybody like in your real life, not out to these people on Discord?
Yeah, of course, all the time.
Except like
Did-
agreeable people though, who
did
actually
they,
know
like-
science.
Yeah, of
Did they
course.
call-
I've talked to cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs. Yeah,
And
all those
they probably
guys.
got worn
And they
out
don't
by the conversation,
No,
like I am.
No, of course you
Like
can
it's just
divine
ad hominem
thoughts.
attacks that don't mean anything.
Ad hominem attacks. No, these guys
Yeah,
are not.
I mean,
they-
you're literally
listen,
just
those guys
personally
Jay,
attacking me
those-
without even
Yeah,
convincing
because
arguments that are
you're it's
logical.
unmerited. You don't know what you're saying. Those guys don't have.
You
the
just
same
did it
type of-
again.
they don't have the same
Dude.
type of zealotry that you have for the topic.
You just did it
They
again.
basi-
You keep doing it,
They
bro.
basically say that they don't. Like it's their best guess, and then they caveat with saying whatever they're going to tell us
Dude.
about the Earth. It's their best
I
guess.
mean, isn't that
it's
intellectually
an
honest though?
educated guess. See,
I mean,
this
like
is
you
what I'm
can't perfectly
saying.
know everything, of course.
This is the reason why, just like Israel was stating, you guys don't know. And my assertion of when I say that you guys, I'm sure that no one knows that the Earth is a globe. That's what it's all
You're
about.
using Israel to prove your point now.
No,
Dude,
it's the
we are
fact that I'm
trying-
telling you that
we are
you agreed
trying
with
to
him too.
No,
And not
I
only
didn't
you,
say I
but
agreed
JD
with him.
agreed with him. Everybody that's in here will agree that you can't know if the Earth is a globe 100%.
Yeah,
You
and
will
can't know
all
if
say
it's
it.
right
You sing
100%.
from the
I mean,
same
like,
hymn
since-
sheet.
No, since the 16th century, there's been a backhand understanding that nothing is empirical, that nothing
Yeah,
is
let's see
perfect.
if
Like you
let's
can't
see
know
if,
for
let's see
sure.
if let's see if all the Globers will co-sign with that. Does any Glober agree with Jay
No,
and
not
Israel?
I'm not
and
going to say
JD?
all of them do. In fact,
No,
I think most of
wanna
them
ask.
don't know
That's
how
why
to
I'm
prove that.
asking. That's why I'm asking the room, and perhaps maybe a Glober will chime in and say, "No, I disagree with that." Because we got to hear if everybody's on the same page that you are, then yeah, none of you have what it takes to come in and articulate the point that you know that the Earth is a globe, just like I'm
Dude.
saying.
Why? Because they don't share the same idea. Because I don't
No,
think flat
because they
earthers
can't
share the
know
same idea
anything
either.
to be true, Jay.
So there's a set of flat earthers who are religious and
All
get
right, we don't
their
care.
evidence
We
from
only
God
care
and the
about that
Bible.
somebody's gonna co-sign on your bullshit right now.
And then no,
Does
I
anybody
mean, not
want to?
everybody co-signs
If
on you though.
listen, well, it doesn't matter because for right now, the kind of light that you're
Oh.
painting for these Globers is that no one can know anything. It's basically what you're saying.
Well, not 100%, like empirically.
Not 100%.
You can generate an infinite amount of ideas from finite symbols. Like that
So
means
now
you
you're
can't perfectly
you're
understand
the
anything.
speaker. You're the speaker for all the Globers, right? Or are you gonna let the other
No.
guys talk?
What?
Here, yeah, I'm waiting.
Here,
Who's gonna talk?
I will give you a basic proposition. Is there a thing called objective truth?
Alpha.
In
you
your
talking
view, is there a
to?
thing called object? I'm talking to the guy I was just talking, the flat earther.
That's
Is there
me.
anything called objective truth? Yes. Do
Absolutely.
you believe in? So you believe in objective truth. So you do believe that there is like matter, because we can literally touch stuff. Like I'm touching my leg right now. You can hear it, right? So that's objectively true. I'm touching my leg.
Yep.
Okay, so you believe in objective truths, right?
Of course.
Objectively speaking, there is many things that are, that we obviously can't know, or we may not know. But I think that saying that just since someone said that they are let's say 10% unsure, doesn't necessarily mean that they're saying it's actually fake.
What?
Yeah,
I'm just saying that people saying that they're not, let's say, exactly sure doesn't mean they think it's actually fake. They just
But that's
they
not
just
the
like
point.
10%
If
sure.
they're not sure, that means they're not able to bring up an absolute or an objective truth. So it's not objectively true that the Earth is a globe. And they're
But it is
proving my
objectively
point.
true that we do have matter. To have
No,
gravity.
that's not the. That's listen. When you try to shift the goalpost to another topic, it's not the topic at hand. The topic at
I'm not
hand
really
is:
shifting
can anybody know that the Earth is a globe? 100%. That's what I'm asking the room. Now, the response to that is yes, the Earth is 100% a globe,
yeah.
or no, the Earth is not
Well,
known to be 100%
100%
a
in
globe.
like contemporary terms, yeah, like
Contemporary terms, no bullshit.
like
Contemporary terms, my
layman
ass.
terms, yeah,
Layman, my
terms,
ass.
maybe.
No, we're not
Yeah,
talking about
100%
layman
layman.
bullshit. We're going to.
Then what do you
somebody
mean, like
can
scientifically 100%?
No, I'm gonna tell you. So if you can tell me objectively true statement that the Earth is 100% known as a globe, who can co-sign that?
Well, okay, well, like let's go back to touching the leg example.
No,
to
we're not
objective
touching
truth.
legs. We're
That's
just going straight to
objective
what I
truth.
said.
I just
No,
want to make
Jay,
my point.
Jay, I'm
Bro,
not
you
going
went.
to your. I'm not going to your argument.
Here's-
You got to stay on mine. Answer my
No, because
question.
you can't even like
I'm
you
not
can't be
gonna
sure because you
entertain-
can't even define.
You
the
can be
Earth.
sure.
Like, how,
And
You can't define
you can't
I
perfectly
think that
define it.
Hold
that
on,
this
North
whole
Shore.
no,
Do you
no,
like
wait.
that? You
I
can't
couldn't-
define the
couldn't-
Earth. You don't know.
I couldn't hear what you're
I
saying.
mean,
Everyone was talking
technically,
over.
like how do
You
you
hear what he said?
define a boat?
Objectively speaking, if we're gonna be
No, we're
totally
not going
honest
to talk
here,
about another thing.
Hey,
wait, can I please say? Like, I let you
Is it
speak.
going to be
Let me
about the
speak.
Earth being a globe? 100% objectively true? Yes or no?
Well, yes, objectively, the Earth isn't flat. It doesn't necessarily
No,
necessarily
didn't
mean it's a
ask that.
globe. It's more
Didn't
an
ask that.
it's more an
Didn't ask
epiclobe.
that.
It's more an epiclobe.
No,
Aspect.
epiclope. What?
hey,
Yes, more
The
of an
argument-
sorry.
Wait, what the
Ellipsoid,
fuck is going on here?
Ellipsoid. That's what I meant to say. Ellipsoid.
Ellipsoid. All right, so
Ellipsoid.
listen. If you're going to say
So I think when you
Israel,
say globe, it's just,
for God's
I'm
sakes.
just being honest.
Look, if you're going to
Yeah,
say
it's
it's
not
an ellipsoid,
symmetrical.
if you're going to say that it's an ellipsoid, do you know that to be a 100% true, objectively
hey,
true?
hold on.
Objectively, it's
talking
not
to you,
flat.
Israel.
Objectively, it's not flat.
It didn't answer my question. Why are you diverting to something
I'm
else?
saying that from, let's say,
Bro,
if you look from
Let me
space,
state it again.
you could.
Is it
Wait, no,
100%?
I'm answering your question. This is
you're
the,
not.
no, this is
not.
the issue. No, this is the issue.
No, it's not the
You
issue.
give a no. Wait, can you
I'm going to
please
give you
just
one
wait?
chance to answer my question.
Okay, well, this is what I mean. So this
Is it 100% objectively true that the Earth is a globe?
yes, it's objectively true.
100%.
No, it's
100%.
not 100.
All
It's
right,
not 100%.
stop, Israel. You were saying that it's not 100%. You
Okay,
and him are going to have a contention.
Now, can I speak, or are you going to cut me off again? Because this is
No,
the issue.
you said it's
Whenever-
100% sure, so you have the floor.
No, let me have the floor. Jesus, like
Yeah.
this is the issue. Whenever anyone tries to speak, you cut them off. Just calm down, calm your farm, bro. Okay, objectively speaking, it's objectively not flat. It's objectively, let's say a spherical shape. Doesn't necessarily mean it's 100%. What's say, like a globe, as people like to say, it's more, ellipsoid.
Okay, so you walked back on what you said. That's why I muted you. You just walked it all back. You said it was 100% objectively true that it was a globe.
Bro,
You just
what
walked
is
it
this
all
chat?
fucking back. All of it. All the way
Because you
back.
won't let him talk.
Because you will let him talk. Yeah, I did. And he just said that it's not 100% objectively true after he finished saying that it was 100% objectively true. So me thinks that's a contradiction. Anyway,
I mean, we can count the words. It doesn't really
we
seem
don't
fair.
have to count the words. I already heard him say something that was antithetical to what he said prior. So I know what the count is, Jay. Thank you.
Everything
So
doesn't.
you've
have
been
to be
running a lot.
100%.
Well, that's because I'm
It doesn't
right.
have to be 100% true every time.
Really? So when is it 100% true, Jay? I mean,
Like-
Israel. Sorry.
Every time that you're talking to somebody, you say, "Is that 100% true?" Like they don't know. These guys you're talking to, they don't.
He
know
said
if
he
it's
did.
100% true.
He said he did. He walked into it and he opened the door.
Well,
And
how do
went
you know
in
it's
there.
100%
You
true?
get it.
Though?
Hold on.
Why are you
Can I
asking me?
just
He's the
say,
one that claimed it.
when it all depends on how you come across. You can come across combatively, or like as if it's an interrogation. There's an
Oh
old
my
saying,
God!
you get a
This
lot
ain't
more
about
done
feelings.
with honey
This
than
is
you
not
do
Van
with
Man.
vinegar.
This isn't about feelings. This is about
It's not
people.
about feelings. It's
It's
about
about
being
people
productive
stating
and
things
having
that.
discussion,
Hold the
conversation.
fuck on. Is that Mel Gibson?
Oh my God!
Sorry.
All right. So objectively true is the Earth a globe? 100%. Now I'm gonna open up
No.
North Shore guy.
Yes.
Again,
Van Man says
100%.
yes. Israel. How about North Shore guy?
Is
I'm
it
sorry, what?
100%? Is it objectively a globe?
Yeah.
I'll say it's
I-
more of an ellipsoid.
I-
Ellipsoid. Then
Wait.
it's
Israel, I
not.
can't hear him when you're talking. Go ahead, North Shore.
Because if I can make a preamble, then get to my answer. The issue with what you're trying to say is that if I don't say it's a globe, you're going to say, then it's not a globe. It's not anything spherical. It's a flat, right? But it's a completely dumb question because you're just trying to divert. I'm saying it's an ellipsoid. So ask me, is it 100% objectively true that's an ellipsoid? Ask me that question. I'll 100% say yes right now.
Why do you keep saying ellipsoid?
He means ellipsoid.
And
Ellipsoid.
it's not even
Ellipsoid.
an ellipse either. Like scientists
Yeah,
could also
correct.
argue that. I mean, like special relativity says you can't even.
All right, we got
Let's
global.
put like speaking on, let's say, spirit. Like, if you were to look at it from
You
the
globies
point
just
of,
get it together, sort it out, and let us
Come
know
on.
what's going on.
You and Jay go to
Okay.
a back chat, hammer it out,
What?
come back in here.
Okay,
so
well,
we
I'm sure he
got-
knows it, but
that's
he's just speaking in Euclidean
Oh,
terms.
Euclidean terms. You're so funny, dude.
Yeah, he
Israel and
is.
Jay.
no,
listen.
this is the issue. I try and speak and you cut me off. This is always what
Well,
happens.
we
Every time
got
I'm in the
Jay and
channel.
Israel jumping in and saying you're incorrect. So we got an issue here, North.
I didn't.
We're
I
trying
didn't
to
say
hammer it out.
Well, you're the one
So-
who cuts them off
So
they
it's
just
my
make.
fault that I'm trying
Well,
to
yeah,
show
all
you
the
that
time.
Israel and Jay are against what you and Van Man are saying. Because you guys say it's objectively true.
I'm making things. They're saying, okay, that's not exactly true. They jump in for 2 seconds, but then you jump and say, hey, listen to AJ.
Can
Man,
someone-
and then you go on lip service like 5 seconds, which
Hold on.
disrupts the entire conversation.
I wasn't trying to interrupt. My bad.
Hold on.
I know you weren't trying to interrupt, but he interrupts. He wants to speak.
So the thing is, does Flat Earth understand the concept of Paraga theorem?
Well, what's going on to this chat, man? I don't know.
Ragathea. You guys are fucking bricks today.
No, I'm just asking if you understand that concept.
The Pythagorean
What the
theory.
fuck are you talking about?
No,
Because the thing is,
don't correct them, man. It was stupid.
No.
Yeah,
Look,
go
the
on,
thing
man.
is about Flat Earth. Flat Earth can't answer the concept of that natural processes cannot move towards complexity. Matter cannot move towards complexity, and that's why nature breaks the second law of thermodynamics. And necessarily, if you want to say that there is a flat Earth,
What did you
you
say?
would have to prove that the second law of thermodynamics.
Just let him go, man. Fucking
Oh,
hell, this is great.
This is what I mean. If someone makes a point, then you mute them. You just mute
Let
them
him
because you
fucking
can't take the
go.
point.
This
It's so
guy's
annoying.
already in our num sequence. This guy's already in our num sequence.
Oh, is
Let
he?
him speak.
I remember him. I
Let
spoke
him
to
speak.
This is the guy.
That was
This
the
is the
most
guy who said you can
entertaining
use
guy
the
here.
angles. This is the guy who said you can use the angles in relativity to prove the globe.
Huh.
Why would
No,
you
he's been
use-
in here before, but he's saying some really cool shit right now. Like this is
No, I was simply
wild,
talking about the fact that matter cannot move towards anything, towards high levels of complexity. Because the thing is, natural processes, if that were to be explained of the second law of thermodynamics, you would have to prove that there isn't an intent of creation.
Yeah, what's the second law of thermodynamics, sir?
Are you asking me what's the second law of thermodynamics?
Mm-hmm.
Literally what he just asked you.
You know what's the funny part? This is
Well,
totally a great
first,
question.
the thing is, first you would have to actually explain what is
you don't
the
know.
universal empirical observation of concerning heat
Oh my god.
and energy. Now the thing
don't
is, if you're going to have
Say
an
you don't know.
observation of what heat and energy is, then you would have to go to the value that usually determines chaos, right? And usually, the scientist has a term for chaos. You know that, right? It's called entropy. It's called entropy, sir. Sir. It's called entropy. And the thing is, the state of entropy is in an isolated system, which it will always increase over time. So necessarily, you cannot really explain why matter. No, sir. You can't explain why matter can't move towards complexity, dude.
Right, so it doesn't move towards complexity. So you're debunking the globe and evolution. Got him.
No, I'm not debunking the globe and evolution.
You're debunking it.
Thank you very much.
Because sometimes get more complex. So
no, because the thing,
and the globe, if there's entropy, the gas pressure will equalize with the lower pressure space.
That's not right, because the thing is, if we were on a flat surface. No. Entropy. No. You saying I'm wrong? Entropy is not chaos. Do you know what the value of entropy states?
Bro, you don't know the words.
You guys are retarded, dude.
Yeah, you're too brick. Go back to one of the slightly less brick globers. The Australian
North Shore.
Brick globers.
North Shore wants to come in here and speak his mind.
Honestly, honestly, at this point, I don't think there's any point. If I say anything, I'm gonna get muted if I say it.
Is there no?
You're talking
No, it's not because every single time I say anything, I get muted every single time.
No, you're.
Is there no evidence for the globe? Is that why there's no point?
No, it's not. I can't prove the globe. It's that people just refuse to listen. So
refuse to listen. First of all, you're being muted. Now we're refusing to listen. Which one is it? You're being muted.
Well, yeah, you mute me and you refuse to listen. It's like it's all
right, we're listening. All right, we're listening. What's your best evidence? Hold on. We're listening. What's the best evidence for the globe?
Best evidence for the globe. Okay, so my best evidence for the globe is that let's use say observation we get from the naked eye. That's obviously what you like to use. It's you don't use your feelings when it comes to observation. So with me being in the southern hemisphere, how can it, if a flat Earth is flat, how can I see the moon from a different direction than if you're in the northern hemisphere?
Okay, bro.
In a perfect flat manner.
That's flat Earth. That's Dave Farina's argument.
That's a question as well. We asked
the question.
Yeah, you understand that a question is not evidence of a globe.
No, I'm just asking. Can you, in your flat Earth model, can you?
He's still doing it. You're still doing it, bro. We're asking for the
evidence of the globe.
Cyclone asked for the evidence. Give him evidence of the Earth being a globe. Why are you stalling and using this tactic? Just give us the evidence for the Earth being a globe. That'll be all.
I mean, I'm using the same evidence. I'm just.
It's not evidence. You're telling us something you're asking a question.
Okay.
We want the information of how we know the Earth's a globe.
I've got a serious question for you.
Well, why are you interrupting Israel? Because North is on a topic right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're just waiting for North.
Well, if you would talk, then yeah. It'd be fine.
Oh, don't rush him, bro. Everybody's got their. Did he leave? Fucking left, bro. What the fuck is going on?
Let me ask you a
This is
question.
some crazy globers this morning. What the fuck?
You think, man? Fucking.
Let me
I was
ask
listening to Israel just tell us how he doesn't know that the Earth is a globe, but then projects onto me that I don't know that the Earth is flat. I'm like, bro, just because you don't know the Earth's not a globe doesn't mean that I have to say the Earth's not flat. Like,
Okay.
what the fuck?
I have a serious question. How long do you think, like, the flat Earth theory will last? Like, maybe 5 years, maybe less.
It's been going on since the dawn of human time. Every single culture has understood the Earth is flat and motionless. So
I
that's a
know
weird
that.
question.
I know that, but science.
So try forever. It will always be a flat, motionless Earth that you live on.
Ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Yeah, we're
I'll tell you when
stronger.
Hiya, Alpha. I'll tell you when it'll end, mate. When you provide evidence that you live on a globe.
Yeah.
Well,
Israel, maybe you can stand in.
Not everything needs evidence, though.
Oh, of course.
All right.
There you go,
globe,
Mondeck.
you don't need evidence. You don't need evidence for the globe now.
Yeah, I was listening to about an hour's worth of this, by the way. So yeah, it's been that kind of a night.
Well, I'm fresh. Morning time for me.
Yeah, you'll get your fill too.
I'm sure.
No,
Well,
it's
what
not.
do you
No,
need-
seriously, tell Cyclone wants to ask you some questions, but I think One Dick does too. Like, I'll
I'm
go
just
on
saying.
mute.
He said he doesn't need evidence. What do you need then to prove something is factual?
You don't
If it's
need to
not
prove
evidence.
you don't ever need to prove anything, really. I mean,
So then it would just be a belief, right? So then it's just a belief.
yeah. It's just
All
what
right.
you
So the
think.
globe is just a belief.
Shit, that was over faster than I thought it was gonna be.
That is what it
All right.
is. Yeah.
Well,
He's
what
right.
if we're not interested in just having a belief? What if we want to know?
Then you research and you know
Yep, that's what we've done. So
just
why
like
haven't
you
you
guys
done that?
Yeah, exactly
Why
what
haven't
you
you done
guys are
that?
doing.
Why haven't you researched?
Oh, I've researched a lot of stuff.
Okay, so what was the proof that the Earth was a globe?
I never researched the Earth was a globe.
All right.
That's
Okay,
not-
so you haven't researched that the Earth is actually a globe. It's just a belief, like a religion that you've got.
No, it's not a religion.
Well, you would need evidence for it then.
No, I don't need evidence for it.
Well, then it is a religion, just a belief.
No, it's not a religion.
Well, yeah, it is because you're just saying it's
Hold
a
on,
belief,
hold
you
on.
no evidence.
Why
You
are
got you,
saying
Israel.
I believe in any religion?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Well, that's kind of what it is, right? You've got this belief, but you've got no evidence for it. It doesn't even sound like you're interested in getting evidence for it. You just want to believe it.
Well, it's more common sense than anything.
Well, it's not, because none of your senses detect a spinning ball Earth.
Yeah, duh, Cyclone. Just common sense, bro. We
Yeah,
wake up
and I
every day
can't-
and we know it's a freaking
And I
globe.
can't prove
Duh.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Maybe
I can't prove
maybe
that,
you think you do.
but you can't
What
prove to
sense?
me
What sense?
that.
What sense of yours do you think detects a globe Earth? Any sense?
Dude, I could ask the same question to you. Like,
Okay. Well, my sense
but
of
I'm not
sight
going to do that because I'm not retarded like you
horizontal.
are.
My sense of vision. I observe a flat Earth, a horizontal horizon.
Right.
My
I
sense
know
of
you.
I'm gonna
focus
say
and
nigger in
feeling,
5 seconds.
I detect no motion of the Earth with any of my
Yeah,
senses.
you
Nigger.
So there you go.
detect it. Yeah, you detect for sure.
Yeah, I detect no globe
You
right with my senses.
keep on detecting.
Yeah, so I can detect a flat Earth. Can you detect a globe Earth?
Dude, keep on, dude. Detect it all you want.
Yeah, you detect it too when you go outside.
I do. I detect.
There you go.
Right. So you detect
Welcome to
a flat
Flat Earth.
Earth, and you just believe in a globe for no reason. Makes sense.
Yep. I just detect and I believe for no reason.
No, you don't detect a globe Earth. You just believe the globe Earth.
I believe for no reason.
Yeah, we know.
And I detect.
Oh my god, is this what it's come to now? Fuck, you know.
Yeah, it was all night like this. All night. It's all right. Cyclone's
Come on,
just,
Israel. You must have
he's-
something better than that.
Cyclone's working the body, dude. He ain't getting no resistance. The guy's just like, I'm your pugilistic. Use me as you please.
Yeah, this is just a bag.
Yeah. You're working the body,
All
you're
right.
just like yeah, that's what I thought. You're gonna go to somebody else. Now you've been doing this like all night, man, just giving up the goods.
What? No, I wasn't.
Meanwhile, back at the
You
ranch, we got
you're-
I think JDJ Imp, whatever his name is, long letters in that. He used to work at SpaceX as some kind of software engineer.
Say my full name or I'm not responding.
All right. Yeah. You with the JD beginning of the name. That guy that just spoke.
a SpaceX computer programmer.
Yeah.
What was he programming? The animation or what?
Yeah, nothing to do with stuff that would lead him to know that the Earth is a globe. Because I asked him the question, and he didn't have anything on that, but
I suspect he didn't work for SpaceX.
You don't need evidence.
Maybe. Who knows?
I suspect he says his father's an astronaut too.
I don't know 100% that it was SpaceX. I could have been having a dream.
See.
Yeah, there you go.
He's slightly on the bit of a douchebag side, so I don't know. I don't want to say he's a full douche, but he is kind of a douche.
Well, what's his best evidence that the Earth's a globe?
Irrelevant. He won't answer that. Watch.
Exactly. See, he's got
See?
it.
I got it.
don't need evidence.
All right.
That's what he
You
usually
don't,
says.
you don't
when
have you don't have evidence either, then.
You should just say what I say every time somebody asks you that. Irrelevant. I won't answer that question. He was doing it all night. Well, for whatever, an hour.
Well, that's going to be very convincing for the audience. Appreciate that.
Let's see what else was in here. We got the thinking black man up at the very top with his strange questions, and we got Van Man at the bottom. But you've spoken to Van Man.
I don't know if I spoke to Van Man. What's he got for the globe? Anything?
Oh God, no, he's gonna open up his mic. Go ahead, Van.
Was I muted?
No, that I know of.
You didn't need to open up my mic, but thank you though. How is everyone?
So, all right, we're just asking if there's any evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball.
None that I've collected myself, but there's thousands and thousands bits of evidence that other people have collected.
All right, what's the best piece of evidence that someone else has collected?
In your opinion?
Watching the eclipse was pretty cool.
Oh,
that's the thing.
All right,
you could have
but
thousands of years of evidence, and like
not
a
really
few
evidence
people
that the Earth's a
this
ball.
board will tell you no, that's not true.
Israel, somebody's talking, mate.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we've observed the eclipses as well, but we're looking for the evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. Got anything for that?
Like a measurement, maybe?
Yeah, measurement would be good.
Measurement would be helpful.
Hey, you tried throwing him a bone. It doesn't seem like it's working one day. I mean, I don't know.
If I start talking again, are you guys going to tell me to shut up?
Shut up, Israel.
Damn it. All right.
No, if you found some globe proof now, or evidence, let's not even say proof. Maybe that's too high a bar.
I was going to back him up.
I know. Or we're gonna say like, "What do you got?"
Yeah, it can be anything. Anything for the belief.
At this point, yeah, what do you got?
It has to relate to the Earth.
It's probably not.
Like,
it's probably not transmitting at the moment, but actually, it is transmitting. It is live.
Transmitting. Is that a fancy word of saying it's on YouTube?
Yeah.
Is this proof of measurements?
Does it look like proof of measurements? What kind of a question is that? A link a video.
Damn.
Is this proof of measurements? Like, come on.
What's your video?
If you're gonna insult me, do it better than that.
What's the evidence? What did you like?
What are you presenting?
It's a live stream of the ISS in orbit, and it's constantly usually streaming.
How do you know that that's
at the moment,
you know that
it's just
real?
a blank screen. So, really.
Well, when it is
Ironic.
streaming,
Thanks,
when it is
NASA.
streaming, when it is streaming,
As
how
of.
do you know that that's showing a real depiction of the Earth?
And is that a
No,
measurement
that
of
is
Earth?
a good question. I've got to take that, because with what we can do with CGI and special effects, really, it's almost indistinguishable. So
Yeah,
look,
okay.
I would have to bow down to that perspective that it can be faked
Okay, that's
very,
fine.
very easily.
Okay, so if we don't want to just rely on images and video media that could be manipulated, what
You
could
would
we
have
do
to experience it
prove that
yourself.
the Earth is globe? Okay, how could we do that?
At this point, support Elon Musk, because the more rockets that go up, the more cheaper it's going to become, and then we'll be able to eventually take trips up into
Okay, so you're
space,
telling me.
and we can put this
Okay.
to rest once and for all.
All right, so you're telling
Please.
me that right now no one can actually know that the Earth is a globe, even though
Well,
everyone's coming in here telling us we're
of
retarded
people
because
can.
we don't believe in it. Right, no one that you've ever met or known.
No. There's more than enough reason not to trust the government and the powers that be. Trust me. I'm
Right,
all
okay, I
for
get
not
that.
trusting.
Okay, so all the people in this chat who've been trying to, spaz out on us for not believing the globe, none of them know that the Earth's a globe. Either of them.
So
I love science. I've always been interested in science, astronomy, biology, botany.
Any measurements of Earth curvature?
Anything to do with science.
Do you find it weird that your fantasy about like if more rockets went up, then they could go and not you? You see how you're conditioned to not even personalize your own expectation of it?
Well, at the moment,
notice
it
that?
does cost a lot to send
Well,
stuff up
They've been
into
saying.
space.
They've been saying.
And over
They've
time,
been saying
bear
that
with
the
me,
public can go up in the seven.
I'm not finished yet. Over time, it has gotten cheaper. Satellite sizes have gotten smaller, and it has become cheaper to send satellites and payloads into orbit now. So the price is dropping, but it's still not at a reachable level for the average man.
Any evidence of Earth curvature yet?
So
plenty.
If the Earth is flat, then how do you convince scientists? Like, how do you convince anybody to believe that?
We're not in the business of convincing for belief. We're not interested in belief. We already went through this. We're looking for direct empirical observation, measurement, proof.
Well, wouldn't you want to tell like your best friend about this?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the truth of the matter. Who you tell has no bearing on what the Earth is.
Well, if I was really interested in something, I would tell my best friend. I'd tell a few people.
Amazing. Well, yeah, you could write it in your diary. You could do whatever you want with that information. We don't care.
All right, I'm back. I had to step away. Sorry.
But so okay. So what's the point? Just talking to a few people on Discord, or is there a bigger?
The point is to understand where we are, where we live, what we're on.
Right. But
the point.
And that nobody's got any evidence of Earth curvature.
What I'm saying is, who do you tell besides like these strangers on Discord?
Not about who you tell.
They don't give a
Not
shit.
about who you tell. It doesn't matter who you tell. You
No,
can
I've
tell
got a
no
good
one. You
friend
can
of
tell
mine.
everyone.
Well, like
doesn't matter.
what
he
would
adamantly
you
believes
do if-
Like,
in flat
first
Earth.
of all, you need to understand the information. You've not even started looking at any evidence, thinking about it, and you're already talking about who would I tell? What are you talking about?
That has nothing to do with what I have.
Yeah, it's illogical. You don't want to understand where you live, clearly.
I'm also
What?
concerned with who would you vote for,
That
Trump
has
or
nothing to
Biden.
do
I'm
with what I
also
was asking.
concerned with what you think about other things, not just flat Earth.
Right, well, that's amazing. But what we're talking about here is what the Earth is.
That's I wasn't.
It's a place.
asking you that, dude.
It's a beautiful
Yeah,
place.
what kind of place? Exactly, I agree. But is it the big spinning ball in a vacuum that they've told us about and they're currently teaching all the children? Is that what it is?
And what evidence have you got?
With a really
What's
thin
the evidence?
atmosphere.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's
if
the
that's what it
evidence
is, then you must have some evidence for it.
Well,
That
I
aren't
wonder if
just
it's still
unverifiable
streaming.
cartoons.
Dude, all I was asking is if you told anybody besides on here, like, Your real friend.
Yeah,
I've told
yeah.
the doc-
I've told a bunch of I've told a bunch of people.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've
does
told
that
my dog.
satisfy you?
What did they talk? What did they tell you?
They're like, okay, yeah, makes sense. Water is
I
flat.
don't.
How can you argue with that?
Good. There's no reason to argue right now. I'm just asking you a simple question, dude.
I'm
Yeah,
not
when we
arguing.
told
I
him,
just told.
when we
And there's no
when we told him,
reason to argue.
Yeah, we're not arguing.
I told
Who's
my,
making all that noise in the
I told
background?
my mate, and he said no, we live on a globe, and I said, well, what evidence have you got? He said, well, I haven't got any. I said, all right, then, see you later.
Yeah. If I told my best friend right now, hey, the Earth is flat, he would beat the shit out of me, probably, dude.
That's a bit harsh.
Yeah, and you wouldn't
I
be
know.
able to have a conversation with him because you don't have a clue about the topic. You
He
haven't
would,
thought about it. You haven't
he would
researched
slap
it.
the fuck out of me. He would give me a bitch slap.
All right.
Your
so
friend
your
was hired
friend
by the
slapping
Globers.
you in the face. Your friend slapping you in the face is the evidence that the Earth is a ball. Sounds legit.
No,
We're
it's
just gonna,
evidence that you need to find better friends.
we're just gonna give you a flat
Yeah.
smacking, mate.
I was exaggerating. He wouldn't
I
punch
know.
me. For fuck's sake, he wouldn't
All
punch
right. Well,
me.
what would your friend's best evidence that the Earth is a ball be? What would that be?
I don't know.
He believes
Yeah,
it. Just
he
believes
wouldn't have any either.
Yeah, I don't know what he would say. I mean, I can't speak for my best friend, so
I'll go and find him, message him, tell him, hey, bro, I've just figured out that none of us know why the Earth is a spinning ball, and it's actually just a religious belief. See what he said?
it
Yeah,
could
so
be.
come back.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, could be just a. Who knows? Who the fuck knows what we're on? You know?
Yeah, well, we know we're not on a globe, so whatever
And
it is,
what?
it's not that.
Until we get some evidence, maybe, but we haven't had any of that for years.
And what happens
I'm
when
very
you?
confident with the general accepted consensus of it being round.
Well, appeal to consensus is a logical fallacy, so I wouldn't be that confident.
That's not evidence.
Yeah, remember, you said that the evidence is really just images and videos that you can't verify from a government that you don't trust.
You must have evidence, guys. Come on, you believe you live on a globe. What's the evidence? What's taking so long?
Okay, forget all conspiracy theories. Would it make more sense if the Earth was round and all the planets too, or if they were just flat?
No, it doesn't make any sense that the Earth would be a ball because water is level.
Why are all the other planets in the solar
Why
system
do you think that stars in the
round?
sky is what you live on, bro?
Yet somehow
What I live on? What are you talking
this
about?
planet is
Yeah, how do you
flat.
measure this?
Yeah, you
How do
don't
you
know
measure
the
this?
Begging the
how
question
do you
that you
measure
live
the-
on a planet.
Yeah, how do you measure the Earth,
Yeah, you
mate?
don't know. You don't know. There's the lights in the sky are not the ground beneath your feet. You guys are confusing the two for some reason.
God, it's like talking to children, this. It's like talking to a nursery child.
There's no need for the
That's a
ad
bit
homs,
mean.
bro. Looking
No,
at
but
the
it is.
ceiling fan in my room doesn't tell me what the ground is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, we're just trying to find some actual evidence for the Earth being a ball. But it kind of sounds like you don't have any either.
Okay, I've got a question.
Come on.
Like, oh shit, I already asked it. Never mind.
Yeah.
All the fucking people that fly planes and jets.
Huh?
Do you think that they think the Earth is flat or round?
What are you talking about, bro? You're obsessed with like the sociology side of things. Your evidence for the Earth you're trying to base on other people's opinions.
Yep, like your best friend.
I asked a simple question.
The ISS is just about to fill a tank.
That's all I did.
If you guys want to listen in,
Simple question.
I'm playing it live.
Yeah, it has to do with the Skyliner is trapped. It's stuck. They can't disembark. So they got a helium
In fact,
leak.
if you look, there's a couple of objects moving in
But
the
do
video
you-
of
that-
the
that
ISS right now.
Dude,
As for what the fuck they are, I have no idea.
That wasn't my question, man.
Full story, bro.
Do you think most people who fly planes or jet think the
Yeah, I'll
Earth is
put it in
round
again
or
just in
flat?
case.
You don't know,
We
bro.
know
That's
that
like that's
we know
not
that all
gonna prove
pilots.
anything.
We know that all pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless when they fly.
But if you ask
Did you know
them,
that?
what would they say though?
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of videos of people going up to pilots and asking them, and a bunch of the pilots do say it's flat. Now, whether that means they actually believe that or they're just trolling the guy, you would have to make your own mind up about that. But it is the case that they are trained to treat the Earth as flat and motionless when they fly. They don't account for curvature. They don't account for motion.
So, do you think that if they said the Earth was round, that they would get fired?
No, why are
Plus,
you
mate,
asking retarded questions?
I know, yeah.
Are you?
Plus, mate.
Are you on
Sorry,
drugs?
mate. Plus, they're they're flying at a standard elevation, mate, which you're going to need a flat horizontal baseline for that, pal.
Yeah.
Get it together, guys. Come on.
Just go talk to some pilots.
Yeah,
You'll see.
they have. They say they treat it as flat and motionless.
Who's they?
The pilots.
No, I said go talk to some pilots, and he said they have. Who's they?
Flat earthers.
Yeah, pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
It's in all the documents, mate. But you've not done any research.
There's no fucking pilot that thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah, they train
Their
to
flight manuals train them to fly on a flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, and they fly at a constant elevation, mate. You know what an elevation is above a
I agree with
flat
that,
Earth.
but they don't think the Earth is flat though. If that was true, there would be like people on the news talking about it, like all kinds
They
of
are.
people talking about it.
Yeah, it's all over the news, dude.
You seen what happened to the last whistleblower for Boeing?
Real pilots though.
Yes, real pilots. Look, this doesn't prove anything, bro. Do you have proof of curvature or motion, bro?
Yeah, I feel like hold on, Israel, dude, you're like
It doesn't need proof, mate.
You're
It's
like
just a belief.
detracting from the main conversation here. Okay, so like sit down, wait your turn. See who's it? Van Man.
Just Van.
Okay.
Just
So you're
VAN.
looking at the ISS and you see what?
At the moment, fuck all. I'm just waiting for the camera to shift. At the
And then
moment,
you'll
I'm
see the
seeing
curve.
the glow.
The curve of the Earth.
We're coming out of the dark side and onto the light side. It's not showing any curvature of the Earth at the moment. We're just looking down straight from the ISS. And by the looks of it, there's a shit ton of cloud cover that we're flying over at the moment.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay,
But yeah,
so
I got
so
my
it's not-
HD TV tuned into
Yeah,
this
that's alright. I
on
mean, like, I try and get
HD,
in
and
as well.
I watch this
No worries.
like
Cheers,
at night when falling asleep.
Does it make it real when it's HD?
That's really sad that
it's-
you like go to
it's-
bed watching it, bro.
No, it's good
It's
because
comforting.
there's an effect that they told you would happen if you do that. This would have a psychological effect called the overview effect. Has that kicked in yet, or are you immune to the overview effect?
It's not working.
It leaves one spread thin.
So it's not, yeah. So what they're trying to do here is invoke an overview effect that it isn't working. So the question is, why did NASA fail to demonstrate the overview effect? How are you, someone like you, why are
go
you?
first, and I'll go after you.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
go ahead, Cyclone. Or you have Mikey? Was that like? Okay. Yeah, so it should mean something. You should be able to say, hey, when I look at this photo or this video, it means something. What does it mean?
At this point, not much, because all I'm seeing is cloud cover.
So this is like a vacuous statement you have. You go, I look at the ISS and I see
Live
video,
feed.
and it means absolutely nothing at all. This is called a vacuous truth.
It's a view over the planet. It's interesting. I find it interesting. What's wrong
Does
with
it
it?
look a lot more real to you when they label it live feed in HD?
Give a little bit of genuinity to it, you know? This is live. This is high def.
Throw a little NASA logo up there in the corner. It's like, fuck, dude, this shit looks real.
So they tell you that viewing the Earth from space, that's what you think this is, right? Do you think this is viewing the Earth from space, is it? Or is it not that?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay,
and
so they
I'm
told
actually
you that
listening to it at the same time.
there should be an instant, okay, not delayed, not like, hey, come back later. There's an instant cognitive shift if you view the Earth from space. So why would you be immune to this? This isn't your first time in the channel. I can look and see you've been like banned and kicked out a few times. So I know you're kind of a pretender clown. So basically what I'm trying to say here
Is there
look on
context
this model.
to why I was banned and
Yeah.
why I was removed?
Yeah, why do you care? Why do you care about
context is
flat
everything.
earthers?
Because I don't feel that you guys deserve the flack that you get from Globers. And like those people that jumped in and just started yelling abuse, right? That's a prime example of the bullshit that you guys have to put up with. And I don't feel that that is right. I feel that we may disagree on the flat earth issue, but I feel that if we were to discuss many other issues, we'd probably find that we're actually in agreement on more than one issue. It's only this sticking point, this one issue that we differ on. That's it.
Well, see, this is explained in a concept called environmental conditioning. They might say the Earth is a globe, but they really live in a flat, stationary world. They are more flat Earth than any flat Earther here. They do small and sad things for small and sad reasons. You can say stupid too. Small, sad, and ugly and stupid things for small, sad, stupid, and ugly reasons. They'll pretend like they've got their mind in the clouds. They're viewing the Earth in this massive heliocentric model where anything is possible. At the same time, they come in here day after day after day, and they just yell quips. Volcanoes. Why would they lie? Flat earthers are dumb. Just over and over. It's an endless spiral and triggering until they eventually hit
They
rock
don't even
bottom.
attempt.
Oh
don't
yeah,
even
they'll
attempt to
disagree.
understand or meet you halfway, or try and meet you on any other point. It's just like, I mean, those few people are a prime example, perfect example of the extreme, where they just jump straight in and just start yelling abuse. I mean, that's. Hey, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, and it's just about any topic. It's not just flat Earth. They do the same thing with any topic they disagree with. And the best part is they don't even know why they disagree. They've got
Are you open yet?
Yeah, go ahead, One Deck.
Are
You
you
there?
all right?
Hey, One Deck, you there?
Got called today. Yeah.
Hot mic.
No, I've got
Is he hot
prop on the
micing?
roof and one of the
He's
freezers.
hot micing.
I am, I'll be honest.
Damn, a lot of hot micing going on right now. So I invite you to actually look. You said you looked at the eclipse and that somehow proved the Earth was a globe. I did the same thing. To me, it proved the
No,
Earth
it
was
was
flat.
just one thing I mentioned. I mean, there are other things, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, when I looked up, I saw nothing that would demonstrate a curved or rotating Earth. I saw two possibly objects, one passed in front of the other. The one that passed in front wasn't visible, and then it was visible. It blocked out the sun. It was exactly the same size as the sun. I didn't see any curve of the Earth, any rotation of the Earth. I mean, if you did, where was this? What you did was you took that observation and then rammed it in to some other worldview and just rubber stamped it and said that is proof without any logical connection, without any thinking behind it, without any sort of process or method of adjudication. You just pointed and stamped it. Bang! That's proof. As Gregory would say, inescapable
Yeah, it's really not
ignorance.
proof of anything.
It's proof of what you saw. It's proof that something went in front of the sun.
It's not enough, brother. You got that one guy that comes in here because of the Jupiter's moons and the shadows, like it's a globe. It's
That's
pretty bizarre,
Callie's
man.
dumbass.
That's his new thing, Callie.
Yeah, Cal. That's Callie's new thing. That's his new claim to why he converted back from flat to globe, is because he noticed that there's the shadows across Jupiter that prove the moon's orbits.
The dude was never flat Earth to begin with. He keeps lying about that. I've asked him. So what was your flat Earth proof? Nothing. I had no. So why were you a flat Earther? That lady. I can't think of her name right now. She said that she was a flat Earther because flat Earthers tricked her into thinking the Earth is flat. So now she's got to spend the rest of her life setting the record straight. I go, no, you don't. You can move on.
You're talking about Trouble About, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I was drawing the blank on their name. Like somehow, like there's a group of flat earthers who knew she had some, medical condition. She just had a stroke, and they spent their time getting her to take photos with her camera, showing like a flat, ocean water, like as far as the eye could see, just flat, and telling her that's the Earth you're looking at. And then once she realized that that was not right, now she's mad. How dare you trick me? And all flat earthers did this as a whole. They all conspired to target.
Cuckoo.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like. And now, so you can spend the rest of your life doing what? Setting the record straight? Hot dog.
I don't want you two to be tricked, Crit, that it's all flat.
Yeah, good thing I used my own methods and practices to got to flat Earth without anyone else. It wasn't completely all self-contained.
Anyone here played the new Diablo? Diablo 4? And is it worth buying? I'm looking at it now. Negatory? Fair enough.
Did you scare off all the Globers?
He's
What it
actually
looks
looking
like.
at the ISS. He's looking at the ISS live stream for the first time
What a
with
day.
new eyes. He's like, holy shit, if that really is the Earth in space, and these astronauts are stranded on the ISS because of a helium leak, then that means, like, oh fuck. That
Yeah,
explains
what's
flat
this,
earthers too.
what's this story? I heard something, but I've not looked into it.
Yes, so remember
What
the
are they saying?
Boeing, the Boeing capsule thing.
Starliner.
I'm trying to blink on it. Yeah, Starliner. It's been trying to take off for months. It was like one delay into years, actually, decades. It's been, so they finally were getting ready to shoot it up. First non-Christian to the ISS, this Hindu woman, and she's going to bring some religious artifacts up there and whatnot, and it's going to be the greatest thing ever. Finally it gets up there and it's still leaking and it can't return back to Earth. In the past, that would be a pretty big problem because now you've basically got no way for anyone to get back down. But see, now they've got the two other docking stations. They got the one for the Soyuz and the other one for the Dragon. So there's a way of getting them down if they need to, but they're hoping that they can repair it so it's not just, permanent fixture of the ISS. And so right now they was going to be the 26th, that got kicked. And then it was going to be the 29th, and now it's the 3rd or something like that. So like right now they're apparently doing a spacewalk to try to fix it.
Oh, well, they need to get Don Pettit on the case. He knows what to do when you got a leak.
Yeah, you just ignore it. Well, you got a leak. Shit, fuck it.
Oh, man. Well, it must be real then, because why would they say that there's people trapped up there if it wasn't real?
It's funny. I'm looking at their uniforms, and it's like just a helmet, a plastic helmet with a zipper on it. Like, what the fuck is that gonna do, dude?
Yeah, you see that with people on Earth if they're at risk of banging their head a lot. I think they still make Dom Pettit wear one down on Earth.
Yeah, look, here's a thumbnail from one of the articles I was just reading. It's like, holy shit, dude, this is like, is it, you got all these buckles for air and something, and then, is it even airtight? It looks like it's just,
I mean, I'm not being funny, guys. I think my head's been turned now. I mean, I've just been watching that ISS live stream, and I mean, it's pretty obvious we live on a globe, lads. Come on.
Yeah, well, how could there be people trapped above it if it wasn't? You know?
That's all the evidence we need. That ISS video, mate. I mean, it's obvious now. I don't know what I've been thinking about.
it's as obvious as a nose on your face. Can't you see it?
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like a job for Bruce Willis or Will Smith or something. Why don't they send one of them up? They'll save the day.
Yeah. Just like throw some plot armor into it or something.
Well, there must be some globe believers in here.
That's all they will be. Globe believers.
We are so apparently working, getting $22,000 a year for being a Dallas cheerleader is too little. That's like working as a fast food worker.
Yeah, that seems pretty low, to be honest. That's lower than I would have guessed.
They're calling like a woman's health, like a gender pay gap issue. The football players are making X amount, but the cheerleaders make this amount.
Do the male cheerleaders make even less? Is it like porn?
Or I think it's zero, right? Male cheerleaders make nothing. But they're comparing the cheerleaders' pay to the football players' pay. Like somehow it isn't. All the people in the field, there's a gap there.
What about the referee? The linesman?
Oh, yeah. So it says here, group leader for the cheerleaders is a registered pediatric nurse. Okay, so why are you a cheerleader? If you've got a nurse degree, a pediatric nurse, mind you, you're working as a cheerleader because Are you like uninsurable or something like that? Did you like make a lot of mistakes in it? Now you
They
can't
said
get
it's a
hired.
part-time job. They just treat it. They've got full-time jobs on the side. Is that what they said?
No, she's got a degree as a nurse, but she's working as a cheerleader.
Oh, well, then you kind of get what you deserve. I mean, at what point did you decide, I want to help people so much, I'm going to embark on the difficult and noble job of being a nurse, and then do all that, and then decide, actually, I just want to dance for money on a field?
Yeah, it says that they don't get paid enough to deal with the loads like constant pressure and sexual harassment and sexual assault. Wow, really?
Well, how much is that salary-wise? Like, good thing we don't get paid enough to be sexually assaulted. That's kind of like saying there is an amount I could be paid to be sexually assaulted.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really like the more I dive into this article, like the more cringe it gets. So they make about $150 per game, but they also get training seminars where they make it $7 an hour, which adds up to about $15,000 a year. But they also get paid some sort of mascot bonus, like kickback based on how the team did at the end of the year. So they get a bonus that jumps it up to about $25,000 per season, which is how long is a football season?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, 18 weeks. So we have to take that. Do find out how much they make per year. So 52 weeks per year. So then you multiply that by the season, which would be like, what's it, 25,000? So they're effectively making $72,000 a year, and they're bitching about it.
Oh, well, that's a lot more than 22,000. Yeah, 72,000. That's probably more than I would expect they would have been paid.
Yeah. Oh, here it actually says so. Yeah. So the pushback is that their salary of roughly equals about $75,000, the same as a sports broadcaster who works, basically all year.
All right.
So why?
Well,
so now the article.
22,000.
Yeah, for the 18 weeks. Yeah, so they take the rest of the year off. I work 18 weeks and I take the rest of the year off.
Right, so if they're only getting paid, right, so I don't understand. So they're doing 18 weeks of work and their salary annual is 72K. Where's the 22K coming from? That's how much they would earn in that 18-week period.
The 18-week, yeah.
But it's not like they only make that. They're getting paid for the whole year, 70-odd K.
No, they're getting paid the whole year for the 22,000.
Right, so is their annual salary 22 or 72?
22.
Hello. All right, so where's the 72 coming from?
That's if they were working a full year. They only work 18 weeks, and they're done for the year.
Right. I see what you're saying.
What do you think of more so like the core of the Earth? You ever?
They say it's slowing down. The core of the Earth has almost stopped spinning entirely.
Well, do you think it's hollow at all at one point?
No, they say it's slowing down. How do you think that happened? How do you think they got to slow down?
Well, I feel like due to the math that we have, right now, usually stars collide and enclose into on each other, which would slow it down, which would cause a huge density and a break, a mass break, which causes black holes. I'm not saying Earth would be on that case, but this is what we do with huge stars. I don't know.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, mathematically.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Obvious, bro.
That makes sense. When I went and saw the core, it was just like you described.
Right. Yeah, you saw it, right? And you're a wolf.
Yeah.
You have a wolf face, so you've been there. Obviously, being
Yeah,
a
yeah.
wolf.
We've all been to the core, haven't we?
No, you
That's
tried
where
to
you.
touch my hand, but I thought it was kind of
I'm there right now.
That's
We
where
went
you
through-
get your
Yeah.
elevation angles from. In
Well, hold on, wait. Let me just throw this out there. Me
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Cyclone, we were at the same place, but he tried to like advance on me in some gay way, so I went through a different elevator straight down to the core. So I just want to put that out there.
I think you're making that
very
up.
interesting.
We're actually inside a black hole now, mate. This is what a black hole is.
Yeah, he tried to like show me the black hole like portal, but I'm like, no, I just want to see the core of the Earth.
This is Earth.
Oh, spiraling already.
No, this guy tried to troll me, and I just trolled him so hard. He doesn't know what to do.
I'm not trying to troll you. You trolled yourself asking about the core.
If you show me your black hole, I'll show you mine.
You literally said me and you both looked at the core there. That was a troll. Come on, I'm not dumb.
No, I said everyone's been to the core, haven't they? Because they'll talk about it.
No,
the core.
You singled me out.
No, because you asked the question.
Right. Why would you bring
you
it
guys
up?
think about
You're
the
just
core?
trying to troll me. I'm not dumb, dude.
I was only joking, but that's okay.
It's not a joke.
So,
I was
yeah.
asking him seriously if he believed in the core of the Earth. And then you
Okay,
chime in
so,
throwing
well,
a joke and, keep going
I'm just
on
joking, bro. I'm just keeping
Well,
it.
then-
I'm just keeping it light.
I understand.
It's all right.
I know it's still all right. I'm
That's all right.
asking him though,
Don't
does he
take it
believe
personal.
and do you believe in like the core of the Earth? I still want my premise, the first thing that I asked. Do you believe in the core
the
Earth?
core of the Earth would assume a globe Earth, which we don't
I
have.
don't think that's the case though.
Well, yeah. The core of the Earth is, the core of a globe Earth. No one on flat Earth is talking about a core of the Earth.
But there is a push, there is a pull. Right?
Right, but you were talking about a core, or like a center point of a object.
Of a mass, yeah. Like a big mass object that
Yeah.
has gravity included.
Something about magnetic core.
Right, but
Right,
we don't claim to know about a center of the Earth.
I know that. I know that, but you don't claim to not know either, so you shouldn't push it away. And I get it and I understand. I also am kind of a flat earther, but I still don't understand the core of the Earth, all this stuff. There is a gravity thing that I do not agree with most of the time when it comes to flat earthers. They don't believe in gravity for some reason. That's just so stupid to me.
Well,
How
it
do you not
depends what
believe
you
in
mean by
gravity?
gravity. If you mean well, how do you define gravity?
Well, gravity, I define it as just how you have, how we've always defined it. What do you mean? This is what I'm saying. You
I
guys
haven't
think
defined gravity for you. So what do you mean?
Well, I'm assuming you already assume gravity as the definition of gravity, correct? And that's where we.
Well, what definition? Well, there's a bunch of different claims as to what gravity is. So what are you claiming it is?
What is the Webster's definition? I guess would that be the most? I don't know. If I use a different definition.
Well, in the globe
we
model,
both know what it is. I don't know why we're arguing this.
No. Well, because there's a difference, right? Because if you're just calling
There
the
is no
phenomena of dropping something, if you're just calling something like I dropped my phone, that's gravity, then fair enough. We agree that things fall.
That's
but
what I'm
the
talking about.
definition as to a cause on the globe model, they say it's due to the bending and warping of space time, which is Einsteinian gravity.
Well, that is. Hold on, wait. But we also have to understand, we agree on dropping something, throwing something up. There is something. Maybe it's not considered gravity, depending on how flat Earth you are. This is where I feel like flat earthers kind of disagree with me, but I also agree with them when it comes to talking about numbers and when it comes to literally the gravity. Maybe the Earth is bigger or smaller, I don't know, but when it comes to gravity, I feel like we still need to understand this and be on the same side of this. Maybe it's not gravity is what you want to call it, but there is something that goes up and goes down. What is that? We can still call it gravity.
It's a good question. It's a good question. It's something that, when we're talking about it, I would just say that what we can observe is that things appear to order themselves based on their density compared to the density of the medium that they're in. So if something's more dense than the medium it's in, it will say, well, that's called specific. Well, that's called specific gravity.
Hold on, wait, let me turn you up real quick. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sorry. You're kind of
Yeah, I'm driving, so my mic's probably
you're
no good, but
you're okay. Don't crash, please, because that'll be a force of gravity. I'm kidding, but yeah,
so
you know. Go ahead.
I wouldn't describe it as a force.
Yes,
but
it is.
we would
What is pushing
say
down? What is? Well, hold on, wait. You need to stop right there. We need to go to the basics then. What is the force that pushes it down when you throw it up? What is that?
well, you're asserting that it's a force in the question, but gravity, even by the globe model, well, no, it's not considered a force even in the
Oh
globe
my
model.
god, dude! You really want to go down this route and not understand? Like, we could just save so much time that there is some sort of force. Maybe you just don't call it gravity. But
no,
there is
what
a
I'm saying
force.
is you can call it whatever you want. I mean, the
Right.
observed effect of things rising or falling, that's fine.
What is
But
it
when
to
they
you
get
then?
into like the claimed cause,
I know.
well,
but
I wouldn't make a claim as to what's actually causing it because you can't
what
really
is?
test what's
Okay,
causing
then what is
it.
it?
It's like a passive effect.
What do you explain
Well,
to
I
that?
say we can
What would you,
observe.
if
Well,
you
like
had
I
it?
said,
Hold on,
we can observe it.
hold on. This is the thing, though. Like you go ahead and you have this like mindset of like, oh, I'm better than these scientists and stuff, and I'm writing all this on paper.
No, I didn't say anything
Hold
like
on.
that.
No, this is how you
Don't
just.
put that in my,
Well,
no.
Can I finish?
Don't
Can
you
I
try and
finish?
put that on me. Don't you
Can
try
I
and put this
finish? Can
like
I finish?
you
Can I
think you're
finish?
better than scientists. Bullshit. Yeah, when you don't straw man, and when you don't try and put words in my mouth, I'm not assuming any position of superiority above any quote unquote scientist. That's your emotions. So don't put that shit on me. When you're talking here, you talk for yourself. You don't talk for anyone else.
Yeah, you muted me. I never said that. I put it in chat too, and I'm sure all of this is recorded. So good job for you.
Yeah, you said, oh, you're like putting yourself in a
No,
position
it
of
seems like you
superiority.
muted.
to science.
No. It seems like you muted me just because you were mad. And if this is
Well, because
recorded,
it sounded like you said something that I didn't say. So.
no, that's not what I said. And you just derailed everything just because you muted me. Do you not understand how this works? You're obviously
All right. Okay, fine. You didn't say it. Okay.
I didn't.
So gravity, as they call it today, is supposed to be the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's the theory, the Einsteinian theory. I don't believe that.
Talking about that. Now you're trying to
Well,
go
I'm
ahead
just telling
and
you, I don't believe that.
Okay, so you mute me and then wait till I'm muted, go ahead and explain yourself, and then just divulge into a different topic. That's how you argue. I don't want anything to do with you then, because you're not
All right,
doing it in
get
spirit.
get out of here.
I just
Bye.
want to put.
All right, you can just sit on mute then, Kennedy, because clearly you're going to be a bitch and fail to have a conversation. I was being pretty reasonable with you.
All right, so back to the story here. So I found out more information. So like the pushback, right? So reading like the comments below and everything is pretty hilarious because not only they say they work the 18 weeks, they only work home games. So they work 8 days a year, and for that they get paid about $70,000 if it were stretched out. If they were to work, if they get paid, if the 8 days they get paid is about $22,000.
Yeah, so this isn't even a part-time job. They must have other jobs.
Yeah, this is
so it's
like
a passion project for them that they get paid pretty good money for the time that they spend. Anyway, I'm going to pop on mute for a little
for
bit.
the
If anyone
time they
does want to
give.
speak with Kennedy.
Oh no, I was kind of a little bit wee-weed up that he busted into the conversation to just squawk about how much he doesn't get shit. He's got a bunch of questions about gravity. Go read a book or something. Fuck. Go like Google it. Come back when you're smarter, kid. This one cheerleader says, "Oh, sure, we work only about 8 days a year, but the uniform costs $600." Yeah, you can write that off as a tax. You can write, that's a business expense on your taxes. Really? So the women's health issue, the cheerleaders are getting paid so little to their male counterparts, the football players. Then when it turns out to be the case, it's not. That's not the case. Why would that uniform cost $600? Like, there's like barely any material there. It's like scraps or whatever. Were those like stars, like diamonds or something? Like those rhinestones? Like, come on, that can't be like real diamonds or something on there. Get out of here. Hey Ken, I'll unmute you if you just put a claim, okay? Just put your claim in the chat. If it's worthy of discussion, I'll unmute you. If it's just a random squawk, like you think, like somehow Cyclone or some other flat earther thinks they're smarter than some other person that isn't even here, that you're upset and outraged by, then no. Okay, if you don't want to type, then fuck it. Give you something simple. You can do what you want to do or what you don't want to do. Because like I told you, I would unmute you if you just type your claim. Like, word for word, so we can read it, so people can see it. There's some people here who are readers, you know, like different ways of learning. If you got something to present it. Okay, if you got no claim at all, then just sit down and listen until you come up with one. Or go read a book. Yeah, there we go. A mascot, Old Hoss. How much do mascots get paid? Oh yeah, I looked up too, like comparable. Like someone, they say, hey, this is like comparable to a mall Santa. And if you do that though, mall Santas actually get paid pretty well using the same method. Depending on the mall, the bigger the mall, the more the more lucrative it is. Like if you were to, so the mall Santa only works for like the, whatever, 18 days of Christmas or something. But if you were to factor that out the whole year, like say if they were a mall Santa every day, it's like $70,000. And they work 6 to 12 hours a day though too, where the cheerleader works what, 2 hours, maybe less than that. For most, I mean, every time I flip on the game, they're always sitting down. Like they hardly ever. It's like when the commercial's playing. When there's what I've seen is like if you're at home watching the game, you're watching a commercial, and the people in the stands who are not watching the commercial because they're there at the game, they've got the cheerleaders like dancing and stuff.
Yeah, it's all a big show, brother.
Yeah, this like this is one of the topics that actually I was able to flat smack someone with, because they were on this idea that I was going to connect it. I know sometimes you guys, Crit, you're always off these tangents, okay? Trust me, I do have a point, okay? It might take me a while to get there, but I'll get there. So his concept was government cannot lie. It's impossible for the government to tell you a lie, because the government is just a group of people. Okay, individuals can lie, but the whole group of people are not liars. And you ask them, what about flat earthers? Oh yeah, they're all liars. Okay, so already their logic is flawed, but you got to get them to see it. So they were about how the gender pay gap is fake, and I'm like, well, that's brought to you by. There's a government. I'm drawing a blank on the group. It's in government, mind you. So it's like the CBO or something. Hold on, let me look it up. Okay, the GAO, Government Accountability Office. So they're the ones who gave all the data. Okay, this is a federal program, just like NASA. The GAO, just like FDA, CIA, FBI, NLA, ABA, ACA, DWA, all these like alphabet soup organizations are all executive agencies. So I'd say, so if you think they're lying to you, this whole organization, doesn't that challenge your worldview? And he was like, damn, I never thought of it that way. All these data, all this science, all this social science, all these facts and figures are coming from a government organization exactly the same as NASA. So why is one capable of lying but the other one's not? Just because you agree or disagree with their conclusion? What if NASA came out and addressed the gender pay gap? What would you do then? And he was like, shit. See, there's always some issue you can get, with these guys. Sacred cow that they'll put down given the right circumstances.
Yeah, that's a good one. The gender pay gap. There's always an it.
Because then why would they lie? It asks the question. So if somebody believes that this is fake news, that's not happening, there's always explanations. Like with the cheerleaders. The cheerleaders work about 8 days a year. Okay, they're not getting paid, like slave wages. They're not getting paid fast food workers. Work like 3 days? Like they're generally part-time jobs, so they work like 3 days a week. So in 2.5 weeks, the fast food worker has already basically 1 day. Because think about this: the cheerleader works 8 days a year for about 2 hours. That's 16 hours. The fast food worker is going to break 16 hours in 1 week. They work about 23 hours or something like that. I know it depends on whatever state laws for part-time pay. I mean, maybe some states have it like 39 and a half hours as part-time. Like get the hell out of here. If that's even worse for the cheerleader's point of view, mind you. That would basically say in one shift, a fast food worker has worked more hours than the cheerleader does. Imagine the fast food worker made a whole year's salary in just one shift. So then you get people who are like realists. They're like, hey, let's run the numbers. Let's see what the numbers look like. Instead of just trusting this government organization, the GAO. And they're like, yeah, the government's full of shit. They're a bunch of liars. They're pushing social agenda, whatever, class warfare. They're like, yeah, and you think NASA's different because shit. Yeah, they're a bunch of liars too.
Damn. Anybody here play Magic the Gathering?
Probably. It's a pretty big game.
Yeah. I won't derail. I'm not in a debating mood. I'm just looking for people to play cards with, to be honest.
I know a little bit about it. You could say like the ocean, the blue magic is flat, the white magic is flat. What's the other ones? It's like the
Mountains for
underworld.
red, swamps for
yeah.
black,
Well,
forests
mountains
for
aren't flat.
green, plains for white. You guys would all play white plains, right? Plains.
Plains are pretty flat.
Yeah, and then blue is ocean, flat ocean.
Yeah. I thought the black was like the underworld.
Oh, there is a lot of that. There is a lot of
Or
that.
it's called swamp though.
Yeah. Largely, it's swamps.
Wouldn't
Underworld.
swamp just be like
red gets a lot of underworld stuff too. You know, like fire and demons and stuff.
Oh, okay, like volcanoes. So they would be a globalist then, because a lot of times you'll hear globalists come in here and just blurt, like, "What's your proof of the globe?" They'll just yell, "Volcano."
Well, okay, so they reviewed Magic the Gathering compared to like other card games, Dungeons and Dragons, certain video games, and they ran it through an algorithm to figure out computational complexity. And they found that due to the number of cards in Magic the Gathering and the number of different combinations of inputs and outputs that a game could go based on each player having a random order of 60 different cards, it is the most computationally complex game in the world.
Until they factor in that 99.9% of all the cards ever printed are complete crap that no one plays.
Oh yeah, but the computational complexity record is from gameplay complexity, not total game pieces complexity. I think Warhammer has more total game pieces than Magic has total cards.
Yeah, Warhammer's the same way too. It's like when you're gonna pick a 75-point choice, there's only like one thing that's gonna fit that.
So I will give you that. Like metagame kind of narrows that down to like maybe 10 to 20% of all the cards ever printed will see play. But the computational complexity is largely derived from gameplay complexity and gameplay choices. There's like a infinite amount of different choices that could potentially have to be made.
Yeah, a couple years ago, I heard about this the local game store had a huge sign on the wall that said "No tree guarantee," and apparently there was like this really bad rare card that was overprinted for some reason, like some sort of like the tree of the happenstance or something. I don't remember what it's called.
That sounds like a Magic card.
Yeah, and so it was like if you open a pack of cards from our store. You get your rare card is this tree of happenstance. You can exchange it for a new pack for free, 1-for-1 exchange.
That's funny. I think that's like good for business.
Yeah, because imagine the buzzkill. You're like a kid who like just got done mowing like
and you
a
get
bunch
a
of lawns.
Tree.
Yeah, you get this dumb green card that just says the next enchantment played costs like 2 extra resources.
Garbage, right? Never gonna
complete garbage. Yeah, who would even put that in their deck?
I feel like that's like a kid drops his ice cream on the ground and you replace it for him so that the mom and the kid have a good time at your store and come back and spend more money, right? Like,
oh yeah, for sure.
I think that's a good policy. I think game stores should do more of that shit. Like game stores that don't offer prizes for events in store credit and only let you take like bullshit packs of cards home. That's like, come on. We love that. We love store credit. We love saving up our prize money to buy the new singles. Oh, I'm aware of the server, old dude. I'm in there on another account. Thank you very much for the ping though. Mostly just here to talk about Magic the Gathering right now, since there was no debate on it. Didn't feel like it was a derail or anything.
I mean, if you could tie Magic the Gathering into the concept that we were talking about, the gender pay gap, don't they have like they got like cheerleaders, right? Like cosplay people who dress up as the characters.
I don't think that's so big for Magic, but I think
Oh, okay.
I will tap out of the conversation to Magic the Gathering reference if you.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the GAO had done a study showing that women get paid about 70 cents to the dollar of men. So the concept there was if someone's going to tell you the government cannot lie, but they also do not believe that there's a gender pay gap, how do they square that?
I think he left, bro.
Okay. Yeah, apparently Magic the Gathering has a bunch of cosplay actresses. And they get paid about $22 an hour. This is higher than the normal cosplay actress. But you look at the quality of the costumes though. They show like a regular cosplayer versus a Magic the Gathering cosplayer, and you're like, yeah. Okay. That's probably why they're making so much money. It's like these regular cosplayers just look like adults wearing like Halloween costumes. These Magic the Gathering cosplayers look like something you'd see in like a costume for like a movie or production, company. Like they are not. I mean, they are seriously like in costume. Here's a pretty funny one. It is 50 years too old for cosplay. It should be available for everybody. It doesn't matter your age. No, at some point you stop dressing up for Halloween, okay? Apparently Thanos is the most cosplay character.
I never done that crap before. If I did, I would probably be like an anime character. Like Ryu from Street Fighter or some shit like that. Yo, what's up, Kembo?
Bro, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up, dog?
Oh, not much, man. Just chilling, man. How are you?
Tired as hell, bro. I've been up way too long.
Yeah, go get some rest, man. I just kind of woke up, so yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey, you've been on TikTok lately, right? How was it?
It's wild, bro. A lot of like people that are very remedial, bro. How does this work? How does that work? Train tracks prove a globe. Weird stuff.
Yikes. I mean, as long as they're like open and they understand I mean, I could do that if they get it, right? If you're able to give them an answer and they at least remember what you told them. But if they hard reset after every question, I'd be like, holy shit.
Yeah, the next day they come back, Jupiter's moons.
Yeah, Jupiter.
How does this work?
More sky magic. Dude, I just explained to you, okay? Flat earthers don't make claims of sky magic. You did, okay? So now pushing your shitty, observations onto me demonstrates just how weak your model is. Because if you could explain the sky magic empirically, you would do so. You wouldn't ask me about your sky magic.
Oh yeah. Well, how does my sky magic work on your model?
Yeah, there it is. How about just explain your sky magic? How about start there, okay? Instead of, no, come back right next day. Like I saw a comet.
How do you feel about asteroids, bro? I don't know if they're real or not, dude.
Yeah, the more asteroids fall, the harder the Earth curves. It's all a function of asteroids.
The asteroid belt actually controls the tides.
There's actually an International Cosplay Day, the last weekend of August. Cosplay means two things: costume, roleplay. So that's how there's such a range in how much they've getting paid. So how well the costume is done and how well they're able to act in character too.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. There's actually some people on TikTok that pretend to be NPCs, bro. It's bizarre, dude.
Like they cosplay it?
Yeah, they'll like do a live and just pretend to be like an NPC. It's super weird, dude.
Yeah. Oh shit. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, Root told me to go on TikTok too, but I'm like, too much work, man. Just trying to get at 70 subscriber. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with Discord for the moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Super Monkey Ball brought me over there.
Yeah, he invited me to. Yeah, I heard he's pretty funny. He likes to poke the globies, kind of. He like to stir up a little stuff to piss them off. He told us.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
So basically, like when you go in there, you have to kind of explain to them one by one, like almost every single point that they ask, right?
A lot of people, they don't know nothing, bro.
You gotta break
Like,
it down
haven't
Big
you
Bird and
looked at
Barney
the
style.
sunset, bro?
You gotta bust it out Big Bird and Barney style.
Damn.
You get a lot of, how does this work on a flat Earth? How does that work on a flat Earth? Don't worry about that. Worry about how your model sucks.
Were you guys here for the last guy he'd present a claim, but it's 5 in the morning?
No, I was not here for it.
Yeah,
What happened?
something Ken Edai. He was talking to Cyclone. Had a bunch of questions about gravity. Adjudicated somehow that flat earthers think they're smarter than all the scientists. And then no one said that, dude. It's your emotions. You're fripping out. So I'm like, dude, just give us a claim. Come on, what claim do you got? Nope, can't do it. 5 in the morning. Fuck.
I think if we talking about the same Ken, right?
Yeah.
Ken something. Yeah, if we talk about the same Ken, he goes to the PNR too.
Oh yeah, I think it's the same guy.
Same
The
guy. Okay.
claim the claim store doesn't open until 6:30.
Yeah. He can't get his pawn shop. His claim's still in Hawk. He's got to get it out of Hawk first.
Well, see, the funny thing is this: someday he comes in, like he'll try to fight with us, right? Like from every point, and someday he comes in, like, okay, I do agree with you guys. So he'd be like that. That guy Ken. So it's been a little quiet in here today.
Yeah, on and off.
Yeah, have anybody watched? Well, one of my friends sent me. I think Joe Rogan podcast with Terrence Howard, right? And I watched it. Well, most of it, but not everything, because it's like 3 hours long. And it's funny how he said, "Yeah, gravity is just an effect, right? Gravity is, everybody's God, right? People's God. He doesn't believe in gravity. He doesn't believe the black hole, dark matters, and all that stuff, right? But he still believes in outer space." He sounds like a smart dude though. But he just believes in outer space.